Chapter 1 Prologue. In the serene blue sea star, City S. Huagua, a quaint edifice rests quietly on the city's periphery, resembling a centuries-old church. Surrounding it are towering ancient trees, their lush foliage perfuming the air with blossoms that on this sweltering afternoon, only a handful of sparrows chirp merrily upon the branches. Everything around this place exudes a natural charm. Yet within the church, there is neither priest nor pastor, nor even a nun. Instead, a group of orphans resides here, accompanied by a few dedicated teachers from the orphanage. These children, abandoned by their families due to severe illness and the insurmountable costs of treatment, have endured countless hardships before finding refuge in the care of the enigmatic matron. Her origins are shrouded in mystery. Even the teachers seem unaware of her past. They only know that this church is her private domain, and she always finds a way to provide for the children's needs and medical expenses. As the afternoon sun streams through the ancient stained glass, casting a warm glow across the room, the matron gently closes her book, takes a sip of tea, and rises leisurely. Draping a shawl around her shoulders and grasping her cane, she opens the door and steps out, traversing the long, quiet corridor like a tea this hour. The children are still resting, and the sound of her footsteps reverberates softly. Soon, she arrives at the door of room 120 and knocks gently, inquiring, "Little Seven, may I come in?" A voice from within replies, "Please do." The matron opens the door to find a handsome young boy propped up against the headboard, perusing an old book. Upon seeing her, he smiles slightly, illuminated by the afternoon sun, his presence radiating a warm and gentle aura. His eyes sparkle like stars, and his well-defined brows accentuate a youthful charm. In this moment, he resembles the sun melting the winter's ice in spring or the refreshing breeze rippling through a summer pond. The boy greets her. "Matron, you have arrived." Setting her cane aside, the matron takes a seat on the chair beside the bed and asks with a smile, "What book are you reading today, little Seven?" He responds, "An ancient book from a century ago, telling the story of a boy's growth. I asked Teacher Lee to help me find it in the library." The matron internally sighs and gently advises, "You should read less and rest more." The boy replies, "I understand, matron." She inquires, "How have you been feeling these past few days? Is there any discomfort?" Shaking his head, he assures her, "I'm fine now, matron. Can't you see him full of energy?" The matron observes the beads of sweat on his brow and the slight tremor in his hands, realizing that he is enduring tremendous pain. To spare others from worry, he bears this burden silently, shouldering it all alone. The young boy, named Tang Yuan, bore 7 moles on his back, resembling the spoon-shaped constellation of the Big Dipper, thus earning him the affectionate nickname Little Seven. Abandoned by his parents in the wilderness at an age not exceeding 3 months, he was discovered by the kind-hearted matron of an orphanage near a river. Upon his arrival, it was soon revealed that he suffered from a terminal illness, with a prognosis that forewarned he would not see his 16th year. Like many children, the unfortunate Little Seven found solace in the orphanage, growing up under the tender care of the matron. The matron first encountered him by the banks of a river named Tang He, a moment that marked his rebirth and inspired her to name him Tang Yuan. From a young age, Tang Yuan exhibited remarkable intelligence and charm, coupled with a gentle disposition shaped by the trials of his illness. His character was further molded by an incident at the age of 9, when he became paralyzed from the waist down, confining him to a wheelchair. To avoid burdening others, he often wheeled himself into the courtyard to daydream or read, or lay in bed absorbed in literature. Tang Yuan's singular passion was reading. He had devoured nearly every book in the orphanage's modest library, some volumes read 5 or 6 times over. The collection, gathered by the matron, comprised an eclectic assortment of titles, each more peculiar than the last. For Tang Yuan, books were a source of unending joy, akin to a parched traveler discovering a refreshing spring. Once he began to read, he found it nearly impossible to stop. Noticing the matron's eyes glistening with unshed tears, Tang Yuan offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Grandma, I truly am fine, please do not worry so." The matron, forcing a smile, replied, "Very well, I know you are considerate. Do rest well and refrain from reading too much." "All right," Tang Yuan responded with a grin. The matron, leaning on her cane, departed for the infirmary, where a young doctor in a white coat was diligently working. Upon her arrival, the doctor set down his pen and rose respectfully, greeting her with, "Matron, you have arrived." Inquiring about Tang Yuan's condition, the matron asked Xiaoan, "How is little Seven?" Dr. Xiaoan, once an orphan himself rescued by the matron, had worked tirelessly to enter medical school and, upon graduation, volunteered to return to the orphanage to lend his assistance. Despite the matron's concerns about his future being jeopardized, Xiaoan remained resolute in his decision to stay. With a heavy sigh, Dr. Shaoan replied, I fear he may not survive past autumn. The matron, seemingly resigned to this fate, shook her head and departed with a heavy heart. As time swiftly passed, October arrived, on a fateful night. Hurried footsteps shattered the stillness, as numerous individuals gathered anxiously before room 120, awaiting news. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Shaoan emerged with several colleagues, and upon meeting the anxious gazes of the crowd, he shook his head and sighed. It is not good, matron. You should go, and little Seven has something he wishes to say to you. As his words hung in the air, Shaoan turned away, his body trembling, and the sound of quiet sobs soon enveloped the room. The matron gently pushed open the door and entered the room, finding Tang Yuan lying on the bed, his complexion pale yet tinged with a hint of rosy hue. The matron recognized this as a sign of fleeting vitality. As was her custom, she set aside her cane, took a seat, and with a loving smile, remarked, Little Seven, why aren't you reading today? Tang Yuan understood that the matron was attempting to console him, and thus he smiled in return, saying, Grandma, I am too fatigued today, I wish to rest early, so I have put aside my reading. Upon hearing this, the matron felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, akin to a dam breaking, yet she suppressed it, unwilling for little Seven to witness her distress. She rose, smiling, I see. Then you should rest early. Grandma will take her leave. As she turned to depart, she found herself unable to take a single step away. Tang Yuan sighed. Grandma, without you, there would be no little Seven for these past 16 years. Had it not been for you, I would have perished long ago. I am deeply satisfied and joyful to have spent so many years with everyone, to have read so many books. Please tell everyone that I love them, that if there's a next life, I wish to be with them once more. Upon hearing his words, tears streamed down the matron's cheeks like a spring, and she smiled through her sorrow. Silly child, if there is a next life, you will undoubtedly find happiness. Why return to the orphanage? As she spoke and turned away, she beheld little Seven, his face adorned with a smile, radiating happiness and relief, peacefully closing his eyes, departing forever from there. The matron trembled as she approached the bedside, gently stroking little Seven's hair, her tears flowing uncontrollably, and with a loving tone, she whispered, Sleep well, dear. Child, rest peacefully. Though Tang Yuan had departed from the mortal realm, he found himself in another place, the realm of the underworld. Before the ominous gates, Tang Yuan gazed at the dark and mysterious entrance. Reflecting on his current state, his physical form was no more, and he now existed solely as a spirit. The agonies of his terminal illness had vanished. Thanks to his years of reading, his soul was remarkably solid and vibrant, devoid of the frailty that plagued most spirits, as if he had been reborn. Tang Yuan observed the two spectral messengers by his side, each adorned with an elaborate hat, one black and one white, representing the duality of existence. However, these figures were but one of countless incarnations. Esteemed guardians, have we arrived at the underworld? Tang Yuan inquired. The black messenger replied, Indeed, young brother, this is the gate to the realm of the dead. As the two spectral beings escorted Tang Yuan from the gates of the underworld, they were somewhat taken aback by the brilliance and solidity of his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Furthermore, within his essence resided a noble righteousness, impervious to malevolence. However, they lamented the frailty of his mortal form, which had succumbed to the ravages of time. Tang Yuan accompanied the black and white guardians along the path, through the yellow springs and past the nostalgia platform, arriving at the city of forgotten souls, though he did not enter. Soon, they reached the bridge of helplessness. Throughout the journey, Tang Yuan felt a sense of novelty. Traditionally, these spectral beings, tasked with guiding souls, would not engage in conversation with the departed. Yet, due to Tang Yuan's virtuous nature and exceptional spiritual qualities, the guardians, pleased by the merit they accrued in guiding him, conversed with him, sharing insights about the underworld's customs and landscape. Upon reaching the Naiha Bridge, Tang Yuan encountered an elderly woman stirring a pot of soup. He recognized her as the legendary Meng Pe, as he had surmised. The spectral figures of the black and white impermanence beside him did not dare to show any disrespect and solemnly bowed to Meng Pe. The old woman slowly set down her ladle, although the stove was devoid of flames. The thick soup within the pot continued to simmer vigorously. As Meng Pe turned to face the trio, she smiled and remarked, A soul of remarkable quality has arrived. In this cycle of reincarnation, great opportunities await you. Tang Yuan was taken aback by Meng Pe's appearance and exclaimed, Headmistress? Meng Pe, perceiving his astonishment, replied with a chuckle, Child, I am but a manifestation of countless forms, embodying the essence of the earth. The one you speak of is me, yet also not me. Though Tang Yuan was perplexed by her words, he grasped that the Mengpa before him, while connected to the headmistress, was indeed a distinct entity. In the midst of their conversation, Mengpa had already ladled a bowl of rich soup and handed it to Tang Yuan, saying, "Drink this once you forget your emotions. You shall be reborn." Tang Yuan felt a surge of anticipation. Although he was reluctant to forget the warmth and familial bonds he had experienced in the orphanage, the prospect of a new life filled him with hope. Just as he was about to sip the Mengpa soup, the ground trembled violently as though a cataclysmic earthquake were unfolding. Unsteady, he lost grip of the bowl, spilling the soup onto the ground. Mengpa gasped, "Who dares invade the netherworld?" As her words echoed, the very fabric of heaven and earth was rent asunder, and countless figures surged forth from the horizon. A thunderous voice proclaimed, "Servants of the celestial demon, annihilate the netherworld." Upon hearing this, the black and white impermanents exclaimed in unison, "Celestial demon." Though Tang Yuan was unfamiliar with the celestial demon, he understood the gravity of the situation. Should his soul be shattered, he would be irrevocably lost and fail to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Turning around, he found Meng Pa had vanished, and as he gazed upward, he saw her soaring into the sky, engaged in a fierce battle with the celestial demon. At that moment, chaos erupted throughout the netherworld. Behind Tang Yuan, countless souls ascended into the air, and within moments, the two opposing forces clashed, igniting a war. As he looked around, he noticed that the black and white impermanents had also disappeared. Many souls like his own were screaming in terror, and some who attempted to flee were struck by streaks of light, disintegrating into mere fragments scattered across the cosmos. Tang Yuan was filled with dread. He took refuge in a corner to regain his composure, when suddenly a flash of insight struck him. Beyond the Niha Bridge lay the Hall of Reincarnation. If he could reach it, he might evade this calamity and be reborn. Determined, he sprinted towards the Hall of Reincarnation without hesitation. Upon crossing the Niha Bridge, the Hall of Reincarnation was in sight, and his hopes surged anew as he prepared to dash inside. However, at that moment, a tremendous wave of energy enveloped the world, accompanied by a mournful cry, "The Book of Life and Death." Though Tang Yuan was at a distance, the impact was still significant, leaving him disoriented for a time before he could regain his senses. When he finally came to, he noticed a page of dark paper floating before him, one side crimson and the other ink black, hovering in midair and exuding an aura of profound mystery. Tang Yuan, filled with curiosity, reached out to grasp the paper, at which moment it erupted with a resounding bang, transforming into ethereal sparks. Before Tang Yuan could comprehend the situation, the luminous dots surged towards him, merging entirely into his brow. Startled, Tang Yuan hurriedly checked himself and, finding no significant harm, heaved a sigh of relief. Though puzzled, he recognized that escaping was paramount and promptly turned to dash towards the reincarnation office. Unexpectedly, a celestial fire descended from the heavens, detonating the reincarnation office. The force of the explosion hurled Tang Yuan high into the air, and before he could land, he felt an overwhelming pull emanating from the reincarnation office, drawing him in. With a cry, Tang Yuan felt the world spin around him, a whirlwind of chaos, and in an instant, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 2. The Sacrifice. In the Douluo Continent, amidst the vast canyon, a towering cliff loomed over a tempestuous landscape where several creatures known as death vultures circled above. Scattered around lay the skeletal remains of various soul beasts. A wave of light swept through, and with a mournful cry, the vultures plummeted to the ground, lifeless. This desolate place, seldom visited by humans, today found itself graced by some unwelcome guests. Among them were two groups. One comprised 3 individuals, while the other consisted of a solitary figure, each exuding a remarkable aura. In the Douluo Continent, a profession known as Soul Master exists, with each Soul Master possessing their unique martial spirit, encompassing a myriad of forms from avian to beastly, weaponry of all kinds, and more. Soul Masters are categorized into several ranks, namely Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Elder, Soul Ancestor, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Douluo, and Title Douluo, with each rank further divided into 10 levels. Upon reaching the pinnacle of level 90, one may ascend to Title Douluo, the TO progress to subsequent ranks. One must hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings, otherwise, their soul power stagnates. The two parties before us radiated an aura of formidable strength. Should any Soul Master have been present, they would have discerned that these 4 individuals were of extraordinary prowess. The trio was led by a man clad in golden armor, wielding a scepter, exuding an almost imperceptible imperial aura. Conversely, the lone figure, a bearded man in coarse linen, glared furiously at his opponents. This golden-armored man was named Qian Xuanji, the Pope of the Spirit Hall on the Douluo Continent, accompanied by 2 elders of the Spirit Hall, both of whom were also titled. Douluo, the bearded man, known as Tang Hao, was a disciple of the Haotian sect, one of the 3 sects on the Douluo Continent. His power was considerable, but fell short of Qian Sunji's. His fluctuating aura indicated he had recently attained level 90 and had yet to acquire his 9th soul ring. Qian Xuanji proclaimed, Tang Hao, cease your futile struggles. If you surrender the blue-silver emperor, I shall allow you to leave unharmed. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's fury ignited. Qian Xuanji, spare me your empty words. Aine is my wife. If you wish to harm her, you must first step over my corpse. Qian Sunji's expression darkened as he declared, you are refusing the toast and choosing the penalty. Instead, that in that case, I shall no longer consider the reputation of the Haotian sect. Upon finishing his words, Qian Xuanji let out a mighty roar, his soul power surging as a colossal golden apparition rose behind him, an angel with 6 wings, embodying Qian Sunji's 6-winged angel martial spirit. Above this martial spirit, 9 radiant rings of light illuminated, representing Qian Sunji's 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 blackened. Impeccable configuration indeed. Simultaneously, the individuals behind Qian Xuanji summoned their own martial spirits, each distinct, yet also revealing 9 soul rings that ascended slowly. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 equally flawless in their arrangement. Tang Hao, witnessing this display, refused to be outdone. He summoned forth his own martial spirit, which manifested as a long-handled, jet-black hammer, shimmering with blue electric arcs, the Haotian hammer, a legacy of the Haotian sect. As his soul rings ignited yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 8 rings in total, he too boasted an optimal configuration. However, despite having reached level 90, he had yet to obtain his 9th soul ring, leaving him at a disadvantage against these formidable opponents. With a resounding shout, Tang Hao wielded the Haotian hammer, lightning crackling around him as he took the initiative, charging towards Qian Xuanji and his companions. A tremendous roar echoed. The heavens trembled, and countless clouds of dust were swept into the air as the 2 sides clashed. Not far from the canyon, there lies a serene grove, where streams gurgle and the air is filled with the fragrance of blossoms and the melody of birds, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Within this woodland, a quaint thatched cottage rests by the riverbank. Suddenly, the cry of a newborn pierces the stillness, causing the birds to take flight from the treetops. Inside the cottage, a beautiful woman leans against the head of the bed, cradling an infant swathed in swaddling cloth, who has just entered the world. At this moment, the baby is neither crying nor wailing. Instead, its large blue eyes are wide open, curiously surveying its surroundings. Where am I? Have I been reborn? Why do I still retain memories of my previous life? How did I arrive here? I did not consume the soup of oblivion. And after the destruction of the cycle of reincarnation, I found myself drawn into an enigmatic space. Fragmented memories surge within the infant's mind. This baby is none other than Tang Yuan, who has been reborn. Tang Yuan gazed at the woman before him, noting her delicate features, a nose as exquisite as jade, brows arched like a crescent moon, and cascading blue hair that tumbled down her shoulders like a waterfall. Beads of sweat lingered at her temples, with a few strands dampened by perspiration. Her complexion was somewhat pale yet possessed a healthy flush, and her sapphire-like eyes sparkled with a gaze full of maternal affection. In his heart, Tang Yuan softly called out, I have a mother now. The love of parental figures from his previous life was what he yearned for most, and now, in this new existence, he finally had the opportunity to experience the most profound bond of familial love. Though he remained an infant, his body yet to develop and unable to articulate words, the silent plea from the depths of his being seemed to resonate with the woman before him. The beautiful matron gazed lovingly at Tang Yuan, and for reasons unknown, her eyes gradually welled with tears, which silently streamed down her cheeks. At that moment, a soft, childish voice chimed in, Mama, this is my little brother. The matron turned her head, smiling as she replied, Little San, come here. Tang Yuan exerted considerable effort to turn his head, only to see a dark-haired little boy climbing to the bedside. The boy, his face alight with joy, reached out his hand to grasp Tang Yuan's small hand, exclaiming in a tender, childlike voice, Brother, brother. Tang Yuan gazed at the adorable visage of the young boy, unable to suppress a fit of giggles. The beautiful woman affectionately stroked the boy's head, saying, Little San, you will be a big brother from now on. You must take good care of your little brother. The young boy nodded vigorously in agreement. Tang Yuan gazed upon his mother and elder brother before him, his heart swelling with warmth. It dawned upon him that the heavens had indeed favored him in this life. He had received the familial affection he had long yearned for in his past existence, and he vowed to cherish it deeply. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through Tang Yuan's mind, leaving him utterly startled, and he could not help but utter a cry. Yet, to his astonishment, the sound that escaped his lips was akin to the wailing of an infant. As his consciousness began to fade, he felt himself slipping into slumber, struggling against the encroaching darkness. In the end, his mind became a chaotic void, and he retained no memories of what had transpired. Now, Tang Yuan, like any other newborn, was as normal as could be. At this moment, the beautiful woman and the young boy were unaware of Tang Yuan's presence. An elderly matron approached, her face alight with joy, and inquired, "Ayin, how do you feel?" The lovely woman was none other than Ayin, the transformed spirit beast of 100,000 years, known as the Blue Silver Emperor, and the mother of Tang San and Tang Yuan. Ayin replied with a smile, "I am well, Granny, nothing serious." The old woman responded, "That is splendid to hear. You truly possess a remarkable constitution, having just given birth. You show no signs of weakness." Ayin chuckled softly, unaware that the old matron did not realize she was a powerful soul master, a transformation of 100,000 years of spirit beast essence. For her, giving birth was as effortless as indulging in a meal or quenching her thirst. Although it did slightly deplete her vitality, the balance provided by her soul power rendered it trivial. The old woman, observing Ayin and her two children upon the bed, furrowed her brow in concern and asked, "Where is Ahau? How can he be absent during your labor?" Ayin replied, "He had urgent matters to attend to." The old woman, upon hearing this, expressed her displeasure. "How can anything be more important than your wife giving birth? Tell me where he is, and I shall fetch him." Ayin smiled gently and responded, "There is no need, Granny. I will find him myself." The matron was taken aback and said, You have just given birth. You should be resting. It is unwise to venture out. What if you catch a chill and suffer lasting consequences?" Ayin reassured her, "It is quite all right, Granny. I must find Ahau. We have urgent matters to discuss. Please, could you assist in caring for the children for a little while?" With that, Ayin produced a bag of gold spirit coins and handed it to the old woman. The matron was astonished. She had never seen such a sum before and exclaimed, This is too much." Ayin firmly placed the pouch in the old woman's hands and smiled, "It is appropriate, Granny. Ahau and I have resided here for nearly a year, and you have been a great help. Please do not refuse." Sighing, the old woman accepted the pouch. Though she was not a soul master, she understood that Tang Hao and Ayin were no ordinary individuals, since they had made up their minds. Further protest would be futile. She could only do her utmost to care for the two children. Seeing the old woman accept the gold coins, Ayin felt a wave of relief and knelt before her, saying, "Granny, should Ahau and I fail to return, I implore you to raise our children to adulthood, ensuring they remain unaware of our circumstances." The old matron was taken aback by these words, her expression turning solemn. With a deep sigh, she helped Ayin to her feet and vowed, "I promise you." Ayin nodded gently, turning to glance at Tang San and Tang Yuan, tears streaming down her face. Her heart ached with unbearable sorrow, yet she could not abandon her beloved in the face of the Wuhuan Temple's adversaries. Resolutely, she concealed her face and departed. At this moment, Tang San was merely a year old. Although he had traversed through time, the fluctuations of the temporal realm had yet to awaken the memories of his past life. Thus, he remained in a state of innocent oblivion, akin to an ordinary child of his age. He harbored questions about his mother's actions, but they were fleeting thoughts, easily brushed aside as he played with Tang Yuan, soon to forget them entirely. Meanwhile, Tang Hao engaged in a fierce battle with Qian Xuanji and others for an extended period. Both sides had sustained injuries, with Tang Hao bearing the gravest wounds. Undoubtedly, he was a prodigy rarely seen in the Haotian sect for a century. With a formidable strength of 90 rank and 8 spirit rings, he matched the 3 titled Douluos without faltering, one of whom was the legendary 6-winged angel of the Wuhuan Temple, Qian Xuanji. Had Tang Hao possessed more than 8 spirit rings, the outcome of their clash might have been decidedly different. Just as Tang Hao was on the brink of collapse, a figure emerged before his eyes. Tang Hao was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "Ayin! Ayin!" Witnessing Tang Hao drenched in blood, felt an overwhelming pain in her heart, and cried out, "Brother Hao!" Tang Hao, both astonished and sorrowful, suppressed the grief within his heart and exclaimed, "What brings you here? Leave at once." Ain shook her head resolutely and replied, "No, I shall not depart." Tang Hao urged, "Hurry. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Xiao San?" Ain replied with a smile, "Brother Hao, Xiao San has a younger brother now." Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that?" Ain nodded and replied, "Yes. It is a boy. We have been waiting for your return to name him." Just then, Qian Xuanji and others spotted Ain, laughing heartily, "Blue Silver Emperor. We have finally found you." Upon hearing these words, Tang Hao urgently exclaimed, "Ain, we must leave at once." Ain smiled gently at Tang Hao, then stepped forward and said in a solemn tone, "Qian Sunji, if you spare my husband and child, I am willing to accompany you. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was taken aback and exclaimed, "Ain, do not," before he could finish his sentence. Ain interrupted him with a wave of her hand and inquired, "What then?" Upon hearing these words, Qian Xuanji could not help but smirk inwardly. If he were to spare your husband and child, would he not be plagued by the pursuit of vengeance in the future? Thus, it was prudent to first secure the Blue Silver Emperor, and once he had succeeded, he would deal with Tang Hao in due time. With this thought in mind, Qian Xuanji declared loudly, "Very well. I accept your terms. As long as they do not provoke me, I shall allow them to be." Ain replied with a smile, "Excellent. No, this is unacceptable." Tang Hao retorted angrily, "Qian Xuanji, you shall not have your way." Ain clasped Tang Hao's hand and softly reassured him, "Brother Hao, trust me. I am yours, and even in death, I shall belong solely to you." Tang Hao was somewhat perplexed by her words and could not help but exclaim, "Ain." Ain smiled at him, stepped forward, and proclaimed loudly, "Qian Xuanji, come forth. I hope you will honor your promise." Qian Xuanji, unsuspecting, felt an overwhelming joy. As long as he could capture the Blue Silver Emperor, 100,000-year soul beast, along with 100,000-year soul ring, he would disregard everything else. Although Qian Xuanji already possessed his 9th soul ring, his disciple Bibi Dong and his daughter Qian Renxue could both utilize the Blue Silver Emperor to enhance their own 9th soul ring, making the Spirit Hall utterly invincible. With this thought in mind, Qian Xuanji approached the Blue Silver Emperor, intending to capture her. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Qian Xuanji drew near, Ain suddenly summoned her martial soul, unleashing a formidable soul skill that struck the unguarded Qian Xuanji. Despite Ain's soul power being inferior to that of Qian Xuanji, he had just engaged in battle with Tang Hao and was already injured. Overwhelmed by elation and caught off guard, he sustained further injuries from Ain's attack. Enraged, Qian Xuanji prepared to charge forward with his subordinates to seize Ain. However, a blinding blue light erupted, enveloping Ain in an endless azure glow. Her martial soul surged, and her soul ring shattered, coalescing into a crimson soul ring that ascended high towards Tang Hao. Sacrifice. Indeed, Ain had offered herself to Tang Hao. In her final moments, Ain smiled gently at him and said, "Brother Hao, take good care of our child." Tang Hao, filled with both grief and fury, absorbed Ain's 100,000-year soul ring, transforming into a harbinger of death. Raising the Haotian hammer, he charged towards Qian Xuanji and his companions with unrelenting ferocity. Chapter 3. Bibi Dong after Ain's sacrifice. Tang Hao became a deity of death, enveloped in the domain of slaughter, combined with the unrivaled offensive capabilities of his martial soul, burning the very essence of his life force. Qian Xuanji and his allies could no longer withstand the onslaught. In the fierce battle, one titled Douluo on Qian Xuanji's side fell while another was gravely injured. Qian Xuanji himself, heavily wounded, ultimately exhausted his last vestiges of soul power to escape. As he fled, he shouted, "Tang Hao, I will remember today's grievances. If I cannot find peace, neither shall you. Prepare for severance from your loved ones." Ha. With that, Qian Xuanji let out 3 boisterous laughs and retreated into the distance. Tang Hao initially intended to continue his relentless pursuit, but upon hearing Qian Xuanji's words, a wave of clarity washed over him, extinguishing his murderous intent as if doused in cold water. He gasped in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ignoring his injuries, Tang Hao sprinted back, engaging in a fierce battle with the 3 titled Douluo, resulting in 1 death and 2 injuries. Although he too was gravely wounded. On the brink of death, the 10,000-year spirit ring of the Blue Silver Emperor bestowed upon him a significant vitality, granting him a moment to breathe. Now, upon hearing that Qian Xuanji intended to harm his child, Tang Hao cast aside all hesitation and hurried back to the thatched cottage, only to find an old woman lying on the ground inside. Tang Hao lowered himself to observe. The old woman lay lifeless, her internal organs shattered. A wave of shock washed over him. What a ruthless spirit hall, showing no mercy even to the elderly. This kind-hearted woman had offered significant assistance to both Tang Hao and Yin, and her demise, brought about by Tang Hao's presence, filled him with a tumult of rage and sorrow. Disregarding his grief, Tang Hao scoured the room. Yet the absence of the two children sent him into a state of panic, his heart sinking like lead. At that moment, a formidable aura emanated from a distance. Tang Hao swiftly exited the dwelling, sensing that the source of this overwhelming presence was fleeing further away. Alongside this potent energy, he detected two familiar auras that resonated with his own bloodline. Without a second thought, he pursued them with urgency. Before long, he spotted a figure clad in black robes, clutching a boy and a swaddled infant as they made their escape. The individual exuded a powerful presence, having reached the soul sage level, and with each stride, Tang Hao closed the distance, poised to catch up. Tang Hao bellowed, "You scoundrel! Release the child at once. I shall spare your life." Upon hearing these words, the figure in the black robe quickened his pace. However, Tang Hao had already attained the rank of a titled Douluo, despite his current injuries. He was far from being comparable to a mere soul saint. The black-robed soul saint, aware of the imminent danger, made a swift decision and hurled Tang San towards the east, simultaneously unleashing a burst of soul power. At this moment, Tang San was merely 1 year old, far too fragile to withstand the onslaught of a soul sage. Tang Hao, filled with alarm, rushed to his aid. Just as time seemed to stand still, Tang Hao arrived in the nick of time, cradling Tang San in his arms, bracing his own back against the devastating strike from the dark-robed soul sage. A tremor coursed through Tang Hao's body, rekindling old injuries, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tang Hao turned away, surrounded by vast emptiness, devoid of any trace of the dark-robed soul saint. The spirit hall, he vowed not to rest until he avenged this grievance. Having lost his wife and children, he suppressed the profound sorrow within his heart and brought Tang San to a place known as Holy Soul Village. Ultimately, unable to endure the dual torment of body and spirit, he collapsed to the ground. Upon regaining consciousness, Tang Hao found himself lying on a bed in a dimly lit room, illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp. His instincts heightened, he prepared to rise and investigate, only to discover Tang San peacefully slumbering beside him, which brought him a sense of relief. Just then, an elderly man entered the room, smiling as he said, "You are awake." Upon observing that the elderly man possessed no soul power and exhibited a demeanor of simplicity and kindness, Tang Hao inquired, "Esteemed elder, what is this place?" The old man replied with a smile, "This is Sacred Soul Village, named so because a soul saint once emerged from this very village. I am Jack, the village chief." Tang Hao nodded and said, "Villager Jack, it was you who saved me." Villager Jack shook his head and replied, "I merely found you unconscious at the village entrance, cradling a child in your arms. Thus, I arranged for someone to bring you back home and summoned a physician, yet even the physician could do nothing. Ultimately, it was you who awakened on your own." Tang Hao mused inwardly, "Surely the century-old spirit ring bestowed by Yin has greatly aided me. Although my wounds have yet to heal, my life is no longer in peril. With a period of careful recuperation, I shall recover significantly." As these thoughts traversed his mind, he was reminded of his beloved wife and young son, which filled his heart with profound sorrow and a singular desire for vengeance. Turning his gaze towards his eldest son, Tang San, he let out a silent sigh. At that moment, Village Chief Jack spoke, "Young man, I am unaware of the circumstances that led to your unconsciousness. However, you carry a child with you, and I trust you will provide him with a safe and nurturing environment in which to grow. Given your current state of uncertainty, I suggest you consider making your home in Saint Soul Village. Through diligence, you may find a life free from want." Tang Hao, upon hearing these words, experienced a moment of shock, gazing at Tang San, and ultimately arrived at a resolution. With the assistance of the village chief, Tang Hao and Tang San finally settled in the Holy Spirit Village. In the nearby forest, Tang Hao buried the seeds left by Yin, whispering softly, "Yin, rest assured, I shall avenge the wrongs inflicted by the Spirit Hall. As for our little son, I will certainly bring him back. Little San, you need not worry. I will take good care of him, hoping he lives a safe and peaceful life. Once I have accomplished all of this, I shall join you." In the Spirit Hall, within a concealed chamber, a man clad in golden robes sat cross-legged upon the central altar, drenched in blood, his complexion pale, emanating a formidable aura. He was Qian Xuanji, grievously injured by Tang Hao. Enduring the excruciating pain within, his body trembled, his features contorted in agony, yet his fury intensified. He vowed inwardly, Tang Hao, once I recover, I shall ensure that you meet a fate worse than death. Time passed unmeasured until the door of the chamber suddenly swung open, revealing a figure of enchanting nobility. Qian Xuanji, wholly focused on healing, was oblivious to the entrance of another. The graceful figure approached, ascending the altar and stepping directly before him. Sensing a presence, Qian Xuanji opened his eyes and, upon recognizing the visitor, was momentarily taken aback. Bibi Dong, what brings you here? He inquired. The alluring figure was none other than Bibi Dong, the saintess of the Spirit Hall and the second genius in history to possess twin martial souls. Upon closer inspection, Bibi Dong was of modest height, adorned in a luxurious black robe embellished with golden patterns, crowned with an exquisite golden tiara. Her fair skin and nearly flawless visage, along with her eyes that sparkled like jewels in a sea of stars, elevated her above the ordinary, rendering her truly exceptional. At this moment, Bibi Dong was still merely the saintess, not yet an empress, yet an invisible aura of nobility and sanctity surrounded her, evoking a sense of reverence in those who beheld her. As she regarded Qian Xuanji, her eyes reflected a myriad of emotions: disdain, fear, anger, hatred, and revulsion. Yet the most potent among them was a fierce intent to kill. What is it that you desire, Bibi Dong? I command you to leave at once. Qian Xuanji's gaze met hers, and an inexplicable panic surged within him, prompting his furious outburst. Bibi Dong responded with a cold laugh. Qian Xuanji, do you still believe yourself to be the exalted pope? To fail in killing a mere Tang Hao, how pathetic you are. Qian Xuanji replied in a low voice. What did you call me? I offer you one last chance. Leave now, or you know my methods. Bibi Dong seemed to find this quite amusing, bursting into laughter. A chance? I extend my gratitude to your holiness for granting me this opportunity. I am well aware of your esteemed methods, yet it is regrettable, oh so regrettable. A sudden pang of alarm gripped Qian Xuanji's heart as he feigned calmness and inquired, what is so regrettable? Bibi Dong bestowed a faint smile upon Qian Xuanji, but her expression swiftly morphed into one of grotesque ferocity as she declared, regrettably, I shall not grant you a second chance. Startled, Qian Xuanji rose abruptly. But before he could utter a word, Bibi Dong summoned her martial spirit, a colossal, menacing death spider emperor. 8 soul rings illuminated the air, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, casting an eerie glow. It seemed as though Qian Xuanji was ensnared, rendered motionless, his inner soul power rebelling against his will. In his desperate struggle, a 6-winged angelic apparition burst forth from within him, forcibly drawn out by Bibi Dong's soul power. Yield, Qian Xuanji. In your current state, how could you possibly contend with me? I shall reclaim the disgrace you have inflicted upon me, and avenge the wounds the Spirit Hall has caused. Bibi Dong's laughter echoed with a malevolent glee, reminiscent of a demon reveling in slaughter. As the 6-winged angel manifested, the Death Spider Emperor, sensing an exquisite delicacy, opened its gaping maw and voraciously devoured the angelic spirit. The creature radiated both a sinister bloodlust and a sacred nobility as golden and eerie lights flashed from its form. Qian Xuanji found his soul power rapidly siphoned towards Bibi Dong, utterly beyond his control. Unable to vocalize his plight, he collapsed, convulsing on the ground, enduring unspeakable agony. In a fleeting moment, the Death Spider Emperor consumed the 6-winged angel entirely, leaving Qian Xuanji pallid and lifeless, resembling a mere desiccated corpse. Bibi Dong cast a final glance at the fallen figure, retracted her martial spirit, and turned to depart. At that moment, a sound akin to an infant's cry pierced the silence, startling Bibi Dong and igniting her curiosity. After a brief contemplation, she followed the sound, discovering a hidden door adjacent to the dim chamber. Upon opening it, she stumbled upon Qian Xuanji's treasure trove. Upon entering, Bibi Dong beheld a charming infant resembling a porcelain doll nestled within a cradle. The baby, who had been crying, paused in astonishment at the sight of Bibi Dong. Ceasing its tears, with curious, twinkling blue eyes, the infant regarded her intently, and after a brief moment, burst into delighted laughter. In that instant, despite the bloodshed and murderous intent that enveloped Bibi Dong, she was taken aback by the child's unaffected demeanor. Strangely, as she gazed into the baby's azure eyes, the tumultuous bloodlust within her began to subside, the aura of violence dissipating into nothingness in mere moments. Captivated by the infant's adorable smile, Bibi Dong felt a smile tug at her lips, and as her murderous intent vanished, her gaze was filled with tenderness. Following a traumatic event that had left her heart desolate, she had not smiled in such a manner for a long time. As her heart began to regain its composure, She found herself both astonished and perplexed, pondering the child's identity and the reason for its presence in Qian Xuanji's secret chamber. This contemplation led her to recall her own child, Qian Rinxue, whom she had carried for 10 months. Shaking her head to dispel the distracting thoughts, she instinctively lifted the infant into her arms, gently rocking him while playfully engaging him. From the moment she laid eyes on this child, it was as though a spring had emerged from the depths of a stagnant pool, infusing her with vitality and hope. In an inexplicable manner, Bibi Dong felt a profound connection to the infant, believing him to be a divine gift, a treasure bestowed upon her by fate. She resolved to nurture him diligently, aiming to compensate for the regrets she held regarding her biological daughter. More importantly, from the very first glance, she found herself unable to divert her gaze from this child. The baby giggled joyfully in her embrace, oblivious to the world around him, and unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of others. Indeed, he was Tang Yuan, the very child snatched away by the black-robed soul saint of the spirit hall, and at this moment, all memories and mental faculties from his previous life lay dormant. He was merely an ordinary infant. Chapter 4, Pursuit. Bibi Dong, cradling Tang Yuan, began to survey the confines of the secret chamber. Though it contained few items, they were all treasures of unparalleled rarity. After a thorough search, she collected everything of value into her soul guide, including 7 soul bones, 8 soul guides, and a considerable quantity of medicinal herbs for enhancing soul power. After a moment of contemplation, she also stored the cradle, where Tang Yuan had been resting, into her soul guide, before pushing open a concealed door and departing. As she stepped out of the chamber, she encountered 5 individuals approaching her. At the forefront stood an elderly man, causing Bibi Dong's heart to race. It was none other than Qian Xuanji's father, the esteemed high priest of the spirit hall, Qian Douluo. Upon noticing Bibi Dong emerging from the secret chamber, Qian Douluo's heart sank, and he swiftly approached her, demanding, "Halt! What brings you here?" Aware that evasion was futile, Bibi Dong turned languidly to face him and replied, "Why is the high priest not in the elder hall, but instead here?" Qian Douluo witnessed Bibi Dong cradling an infant, leaving him quite perplexed. He was aware that his son had returned grievously injured from hunting the blue-silver emperor, and that the 2 titled Douluo who had accompanied him were now deceased. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Qian Xuanji had dispatched someone to abduct Tang Hao's youngest son. Just as he was about to inquire further, a young man rushed out from the dark chamber, exclaiming in alarm, "Teacher, something terrible has happened." His Majesty, a sense of foreboding washed over Qian Douluo. In an instant, he darted to the altar within the shadowy chamber, only to find his son in a state of tragic demise. Realizing that Bibi Dong was responsible, he cast aside his sorrow and bellowed, "Seize Bibi Dong." Upon hearing his command, although his 4 subordinates were taken aback, they dared not defy him. They immediately summoned their martial spirits and launched themselves towards Bibi Dong. Among them were 3 renowned titled Douluo, while the young man, Wu Ji, was Qian Douluo's direct disciple, boasting a soul power level of 87. With Qian Douluo, the limit Douluo, at level 99, filled with wrath, Bibi Dong understood that a fierce battle was inevitable. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and fled. In a matter of moments, Qian Douluo joined the fray. Bibi Dong, clutching Tang Yuan, sprinted ahead, occasionally unleashing soul skills behind her. The 5 pursuers relentlessly chased her, employing their own soul techniques against her. Fortunately, with her dual martial spirits and formidable innate soul power, Bibi Dong managed to escape the confines of the spirit city in no time. Originally residing in seclusion within the elder hall of the spirit hall, Qian Douluo, now stricken with the anguish of losing his son, could no longer afford to remain hidden. As the chase continued, both parties found themselves in the Douluo forest. Realizing that the distance between them was narrowing, Bibi Dong resolved to expend her soul power at the cost of her vitality to escape with all her might. At that moment, 3 powerful auras suddenly emanated from the heart of the Douluo forest, prompting Bibi Dong to charge toward them without a second thought. Qian Douluo, sensing the overwhelming presence of those 3 auras, understood that he was a limit Douluo of level 99, and that there were few who could surpass him in strength. Though the situation was perilous, he was not without the means to fight back. With his son's killer on the run, he was determined to capture Bibi Dong, vowing to exact his vengeance. In the core of the Douluo forest, there lay a serene lake, a picturesque locale adorned with azure skies and clear waters. By the riverside, a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in tight-fitting attire, was washing silk. Her features radiated determination, and her long ponytail flowed behind her like that of a valiant general. suddenly sensing powerful energies approaching from a distance. She stood up in alarm and gazed into the horizon. At that very moment, the lake behind her began to churn violently as a colossal soul beast resembling a bull-headed python surged forth from the waters. Simultaneously, the ground trembled as a towering giant ape raced toward her location, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. In this moment, the sky blue bull python inquired, "Sister, what is happening?" The beautiful woman shook her head, replying, "I do not know. It seems that powerful human forces are approaching." Upon hearing this, the titan giant ape exclaimed in astonishment, "Humans? We have no quarrel with them. What brings them here?" The beautiful woman replied, "I am not certain. Let us conceal ourselves. One of those presences is extraordinarily powerful, seemingly on par with the beast god." "What?" Both the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape echoed in unison. The beautiful woman whispered urgently, "It is too late. They are approaching." No sooner had she spoken than several streaks of light appeared before the trio's eyes, revealing the fleeing Bibi Dong and her pursuers, Qin Dao Lu and others. The sky blue bull python let out a resounding bellow, causing Bibi Dong and her companions to halt. Qin Dao Lu then called out loudly, "Bibi Dong, do you still wish to escape? Surrender now and return with me to the spirit hall. I shall ensure justice is served." Bibi Dong retorted with a cold laugh, "The spirit hall? Ha! A filthy place. Why would I ever return? Qin Dao Lu, you must be aware of what your son has done, of what the spirit hall has perpetrated. Why feign concern here?" Before Qin Dao Lu could respond, the woman known as elder sister interjected, "Humans, this is the Star Do Forest. We have no enmity with you. What brings you here today?" Qin Dao Lu turned to the source of the voice, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "A 10,000-year soul beast transformed? How intriguing." The titan giant ape, sensing the malice in Qin Dao Lu's gaze, leaped forward and roared, "Human, what do you intend to do?" Qin Dao Lu snorted dismissively, "I intend to do nothing. I am a high-ranking elder of the spirit hall, here to capture an adversary of the hall. I suggest you do not interfere." Upon hearing this, elder sister and her companions turned their gazes towards Bibi Dong, their eyes filled with hostility. Realizing that the elder sister was indeed a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, Bibi Dong felt a surge of greed and contemplated killing her to obtain a soul ring. However, glancing at the infant in her arms, her thoughts cleared somewhat. Aware that she was leading trouble to their doorstep and feeling a sense of guilt, she bowed deeply to the three, saying, "Esteemed ones, my flight to this place is not of my choosing, but rather to protect this innocent child from unwarranted calamity. If you can save him, I shall express my gratitude with my life." Seeing the infant, elder sister softened her expression, saying, "In that case, it is a matter of necessity. This does not concern us. You may leave." Noting her refusal to assist, Bibi Dong felt no further resentment. With a resigned sigh, she thanked the trio and continued her escape southward. Qin Dao Lu, observing this, commanded two titled Douluos to pursue Bibi Dong while he remained behind, fully aware that her soul power was not yet at level 90. Even with twin martial souls, she could not withstand the assault of two seasoned titled Douluos. As for himself, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Elder sister, seeing Qin Dao Lu send two titled Douluos after Bibi Dong while she and her companion stayed behind, felt a surge of anxiety and asked, "Human, why do you not depart?" Qin Dao Lu cackled with delight, 200,000-year soul beasts, and one is transformed. "How could I possibly leave so easily?" The azure bull python, filled with fury, retorted, "Humans, you greedy wretches, do you dare to hunt us? Are you not afraid of annihilation?" Qin Dao Lu laughed heartily. "What a joke. Do you think you stand a chance?" As his words fell, he summoned his martial spirit, identical to that of Qin Xuanji, revealing the six-winged angel martial spirit. 9 soul rings illuminated, 6 black and 3 red. "Impossible!" The azure bull python and the titan great ape exclaimed in unison. Qin Dao Lu sneered, "There is nothing impossible. Come along obediently." A flash of golden light enveloped the six-winged angel, its hands raised high, condensing golden radiance into a colossal golden sword, which swiftly struck towards the 3 soul beasts. Dread filled the hearts of the azure bull python and the titan great ape as they hastily unleashed their soul skills to defend themselves. Yet, Qin Dao Lu, a peak level 99 limit Douluo, proved overwhelmingly powerful. The 3 were repelled by a single strike, hurtling backward and spitting blood. Qin Dao Lu, elated at his advantage, prepared to pursue, his soul rings glowing anew to unleash another attack. Just then, a resounding dragon roar echoed from the lake, carrying an incredibly potent aura that forced the 3 to retreat. Aside from Qin Dao Lu, the titled Douluo, and his disciple were sent flying far away, crashing into several trees before coming to a halt. My lord, the azure bull python and the others rejoiced inwardly. Qiandalu was taken aback. Realizing there was another formidable presence in the area, he blurted out, "A million years." From the depths of the lake, a deep voice resonated, "Human, if you wish to live, vacate the Douluo forest. Should you take another step, I shall disregard my pact with the divine and annihilate your kind." Though reluctant, Qiandalu understood he was no match for this being. Gazing into the distance, he mused, "It would be wise to retreat. Otherwise, I may provoke his wrath. And the outcome could be disastrous, akin to a fish in a pot." With that thought, Qiandalu bowed towards the lake and declared, "Esteemed soul beast, I apologize for my intrusion. I came in pursuit of a trader and did not intend to disturb you. I shall take my leave." 1 breath, 2 breaths. 3 breaths passed without a response. Qiandalu, feeling unsatisfied, sighed as he led his injured subordinates and disciple back to the spirit hall. Once he departed, the powerful voice resounded again. "Ame, Daming, Erming, should such a matter arise again, report to the Black Dragon Palace for punishment." "Yes," the three responded in unison. Not daring to delay, the one referred to as Ame, a strikingly beautiful woman transformed from a 100,000-year, soft-bone charm rabbit, now bore a respectful demeanor, though her pallor betrayed a sense of relief at having survived the encounter. "Ame," the Titan great ape inquired, "what did the Lord mean by a pact with the divine? I have never heard of this." Ame shot him a glare and said, "Is it within our purview to meddle in the affairs of the esteemed?" The Titan giant ape, upon hearing this, sheepishly stuck out his tongue and replied, "Yes, yes, I shall refrain from prying." Following this exchange, the Douluo forest returned to its former tranquility. In the spirit city of Douluo Continent, Qiandalu was in the midst of circulating his soul power. Seated before him were two figures, the injured Fengyun Douluo and his cherished disciple, Wuji. As he withdrew his soul power, the healing concluded, and a hint of color returned to Fengyun Douluo and Wuji's faces. "Thank you, master. Thank you, great offering." They both rose in unison, bowing in gratitude to Qiandalu. He waved his hand, lost in thought. At this moment, Wuji inquired, "Master, what was that soul power?" Qiandalu responded solemnly, "That belonged to a soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years, or rather, it is far from being 1,000,000 years old." At that moment, I was astonished and mistakenly believed it to be 1,000,000-year soul beast. Yet upon reflection, it is certainly not that old, but its power is formidable, surpassing mine by a fraction. Although it is not 1,000,000 years, it must be over 500,000 years. I surmise it to be between 70 and 90,000 years. Wuji exclaimed in astonishment, "A 70,000-year soul beast. How could such a creature exist in the Douluo forest?" Qiandalu shook his head. "I am uncertain. Since my childhood, 10,000-year soul beasts have become exceedingly rare. Let alone those of several tens of thousands of years, I have not even heard of them." Wuji remarked, "If such a powerful soul beast is guarding the area, then those 3 10,000-year soul beasts would be akin to ducks flying right into our mouths. What a pity." Qiandalu scoffed, "Certainly not. That 70,000-year soul beast, from what I sensed, has reached a certain critical point in its cultivation. Had I not startled it with my aura, it would not have revealed itself. As long as I am absent, once you reach level 90, you can bring along 2 titled Douluo, and you shall undoubtedly obtain the 10,000-year soul ring. The sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape may pose challenges, but the transformed rabbit will be easily captured." Hearing this, Wuji was elated and darkly chuckled. "In that case, it shall be as you say." As they conversed, Fengyun Douluo suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, alarming both Qiandalu and Wuji, who rushed to check on him. Qiandalu asked, "What has happened?" Fengyun Douluo, pale and pained, replied, "The connection of soul power with my brothers, Fengling and Fengxue, has been severed. They are likely in grave danger." "What?" Qiandalu exclaimed in shock. Fengling Douluo and Fengxue Douluo were the 2 titled Douluo that Qiandalu had dispatched to pursue Bibi Dong. Rage surged within Qiandalu as he gritted his teeth. What a cunning Bibi Dong! Even I cannot see through her schemes. Wuji, witnessing the situation, asked, "Master, what shall we do now?" Qiandalu replied gravely, "Wuji, issue a continent-wide warrant for the capture of Bibi Dong and Tang Hao, and then go to the Haotian sect to demand their whereabouts. I want those too. They shall find no escape." "Yes," Wuji responded. Candalia pondered for a moment before stating, "I want to see Bibi Dong alive. As for Tang Hao, his life or death is inconsequential." Wuji was taken aback for a few seconds and replied, "Understood, master. From this moment forth, A tempest of blood and slaughter was about to unfold on the Douluo Continent. Chapter 5. The slaughter of the title Douluo. After Bibi Dong escaped the Star Do Great Forest with Tang Yuan, she sensed that only 2 pursuers remained behind her. Although formidable, she discerned their identities through their aura. They were undoubtedly 2 among the 3 title Douluo of Wind, Snow, and Spirit. While Candelio had likely stayed behind in the forest, a cold smile crept across Bibi Dong's face as she contemplated Candelia's greedy heart, surmising that he was busy hunting the 300,000-year soul beasts. As for these 2 title Douluo, she felt no fear. A silent mockery arose within her. Since you have come, I shall collect a little interest first. To avoid Candelio's pursuit, she continued to flee ahead, retracting her external soul bone, the 6-winged purple light wings, deliberately slowing her pace. Had she maintained her previous speed, she would have easily distanced herself from the 2 title Douluo. Though their ranks were not low, their soul power paled in comparison to Bibi Dong's dual martial souls. The 2 title Douluo, Feng Xue and Feng Ling, assumed that Bibi Dong was exhausted and had slowed down. Thus they rejoiced and exerted all their strength in pursuit, vowing to capture Bibi Dong and return her to the spirit hall. Bibi Dong reached the banks of a river, placing Tang Yuan beneath a small tree in the forest, and gently said, "Child, I shall be back shortly. You must wait here obediently." After setting up several barriers of soul power around Tang Yuan to prevent any soul beasts or ill-intentioned individuals from approaching, she proceeded to the riverbank, awaiting the arrival of the 2 pursuers. Before long, 2 figures appeared before Bibi Dong. Upon recognizing them, she smiled and remarked, "Ah, it is the title Douluo of Wind and Snow. Where is the title Douluo of Wind?" The Wind and Snow Douluo sneered, "Your Highness, the Saintess. Why are you not fleeing? Surely, you lack the strength?" He continued, "You would do well to surrender and return with us to the spirit hall, where you will await the decree of the grand offering." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong burst into laughter. "Surrender? With one of you at level 90 and the other at level 91? The 3 of you, Wind, Snow, and Spirit, are indeed a trio, possessing formidable martial soul fusion techniques. If all 3 were present, I might struggle to contend with you. However, with only the 2 of you, you should carefully consider your chances. Do not throw away your lives recklessly." The Wind Spirit Douluo, incensed by Bibi Dong's words, retorted angrily, "Bibi Dong, do you not fear your own hubris? You, a traitor of the spirit hall, are but a soul Douluo now. Do you believe yourself to still be that exalted saintess?" Bibi Dong replied coldly, "Saintess? I have no interest in such a title. If that is the case, let the 2 of you become the first stepping stones in my revenge against the spirit hall." Upon uttering these words, Bibi Dong summoned forth her martial spirit, a colossal phantom of the Death Spider Emperor manifesting behind her. Its 8 arachnid legs gleamed like swords, emanating a palpable aura of bloodlust and slaughter. 8 soul rings illuminated in succession: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The domain of the god of death. A chilling intent to kill enveloped Bibi Dong, and before the battle commenced, she preemptively unleashed the god of death's domain, shrouding the surroundings. The duo of Winds Now and Wind Spirit, unwilling to be outdone, similarly conjured their martial spirits. 2 identical phantoms of azure giant birds appeared behind them, their formidable wind attributes radiating power. Their optimal soul ring configuration of 9, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 soared skyward, instantly releasing the overwhelming presence of tidal Douluos. This was the martial spirit of the Gale Spirit Bird, a potent wind-type spirit. Wind Now, Wind Spirit, and Wind Cloud, being triplets, shared identical martial spirits. Upon awakening their martial spirits, each possessed innate soul power of the 6th level, neither more nor less. They were agility-based soul masters, and in combat, their thoughts were in perfect harmony, allowing them to execute a fusion technique of their martial spirits. Thus, despite their levels being slightly over 90, together they could contend with the tidal Douluo of level 95. 5th soul skill, Gale Reaping. 5th soul skill, Gale Reaping. Without hesitation, the 2 tidal Douluos unleashed their formidable 10,000-year soul skills. The wings of the Gale Spirit Bird coalesced into razor-sharp wind blades, launching towards Bibi Dong from both sides, sealing off her escape routes. 4th soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor. 3rd soul skill, Death Spider Web Bind. With an enraged shout, Bibi Dong invoked her 3rd and 4th soul skills in rapid succession. Her 4th soul ring illuminated, causing meter-long purplish-black thorns to sprout from every inch of her body, while her purple exoskeleton thickened considerably without hindering her speed. The accompanying venomous thorns were laced with potent toxins. Simultaneously, her third soul ring activated. The Death Spider Emperor's massive jaws opening wide to expel a deep purple web, shrouded in a mist of poisonous gas, expanding as it spiraled towards her adversaries. Enveloping Winds Now and Wind Spirit above them. As Winds Now and Wind Spirit closed in, the wind blades struck Bibidon's thorn spider armor, sparking brightly as a massive net descended from above. Winds Now scoffed, trivial techniques. In that instant, Winds Now and Wind Spirit pivoted, the Gale Spirit bird maneuvering aside. Its wind blades severing the web, which shattered into countless twinkling fragments. Devouring Soul Spider Emperor. Bibion bellowed, summoning her second martial spirit. A dark green web-like pattern emerged upon her forehead, and a gigantic phantom of the green Spider Emperor appeared. The former Death Spider Emperor had vanished, and now a crystalline layer of dark green radiance enveloped Bibidon, 3 pairs of dark green spider legs sprouting from her back, while her arms transformed into similar dark green spears, her lower body completely cloaked in a layer of emerald light. A dual martial spirit. In the midst of the tumultuous storm, both the Wind Snow Douluo and the Wind Spirit Douluo were struck with profound astonishment. The revelation of Bibidong possessing twin martial souls was a secret known only to Qian Daolu and Qian Xuanji within the Spirit Hall. Thus, the realization felt like an overwhelming tsunami crashing upon them. With a flicker of an instant, Bibidong unleashed her formidable 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation, derived from her Millennium Soul Ring. The Wind Snow Douluo and the Wind Spirit Douluo, still within proximity, beheld 2 emerald-like colossal scythes rising simultaneously, slicing through the air to form a massive green forked wave that surged towards them. In unison, they exclaimed, "Not good." Reacting hastily, they called out, "Martial Soul True Form." As their voices echoed, the 7th soul rings of the Wind Spirit Sparrows illuminated, allowing them to merge their essence with the Wind Snow Douluo and Wind Spirit Douluo. A radiant azure glow enveloped them, significantly enhancing their defenses, yet they were ultimately struck by the force of eternal creation, reeling back several steps. The Wind Snow Douluo solemnly remarked, "What a remarkable holy maiden. I never expected you to possess twin martial souls. You have concealed this well. No wonder your confidence is so grand. But do you truly believe that your twin martial souls can contend with us?" Bibiong retorted with a cold smile. "Whether you can withstand it or not, you shall feel it soon enough." Observing her calm demeanor, the Wind Snow Douluo felt an unsettling apprehension and demanded, "What do you mean?" Before Bibidong could respond, the Wind Spirit Douluo's expression shifted dramatically as he gravely stated, "Elder brother, something is amiss. I sense an unshakable wound within me." "What?" The Wind Snow Douluo exclaimed in shock, only to discover a surge of soul power within himself, incessantly devouring his vitality. Bibidong, with an indifferent tone, declared, "This is my 6th soul skill. Once it strikes, even with the martial soul true form and heightened defenses, unless you are a deity, you shall never heal." "Bibidong, cease your deceitful words," the Wind Snow Douluo retorted angrily, feeling the torment within. He then urged the Wind Spirit Douluo, "Third brother, do not heed her. Attempt to disperse it with your soul power." Following his elder brother's advice, the Wind Spirit Douluo used his soul power to heal the wound. As he felt the soul power reach the injury, the green aura diminished slightly, eliciting joy as he exclaimed, "Elder brother, it truly works." However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted once more, realizing that although his soul power could dispel the wound, the green aura seemed inexhaustible. For every bit he dispelled, 3 more emerged, akin to a tenacious parasite. At this juncture, the Wind Snow Douluo was equally gripped by panic, disregarding his brother's plight as he concentrated all his soul power in an attempt to eliminate the fearsome green aura. Moments passed, and both the Wind Snow Douluo and the Wind Spirit Douluo appeared pallid, nearing the brink of exhaustion. In a state of despair, the Wind Spirit Douluo cried out, "I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die. Elder brother, save me, save me." In response to the plea of the Wind Spirit Douluo, the Snowstorm Douluo remained indifferent, for he was overwhelmed by his own plight, leaving him no strength to rescue another. The Wind Spirit Douluo, having reached the limits of despair, disregarded his internal wounds, kneeling and repeatedly bowing, beseeching, "Your Highness the Holy Maiden, I am a fool who has failed to recognize your greatness. I implore you to spare my life. I shall serve you diligently, never daring to defy your commands." Bibidong gazed at the two with a detached expression, her voice devoid of emotion. "Useless. The will of the Rakshasa cannot be opposed by mere mortals." Third soul skill, summon the demon spider. As her words fell, An emerald green aura unfurled beneath her feet, accompanied by sounds of earth breaking apart. From the ground emerged a swarm of emerald-hued venomous spiders, each approximately half a meter in diameter, formed from the deathly energy that Bibi Dong had summoned. They crawled relentlessly toward the windstorm Douluo and wind spirit Douluo. Ah, Bibi Dong, you will meet a wretched end. Even as a ghost, I will not let you escape. The wind spirit Douluo raged. Bibi Dong, you cruel woman. The spirit hall will avenge us. Bibi Dong's demeanor remained impassive, neither joyful nor sorrowful. As she watched the multitude of venomous spiders engulf the windstorm Douluo and wind spirit Douluo, savoring the extraction of their soul power and vitality. After a prolonged moment, the swarm of spiders receded, revealing two desiccated corpses, the windstorm Douluo and wind spirit Douluo. Bibi Dong regarded them with a flick of her hand, causing their bodies to disintegrate into dust scattered by the winds, vanishing into the void. Having concluded her grim task, Bibi Dong's complexion paled slightly. She dared not linger and promptly retreated into the forest. Approaching the tree beneath which Tang Yuan lay peacefully, she smiled tenderly, ready to step forward. Just then, she noticed a shadow lurking behind the tree, causing her heart to leap in alarm. In a swift motion, she dashed forward, withdrawing her soul power from beneath the tree, and cradled Tang Yuan in her arms. Who goes there? Bibi Dong demanded. Silence enveloped her, with no response forthcoming. As she circled around the tree, she beheld a blood-soaked figure in a green robe collapsed beside it, clearly gravely injured. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow and coldly remarked, "What a troublesome situation." Chapter 6. Shaohan. In the southernmost region of the Douluo Continent lies a mountain range known as the Yuming Ridge, stretching for 1,000 miles. This enchanting locale is adorned with lush forests, cascading waterfalls, and sheer cliffs, home to numerous formidable soul beasts. Despite its ethereal beauty, the local populace speaks of this place as the realm of death, where anyone who dares to approach will be devoured by mortality, their souls extinguished. At the foot of the Yuming Ridge, beside a lake called Yujing Lake, stands a manor known as the Death Spirit Manor, although its name may instill fear. Much like the Yuming Ridge, its surroundings are breathtaking, filled with the melodies of birds, the fragrance of blossoms, and the gentle sounds of clear springs. On ordinary days, a mystical purple haze envelopes the area, shrouded in misty rain, often accompanied by the intoxicating notes of a flute. Upon his return, Shaohan stirred up quite a commotion. Bibi Dong sat in the main seat of the Death Spirit Manor's hall, listening to the resonant flute music, and sighed deeply, resting her forehead in her hand. "Master, should we inform the Grand Elder?" suggested a subordinate. Beside him stood a graceful youth clad in golden armor, neither distinctly male nor female, who spoke with a voice that was soft and delicate, reminiscent of a woman's. This individual was Ju Douluo Yuiguan, a level 91 titled Douluo, with the martial spirit of the extraordinary sky mushroom chrysanthemum. The esteemed elder he referred to was none other than Shaohan, mentioned in Bibi Dong's words, who was currently playing the flute outside. After Bibi Dong had slain both the wind and snow Douluo, she encountered Shaohan, who was gravely injured, lying beside a tree, on the brink of death. Initially reluctant to intervene, allowing him to perish, she was moved by the child in her arms and felt compelled to perform a good deed, hoping it would ensure the child's healthy growth. By a twist of fate, Bibi Dong rescued Shaohan. In time, she noticed that upon seeing Tang Yuan for the first time, her temperament and disposition had softened considerably, contrasting sharply with her previously dark demeanor. This, however, is a story for another time. After saving Shaohan, Bibi Dong intended to depart, but Shaohan insisted on repaying her kindness, expressing a desire to accompany her. With a few words, he recounted his background. It turned out that Shaohan hailed from the Shao family of the Tiando Empire, once a prominent noble family. While their strength was negligible in the eyes of the Spirit Hall, they were still regarded as a formidable family by ordinary soul masters. However, over 30 years ago, a visitor arrived, an old friend of the Shao family's head, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, a second-ranked elder of the Spirit Hall. For a family like the Shao's, having a connection with the Golden Crocodile Douluo was exceedingly rare, and thus, the entire Shao family revered him as a deity. Consequently, when the head of the Shao family inadvertently revealed the existence of a soul bone from an 80,000-year-old spirit beast, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, having overheard this, annihilated the Shao family that very night to seize the soul bone and conceal his actions from others. At the time, Shaohan was studying at the academy and narrowly escaped this catastrophe. Upon hearing of the tragedy that befell his family, He rushed home only to find the golden crocodile Douluo had already fled, leaving him to confront the grim reality of his family's demise. Heartbroken, he searched desperately until he found a distant uncle who had survived, albeit barely, due to his martial spirit. After imparting the tale of their misfortune, the uncle passed away. Xiao Han swore vengeance for his family, vowing never to live in vain. Thus, he dedicated himself to intense training, aspiring to one day confront the golden crocodile Douluo. Gifted with innate talent, he possessed an initial soul power of level 8 and inherited the formidable heavenly heart jade flute martial spirit from his family. After more than 30 years, he achieved the rank of titled Douluo, yet he was acutely aware of the golden crocodile Douluo's might and felt uncertain of his own capabilities. Thus, he trained for another decade, reaching level 95 as a titled Douluo. At this juncture, he believed he possessed the strength to confront his nemesis. He utilized his martial spirit to control several titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, hypnotizing them into luring the golden crocodile Douluo out of Spirit City. To his dismay, after integrating the soul bone, the golden crocodile Douluo's power surged to the pinnacle of level 98. Following a fierce battle, Xiao Han ultimately found himself overpowered. Managing to escape with grievous injuries, collapsing behind a tree, where he was discovered by Bibi Dong. In truth, Xiao Han was not a fool. He confided in Bibi Dong and revealed his entire lineage because, prior to losing consciousness, he witnessed the two titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall pursuing Bibi Dong. Initially, he had believed those two were sent by the golden crocodile Douluo to hunt him down, only to discover they were not. Upon hearing the names of the two titled Douluos mentioning Bibi Dong, he instantly recognized that the woman before him was none other than the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, endowed with twin martial souls and extraordinary talent. However, Xiao Han was perplexed as to why the Spirit Hall sought her demise, yet this was of little consequence. Aware of the enmity between Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall, and perceiving her immense potential, though her current strength was not formidable, he surmised that she would soon surpass him. Additionally, given that Bibi Dong had rescued him, Xiao Han entertained thoughts of allegiance. He believed Bibi Dong to be a person capable of aiding him in his quest for vengeance. At that moment, Bibi Dong had already conceived the idea of establishing a support system for Tang Yuan. Aware that Xiao Han would not readily seek revenge against the golden crocodile Douluo until he achieved the goal of reaching level 98 as a titled Douluo. And seeing that Xiao Han possessed commendable strength, she invited him to co-develop the necromancer's manner, offering him the position of Grand Elder, second only to her, above all others. With a sigh, Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Let him be. He has contributed significantly to this mission. For now, let him indulge in his whims." Alas, at his age, he lacks the demeanor of a true powerhouse. The chrysanthemum Douluo chuckled. The Grand Elder's free-spirited nature and enjoyment of life are quite normal. The main issue lies with the maidens in our manor, who are all enamored with the Grand Elder and constantly seek ways to be near him. The Grand Elder, in turn, is powerless against their charms, and their efforts to win his favor have indeed made them more diligent in their cultivation. At this moment, on the other side of Bibi Dong stood another figure with a pallid complexion and deep-set eyes. Although his appearance seemed gaunt, his eyes sparkled with vitality. Clad in black armor, he was none other than the ghost Douluo Mei, a titled Douluo of level 91, with the martial soul of ghostly charm. Both Guo Mei and Yu Guan had stealthily escaped from the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the decree for Bibi Dong's capture, they were filled with trepidation. Once loyal subordinates to Bibi Dong, they immediately decided to leave the Spirit Hall, tracing her escape route, and ultimately found her half a year later. When they discovered Bibi Dong, she had already begun constructing this sanctuary. Their unwavering loyalty touched Bibi Dong, who, for the sake of Tang Yuan's healthy growth, resolved to fortify this place to ensure his safety. Therefore, she allowed Guo Mei and Yu Guan to remain as the protectors of the necromancer's manor. In addition to Bibi Dong as the master and Xiao Han as the Grand Elder, the manor boasted the two guardians, Guo Mei and Yu Guan, along with a dozen or so soul Douluos and several soul saints and soul emperors, having gathered the local powers of the Yomi Ridge under Bibi Dong's command. Beyond these principal forces, there were merely soul master guards and a few servants. Just then, a flash of azure light swept through, accompanied by a gentle breeze. As a figure clad in blue appeared in the main hall, the crowd recognized him as Xiao Han, who exhaled deeply, displaying a countenance of relief. Bibi Dong teased, "Why do you appear so utterly exhausted? As the esteemed Grand Elder of the Spectral Mountain Manor, how many maidens have you serenaded today?" Xiao Han wore a bitter expression and replied, "I must confess, master of the manor. You are unaware of the fact that the young ladies here are growing increasingly idle by the day. I dread returning to the manor. If there are any tasks, please assign them to me post-haste." Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively and said, "Enough of your disingenuous flattery. Many within the manor would covet such an opportunity. It is no wonder that the young women in the manor are incessantly drawn to Xiao Han, despite being over 60. His formidable strength and high soul power bestow upon him the appearance of a man in his early 30s, exuding a refined maturity that captivates any maiden in the bloom of youth. However, there remains a pressing matter at hand. Although I initially intended for you Guan to undertake this task, your eagerness to volunteer necessitates that you make another journey." Bibi Dong continued. "There have been some hindrances in the advancement of our interests in the Star Luo Empire. You are to lead a contingent there. Select your own personnel. Depart the day after tomorrow. But remember, you need not reveal yourself just yet. Allow your subordinates to handle the arrangements. Should you encounter any obstacles posed by titled Douluo-level individuals, you may then choose to intervene." Xiao Han responded affirmatively, understood. Upon concluding her thoughts, Xiao Han withdrew from the grand hall to attend to matters pertaining to the current assignment. After his departure, Bibi Dong found herself deep in contemplation regarding the affairs of the Death Spirit Manor, which were pivotal to future intelligence and funding, as well as the resources crucial for Tang Yuan's development. This was a matter of utmost importance. For reasons unknown, Bibi Dong realized she had undergone significant changes. Ever since she had embraced the legacy of the Rakshasa, or rather, since Qian Xuanji had imposed such actions upon her. Her heart had been consumed by a singular emotion, hatred. Even her own flesh and blood felt distant and estranged. However, upon encountering Tang Yuan, she felt a rekindling of emotions and a resurgence of hope. Despite having accepted the blood-soaked, merciless, and bloodthirsty inheritance of the Rakshasa deity, which repeatedly threatened to ensnare her, the mere thought of Tang Yuan's small figure and his heartwarming smile would always pull her back from the brink, though the reasons for her transformation remained elusive. The legacy of the Rakshasa continued to endure. Nevertheless, for Bibi Dong, the presence of Tang Yuan brought forth hope and warmth, rendering all else insignificant. Now, 2 years had elapsed since the relentless pursuit by Qian Douluo, during which Bibi Dong, while enduring the trials of the Rakshasa deity, had also acquired her 9th spirit ring, a divine gift exceeding 100,000 years in age. In the early hours of a few days later, Bibi Dong summoned Xiao Han and his entourage, gathering them in the front hall before their departure, where she emphasized several important matters before sending them off from the manor. Upon returning to the hall, she began to address other responsibilities, a hint of fatigue evident on her countenance. Such was the plight of a newly established manor. Many tasks required her direct involvement as the manor's master. Before long, a youthful voice echoed through the hall. "Mama, mama." Bibi Dong snapped back to attention, observing a small figure rushing towards her, unsteadily calling out, trailed closely by Yu Guan and Gue Mei. The two were anxious to prevent any potential tumbles, with Yu Guan exclaiming, "Oh dear, little ancestor, do slow down." The diminutive figure, now closer, revealed itself to be an exceedingly charming boy, with starry eyes, sword-like brows, and blue hair and eyes, his porcelain-like cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. This little boy was none other than Tang Yuan, whom Bibi Dong had rescued from Qian Xuanji's secret chamber 2 years prior. Upon awakening, Xiao Han beheld Bibi Dong cradling an infant, mistakenly believing the child to be hers. It was only later revealed that this was the child Bibi Dong had rescued from the secret chamber of Qian Xuanji. Curious about Tang Yuan's origins, Xiao Han inquired further. While Bibi Dong was unaware of the specifics, she could surmise a fair amount, as the child had not existed prior to Qian Xuanji's return from hunting the Blue Silver Emperor. After Qian Xuanji's return, Bibi Dong encountered the child, and she speculated that the father was most likely Tang Hao. Subsequently, Bibi Dong dispatched individuals to seek Tang Hao, yet no news emerged. According to reports from her subordinates, the Spirit Hall had issued a bounty, causing the Haotian sect to seal its mountain, rendering any contact with its members impossible. Thus, Bibi Dong had no choice but to relent. She harbored an intuition that Tang Hao is not within the Haotian sect, so for the past 2 years, she remained undeterred, determined to find him. As for Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong affectionately named him Xiao Qi, a name reminiscent of his previous life's moniker. The reason for this choice was almost humorous. Bibi Dong was at a loss for names, and ultimately settled on Xiao Qi because it was the 7th day since she had first met Tang Yuan. Upon seeing Tang Yuan, The icy facade within Bibi Dong seemed to melt away in an instant. A gentle smile graced her lips, and tender affection illuminated her expression. Rising to her feet, she stepped forward and embraced Tang Yuan, exclaiming, "Xiaoqi, why have you only now come to find your mother?" Tang Yuan chuckled softly and, with a playful peck, kissed Bibi Dong on the cheek. "Mama, little Seven is playing in the garden, chasing butterflies." At this moment, due to the slumbering of his memories, Tang Yuan's thoughts mirrored those of a child his age. Bibi Dong reached out to wipe the beads of sweat from Tang Yuan's forehead and playfully scolded, "Oh, you little rascal, you're playing so hard that you're drenched in sweat. Aren't you tired?" Tang Yuan shook his head with a smile, saying, "I am not tired. I still wish to chase after the little butterflies and play." Bai Dong glanced at Gui Mei and Yu Guan, who returned with Tang Yuan, observing their disheveled appearance. Drenched in sweat, and could not help but chuckle, "You may not be fatigued, but you have certainly worn out Uncle Yu Guan and Uncle Gui." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan responded with a grin, "Not tired at all. The joy of playing with Xiaoqi brings me immense happiness." He then turned to old Gui, "Wouldn't you agree?" Gui Mei nodded, his smile somewhat strained, and replied, "Indeed." Tang Yuan chuckled and remarked, "Mother, look, Uncle Yu Guan and Uncle Gui aren't tired at all. Why don't you come and play with me?" Bibi Dong responded with an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry, Xiaoqi. I've been rather busy lately. After some time, I promise to play with you, all right?" Recently, she had spent little time with Xiaoqi as she was at a critical stage in her cultivation, and the trials of the Rakshasa goddess inheritance were nearing their end. Consequently, she had to rely on Yu Guan and Gui Mei to care for Xiaoqi. As for Xiao Han, he had been even more diligent, often telling Tang Yuan stories late into the night to lull him to sleep. Although Tang Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment at Bibidong's apology, he was mature for his age and did not wish to burden her, so he nodded and smiled, "All right. It's a promise, let us seal it with a pact." Bibi Dong smiled with relief. "A promise it is, let us seal it with a pact." As time flew by and the seasons changed, for years passed swiftly. During this period, the spirit hall operated steadily, with little change day by day. Xiao Han was still often surrounded by affectionate admirers, but thankfully, many of the young women were preoccupied with missions outside the estate, which provided him some respite. Meanwhile, he consistently sought opportunities to gather intelligence on the movements of the spirit hall. Compared to the previous tumultuous times, the situation had calmed significantly. Yu Guan and Gui Mei continued to seek opportunities to spar with Xiao Han, who had now attained the rank of a 93rd level title Douluo. Xiao Han himself advanced further, reaching the peak of 95, not far from level 96. Aside from the spirit hall, the martial world was relatively tranquil, though rumors circulated regarding the appearance of the Haotian Douluo in a small town called Nodding City, located in the southwest of the Tiando Empire. Now 6 years old, Tang Yuan was set to undergo his martial soul awakening the following day, accompanied by Bibi Dong to a nearby village. In the front hall of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong occupied the seat of honor and inquired, "Yu Guan, have you gathered the intelligence? When will the spirit hall soul master arrive in Haishi village?" Yu Guan sat at the lower left and replied, "I have found out that tomorrow morning, a soul master named Grolin from the Nanhua City branch of the spirit hall will arrive in Haishi village." Bibi Dong nodded, remarking, "It's fortunate that despite Haishi village's remoteness, the spirit hall is meticulous in their operations, sending soul masters to awaken the children's martial souls. Otherwise, we would have to take Xiaoqi all the way to Nanhua City." Gui Mei interjected, "Master, why not let Xiao Han take Xiaoqi? After all, he is from the spirit hall. Although he is merely a soul master, I fear unexpected complications." At that moment, Yu Guan added, "Indeed, master. What if we seize the awakening stones from the spirit hall and perform the awakening ourselves? Wouldn't that be a more secure option?" Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. "There is no need for that. The spirit hall poses no significant threat to me at this point. I'm merely concerned for Xiaoqi's safety and cannot allow any unforeseen circumstances." That being said, Bibi Dong felt a sense of uncertainty within her. She was acutely aware of the profound foundation of the spirit hall. Merely the number of titled Douluos on her side paled in comparison. Moreover, the awakening stones were firmly under the control of the spirit hall, with only the 7 major sects possessing them. To awaken a martial soul, one must seek the spirit hall's assistance. Had she known back then to bring some from the spirit hall, she would have done so. This item, often regarded as useless, had slipped her mind entirely. With a resigned expression, Bibi Dong continued, "I should have anticipated this." Yu Guan shrugged and remarked, "Indeed, neither Old Ghost nor I foresaw this." Had we known, we would have brought a cart full. Guame pondered for a moment, fully aware of Bibidong's terrifying strength. After years of cultivation and with the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, her power had become unfathomable, so he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Xiaohan became enthusiastic, raising his hand high and exclaiming, "I can do it. I can take little 7. He primarily wished to escape the distractions of the courtyard. Even if just for a day and a half. Bibidong shot him a glance and replied coolly, "There's no need." Xiaohan, taken aback, asked why not. "It's a short journey. We could return in a day without worry." Bibidong shook her head, expressing her concern. "I fear you might lead little 7 astray." Observing Xiaohan's carefree demeanor, she worried that Tang Yuan might end up similarly. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. At least he wouldn't struggle to find a wife. This sentiment resonated with every concerned mother. Upon hearing this, the others stifled their laughter, their expressions comically restrained. Xiaohan's eyes glinted with coldness, prompting everyone to immediately adopt a serious demeanor, each privately acknowledging, "The Grand Elder has grown even stronger. She's not to be trifled with." Just then, Tang Yuan burst into the hall, calling out loudly, "Mom! Mom! Mom!" Upon entering, he noticed the numerous attendees and felt a tinge of embarrassment for his reckless entrance, unaware that a discussion was underway. Fortunately, everyone present were relatives from the manor, who had always showered him with affection. Feeling slightly sheepish, he greeted them with a bow, receiving warm smiles in return before rushing to Bibidong. As he leapt into her embrace, Bibidong smiled gently and said, "You little rascal. Didn't you see that your mother and the uncles and aunts were in a meeting? You can't just barge in like that." Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Mother, I can hardly wait. Will you take me to awaken my martial soul tomorrow?" Bibidong nodded with a smile and replied, "Indeed, so you must retire early tonight. We shall set forth at dawn." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Mother, I have awakened my martial soul. Am I as formidable as the esteemed uncles and aunts?" At that moment, a spirit Douluo known as Ghost Hand chuckled, "Young master, your innate talent is exceptional. The martial soul you have awakened will undoubtedly surpass ours." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Is it true? Uncle Ghost Hand, you mustn't be deceiving me." Uncle Ghost Hand, with a resigned smile, replied, "Young master, I assure you, I would never resort to deceit." Tang Yuan's heart swelled with joy, and he turned to Bibidong, inquiring, "Mother, do you not agree?" Observing his eager anticipation, Bibidong found him endearing and replied with a smile, "Indeed, our little Chi will surely awaken a formidable martial soul." Tang Yuan inquired, "Mother, will my awakened martial soul be akin to yours, a grand spider?" Upon hearing this, Bibidong was momentarily taken aback. After all, Tang Yuan was not her biological child, and thus it seemed illogical for him to awaken the same martial soul as hers. Just as she pondered how to respond, Tang Yuan posed another question, "Mother, I read in a book that a child's martial soul is likely to inherit that of their parents. Is that true?" Bibidong sighed inwardly and replied, "Little 7. It is also possible for it to be a mutated martial soul." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yuan nodded and remarked, "Indeed. Yet I still yearn for a magnificent spider akin to my mother's." The matter of Bibidong's twin martial spirits is known only to Yue Guan, Guame, and Xiaohan. The other members of the Death Spirit Manor, including Tang Yuan, remain oblivious to this fact. Consequently, what Tang Yuan typically encounters is merely one of Bibidong's martial spirits, the Death Spider Queen. After Tang Yuan finished speaking, he inquired, "Mother, when I awaken my martial soul tomorrow, can you finally give me a name? A proper name with a surname." Bibidong gazed at Tang Yuan, reminiscing about the time when he was 3 years old and had come to her, questioning why everyone else had names and surnames while he was merely called Little 7. Gently stroking Tang Yuan's head, Bibidong lovingly explained that she wished to bestow upon him a name related to his martial soul. Thus they must wait until his 6th birthday, when his martial soul would awaken, to choose it. Tang Yuan held unwavering faith, and thus for several years. He had eagerly anticipated the day he would awaken his martial soul. Now that the moment had finally arrived, how could he contain his excitement? In truth, Bibidong harbored a fondness for the name Shaoqi. Should fortune favor them and Tang Yuan awaken the Haotian hammer, then the name Shaoqi would be the only one that belonged to her in his existence. In the not-so-distant future, when he reunites with his biological parents, what would her place be? As Bibidong gazed at the Tang Yuan in her arms, she gently caressed his head and smiled softly, saying, "Very well. Tomorrow when Shaoqi awakens his martial soul, Mother shall bestow upon him a name." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan was filled with immense joy and content in his heart. returned to his chamber to rest. Bibi Dong gazed at Tang Yuan's retreating figure, a profound sense of reluctance washing over her as she sighed softly within. Chapter 8. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. The following day, Tang Yuan arose early, diligently donned his attire, and after enjoying a hearty breakfast, he made his way to the hall to await the arrival of his companions. Before long, Bibi Dong, accompanied by Yue Guan and Gue Mei, entered the hall. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed into Bibi Dong's embrace. Amused by his enthusiastic demeanor, she inquired, "Have you been waiting long?" Tang Yuan shook his head and said, No, mother, let us depart swiftly." Bibi Dong gently assisted him in tidying his attire, speaking softly, "Little seven, now that you have awakened your martial soul, you are an adult. You must no longer be so impulsive." Tang Yuan chuckled, "Yes, mother, I am aware." Bibi Dong extended her slender fingers, reminiscent of green onions, and gently tapped Tang Yuan's forehead, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Oh, you," holding Tang Yuan's small hand. Bibi Dong exited the grand hall, and together they boarded a carriage that was neither too large nor too small. While the carriage was not extravagant, it exuded an air of nobility. The driver cracked his whip, and the spirited horse let out a long neigh as it began its journey westward, the wheels rolling steadily until they soon departed the boundaries of the necromancer's manor. Seated within the carriage, Tang Yuan's curiosity surged. He leaned against the window, gazing at the passing scenery, which appeared wondrous to him. He frequently exclaimed in delight, urging Bibi Dong to join him in observing the sights. Watching Tang Yuan's joyful demeanor, Bibi Dong felt a twinge of guilt. Over the years, due to her rigorous training, her time spent with Tang Yuan had significantly diminished, and she had never taken him beyond the confines of the necromancer's manor. A 6-year-old child, akin to a canary confined within a cage. Despite Bibi Dong's diligent care and her desire to provide him with the entire world, it seemed as if Tang Yuan was her entire universe. Even Qianren Shui appeared to pale in comparison to Tang Yuan's significance in Bibi Dong's heart. Yet, at that moment, she still felt a sense of unfairness towards Tang Yuan. After an hour, the carriage gradually came to a halt at the entrance of Haishi village. "Wait here," Bibi Dong instructed as she helped Tang Yuan down from the carriage, addressing the driver, who responded affirmatively. Approaching the village entrance, they spotted a familiar figure clad in green standing at a distance, who seemed to recognize them and waved enthusiastically. "Mother, it's Uncle Xiao," Tang Yuan exclaimed with a mixture of surprise and joy, not expecting to see Xiao Han here. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that Xiao Han had come early to wait for them after not being seen that morning. No wonder he had not insisted on coming when she had prohibited him yesterday. It appeared that Xiao Han had indeed been intimidated by the throng of delicate ladies in the manor. Tang Yuan released Bibi Dong's hand and joyfully dashed toward Xiao Han, exclaiming, "Uncle Xiao." Upon noticing Tang Yuan's approach, Xiao Han effortlessly lifted him above his head, laughing, "Our little titled Douluo has arrived." It was evident that Tang Yuan held a genuine fondness for Xiao Han, which led one to believe that Bibi Dong harbored concerns about Tang Yuan's potential mischief with him. Nevertheless, it was perhaps for the best, as this would offer an additional layer of protection. The trio then entered the village together. Bibi Dong remarked, "Continuing on this path is not a solution. It would be prudent to find someone sooner rather than later to avoid unnecessary disturbances." However, Xiao Han replied, "My sole focus is on enhancing my strength, establishing the Spirit Mountain Manor, and swiftly eliminating that rogue genie. I desire nothing else." With such a response from Xiao Han, Bibi Dong refrained from further persuasion. Upon arriving in the unfamiliar surroundings, Tang Yuan, who had previously been so exuberant, now grew quiet. He obediently held Bibi Dong's hand tightly, surveying his surroundings with a mix of curiosity and trepidation as he encountered many unfamiliar faces. Observing his demeanor, Bibi Dong affectionately patted his head and offered him a gentle smile. Haishi village, though modest in size, was among the inconspicuous villages under the jurisdiction of Nanhua City. Nevertheless, it attracted soul masters from the spirit hall who came to awaken the martial spirits of the local children. Despite the fact that no child with soul power had emerged in over a decade, the trio arrived at the entrance of the spirit hall in the village. Rather than a grand hall, it resembled a larger classroom, where a few children were already waiting. Upon noticing newcomers, they craned their necks to observe. "Look, there's a blue-haired boy. He is quite handsome," one child remarked. "Indeed, he resembles a girl," another chimed in. "Humph, what a coward. He still needs an adult to accompany him. Who is he? He doesn't seem to be from the village." The children chattered excitedly, fixated on Tang Yuan, engaging in lively discussion. Upon encountering a child of similar age, Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy and yearned to approach and forge a friendship. However, the penetrating gazes of those around him seemed to scrutinize his every move, as if they were whispering amongst themselves. A pang of fear gripped him, prompting him to hide behind Bai Dong, peering out cautiously at the interior of the spirit hall. At that moment, an elderly man approached and inquired, "Good day. May I ask who you are?" Bai Dong turned to face him and replied, "I am Dong Li, referred by a friend, here to assist the child in awakening his spirit." Utilizing an alias, Bai Dong deliberately withheld their true identities, although she did not fear the spirit hall. Drawing unwanted attention could pose significant complications, particularly concerning Tang Yuan's safety. The elder was the village chief, and upon observing the opulent attire of Bai Dong and her companions, he found it perplexing that they would travel to this remote mountain village for a spirit awakening. Nevertheless, he dismissed his curiosity, particularly since the individual who had introduced them had generously gifted him 10 gold spirit coins, which had delighted him for several days. Upon hearing Bai Dong's words, the village chief's eyes widened in realization. "Ah, so you are Lady Dong Li. I understand now. Is this child to awaken his spirit?" he asked, gesturing toward Tang Yuan. Bai Dong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. What a delightful child. Please, come inside," the village chief invited. Tang Yuan glanced at Bibi Dong, who smiled and said, "Go ahead, your mother is waiting for you outside." Tang Yuan nodded and entered the spirit hall alongside the village chief. After sitting in the spirit hall for a while, the children no longer regarded him, and he felt too shy to approach them, so he simply sat on a chair, surveying his surroundings. Before long, the spirit master arrived. The moment he stepped into the hall, Tang Yuan was captivated by him, scrutinizing his appearance. The spirit master appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a mustache that added to his authoritative demeanor. Clad in a white uniform with a black cloak flowing behind him, he bore a soul symbol the size of a fist emblazoned at the center of his chest, which was the standard attire for personnel of the spirit hall. A hint of pride glimmered in the spirit master's eyes as he surveyed the room. He seemed unfazed, accustomed to visiting Blackstone Village each year to awaken the children's martial spirits. However, his gaze lingered momentarily on Tang Yuan. The village chief greeted the spirit master, who replied with a nonchalant nod. He then opened his satchel and retrieved 2 items, 6 obsidian spheres and a shimmering blue crystal orb. Once his preparations were complete, the spirit master stood before them and spoke in a calm tone. "I am Glorine, a level 24 battle spirit master, and I shall guide you today. We will commence the martial spirit awakening ceremony. Please line up and approach one by one. Remember, do not fear, no matter what happens." Upon hearing Glorine's words, the children instinctively formed a long queue, with Tang Yuan taking his place at the end. Glorine arranged the 6 black spheres in a hexagonal formation on the ground, signaling for the first child to step inside. The child nervously approached. Glorine reassured him, "Do not be afraid, close your eyes and feel carefully." As his words faded, Glorine spread his right hand, which emanated a golden radiance. From the palm of his hand, a knight's sword materialized. The sword appeared quite ordinary, resembling a typical longsword from a blacksmith's forge, its surface gleaming silver with intricate patterns on the hilt. Subsequently, 2 rings of light illuminated from beneath his feet, swirling and dancing from his soles to the crown of his head. One was white, the other yellow, both dazzlingly bright. The child standing within the hexagon of black stones gazed in awe at Glorine's martial spirit and the enchanting transformation, his eyes wide and mouth agape, reflecting sheer wonder. Tang Yuan observed the scene before him with a sense of detachment, for it was not uncommon for those who resided in the Spirit Mountain Manor to reveal their martial spirits during training. He had witnessed numerous summonings of martial spirits far more formidable than the Night Sword. Groen continued, "This is my martial spirit, the Night Sword. In the future, should you have the opportunity to become a soul master, you too will possess abilities akin to mine." Upon hearing this, the children displayed expressions of eager anticipation, as if they had already ascended to the status of soul masters. Groen swiftly extended his hands, channeling 6 streams of faint golden light into the 6 black stones embedded in the ground. In an instant, the golden light erupted, and the stones released a radiant golden glow, enveloping the child standing within the hexagon. The child, previously astonished, gradually regained composure, standing there in a state of daze. Golden orbs of light began to drift from the black stones, resembling a sky filled with fireflies, and these luminous dots slowly fused into the child's body. Suddenly, the child's form began to tremble slightly, as if a powerful force were yearning to be unleashed. "Extend your right hand," Grown instructed. The child instinctively opened his palm. And in that moment, all the golden orbs surged forth. The child shuddered as a delicate blue blade of grass appeared in his hand, swaying gently. He gazed at Groen. Bewildered, Groen recognized the grass as blue silvergrass, a common plant, and sighed. This is blue silvergrass, a plant-type martial spirit. Aside from its tenacious vitality, it holds no other remarkable properties. It is the archetype of a useless martial spirit. Master, does this mean I can still become a soul master? The child asked timidly. His voice tinged with disappointment. Groen shook his head. It is fundamentally improbable. Nevertheless, let us measure your soul power. Upon hearing he had little hope of becoming a soul master, the child felt a lump in his throat, on the verge of tears. Groen offered no words of comfort. He had witnessed such scenes countless times. It seemed as though each individual was destined for their own level of achievement from birth, much like Groen himself, who, now in middle age, possessed only a soul power of 24, fearing he would never reach the rank of soul sovereign. Placing the blue crystal ball before the child, Groen instructed, reabsorb your martial spirit into your body with your mind. When you summon it next, do so with intention and place your right hand upon it. The child struggled for some time before successfully drawing the blue silver grass back into himself, and then, following Groen's guidance, placed his right hand atop the crystal ball. After a moment, the crystal ball showed no signs of change. Groen sighed, as expected. Without soul power, you cannot become a soul master. The child lowered his head, filled with disappointment, pouting his lips as he reluctantly walked aside. Subsequently, 5 more children stepped forward in turn to awaken their martial souls. Among them, some manifested farming tools, others a black stone, and some again revealed blue silver grass. Of these 5 children, only one possessed soul power, a young boy who awakened a wooden stick martial soul, exhibiting innate first-level soul power. Although his soul power was relatively low, likely preventing him from achieving even level 20. It was heartening to note that he qualified to become a soul master. Unsurprisingly, Groen invited this boy with the wooden stick to join the martial soul hall. And the boy, overwhelmed with joy, readily agreed. The other 4 children, clearly devoid of soul power, had lost their chances of becoming soul masters. Chapter 9. The Awakening of Memories. The Book of Life and Death. Once the first 6 children had completed their martial soul awakenings, Groen appeared somewhat pale, presumably due to excessive use of soul power. When it came time for the final child, Tang Yuan, Groen, despite his exhaustion, urged Tang Yuan to stand in the center of the 6 stones arranged in a hexagon. As Groen infused his soul power, a faint golden light began to emanate once more. Tang Yuan's heart brimmed with anticipation. I wonder what kind of martial soul I shall awaken? How delightful. Tang Yuan felt a golden radiance surge into his body, enveloping him in a warm embrace reminiscent of the sun's gentle caress, inducing an indescribable sense of comfort and euphoria. A soothing warmth permeated every corner of his being, and he distinctly sensed a formidable power awakening within the recesses of his mind. Suddenly, a heaviness and slight swelling gripped his head, startling Tang Yuan. Before he could react, a torrent of images flooded his consciousness. These scenes flashed before him in rapid succession, taking root in his mind and becoming vividly clear, each tableau etched indelibly in his memory. I remember now, Tang Yuan exclaimed inwardly. A powerful mental force surged within his mind, gradually alleviating the peculiar sensations in his head. At that moment, he recalled everything: the orphanage from his past life, the kind matron, the gates of the underworld, Mengpa, the dual specters of Yin and Yang, the invasion of the celestial demons, and the enigmatic pages of a divine tome. Everything crystallized in clarity. Even the contents of every book he had read in his previous life were vividly imprinted in his memory. At that instant, the warm energy coursing through every fiber of his being seemed to shatter something within him, and all that warmth converged towards the palm of his right hand. Groen, whose gaze had previously shown signs of fatigue, suddenly brightened with excitement as he discerned a powerful and intense aura emanating from the golden light. The golden motes now outnumbered all the children combined, igniting a surge of exhilaration within him. He realized that a formidable martial spirit was on the cusp of manifestation. The prospect thrilled him beyond measure. For someone with Groen's innate talent as a soul master, ascending to the level of soul sovereign through conventional means would be a lifelong endeavor. However, should he awaken a child with a powerful martial spirit and persuade them to join the martial soul hall, a promotion and increased fortune would surely follow. Tang Yuan instinctively raised his right hand, and 2 beams of light, one black and one white, rose and intertwined, each embracing the essence of the other. An extraordinary scroll materialized in the palm of his hand. Groan, taken aback, inquired, "What manner of martial spirit is this? It appears to be unrecorded." Tang Yuan gazed intently at the peculiar scroll before him, an inexplicable phrase escaping his lips, "The ledger of life and death." Feeling a subtle tremor in the palm of his left hand, he instinctively clenched it, silencing the disturbance. Uncertain of the cause, an innate intuition urged him to refrain from revealing that object at present. This ledger of life and death, manifesting as a tome, boasted gilded covers adorned with dark, swirling clouds on the front and a vibrant depiction of white waves on the back, symbolizing the embrace of heaven and earth. However, the inner pages were distinct, one side white as daylight, the other black as night. At that moment, a phrase emerged within Tang Yuan's mind. The ledger of life and death delineates yin and yang. The yang signifies life, while the yin decrees death, intertwining the cycles of existence as destiny is inscribed. Strangely, he sensed an inexplicable frailty within this soul essence, far from the formidable presence he had envisioned. Reflecting on the moment before the reincarnation bureau, when a page from the ledger had fused with his being, he pondered whether this weakness stemmed from the incomplete remnants of the soul. Tang Yuan subtly shook his head, casting aside the distractions that clouded his mind. With the awakening of his memories and the experiences of 2 lifetimes, he was no longer the naive 6-year-old he once was. However, the enormity of the information flooding back to him required time for thorough digestion and adaptation. Otherwise, the stark contrast between his past and present would inevitably cause concern among his family. As Tang Yuan regained his focus, Glorine gestured for him to place his right hand upon the crystal ball. The moment his palm made contact with the azure orb, his body trembled violently. To his astonishment, he felt an immense pulling force emanating from the crystal, as if a power within him had found its release, surging forth uncontrollably. He attempted to break free from the powerful attraction, but found himself unable to escape its grasp. Thus, he calmed himself, attuning to the transformations occurring within. "Good heavens! This is innate, full soul power," Glorine exclaimed. Outside the hall, Bibi Dong and Xiao Han, having heard her exclamation, rushed inside, fearing that something had befallen Tang Yuan. They were met with the sight of the blue crystal ball radiating a dazzling light, illuminating the entire spirit hall. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "Is this innate full soul power?" Bibi Dong, equally astonished, countered, "No, this is not innate full soul power." Xiao Han, puzzled, inquired why not. Bibi Dong's gaze remained fixed on the crystal ball. She was aware that this was not innate full soul power because she herself possessed it during her own awakening. Her soul power had never shone with such brilliance as Tang Yuan's. However, she recalled that Qian Rinxue had awakened her martial spirit with even greater strength. In comparison, Bibi Dong speculated that while this soul power might not reach level 20, it certainly exceeded level 10. The cultivation of a soul master encompasses numerous facets. Yet only 2 aspects ultimately determine a soul master's potential: opportunity and talent. While opportunity is not to be overlooked, good talent is indeed a form of opportunity. Talent can be divided into 2 categories, one of which is the form of the martial spirit. Powerful martial spirits, such as the Haotian clan, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, have inherited formidable martial spirit forms like the Haotian Hammer, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, securing their future accomplishments. The second aspect is innate soul power. The amount of innate soul power influences the speed of postnatal cultivation. If the crystal ball detects even a faint glimmer, congratulations are in order, you possess soul power. Though it may be modest, it still grants you the potential to become a soul master. However, your cultivation speed will mirror that faint glimmer, exceedingly slow. Innate soul power can reach a maximum of level 10, with level 10 innate soul power termed innate full soul power, representing the swiftest cultivation speed in existence. Level 9 follows closely behind, and while the disparity in cultivation speed between levels 10 and 9 can be compensated for through postnatal effort, opportunity, and external factors, who can truly ascertain the outcome? Moreover, the disparity in innate soul power levels creates an ever-widening chasm, diminishing the likelihood of bridging this gap. It is evident that Tang Yuan's innate soul power is abnormal, as Bibi Dong surmised. Tang Yuan possesses an innate soul power of level 15 rather than the full innate capacity. This was later confirmed when Bibi Dong returned to the Spirit Hall and re-evaluated Tang Yuan's soul power level. Under normal circumstances, Tang Yuan should have an innate soul power of level 20, akin to that of Qian Rinxue. Considering that the Deathbook martial spirit is not inferior to the God-given 6-winged angel martial spirit. However, due to the fact that the Death Book martial spirit is merely an incomplete remnant of the true Death Book. This resulted in a reduction of 5 levels in innate soul power. Sensing the pull of the crystal ball dissipate, Tang Yuan gradually withdrew his right hand, the radiance fading. And he exhaled in relief. At that moment, a sudden sound of shattering glass startled everyone, who turned their gazes toward the crystal ball, only to be taken aback by the side of the ball covered in a web of cracks. Suddenly, with a deafening bang, the blue crystal ball erupted violently, shattering into countless pieces scattered across the ground. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback and, with a hint of regret, replied, "Yes, I apologize, master. I have damaged your crystal ball. How much shall I compensate you?" Grun, still entranced by the brilliance of Tang Yuan's innate soul power, only snapped back to reality after being called twice. He responded, "Oh, no need for compensation, young one. What is your name?" "Tang Yuan Dao, master." "My name is Xiaoqi." "Grown eye. Xiaoqi, would you like to join the spirit hall?" Although Tang Yuan was unaware of the nature of the spirit hall, he refrained from inquiring further and instead turned his gaze towards Bibi Dong. Regardless of whether the spirit hall was benevolent or malevolent, such distinctions held little significance for him. What truly mattered was his mother's perspective. Bibi Dong regarded him with a smile, then gently shook her head. Tang Yuan nodded, turned around, and addressed Gronier. "I apologize, master, but I do not wish to join the spirit hall. I appreciate your kind offer." Gronier, taken aback, cast a glance at Bibi Dong, yet remained undeterred. Inquiring further of Tang Yuan, "Why is that? In the spirit hall, a talent like you could access the finest resources. With robust support, you would swiftly ascend to greatness." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "I do not know the reason, but my mother is unwilling for me to join, so I shall not." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong, who stood in the background, was suddenly taken aback, and her heart was overwhelmed with profound emotion, causing her eyes to involuntarily glisten with tears. Grun, feeling somewhat disappointed, sighed and replied, "Very well, if you change your mind, you may always come to find me in the South Fire City. I am a soul master at the Soul Hall branch of South Fire City, and my name is Grun." Tang Yuan nodded and replied, "All right, Master Glorine." After the awakening of his martial soul, Tang Yuan did not exhibit the exuberance that Bibi Dong had anticipated. Instead, he seemed rather subdued. Even when Xiao Han recounted amusing anecdotes beside him, Tang Yuan found himself disinterested. Concerned, Bibi Dong inquired, "Little Seven, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Tang Yuan regained his composure and smiled gently, saying, "Mother, I am all right. I am merely a bit fatigued." Bibi Dong felt a wave of relief wash over her, returning her smile as she affectionately ruffled his hair. She then urged the coachman to hasten their pace, eager to return to the Spirit Mountain Manor swiftly. It was not merely physical exhaustion that afflicted Tang Yuan. Rather, he was immersed in the process of untangling the memories that surfaced in his mind. He contemplated the ethereal figure of the blue-haired, blue-eyed woman he had encountered at the moment of his birth. She was evidently not his current mother. Yet the question lingered. Where had she vanished? Why had she abandoned him? Regrettably, at the time of his birth, the memories of his past life had already succumbed to slumber, leaving his intellect akin to that of an ordinary newborn. Consequently, the events that transpired thereafter were utterly lost to him, save for the recollections of his upbringing at the Spirit Mountain Manor. After much contemplation, Tang Yuan ultimately found no answers. He decided to cast aside the distractions in his mind and relinquish his entanglements. He reflected, regardless of the circumstances in this life, I have found a worthy sanctuary. Even though I am not the biological child of my mother, her care for me surpasses that of a birth mother. What is there for me to be conflicted about? She is, without a doubt, the most significant person in my life. As for my biological parents, if fate permits, we may reunite in this lifetime. Regardless of the outcome, my mother will always remain my mother. With this thought, he turned his gaze towards Bibi Dong, silently resolving that he must protect the one who has tenderly cared for him for 6 years from any harm. Bibi Dong, sensing a shift, turned to him and, noticing the glimmer of moisture in his eyes, asked in surprise, "Xiaoqi, what is the matter?" Tang Yuan's heart trembled as he suddenly threw himself into Bibi Dong's embrace, softly saying, "Mother, thank you." Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing such an unexpected expression of gratitude from Tang Yuan stirred a sense of nostalgia within her. The little one who once clung to her, asking her to accompany him in chasing butterflies, had now grown up. With a tender smile, Bibi Dong affectionately ruffled Tang Yuan's hair, saying, "Silly child, why thank your mother?" Upon hearing these words, Tang Yuan felt an overwhelming warmth and remained nestled in Bibi Dong's arms, unwilling to rise. Even after awakening his martial spirit, he still sought solace in his mother's embrace. Bibi Dong teased him, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. No matter how much time passed or how far he roamed, he would always be her little seven. In truth, Tang Yuan was not merely being playful. He was on the verge of tears, yet he forced himself to suppress them. His reluctance to move stemmed from a fear of Bibi Dong discovering the moisture in his eyes and the redness at the tip of his nose, which he found utterly embarrassing. Chapter 10. The truth of the past. Sitting in the carriage, Tang Yuan inquired, "Mother, can one only possess a single martial spirit?" Bibi Dong and Xiao Han were momentarily stunned by his question, prompting them to ask, "Little seven, why do you ask this?" Tang Yuan extended his left hand, gradually unfolding it, and remarked, "I sense that I possess another martial soul." As he spoke, a black hammer materialized in the palm of his hand. Both Bibi Dong and Xiao Han were taken aback upon witnessing this hammer, simultaneously exclaiming, "The Haotian hammer!" Bibi Dong felt a mixture of astonishment and a sense of inevitability, secretly contemplating, "Just as I suspected, it is indeed true. Little Seven is undoubtedly the child of Tang Hao." Observing Bibi Dong's contemplative demeanor, Xiao Han could surmise her thoughts and sighed quietly. Although this revelation was anticipated, seeing it come to fruition, he sincerely hoped that Bibi Dong would not feel disheartened. Tang Yuan was initially taken aback by the two individuals before him, followed by a profound silence, as if enveloped in a sense of bewilderment. He inquired, "Mother, Uncle Xiao, do you recognize this hammer?" Bibi Dong took a deep breath. What was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. Gazing at the child who had accompanied her for 6 years and had affectionately called her mother all that time, her heart was heavy with reluctance. Nevertheless, Xiaoqi deserved to know the truth. It was his right. "Mother, what is the matter?" Tang Yuan felt a surge of anxiety within him. Although he had long been aware that Bibi Dong was not his biological mother, he could perceive the inner turmoil she was experiencing. The thought of having the undeniable truth spoken aloud by Bibi Dong was daunting for Tang Yuan, as he feared it would be too much for her to bear as well. Tang Yuan chuckled, "This is merely a small hammer, something many people must possess. It's quite normal for Mother to know Uncle Xiao." "Mother, I'm hungry. Could you prepare braised pork for me when we return home?" Unbeknownst to Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong was engulfed in a tumult of thoughts. Upon hearing Tang Yuan express his desire for her homemade braised pork, she instinctively replied, "Certainly." Xiao Han found it somewhat peculiar. It seemed as though Tang Yuan was attempting to divert the topic, yet he could not fathom the reason behind it. Could it be that he had already discovered the truth of his parentage, that he was not truly Bibi Dong's biological child? Such a notion seemed implausible. For Tang Yuan was merely 6 years old. As he pondered this, he heard Tang Yuan cheerfully inquire, "Uncle Xiao, you mentioned earlier about the time at the Soul Master Academy when a young child awakened a pig martial spirit. Is that true?" Xiao Han quickly regained his composure and responded, "Indeed, that child was not particularly plump, but when the martial spirit manifested." As Xiao Han continued, he became increasingly animated, recounting several amusing anecdotes that left Tang Yuan in fits of laughter, unable to contain himself and doubled over in mirth. Suddenly, Xiaoqi interjected. Tang Yuan chuckled incessantly, noticing that Bibi Dong was calling him. While playfully bantering with Xiao Han, he inquired, "Mother, what is it?" Bibi Dong smiled gently, stroking Tang Yuan's head, and said, "Allow me to share with you the tale of the Haotian hammer." Tang Yuan and Xiao Han were momentarily taken aback, their previously radiant smiles gradually fading, as if the very air around them had stilled in that instant. With a look of affectionate indulgence, Bibi Dong gazed at Tang Yuan and slowly spoke. "On the Douluo Continent, there exist 7 illustrious sects, which are further categorized into the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects. The lower 4 sects comprise the White Tiger sect, the Windsword sect, the Elephant Armor sect, and the Fire Leopard sect, while the upper 3 sects are the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, and the Haotian sect." Upon mentioning the Haotian sect, and recalling the moment when he had revealed his hammer martial soul, Tang Yuan mentally echoed the name Haotian hammer, which had involuntarily escaped Bibi Dong and Xiao Han's lips. Bibi Dong continued, "This tale unfolds within the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect boasts 4 powerful affiliated families: strength, break, agility, and control, yet the direct disciples of the Haotian sect possess strength that surpasses even these 4 esteemed families. The previous generation's sect master had 2 sons, the elder, Tang Xiao, who is currently the sect master, and the younger, Tang Hao, renowned as the youngest titled Douluo in history. At this juncture, Bibi Dong inwardly scorned Tang Hao, thinking, had it not been for my discretion in keeping this information concealed, you would not have had your moment to shine. She continued, both Tang Xiao and Tang Hao are prodigious talents, having carved out remarkable reputations in the martial world at such a tender age. A feat greatly attributed to their martial souls. It is undeniable that the martial souls inherited by the direct disciples of the Haotian sect, namely, those of Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, are heralded as the mightiest assault-type weapon martial souls in existence. The two brothers have seamlessly inherited the legacy martial soul of the Haotian sect, rendering them virtually unmatched among their peers. With a sigh, Bibi Dong concluded her narrative. Tang Yuan's heart trembled, and he instinctively inquired, Mother, is there martial soul? Bibi Dong nodded and replied, Indeed, it is the Haotian hammer in your left hand. Tang Yuan's heart felt as if struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, his mother spoke up. Bibi Dong took a deep breath and continued, Regrettably, Tang Hao's life was not as smooth as many had imagined. The Spirit Hall announced a discovery, the existence of a 100,000-year soul beast known as the Blue Silver Emperor. Upon hearing those three words, an inexplicable pain surged within Tang Yuan. Bibi Dong went on, This Blue Silver Emperor is a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. Once a soul beast takes on human form, it is akin to rebirth, although its cultivation speed surpasses that of ordinary humans. The power amassed over 100,000 years is entirely lost, necessitating a fresh start. At that time, the Blue Silver Emperor had yet to recover her former strength and was not particularly formidable. Upon receiving this news, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, set out with several subordinates to capture the Blue Silver Emperor. They discovered her presence in a village, only to learn that she had married Tang Hao and had given birth to a child. When Qian Xuanji found the Blue Silver Emperor, she was already 10 months pregnant with their second child. Consequently, a fierce battle ensued in the canyon between Tang Hao and Qian Xuanji. It must be noted that Tang Hao was indeed a prodigious talent. At that time, he had just reached level 90 and had yet to acquire his 9th soul ring, while Qian Xuanji had been a titled Douluo for many years, far exceeding Tang Hao in level. Despite this vast disparity in strength, Tang Hao managed to severely wound Qian Xuanji and his subordinates, although he himself sustained grave injuries. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, after giving birth to her second child, the Blue Silver Emperor performed a sacrifice. Tang Yuan's gaze turned vacant as he murmured the word sacrifice. Bibi Dong elaborated. A sacrifice involves a 100,000-year soul beast willingly burning its life force to become a soul ring for its chosen target. Once the sacrifice is made, the soul beast perishes, with a 100% chance of dropping a 100,000-year soul bone. The Blue Silver Emperor chose to sacrifice herself for Tang Hao, who immediately gained his 9th soul ring. This event plunged Tang Hao into despair and rage, leading him to decisively defeat Qian Xuanji and his men. 2 of Qian Xuanji's subordinates were either dead or gravely injured, with only Qian Xuanji managing to escape back to the Spirit Hall. As Bibi Dong recounted this, memories of that time flooded her mind. She continued slowly, when Qian Xuanji returned to the Spirit Hall, he sent someone to steal Tang Hao's second child while he was away with the Blue Silver Emperor, hiding the child in a secret chamber. During this time, the Sainess of the Spirit Hall, seeking revenge, killed Qian Xuanji, discovered the child in the secret chamber, and took him away, ultimately arriving at the Underworld Ridge to establish the Necromancer Manor. At this point, Tang Yuan could no longer be oblivious to the truth of the matter. However, hearing it from Bibi Dong's lips left his thoughts in a tumultuous state. Xiaohan, who had been listening for a long time, couldn't help but sigh. Bibi Dong paused, summoning immense courage before saying, Little 7, you. Tang Yuan regained his composure and addressed Bibi Dong, Mother, in the story you mentioned, Tang Hao's second son is me, correct? Both Bibi Dong and Xiaohan were taken aback by his words. Gazing into Tang Yuan's remarkably clear eyes, Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief, remaining silent before finally nodding in affirmation. Tang Yuan remained silent, while Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Would Xiaoqi, upon discovering her true lineage, resolve to seek out her biological parents? And what of herself? What did she signify in this equation? Suddenly, Tang Yuan broke into a mischievous grin, reminiscent of his playful demeanor from days past, and exclaimed, Mother, you're weaving tales to deceive me again. Bibi Dong was taken aback. His words were entirely unforeseen. In a moment of urgency, she hastily clarified, No, Xiaoqi, I am not lying. Before she could finish, a figure moved before her, and Bibi Dong was enveloped in an embrace that radiated both softness and warmth. Tang Yuan threw himself into Bibidong's embrace, tears streaming down his cheeks as he struggled to steady his trembling voice. "Mother, I love you. In Shaoqi's heart, you will forever be my mother." Upon hearing these words, Bibidong could no longer contain her emotions. She enveloped Tang Yuan in her arms, weeping, "Good child, my dear child, I love you too. You are the one I cherish most. Shaoqi, do not leave me. You are all I have." Tang Yuan lifted his head, extending his small hand to gently wipe away the tears on Bibidong's cheek, smiling as he said, "Mother, Shaoqi will never leave you." Bibidong nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face, while she tenderly wiped the tears from Tang Yuan's small face. Tang Yuan suddenly broke into a smile and jested, "Mom, do not weep. You resemble a great spotted cat when you cry." Upon hearing his words, Bibidong immediately ceased her tears and smiled faintly, pinching Tang Yuan's little cheek as she playfully scolded, "You mischievous boy, growing up and now teasing your mother." Tang Yuan chuckled softly and remarked, "Mother, isn't there someone watching? Be cautious with your authority as the master of the estate. If it crumbles in Uncle Zhao's heart, he may no longer heed your commands." Bibidong, struck by his words, could only manage a bitter smile as she responded, "Let it collapse, if he refuses to follow my orders. I shall have the ants in the estate keep a close watch on him, ensuring he never leaves." Xiaohan silently lamented, "Oh heavens, why must I always be the one to suffer?" The heavens replied, "Because you failed to cast your vote." Chapter 11. The Night Hunt at the Abyssal Ridge in the Douluo Continent. Within the Fasno province lies the village of Holy Spirit. Outside this village, there exists a forest, rarely traversed by human feet, yet today, a solitary figure ventured into its depths. This was a tall man, draped in a tattered brown cloak. Beneath the cloak lay a weathered visage, adorned with a thick beard at his temples, disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders, with a few strands falling haphazardly. A fierce scar marred his face. As he meandered through the woods, the sound of water reached his ears, leading him to a waterfall. Nearby, amidst a riot of blooming flowers, was a clearing where a solitary blue-silver grass swayed gently in the breeze. The man approached the blue-silver grass, gazing at it with deep affection, bending down to tenderly stroke its leaves. With a soft voice, he uttered, "Ayin, I have come to see you." A gentle breeze caressed the grass, causing it to sway as if greeting the man. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he continued, "Ayin, do you not hold it against me? I am a useless man. I failed to protect you, and I could not safeguard our child." The blue-silver grass emitted a soft blue glow, its leaves reaching out slightly to brush against the man's cheek. Observing this, he became visibly moved, exclaiming, "Is it true? Ayin, you do not blame me? Yet, I blame myself. Rest assured, once I find our child, I will come to you." Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he gazed skyward, speaking to himself, "Let us speak of joyful matters, Ayin. Little San has already gone to the Nodding City Martial Soul Academy. I visited him recently. It seems he has changed a great deal and has made friends. By the way, Ayin, Little San has a little rabbit companion, much like you. Do you think when he grows up, he too will be like us? Ayin, I will never allow our tragedy to repeat itself in Little San's life." The man continued his monologue, then extended his right hand, summoning forth a black hammer martial soul. Had Tang Yuan been present, he would have been utterly astonished, for this hammer bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. The man chuckled self-deprecatingly. "What a so-called supreme assault-type martial soul this is. Unable to even protect the one I cherish." No sooner had he spoken than the black hammer quivered slightly, seemingly in disagreement with his words. He laughed again, saying, "Your dissent is justified. There are no worthless martial souls, only inept soul masters. It is due to my inadequacy, Ayin. Fear not. I shall ensure that no one harms Little San again. From this moment forth, let me begin to collect some interest from the spirit hall." Until the shroud of night descended, the man departed from this place, venturing into the depths of the forest. This individual was none other than the illustrious Tian Douluo, Tang Hao. Meanwhile, in the southernmost reaches of Douluo Continent, within the ethereal confines of the Wyoming Ridge, the moonlight graced the earth, casting a gentle azure glow upon the dense thickets. Beside a meandering brook, a bonfire flickered to life, around which three figures, along with a child, engaged in spirited conversation. These were Bibidong, Tang Yuan, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei. Upon their return from Haishi village to the necromancer's manor, Bibidong procured a larger crystal ball for soul power assessment and ultimately confirmed that Tang Yuan possessed an innate soul power of rank 15. She proceeded to enlighten him on various aspects of innate soul power and martial souls, astonishing him with the revelation of her two martial souls. the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. After a night's respite, the following day, following their evening meal, Bibi Dong accompanied Tang Yuan to the Wyoming Manor to acquire his first soul ring, joined by Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Initially, it was merely Yu Guan and Gue Mei who intended to guide Tang Yuan in the pursuit of a soul ring. However, Bibi Dong insisted on accompanying him, asserting that as his mother, she could not possibly be absent for her son's inaugural soul ring. Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy and a sense of anticipation, for he was on the brink of acquiring his very first soul skill. Regarding his name, during the journey back to the Death Manor, Tang Yuan implored Bibi Dong to bestow one upon him. Although he recalled his name from a previous life, he preferred the name given by Bibi Dong, for in this life, she was the one who bestowed upon him a new beginning. After gaining insight into the function of Tang Yuan's martial soul, Bibi Dong remarked, "Little 7, the H-Tian hammer is the ancestral martial soul of the Tang family from the H-Tian sect. Thus, we shall adopt Tang as your surname. As for your martial soul, the Book of Life and Death symbolizes the essence of life itself, so we shall name you Yuan, resulting in Tang Yuan." Interestingly, the name Bibi Dong selected for Tang Yuan was identical to that of his previous life, with both the characters and their meanings perfectly aligned. Tang Yuan felt a tinge of surprise, yet he concealed it well. He pondered silently whether his mother would feel saddened if he were to carry the surname Tang. Thus, he inquired, "Why do you not share the same surname as your mother?" Bibi Dong gently stroked his head and replied with a smile, "My mother is unaware of her own surname. She entered the spirit hall at a very young age." Tang Yuan, however, remarked, but Bibi Dong has seen through his thoughts. And then with a faint smile, she continued, "Little 7, one must not forget one's roots. After all, you bear the bloodline of the Haotian sect. Regardless of what name you choose to adopt, you will always remain my little 7. Unless there comes a day when you no longer wish to have me as your mother." Tang Yuan was both moved and contemplative, softly expressing, "Mother, how could Shaoqi ever abandon you? Never." The Wyoming Ridge, as its name suggests, is abundant with spectral soul beasts, predominantly active during the night. Thus, the four ventured into the Wyoming Ridge under the cover of darkness, establishing their camp near a water source before embarking on further exploration. At this moment, by the flickering campfire, Bibi Dong was enlightening Tang Yuan about various aspects of Soul Masters and the realm of Soul Masters. Although she held deep affection for Tang Yuan and possessed ample strength to safeguard him, she was also a devoted mother who refrained from excessive indulgence. She aspired for Tang Yuan to evolve into a formidable Soul Master, capable of protecting himself and those he cherishes in her absence. Tang Yuan, in his previous life, was an avid learner. In this new existence, he has been reborn as an ordinary person, harboring an even greater thirst for knowledge. In this world, the existence of Soul Masters is an extraordinary novelty for him. At this moment, he rests his chin on his hand, intently listening to Bibi Dong's narrative. The flickering glow of the campfire casts a warm, rosy light upon his face, rendering him particularly charming and endearing. Bibi Dong proceeds to share a multitude of essential insights regarding the acquisition of soul rings in the forest. She discusses matters such as how to preserve food while camping in the wilderness, the construction of a campsite to deter soul beasts, and strategies for safeguarding against poisonous soul beasts, including methods to protect oneself from unmanaged toxins. Observing his attentive demeanor, Bibi Dong feels a deep sense of satisfaction. Upon concluding her discourse, she inquires, "Little 7, do you understand?" Tang Yuan pondered for a moment, then posed numerous inquiries regarding the various precautions involved. After listening attentively, Bibi Dong meticulously elucidated these concerns, allowing Tang Yuan to grasp the concepts fully and retain them firmly in his memory. Wishing to ensure he would not forget, Bibi Dong further probed with several common yet intricate questions, to which Tang Yuan responded effortlessly and with precision. Observing him, Bibi Dong felt a surge of joy in her heart, thinking to herself that her son was indeed astute, effortlessly comprehending the essence after just a single explanation. Upon the conclusion of this lesson, Bibi Dong imparted a wealth of knowledge about soul beasts to Tang Yuan, discussing topics such as the absorption limits of soul rings, optimal configurations for soul rings, and how to discern the age of soul beasts. As she spoke, a reminiscent glimmer flickered in her eyes. For most of this knowledge stemmed from one individual, Master Yu Xiaojiang. It was only when the moon reached its zenith that Bibi Dong finally ceased her educational discourse with Tang Yuan. After all, the vast expanse of knowledge within the realm of Soul Masters is inexhaustible, and it cannot be wholly acquired in a brief span. Even with Tang Yuan's remarkable intellect and photographic memory, mastering such content in a single night is an impossibility. It necessitates time for continuous reflection, accumulation, and diligent practice. At this moment, under the cloak of darkness and the whisper of the wind, the time was ripe for a hunt. Tang Yuan and his 3 companions departed from the campsite, venturing deeper into the dense forest under the moonlight. Gradually approaching the area where the soul beast of the spectral ridge roamed, Bibiong inquired, "Little Seven, what attribute do you desire for your first soul ring?" Drawing upon the knowledge imparted by Bibidong, Tang Yuan replied, "Mother, my death ledger leans towards support and control types for my first soul ring. I would prefer one with a soul power attribute." Bibiong nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, that aligns with my thoughts as well." Just as they were conversing, Yuegwan suddenly cautioned, "Be alert." The 4 heightened their vigilance, tensing in preparation as shadows danced around them, and a chilling aura permeated the air. Abruptly, a shrill screech pierced the night. A dark figure darted through the sky, hurtling towards Tang Yuan. With a cold snort, Bibidong summoned the Death Spider Emperor, 9 soul rings illuminated. And a murderous intent akin to a sea of blood spread forth. At that moment, they discerned clearly that it was a bloodthirsty demon wolf, its body a deep crimson. Towering in stature, its red fur billowing in the wind, now gazing at Bibidong and the others with piercing green eyes. Yuegwan glanced over, frowning, and remarked, "A 3,000-year-old bloodthirsty demon wolf is unsuitable for Little Seven. I shall put an end to it." Bibidong nodded in assent. With a commanding shout, Yuegwan unleashed his wondrous mushroom spirit, the 9 soul rings glowing brilliantly, and suddenly, the 5th soul ring radiated with intense light. 5th soul skill, Hurricane Blossom. As the words left his lips, the wondrous mushroom spirit released a flurry of petals, rapidly forming a tornado that surged towards the bloodthirsty demon wolf. An aura of danger filled the air, and the bloodthirsty demon wolf was suddenly gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. With a fierce howl, it opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of putrid, sanguine energy that erupted forth, clashing against the petal tornado. Yet, the prowess of a 3,000-year beast could not rival that of a tidal Douluo. The crimson wave was swiftly engulfed by the floral whirlwind, which continued undeterred until it reached the bloodthirsty demon wolf, expanding ominously in its terrified gaze before swallowing it whole. An instant kill. Moments later, the petal tornado dissipated, revealing the mangled corpse of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, from which a purple soul ring slowly ascended. Bibidong remarked coolly, "Let us depart. This soul ring's age is too high for Little Seven." As the group turned to leave, Tang Yuan's death ledger spirit suddenly manifested, emitting a black light that enveloped the corpse of the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Bibidong and the others were taken aback, perplexed by Tang Yuan's spirit. However, the next moment, they were struck with profound astonishment. For within their perceptions, the once overwhelming resentment radiating from the bloodthirsty demon wolf diminished significantly under the influence of that black light. Tang Yuan was somewhat perplexed and inquired, "Mother, what is happening?" Bai Dong, regaining her composure, asked, "Little Seven, does your martial soul possess the ability to absorb resentment?" Tang Yuan pondered, "Resentment? Is this aura truly termed as resentment? I merely sense that the book of life and death has absorbed a certain disquieting and fearsome essence, and it appears that my soul power level has subtly increased." Yuegwan exchanged glances with the ghostly figure and remarked, "If that is indeed the case, then Little Seven's martial soul, upon absorbing the spirit ring, would likely remain unaffected by any resentment. This would enable him to surpass the typical limitations on spirit ring absorption." Chapter 12. The first spirit ring. Regarding the time constraints for spirit ring absorption, Tang Yuan recalled Bibidong's explanations. When one absorbs a spirit ring, the formidable energy drawn by the martial soul is simultaneously influenced by the intense resentment stemming from the spirit beast's demise. Therefore, if the absorption exceeds what one can endure, 2 dire outcomes may ensue. Either the overwhelming energy leads to bodily explosion, or the resentment infiltrates the body, affecting one's consciousness, resulting in mild idiocy or, in severe cases, being consumed by the resentment, culminating in mental collapse and death. As for the energy absorption of spirit rings, Tang Yuan possessed an exceptional capacity, far surpassing that of the average individual. In his youth, Bibidong consistently nurtured his meridians with soul power. Moreover, at the beginning of each month, she would prepare rare medicinal concoctions for body refinement through therapeutic baths. Consequently, Tang Yuan's physique was considerably more robust than that of his peers, boasting a strength comparable to that of a level 10 spirit master even before awakening his martial soul. Most enviably, Tang Yuan's physical prowess required minimal training. Bibi Dong had established a solid foundation for him from a young age, ensuring that as his soul power level ascended, his physical strength would correspondingly enhance. Certainly, given that the Book of Life and Death could absorb and transmute the resentment from the demise of spirit beasts in his soul power for Tang Yuan. And considering his body's capacity to exceed the energy absorption of spirit rings, he could ostensibly disregard the typical limits on spirit ring age. However, due to the current level of his soul power, the Book of Life and Death could not fully cleanse all the resentment, only purifying a portion of it. Likewise, the strength of his body to accommodate the energy from the spirit ring was similarly limited. Overall, Tang Yuan could not entirely ignore the age restrictions for spirit ring absorption at this moment, yet his limitations were still significantly less than those of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, as his soul power level continued to rise, the purification of resentment and the capacity of his body to absorb energy would markedly improve. According to the calculations of Bibi Dong and the others, Tang Yuan's first spirit ring could exceed the age limit by 423 years, potentially reaching around 600 years. Just as one thirsts for rain and finds comfort when weary, a sharp cry pierced the air, and a dark silhouette appeared overhead. Descending upon a nearby treetop, the group looked up to behold a massive bat, its hind claws resembling human feet, standing upright on the treetop. Its forelimbs spread wide, a 6-meter wingspan casting a shadow over all, with glowing red eyes fixed menacingly on the corpse of the bloodthirsty magic wolf, resembling a fearsome messenger from the depths of hell. Yueguan scoffed, "This mere 600-year-old blood-sucking spirit bat dares to be arrogant? It shall serve as Little Seven's first spirit ring." Upon uttering these words, Yueguan leapt forward, swiftly advancing towards the blood-sucking spirit bat. A formidable aura emanated from him. And only then did the bat realize it was in peril. Letting out a piercing shriek, it unfurled its wings in an attempt to flee. However, Yueguan was not one to grant such an opportunity. He unleashed a powerful soul technique that instantaneously sent the blood-sucking spirit bat crashing to the ground. Bibi Dong pointed at the bat and said to Tang Yuan, "Little Seven, observe this blood-sucking spirit bat. With its wings fully spread, it measures approximately 6 meters in width and is roughly 600 years old. For every additional 100 years, its wings expand by 1 meter. Nonetheless, this type of soul beast possesses limited innate potential. Under normal circumstances, it may reach a maximum age of 10,000 years, seldom exceeding 20,000. This particular blood-sucking spirit bat is precisely 600 years old. You shall deliver the final blow, allowing you to absorb its soul ring." Tang Yuan nodded and turned to gaze at the enormous bat, feeling a pang of unease in his heart. After all, in both his past and present lives, he had never taken a life. As he accepted the dagger handed to him by Bibi Dong, he appeared somewhat hesitant. Bibi Dong gently ruffled his hair and spoke earnestly, "My son, in this world, each individual must take responsibility for their own existence. If you do not slay it, you shall never grow strong, and in the future, you may fall victim to other soul beasts or be vanquished by more powerful soul masters. They will not show you the slightest mercy." Tang Yuan pondered for a moment, a glimmer of realization flashing through his mind. At last, he nodded slightly, gripping the dagger as he approached the blood-sucking spirit bat. Just as he was about to strike, Bibi Dong suddenly called out to stop him. Tang Yuan turned around and inquired, "Mother, what is the matter?" Bibi Dong clenched her teeth and replied, "Little Seven, you must exercise utmost caution while absorbing the spirit ring. If anything seems amiss, I will intervene at the first opportunity. Do you understand?" She was acutely aware that being interrupted during the absorption of a spirit ring could lead to severe injuries at best, or the total loss of one's spiritual power at worst. In Bibi Dong's mind, even if the prospect of becoming a spirit master were bleak, she could not allow Tang Yuan to face any peril to his life. Tang Yuan chuckled reassuringly, "Rest assured, mother." With that, he took a deep breath, determination gleaming in his eyes. Gripping the dagger firmly, he deftly lunged forward, and with a swift motion, pierced the neck of the blood-sucking spirit bat. The creature let out a sorrowful wail before its life force extinguished. A radiant yellow light in the form of a soul ring gradually ascended from the lifeless body of the blood-sucking spirit bat. Tang Yuan, drawing upon his acquired knowledge, unleashed his martial soul, gradually channeling his soul energy towards the ethereal soul ring above him. The moment his soul energy made contact with the ring, a formidable surge of resentment erupted, flooding into Tang Yuan's mind. Emotions of desolation, unwillingness, rage, and hatred overwhelmed his consciousness, rendering his visage pale. Bibi Dong softly commanded, "Focus on your dantian and concentrate your soul energy." Upon hearing these words, Tang Yuan immediately exerted control over the Book of Life and Death. A profound black light emanated from the book, enveloping Tang Yuan's consciousness. The malevolent energy of the blood-sucking spirit bat seemed to encounter its nemesis, suddenly giving rise to a palpable sense of dread. Subsequently, the black light penetrated deeper into Tang Yuan's mind, gradually consuming the spirit bat's vengeful essence. After devouring 1/3 of it, the remaining 7/10 of the malevolence was dispelled by Tang Yuan's soul force. At that moment, the energy from the soul ring surged into Tang Yuan's limbs and bones, its potency causing his meridians to swell slowly. Within the meridians, numerous cracks began to appear, increasing in number with each passing moment. Tang Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body. With a serene mind, he guided his soul power through various acupoints and meridians. As his soul power nourished these pathways, Tang Yuan felt them gradually calm, beginning to absorb the energy from the soul ring. At that moment, the death ledger emitted a soft, radiant white light, enveloping Tang Yuan and slowly merging into his being. Intertwining with the previous dark glow, a surge of potent vitality emanated from the white light, flowing throughout Tang Yuan's body, filling him with an indescribable sense of comfort. Akin to being immersed in a refreshing spring on a scorching summer day, or being wrapped in the warmth of the sun during a frigid winter. With the infusion of the white light, his meridians were instantly restored to their original state, now even more resilient and expansive than before. The white light then merged into the energy of the soul ring, transforming its previously wild and untamed essence into a remarkably calm and gentle force. In no time, it was entirely absorbed by Tang Yuan. Under the watchful and astonished gazes of Bibi Dong and others, Tang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a powerful aura bursting forth, creating a gust of wind. Bibi Dong quickly stepped forward and inquired, "Shao Qi, how do you feel?" Tang Yuan chuckled, "Mother, I have succeeded. I have acquired my first soul ring, a remarkable 600 years. Upon hearing this, Gui Mei gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, a 600-year first soul ring. This is unprecedented. Truly unprecedented." Yu Guan, observing that Tang Yuan had successfully absorbed the ring, felt a weight lift from his heart, allowing him to relax considerably. He then jested, "Old ghost, you ought to consider our little seven's extraordinary talent. He is incomparable to ordinary folk." At this, a wave of laughter erupted among the group. Bai Dong grasped Tang Yuan's hand and inquired, "Little seven, let mother see your soul ring." Tang Yuan nodded, releasing the Book of Life and Death, from which a brilliant yellow soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Upon witnessing the deeper hue of the century-old yellow soul ring, Bibi Dong expressed her satisfaction with a nod and inquired, "Little seven, what is your first soul skill?" Tang Yuan Dao, "My first soul skill is named Soul Seize. Regrettably, it does not possess attributes pertaining to soul power. Its efficacy lies in diminishing a singular enemy's attack, defense, speed, and endurance by 20% across all attributes, while simultaneously bestowing upon myself half of the diminished attributes for a duration of 10 minutes. During this enhancement, the skill cannot be activated again. The potency of the skill increases by 10% with every 10 levels, reaching a maximum of 50%. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, remarking, "Quite impressive. A 600-year soul ring is significantly more powerful than the usual 100-year soul ring, and it has seamlessly inherited the absorption abilities of the blood-sucking spirit bat." Tang Yuan chuckled. "By the way, Mother, this soul skill of mine can disregard the enemy's level." "What did you say?" Bai Dong, Yu Guan, and Gui Mei exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Yuan nodded and remarked, "Indeed, for instance, regardless of whether my adversaries are soul kings, soul emperors, or even titled Douluos, when I employ soul snatch against them, I can diminish their physical capabilities by 20%, while simultaneously channeling 50% of that energy to enhance my own strength." Bibi Dong and her companions exchanged glances, astonished by the sheer magnitude of his power. Yueguan then spoke, "Little seven, would you kindly demonstrate your first soul skill to Uncle Yueguan?" Tang Yuan expressed his astonishment, saying, That may not be advisable." Yuguan shook his head and replied, "It matters not. Come and witness its power." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Very well." Immediately, the first soul ring of the Life and Death book suddenly illuminated. A dark radiance erupted forth, mysterious like the light of the netherworld, enveloping Yu Guan in an instant. Yu Guan felt a sudden weakness in his body, followed by a flash of white light that emerged from him, returning to envelop Tang Yuan in a cocoon of white brilliance. Sensing the changes within his body, Yu Guan swiftly shifted, directing a surge of soul power towards a nearby tree, acutely aware that both his speed and soul power had significantly diminished. Observing this, Tang Yuan mirrored Yu Guan's actions, channeling his own soul power toward another tree. Bibi Dong and Gue Mei, watching from the side, perceived Tang Yuan's aura and noted that his speed, attack, defense, and other physical capabilities had reached the level of a 30-something soul master, while Yu Guan's physical capabilities had indeed declined by 20%. Bibi Dong nodded in approval of Tang Yuan's first soul skill and said to him, "All right, Shaoqi, withdraw your martial soul. Based on your martial soul, you may pursue a path of control or support in the future." Tang Yuan nodded, taking a moment to fully appreciate the formidable power of the soul devouring. Only then did he retract the book of life and death with his thoughts. Bai Dong inquired further, "Little Seven, what is your current level of soul power?" Tang Yuan sensed the soul power within him and remarked, "Mother, my current soul power stands at level 18. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong and the others were taken aback, astonished by the implications of a 600-year-old soul ring that could elevate one's soul power by 3 levels in an instant. After discussing various methods to consolidate soul power, they began their journey back to the camp. Although formidable soul rings could bestow immense energy and significantly enhance one's soul power, an unbridled and rapid ascension was not without its drawbacks. Therefore, Bibi Dong elaborated on the disadvantages of hasty advancements and cautioned Tang Yuan to ensure that his cultivation of soul power was both solid and profound, thereby establishing a robust foundation for his abilities. Tang Yuan firmly etched the thoughts in his mind, having devised a plan to diligently consolidate his current spirit power level over the forthcoming month. Chapter 13. The Yin-Yang Qi Refinement Technique. Having acquired his first spirit ring, Tang Yuan was immensely elated. Upon returning to the camp, his excitement lingered, making it difficult for him to calm his exhilaration. With the spirit ring secured, the group dismantled the camp and journeyed back to the Spirit Death Manor. By the time they arrived at the Spirit Death Manor, dawn was approaching, and the sky was suffused with a purplish aura. Once back in his room, Tang Yuan's enthusiasm remained undiminished, and sleep eluded him. Seizing the moment, he decided to meditate, employing the techniques imparted by Bibi Dong. During his meditation, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Tang Yuan as he recalled an ancient tome he had perused during his time in the orphanage, which detailed the Qi refinement methods of ancient alchemists. As Tang Yuan carefully reflected, the contents of that book seemed etched in his mind, each word and phrase vividly resurfacing. The primordial celestial radiance intertwines the Ren and Du meridians. The purple energy of the universe divides yin and yang. The brilliance of the sun and moon intertwines life and death. The dualities harmonize to convey the mysteries of the cosmos. He silently recited these lines, and in a brief moment, Tang Yuan mentally repeated the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, adhering to the prescribed path to circulate the soul energy within his meridians. Suddenly, he felt a strand of fine, hair-like purple energy extending from the horizon toward him, reaching his presence and instantly merging into his being. A wave of warmth surged through his limbs and bones, prompting Tang Yuan to instinctively want to exhale. Yet recalling the teachings of the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, he knew that to open his mouth now would result in a loss of energy, rendering this precious purple energy futile. Thus, he pressed his lips tightly together and, following the method outlined in the technique, gradually fused his soul energy with the purple essence. Sensing the jubilant emotion within his soul energy, Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy. Moments later, the fusion of his soul energy with the purple energy was complete. After circulating through 36 small cycles, the Ren meridian was successfully opened. At this juncture, the purple energy within his soul energy had been entirely consumed, returning to normal, while the opening of the Ren meridian had depleted nearly half of his soul energy. This was largely due to Bai Dong's nurturing of his meridians with soul energy during his childhood, coupled with various medicinal baths that had already reinforced his meridians. He found it effortless to cultivate the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique and successfully opened the Ren meridian. The sky was still bright, and the purple energy had not yet dissipated. With more than half of his soul energy remaining, he gathered his resolve and, employing the same method once again, soon succeeded in opening the Du meridian as well. Tang Yuan concluded his cultivation and let out a long sigh. He had successfully mastered the first level of the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique. Although his soul energy was nearly depleted at that moment, he felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated, his body imbued with an indescribable lightness. Suddenly, a peculiar odor wafted through the air. Tang Yuan glanced down at himself and discovered that he was covered in a layer of grimy substance resembling grease. Curiosity got the better of him. and he leaned in to take a whiff. To his dismay, the scent was so overwhelming that he nearly lost his senses. The aroma was truly beyond the capacity of words to capture. Tang Yuan cast a disdainful glance at himself. The once pristine and flawless young gentleman, akin to a jade, had vanished without a trace. Resolute in his determination, Tang Yuan vowed to reclaim that lost self. Stealthily, he descended from the bed, making his way to the door of the room. Upon opening it, he surveyed his surroundings. The dawn had yet to break, and only a few servants were engaged in the preparation of breakfast ingredients. Tang Yuan cautiously peered out, concealing his body within the doorway, and softly called, "Uncle, uncle, could you come here for a moment?" The servant, startled by the unexpected summons, hesitated for a brief moment before recognizing the familiar face of Tang Yuan peeking from behind the door. Overwhelmed by surprise, he instinctively cursed under his breath. However, upon realizing it was Tang Yuan, he swiftly quelled any disrespectful thoughts and hurried over to stand before him. The servant inquired, "Young master, what is your request?" Tang Yuan whispered, "Uncle, I have worked up a sweat from my training and wish to indulge in a bath. Could you kindly arrange for a bucket of hot water?" The servant, taken aback, pondered how one could bathe before dawn. Although filled with curiosity, he dared not show hesitation. He responded affirmatively and departed from Tang Yuan's courtyard. Before long, the servant indeed returned, accompanied by another, carrying a bucket of warm bathing water. Tang Yuan swiftly retreated indoors, calling out from a distance to instruct them to place it in the side hall. The two servants set down the bathing water and inquired, "Young master, we have brought the bathing water for you. Is there anything else you wish to request?" Tang Yuan Dao, "There is no need. You may go about your business." "Thank you, esteemed gentlemen." The two servants bowed and exited the room, engaging in hushed conversation as they departed. "The young master is truly courteous, even expressing gratitude to us, his humble servants. Indeed, the young master has grown under my watchful eye. He is charming in appearance and possesses a gentle disposition. However, his peculiar habits are somewhat unusual. It is the first time I've heard of him bathing before dawn." "Quite so." As they conversed, the two men continued on their way, their voices fading into the distance. Tang Yuan paid no heed to their words and swiftly shed his garments, plunging into the water with a resounding splash. He meticulously began his washing, and one might mistake him for someone with a peculiar obsession with cleanliness. After his bath, Tang Yuan's delicate, rosy visage was restored, his eyes sparkling with vitality as if illuminated by an inner brilliance. At this moment, dawn had fully broken. Tang Yuan donned his attire and prepared to join Bibi Dong for breakfast in the rear hall. In truth, Bibi Dong's chamber was merely adjacent to Tang Yuan's courtyard, accessible through an archway. However, the dining area was situated in the back hall, necessitating Tang Yuan's departure from the courtyard, traversing a quaint bamboo path to the left, and continuing through a corridor until he reached the rear garden. Upon entering the garden and crossing the lotus pond, he immediately spotted the back hall. Upon arriving at the back hall, Tang Yuan observed Bibi Dong already seated at the dining table, the breakfast spread complete. He greeted her with a sweet salutation before taking his place at the table, indulging in the feast with great enthusiasm. For reasons unbeknownst to him, after his morning cultivation, Tang Yuan felt an insatiable hunger, as if he could devour an entire ox. Bibi Dong, noticing his ravenous demeanor, affectionately chided him, urging him to slow down. Tang Yuan responded with a muffled sound, his mouth full of food, rendering his speech unclear. Bibi Dong, observing his current state, could only smile helplessly as she reached out to wipe the remnants from the corner of his mouth. After consuming the food on the table with great enthusiasm, Tang Yuan casually wiped his mouth with his hand and exclaimed, "Mom, I'm going back to cultivate." With that, he bounced away in delight. Bibi Dong chuckled to herself, "This child." For the subsequent month, Tang Yuan studied the theoretical knowledge of the Soul Master Realm during the day alongside Bibi Dong, Shaohan, Yu Guan, and Gui Mei. At night, he engaged in meditation to refine his soul power, consolidating his abilities until dawn, when he commenced his practice of the yin-yang qi refinement technique. After a month, Tang Yuan had mastered the second layer of the technique, but found himself unable to progress to the third layer. In exasperation, he focused on solidifying his soul power, which, after several days, became exceedingly firm, stabilizing at level 18, with its purity nearly on the verge of breaking through to level 19. Fortunately, upon reaching the second layer of the yin-yang qi refinement technique, Tang Yuan could begin practicing a method recorded by ancient qi refiners known as the impermanent soul-chasing steps. This technique was ethereal and elusive, making it difficult for enemies to comprehend, and its speed was such that it could pursue spirits. In the following days, Tang Yuan no longer confined himself indoors. He ran exuberantly across the mountains, employing the steps of the impermanent soul-chasing technique and the route of soul power, causing many soul beasts around the outskirts of the netherworld ridge to flee in fright at the sight of him. Xiao Han, witnessing this spectacle, could no longer contain himself and remarked to Bibi Dong, "The child is stifled. We should let him explore the outside world." Initially hesitant, Bibi Dong felt a pang of sympathy for a child of Tang Yuan's age who should be out making friends and playing. After a few days of contemplation, she ultimately resolved to grant him this opportunity. A few days later, Tang Yuan completed 10 laps and returned to his chamber for a refreshing bath. After finishing his ablutions, he was just about to partake in his evening meal when a handmaiden hurried in, exclaiming, "Young master, the lord of the manor, the grand elder, and the esteemed guardians await you in the front hall. They request your presence there first." Tang Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that there were classes in the evening as well? Contemplating this, he replied, "All right, I shall head over now." After Tang Yuan finished speaking, he exited the room and made his way to the hall. Upon arriving in the hall, he indeed spotted Bai Dong, Xiao Han, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei gathered together. "What is the matter? Are we not having dinner?" Tang Yuan inquired as he entered, greeting Xiao Han and the others before turning to Bai Dong. Bai Dong pulled him closer, extending her delicate finger resembling a jade onion, and playfully tapped his forehead, saying, "You little rascal, all you think about is food." Tang Yuan offered a sheepish smile, scratching his head. Indeed, ever since he embarked on the cultivation of the yin-yang qi refining technique, his soul power had been depleting at an alarming rate, leading to an insatiable appetite for sustenance. This drawback could only be rectified upon breaking through the confines of the yin-yang qi refining technique. Although his consumption was considerable, it was precisely due to the substantial daily expenditure of soul power that Tang Yuan was able to fortify his essence, rendering it extraordinarily pure. Bai Dong was well aware of this situation and thus instructed the kitchen to increase the daily provision of soul beast meat by 10 genes for Tang Yuan. Upon recalling the ancient records of qi refiners, he had previously confided in Bai Dong about a technique he dreamt of during slumber, which encompassed methods for cultivating soul power, footwork, swordsmanship, and more, wishing to share it with her. Bai Dong was taken aback. It was only after witnessing Tang Yuan's demonstration that she became convinced of its authenticity. However, she remarked that having reached the pinnacle of the 99th level, further training in these techniques would be a futile endeavor, yielding minimal results. Relenting to Tang Yuan's fervent insistence, she accepted the set of techniques but vowed not to pass it on to others. She stated that in the future, when Tang Yuan had children, she would personally teach her grandchildren this invaluable knowledge. Tang Yuan wore an expression of helplessness, stating that he was merely 6 years old, still just a child. Setting aside these thoughts, the reason Bibi Dong summoned Tang Yuan today was to discuss the prospect of sending him to the Soul Master Academy for his studies. Thus, she needed to inquire about his feelings on the matter. Bibi Dong said, "Little Seven, I intend to send you to the Soul Master Academy. After consulting with several uncles and elders, we have decided on the Tiando Royal Soul Master Academy. What are your thoughts on this?" Tang Yuan was taken aback and said, "Huh? Mother, you don't want me anymore?" Bibi Dong chuckled helplessly, gently patting Tang Yuan's head, and replied, "Silly child, how could a mother ever abandon you? It's just that at your age, you should be making friends with many peers. If you remain in the villa day in and day out, you would surely find it quite tedious. Once the term concludes, I shall come to bring you home." Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Mom, I was just joking with you. When shall I go? Tomorrow, perhaps?" Bibi Dong playfully scolded, "You haven't even left yet, and you're already so eager. What is the matter? Do you not wish to spend time with your mother?" Tang Yuan chuckled, "Mother, how could that be? Little Seven could never bear to part with you." Bibi Dong gently tapped Tang Yuan's head and replied with a smile, "At least you possess a semblance of conscience. After you finish your dinner, tidy up a bit. Tomorrow morning, or rather the day after, I will accompany you to school with several uncles." Tang Yuan rejoiced, exclaiming, "Splendid. I am able to attend school now." Chapter 14. The Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire. After Tang Yuan joyfully departed from the front hall, only Bibi Dong and a few others remained. Xiao Han observed Tang Yuan's retreating figure and remarked, "Look, Little Seven is quite eager about attending school." Bibi Dong sighed and replied, "He seems happy. But he no longer considers me his mother." Xiao Han smiled wryly. "Children grow up and eventually must soar. Do you wish to tether him to your side for a lifetime?" Rest assured, little Seven is a child filled with affection, loyalty, and filial piety. He relies heavily on you, and no matter how far he flies, he will ultimately return to your side. Hearing this, Bibidong's mood lightened considerably. She then contemplated that after Tang Yuan began school, she would finally be able to pursue her plans against the Spirit Hall. She inquired, Yuguan, what progress has been made since we sent Ghost Hand to investigate Tang Hao's whereabouts? Yuguan stepped forward and said, Ghost Hand has gathered some information. There have been sightings of Tang Hao in the city of Notting within the Fasno province. Additionally, Bibidong asked with curiosity, additionally what? Yuguan glanced at Bibidong, clenched his teeth, and said, there is also Yu Xiaojing. The moment those 3 words left his lips, Bibidong's body trembled imperceptibly. In the blink of an eye, the day of Tang Yuan's departure for school had arrived. Early that morning, Tang Yuan packed his belongings, including items necessary for his training, all of which he placed into the soul guide necklace that Bibidong had gifted him after his martial soul awakening. He had even named this soul guide Starlight. Having completed his preparations, Tang Yuan set off lightly and arrived in the front hall, where he found Bibidong and the others waiting. Upon seeing him, Bibidong took Tang Yuan's hand and led him to a carriage outside the estate, while Yu Guan and Gue Mei mounted their sturdy steeds. The 4 of them departed from the Spirit Mountain Manor. Days passed, and after traversing the kingdom of Barak and several provinces under the jurisdiction of the Tiando Empire, they finally arrived in Tiando City. Once in the city, Tang Yuan gazed around, marveling at the local customs and culture, which were entirely different from those of the Spirit Mountain Manor. The streets were teeming with people, adorned with magnificent buildings and radiating brilliance. The atmosphere was filled with the vibrancy of life, showcasing an unparalleled opulence and nobility. Tang Yuan resolutely decided that after the report concluded, he would leisurely explore the city. Soon, the carriage arrived at the prestigious Tiando Royal Imperial Academy, where he was awestruck by the grandeur and magnificence of its entrance, not to mention the splendid architecture that lay beyond. Admission to the Tiando Royal Imperial Academy was an exclusive privilege reserved for the affluent and noble, making it imperative that only the elite could cross its threshold. As for Tang Yuan's identity and enrollment procedures, Bibidong had arranged for the Ghost Hand Douluo to take care of everything on his behalf. His identity was not that of the young master of the Soul Land Manor, but rather that of the young heir of the Tianbao Pavilion. This was not a fabricated identity. Bibidong established the Soul Land Manor not solely with the foundation at the Ghostly Abyss, but also to connect with the outside world and facilitate communication. Thus, she created an enterprise known as the Tianbao Pavilion, which spread across the 2 great empires of Tiando and Xingluo, even boasting branches in the Spirit City. Each branch, while modest in scale, offered rare and precious items from around the world. It was rumored that the flagship store of Tianbao Pavilion, located in the heart of Tiando City, showcased a 10,000-year-old soul bone, priced at 10 million gold soul coins. Numerous powerful factions sought to purchase this soul bone, only to be told by the store manager that it was only available to a fated individual, the identity of whom remained a mystery. Many influential figures, frustrated by their inability to acquire the soul bone, stormed away, exclaiming in disbelief at the peculiar practice of displaying a price yet refusing to sell. Setting aside these matters, Tang Yuan diligently completed the enrollment procedures and was subsequently assigned to a private villa for accommodation. Upon seeing where he would reside, Bibidong felt an overwhelming sense of worry and reluctance at the thought of Tang Yuan living independently at the academy for an extended period. As if sensing her unspoken concerns, Tang Yuan smiled reassuringly, saying, Mother, don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Bibidong sighed and replied, Life at school is different from home. You must exercise restraint in your demeanor. Above all, your safety is paramount. If you find yourself missing me, write a letter home, and I will come to see you. Eat whatever you desire. Do not be stingy with spending. Make sure not to deprive yourself, and when mingling with friends, especially girls, try to be generous. If the money I give you is insufficient, you may go to the Tianbao Pavilion in Tiando City. They will recognize this star and moon necklace. You can redeem funds there when needed. Like many mothers bidding farewell, Bibidong continued to express her concerns. Anxious that she might overlook some important detail, her thoughts racing ahead as she spoke. In the 16th year of Tang Yuan's previous life, he had never experienced such treatment. In this life, with a mother by his side, he felt no annoyance at all. Although he eagerly anticipated the life at school, he still felt a lingering attachment to Bibidong. Listening to her gentle admonitions, Tang Yuan was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of gratitude and warmth. After a lengthy discourse, Bibi Dong finally concluded her instructions, affectionately patting Tang Yuan's head and softly saying, "All right, remember everything that mother has told you. I shall take my leave now, but I will return to fetch you at the end of the semester." "All right, mother, let me see you off," Tang Yuan replied, nodding earnestly. Bibi Dong smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very well." Reflecting on her earlier instructions, she had anticipated that Tang Yuan might become impatient. However, to her surprise, he listened attentively and with great seriousness, filling her with immense pride. Though he had grown older, he still relied on her. She accompanied him to the entrance of the academy, offered a few more words of guidance, and then departed in a carriage. After bidding farewell to Bibi Dong and the others, Tang Yuan chose not to return to school. With ample time at hand, he meandered through the bustling streets of Heavendou City. The array of shops, clothing boutiques, restaurants, inns, and weapon stores was dazzling, captivating his attention. Although Bibi Dong had graciously left him with a substantial sum of 1 million gold soul coins in his starry moonlight, he found himself devoid of any desires to purchase. His sole intention was to immerse himself in the culture and customs of this wondrous world. As dusk descended, he had yet to spend a single coin. Tang Yuan spent an entire day wandering through Heavenly City, barely having traversed half of it. As dusk approached, he made his way back towards the school. Upon returning, he aimlessly roamed the campus. After familiarizing himself with various locations, he felt a pang of hunger and headed to the dining hall to consume a modest meal before returning to his dormitory. Upon entering his dorm, he noticed that many items had been replaced with new ones, including the pristine sheets and covers in his bedroom. Tang Yuan mused that this esteemed institution truly lived up to its reputation as a noble school, providing exceptional care for its students' living conditions. With nothing particular to occupy his time, he began to cultivate his soul power. Over the past few days, he had developed a habit of meditating and practicing his soul power before bedtime. After completing his session, he freshened up and settled into bed for the night. At dawn the following day, as per his usual routine, his biological clock roused him, prompting him to prepare for the practice of the yin-yang qi refining technique. However, upon arriving at the school, he did not immediately begin his training. The previous night, during his leisurely stroll around the campus, he had discovered that the spiritual energy was abundant on the back mountain. He believed that practicing the technique there would yield far better results. Dressing quickly, Tang Yuan exited his dormitory. The sky was still dimly lit, and the campus was deserted and tranquil. He followed the route etched in his memory to the back mountain, where he found a secluded spot by a lake and sat cross-legged to commence his practice. Although he remained stuck at the second level of mastery, unable to break through, Tang Yuan diligently persevered, realizing that while his realm could not advance, his understanding and application of the yin and yang energies could deepen through continuous practice. He also learned to harness the purple aura of the heavens and earth to refine his soul power further. After concluding his practice, Tang Yuan exhaled deeply and stood up, invigorated. As a ray of sunlight broke through the dawn, he glanced at the sky and began his return to campus. Upon his arrival, he noticed that many classmates had already congregated, as it was the first day of school. Tang Yuan felt a swell of anticipation. Having arrived late during registration the previous day, he had been assigned to Class 10 of the junior level, the last class of the junior academy. Following the signs, he quickly located his classroom. Upon entering, he found only a handful of students present, likely because many had not yet arrived. He chose a seat and began to sense the soul power within him, continuing his meditation. Shortly after he settled in, classmates began arriving in groups, their laughter and chatter breaking his meditative state. Observing the classroom, he noted that the students were of similar age to him, with only a dozen or so present. Unlike Tang Yuan, who sat alone, the others arrived in pairs or small groups, chatting excitedly among themselves. Having resided in a private single-room villa dormitory, Tang Yuan had not encountered any other students prior to this class, while the others, sharing dormitories of 2 or 3, had already formed connections. Although these children hailed from noble backgrounds, the single-room accommodations were feasible for their families, the larger noble families often having many children, rendering it unnecessary for each to have such lavish housing. Tang Yuan observed for a while when a young man entered through the classroom door. Without a doubt, he was the teacher. As the young educator stepped into the classroom, an immediate silence enveloped the room, with all eyes fixated on the podium. The first lesson was about to commence. Tang Yuan's attention was fully captivated. This was the first time in both his past and present lives that he had stepped into a classroom, the first time he would attend a lecture. His heart brimmed with both nostalgia and exhilaration. The young teacher surveyed the children seated before him, offering a slight smile before emitting a commanding shout, unleashing his martial soul. Flame Lion, manifest. 3 soul rings rose slowly from beneath his feet, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. The students below gasped in astonishment, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement. Devoid of any fear, such was the distinction of noble children, Tang Yuan mused. The young teacher's martial soul manifested as a lion's spirit engulfed in flames, exuding an imposing presence. Upon embodying his martial soul, a fiery light ignited in his eyes. Greetings, dear students. I am Wang Yin, a level 37 Assault Soul Master with the Martial Soul Flame Lion. I shall be your instructor until you graduate from the beginner class, during which I will impart knowledge regarding Soul Masters. Chapter 15. A shock to the entire audience. Having concluded his introduction, Wang Yin continued. In the realm of Soul Masters on the Douluo Continent, it is customary to introduce oneself by stating one's name, martial soul, level, and attribute as a sign of respect. My introduction has come to an end. In our forthcoming school life, the 16 of you will embark on a journey of learning together and getting to know your companions, which will be my first lesson to you. Now, let us commence with self-introductions, starting with this student. At this moment, the student designated by Wang Yin stood up, a robust little boy, somewhat naive yet endearing. He promptly stood tall and declared, "My name is Niu Binbin. I am 6 years old, and my martial soul is the Demon Horn Bull, a level 4 battle soul master." At this point, Niu Binbin abruptly paused, discreetly inquiring of Wang Yin, "Teacher, what is an attribute?" His voice, though barely audible, resonated throughout the classroom, provoking an eruption of laughter. Niu Binbin, feeling the weight of their laughter, sheepishly scratched his head. Wang Yin found his demeanor amusing and inquired, "What does your family do? Did they not inform you of this? Were you not briefed on the direction of your attribute before starting school?" Niu Binbin shook his head and replied, "My father is a baron in the 3rd Legion of the Empire's Imperial Guard, and when I came to school, he merely advised me to eat less." This statement elicited another wave of laughter from the class. Wang Yin, with an amused smile and a glance at the materials in his hand, stated, "All right, Niu Binbin. You belong to the assault attribute. Your father has completed your registration. Please take your seat and remember to speak more softly in the future. Be natural." Niu Binbin scratched his head, offering a bashful smile amidst the teasing of his classmates as he sat down. Following this, the students began their self-introductions. "I am Zhang Ting, 6 years old. My martial soul is the Sky-Soaring Mouse, a level 4 Agility Soul Master. I am Wang Lingling, 6 years old. My martial soul is the Bell, a level 3 Control Soul Master. My name is Zhou Yuan, and I am 6 years old. My martial soul is the Great Blade, and I am a level 4 Assault System Soul Master." After 15 classmates have introduced themselves, the majority of them are Soul Masters ranging from levels 3 to 7, none possessing a soul ring yet. The time from martial soul awakening to the start of school has only been a month, and as such, their cultivation time has been limited, resulting in relatively low soul power levels, predominantly determined by innate soul power. Finally, it is Tang Yuan's turn. He is seated in the corner and is the last to present himself. "I am Tang Yuan, and you may call me Xiaoqi. I am also 6 years old, and my martial soul is the Book of Life and Death, making me an 18-level Control System Soul Master." As soon as the words left my lips, a collective gasp echoed through the classroom, as everyone initially believed they had misheard. This classmate was supposed to be an 8th-level Soul Master, but upon observing the Book of Life and Death in Tang Yuan's hands, along with that yellow soul ring, they realized their mistake, a profound and shocking one. Even Wang Yin, standing at the podium, regarded Tang Yuan as if he were a peculiar creature. Tang Yuan felt somewhat intimidated under the gaze of the crowd. Yet he dared not take a seat. As he observed Wang Yin at the podium, he noticed him hastily rummaging through documents. Wang Yin soon discovered Tang Yuan's file, which indeed contained an impressive record: age 6, martial soul of life and death, innate full soul power, an 18-level battle soul master, and a century-old soul ring. Each of these attributes gleamed with a golden brilliance, strikingly radiant. Wang Yin inwardly chastised himself for having overlooked the information on such a prodigious talent. After managing to steady his thoughts, he looked up to find Tang Yuan gazing at him. Taken aback for a moment, he then said, Classmate Tang Yuan. Quite remarkable indeed. Please take your seat. From today onward, you shall serve as the class leader." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan could not help but be taken aback. Although he was unaware of the class monitor's intentions, he felt compelled to respond with respect upon hearing Wang Yan's words, as she was a teacher. He merely nodded and took his seat. Once seated, Tang Yuan lowered his head, discreetly glancing up to observe his classmates, only to find them still gazing at him. Their expressions varied, reflecting jealousy, envy, astonishment, and admiration. Tang Yuan paid no heed and, upon witnessing Wang Yin commence his lecture, immersed himself wholeheartedly in listening. Although the subject matter Wang Yin presented had already been covered in detail by Bai Dong at home, and even more comprehensively, Tang Yuan remained attentive, exhibiting no signs of impatience or distraction. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed, marking the conclusion of the morning session, while the afternoon was devoid of classes. According to the curriculum for the beginner class, the first semester primarily consisted of theoretical lessons held in the morning, leaving the afternoons for free activities. Once Wang Yin concluded his lecture and exited the classroom, a fervor erupted within the class as students surged toward Tang Yuan like a tidal wave. What spirit do you possess? It appears remarkably powerful. How have you cultivated it? Why, at our age, have you already become a soul master? Did your family elders assist you in acquiring your soul rings? The yellow soul ring must be 100 years old, perhaps even several hundred. You are formidable. Yet I still wish to challenge you. Are you foolish, Li Kong? He is level 18, while you are merely level 5. What do you intend to challenge? The crowd encircled Tang Yuan, rendering him nearly immobile as a cacophony of inquiries filled the air. He found himself at a loss, unsure of whom to address first. Stop! Someone shouted. How can the class leader respond to all your questions if you bombard him like this? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan realized that he had indeed been appointed as the class monitor by teacher Wang Yin. It seemed that as the monitor, he should take good care of his classmates. Reflecting on this, Tang Yuan said, Dear classmates, it is now mealtime. How about I treat everyone to lunch? Feel free to ask me any questions one by one. The crowd erupted in cheers, eagerly surrounding Tang Yuan as they made their way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria of the Tiando Royal Academy was unlike the one in the original story, where Tang San attended the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City, which had a clear distinction between the first and second floors. In Tiando Royal Academy, both the first and second floors served meals, and the standards of consumption were quite high. However, the quality of ingredients was indeed top-notch, though it could not compare to the conditions at the Spirit Hall, where Tang Yuan was cherished like a precious gem by Bibi Dong. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Tang Yuan chose to take everyone to the second floor, as it offered a menu for ordering dishes, unlike the fixed meals on the first floor. The group of 16 ascended to the second floor in high spirits, and along the way, Tang Yuan addressed all the queries from his classmates. Naturally, he remained tight-lipped about the ancient cultivation techniques recorded in his memory as well as his twin martial souls and innate soul power. On the way to the academy, Bibi Dong had specifically instructed him that revealing any of this information could astonish the world. While the ancient cultivation methods could be considered precious, they were unlikely to provoke major powers into targeting a 6-year-old child, as each major force had its own long-standing heritage. The cultivation techniques from Tang Yuan's memory might not even be suitable for them. However, the existence of his twin martial souls and innate level 15 soul power would undoubtedly attract the attention of all major powers, especially the Spirit Hall, who would extend olive branches to him. Should Tang Yuan refuse or choose one path over another, those forces that could not gain his allegiance would stop at nothing to eliminate him, stifling him in his cradle. Tang Yuan still recalls the words spoken by Bibi Dong. My son, heed your mother's counsel. Regardless of the circumstances, you must never reveal the existence of your other martial soul, nor the fact that you possess innate soul power at the 15th level. To the outside world, you must claim that you are endowed with full innate soul power. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques I have entrusted to you must remain confidential. Otherwise, they may bring about great calamity. Additionally, without my knowledge, you are forbidden from bestowing soul rings upon your second martial soul. As Tang Yuan listened to Bai Dong articulate the pros and cons of the situation, he was taken aback, realizing that the outside world was far more treacherous than he had ever imagined. After the group ascended to the second floor, they sent 2 female classmates to order food, while the rest settled at a relatively large table, where Tang Yuan began to address their inquiries. At that moment, a sudden voice pierced the air. It appears that Class 10 has chosen a leader. The group turned to see a boy, around 6 or 7 years old, approach their table with a mocking smile. Someone inquired, Who are you? The boy replied, My name is Pang Xiao, a student from Class 1. Since you have selected a leader after lunch today at the training ground, our Class 1 leader will challenge everyone from the junior class to establish supremacy. He is a level 9 battle spirit master. If you have the courage, meet us at the training ground. With that, he turned and walked away. The members of Class 10 exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the boy's intentions. At that moment, Neo Binbin, who possessed the magic horned bull martial spirit, remarked, "That boy is quite rude." Today, teacher Wang Yin stated that when introducing oneself, one must provide their name, martial spirit, level, and, what else? Affiliation. Someone reminded him. Yes, affiliation. But he only mentioned his name, and that frustrates me. Neo Binbin exclaimed. The group's laughter erupted at his endearing clumsiness. Another classmate, a girl named Lu Xiner, turned to Tang Yuan and asked, "Class leader, will you accept his challenge?" Before Tang Yuan could respond, someone chimed in, He's just a level 9 battle spirit master. Our class leader is a level 18 battle spirit master. Surely, he isn't intimidated. Indeed, class leader. Show them what true strength looks like. Yes, we'll all cheer for you. Absolutely, we're all in. In Tang Yuan's mind, a dark cloud loomed. It appeared that he had said nothing, yet these individuals had hastily made decisions on his behalf. Observing their indignant expressions, he felt a sense of helplessness. Why did they so relish in competing and bickering? Could they not simply devote themselves to their studies? However, after pondering for a while, Tang Yuan came to a realization. This was a world of soul masters, a realm defined by combat. If one were not inclined towards conflict, the spirit masters would lack the motivation to cultivate their abilities. Although he was reluctant to participate, as the class leader, he understood the necessity of setting an example. Since his classmates had expressed such fervent intentions, it would be prudent for him to witness the events firsthand. Thus, Tang Yuan nodded and declared, "Very well. Let us head over after we finish our meal." This elicited a chorus of agreement from the others. Before long, the meal was served, and the group feasted heartily. After lunch, Tang Yuan led the 15 members of Class 10 towards the training arena in a grand procession. Upon arriving at the training ground, they discovered a large crowd had already gathered, the throng surrounding the area tightly. The distant sounds of combat echoed through the air. Tang Yuan guided Class 10 to the front, securing a relatively spacious area. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed two boys engaged in a duel at the center of the arena. One of the boys was enveloped in brilliant red flames. His limbs had transformed into sharp claws, and his eyes glinted with a fierce crimson light. He moved with remarkable speed, and the heat emanating from his attacks was palpable. It was evident that he possessed a fire-type beast martial soul. The other boy wielded a massive sword that radiated a silvery glow. As he swung the blade, the air was filled with a whistling sound, the force of his strikes palpable. Tang Yuan and others were observing when someone remarked, "The prowess of Wu Qing is indeed formidable. I have heard that he possesses innate soul power at the 5th level and has now ascended to the rank of a 9th-level soul master. No wonder he exudes such confidence." Another person engaged in conversation replied, "Indeed. Otherwise, how could he challenge everyone in the junior class? Moreover, the Wu family is affluent, and he certainly lacks for cultivation resources. He has consumed numerous spirit herbs, so it is no surprise he has not yet reached the 9th level." The first speaker continued, "While Wu Qing's heavy sword martial soul is undeniably powerful, one cannot underestimate Har Lady's fire leopard martial soul. Just observe its speed. Engaging in combat with Wu Qing would pose a significant challenge for him. I heard he has also attained the 8th level of soul mastery today." As they conversed, Tang Yuan, unfamiliar with them and aware they were not from his class, approached and greeted, "Hello, fellow students." The two, taken aback by the sight of a striking young man with blue hair and blue eyes, were momentarily surprised but found themselves favorably inclined. In unison, they responded, "Hello." Tang Yuan inquired, "Which class do these two individuals belong to? Wasn't it said that the leader of the first class was looking for a challenge?" The two individuals were taken aback. One of them replied, "What do you mean by looking for a challenge? This is merely a friendly spar. You claim to be quite handsome, yet your way of speaking is rather peculiar." Tang Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Indeed, it's just a friendly exchange." The other person continued, "You see that one in the arena wielding the silver-heavy sword martial spirit? That is Wu Qing, the leader of the 1st class. And the one with the fire leopard martial spirit is the leader of the 3rd class, named Hality." Tang Yuan suddenly realized, so it is. The 1st class's Wu Qing is challenging everyone from the junior class. How many matches has he fought so far? Another person replied, "This is only the 1st match. I fear that Wu Qing will not be able to complete the challenges today. He will likely be too exhausted to continue after this. One hearty bout is enough to leave him breathless." Tang Yuan nodded and remarked, if each leader of the class were to challenge him to a duel, he would surely be exhausted. The person who spoke earlier inquired, after such a lengthy discourse, which class do you belong to? Tang Yuan replied, I belong to class 10. Which classes do you two belong to? The other person responded, I am from class 7, and he is from class 6. Who is the leader of your class? Tang Yuan Dao, I am the class monitor. The person from class 7 replied, I am not referring to the class monitor, but rather to the individual in your class who possesses the greatest strength. It seems to be me after all. Tang Yuan Dao, you? The two scrutinized Tang Yuan, observing his delicate and serene appearance, reminiscent of a girl. While it is possible that he may grow to possess formidable power in the future, at present, everyone is at the level of soul masters, primarily relying on their martial souls or innate soul power. Individuals with a countenance like Tang Yuan's likely do not awaken beast martial souls or those akin to swords. The person from class 7 inquired, what is your level? Tang Yuan Dao, I am an 18th level battle soul master. The two individuals from the 7th and 6th classes were instantly rendered speechless, their expressions rife with disbelief. Nearby, those who overheard the conversation among Tang Yuan and his companions rushed forward. You were 18th level? How is that even possible? One scoffed. Humph. If he truly is 18th level, I shall stand on my hands in the playground for an entire day. Such bravado, one must be wary of their own tongue. Indeed, in this day and age, one encounters all sorts of people. Tang Yuan, rendered speechless, murmured, I truly belong to class 10, level 18. Hearing the commotion, the members of class 10 approached and confronted the others. One after another, they voiced their support for Tang Yuan. Class leader, showcase your soul ring for them to see. If you cannot do it yourself, how can you belittle others? Indeed, class leader, let them witness your prowess. Let us speak with strength. The commotion drew the attention of many in the vicinity, who turned their gaze towards Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan felt a dark cloud of annoyance gather above him, not wishing to attract any attention. At that moment, a loud crash echoed through the arena, causing the spectators to turn their gaze. They beheld a boy named Halliday struck by a colossal sword, stumbling backwards several paces. I concede, Halliday exclaimed, clutching his chest. Wu Qing, maintaining an impassive expression, surveyed the crowd after Halliday exited the stage and called out, who else dares to step forward? Amidst the doubters questioning Tang Yuan, one individual shouted, Aren't you at level 18? Step up and prove your prowess. This proclamation was met with a chorus of agreement from the crowd. Sensing the commotion, Wu Qing turned and inquired, which class is that? If you have the courage, come forth for a contest. Tang Yuan listened to these words, shook his head, and said to Wu Qing, you have just finished your match. I shall not take advantage of you. Please take a moment to recover your soul power. And when you feel ready, I shall step into the arena. Wu Qing was momentarily taken aback, for he understood that those who arrived at the Heaven Do Royal Academy were typically proud and unyielding. Nevertheless, he did not refuse and promptly sat cross-legged to restore his soul power. After a while, Wu Qing rose to his feet, his gaze firmly fixed on Tang Yuan, and declared, I am ready. Let us engage in battle. Tang Yuan sighed softly. He had no intention of seeking the spotlight. Yet, at this moment, he found himself unable to avoid it. Observing the excited expressions of his classmates in the 10th class, he reluctantly made his way to the center of the arena. The duel was about to commence, and the crowd erupted in cheers, particularly the students from the 10th class, who were brimming with enthusiasm, shouting encouragement at the top of their lungs. Go, class leader. Defeat him. Go, class leader. Wu Qing, however, remained oblivious to the commotion around him and addressed Tang Yuan. Wu Qing, class 1 of the primary level, with a martial spirit of the heavy sword. A 9th level assault-type battle spirit master. Tang Yuan replied respectfully, I am Tang Yuan, a student of class 10, level 1, possessing the martial soul known as the Book of Life and Death, and I am an 18-level control system soul master. As these words echoed through the hall, a wave of whispers rippled among the crowd, with many expressing disbelief at Tang Yuan's proclaimed rank. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's declaration of his soul power, Wu Qing was momentarily taken aback but chose to say little. Instead, he summoned his martial soul, wielding a magnificent silver greatsword in his grasp. Upon witnessing Wu Qing unleash his martial soul, Tang Yuan, without uttering a word, summoned the Book of Life and Death. Accompanying this was a yellow soul ring that gracefully ascended from beneath his feet. A collective gasp resonated from the audience, soon erupting into a fervent commotion. Goodness! He's truly at level 18. Look at that. That yellow ring, could it possibly be a century-old soul ring? It is indeed a soul ring, and a century-old one at that. When did Tiando produce such a prodigy? He can't be more than 6 years old. right? Truly a marvel, he could already be in the second grade. Yet he remains in the beginner class? Upon hearing the commotion, Tang Yuan let out a resigned smile and inquired of Wu Qing. Are you certain you wish to engage in combat with me? Wu Qing swallowed hard, his throat constricting momentarily, but soon regained his resolute demeanor and replied, Indeed. Why should I not fight? Victory or defeat, only through battle shall we discern the outcome. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback by his words, and soon thereafter, he felt a profound respect for Wu Qing, exclaiming, Well said. One can only ascertain victory or defeat through battle. No sooner had he uttered these words than Wu Qing charged forward, wielding his massive sword. In an instant, Wu Qing had closed the distance, raising his colossal blade, poised to strike down upon Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan moved with measured grace, executing the unfathomable pursuit step, and in an instant, vanished from Wu Qing's sight. Just as Wu Qing was taken aback, a voice resonated through the air. First soul technique, soul snatch. Under normal circumstances, given Tang Yuan's prowess, defeating the 9th level Wu Qing would not necessitate the use of a soul technique. However, upon hearing Wu Qing's words, Tang Yuan began to regard this opponent with the seriousness he deserved. In a gesture of respect, he resolved to unleash his full power to secure victory over him. As soon as Tang Yuan unleashed his first soul skill, a beam of black light radiated forth, enveloping Wu Qing in an instant. Before Wu Qing could even react, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. At that moment, the black light had completely merged with his body, and a white light flickered back into Tang Yuan. Gritting his teeth, Wu Qing hefted his massive sword and swiftly turned to locate Tang Yuan's position. However, as he turned, a blur crossed his vision, revealing a blue figure before him. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest as Tang Yuan's right palm firmly pressed against his breastbone. Although Tang Yuan exerted only a fraction of his strength, without even utilizing his soul power, his body, honed and tempered from a young age, possessed a resilience surpassing that of even a peak great soul master, making it inconceivable for a mere level 9 soul master to compare. In an instant, Wu Qing struggled to maintain his balance, stumbling backward, nearly losing his footing. Just then, a hand as flawless as white jade grasped his own, steadying him. Once he regained his composure, Wu Qing declared, Thank you, I concede. Tang Yuan shook his head and smiled, saying, You are a worthy opponent deserving of respect. Wu Qing was momentarily taken aback, then replied with a smile, Thank you, I will certainly strive to improve. I eagerly anticipate our next battle. Tang Yuan chuckled. I am at your service whenever you wish. Wu Qing said no more and turned to leave the arena. As Tang Yuan observed his departure, he too prepared to step down, yet he was halted by a member of the 10th squad. Class leader, what are you doing? Tang Yuan, perplexed, inquired. Are we done here? A member of the 10th class replied, You cannot leave just yet. Having emerged victorious, you must now accept challenges from others. Oh, Tang Yuan responded. Who else wishes to compete? The crowd below murmured for a considerable time, yet no challengers stepped forward. It was no jest. The students in the beginner class were primarily newcomers, consisting mostly of soul masters, unprepared for further combat. As no one took to the arena, a voice suddenly rang out from the audience, Boss Tang. This declaration ignited a chorus of agreement from the crowd. Boss Tang, Boss Tang, Boss Tang. The cheers surged like a tidal wave. Under the fervent encouragement of the onlookers, Tang Yuan was crowned the leader of the beginner class at the Tiando Royal Academy of Soul Masters. Although he had no desire to seek the limelight like these youngsters, the sense of camaraderie among classmates and companions was indeed quite appealing. Chapter 17. Third year. The structure of the Tiando Royal Academy of Soul Masters is divided into 3 tiers: the beginner, intermediate, and advanced academies. The beginner academy is further segmented into first, second, and third years, while the beginner class should ideally be referred to as the first year. It is designated as such due to the students being freshly admitted and in the nascent stages of their journey. Upon reaching a soul power level of 10 and acquiring their first soul ring, students ascend to the second year. Conversely, those who have not attained level 10 or secured their first soul ring after a year in the beginner class will still progress to the second year. After a year in the second year, regardless of their soul power level, students will advance to the third year. This pattern continues, with third-year students graduating from the beginner academy at the semester's conclusion. To enter the intermediate academy, one must achieve a soul power level of 20 and obtain a second soul ring. Otherwise, they must depart from the Tiando Royal Academy. The intermediate academy does not differentiate by year. Students graduate upon reaching level 30, directly progressing to the advanced academy. Should they fail to meet this requirement, they may continue their studies or, upon the completion of a 3-year term, apply for graduation. The Advanced Academy necessitates a soul power level of 40 for graduation. Only those who enter the Advanced Academy of the Tiando Royal Academy can truly be considered as having entered the institution. After the martial arts competition, Tang Yuan resumed his routine, practicing qi cultivation at dawn, attending classes in the morning, and frolicking in the back mountains in the afternoon. Honing his unchanging pursuit of soul's technique, a month passed in tranquil progression. During this month, Tang Yuan's soul power could no longer be contained, culminating in a seamless breakthrough to level 19, while his unchanging pursuit of souls reached its pinnacle at the 2nd tier. One day, having completed his practice of the yin-yang qi cultivation method, Tang Yuan entered the classroom as usual. Shortly after taking his seat, the instructor, Wang Yan, arrived but did not commence the lesson immediately. Instead, he addressed Tang Yuan, saying, "Tang Yuan, please step outside with me." Upon hearing his teacher's call, Tang Yuan, uncertain of the matter at hand, did not dwell on it and simply vacated his seat, making his way towards the classroom exit. Upon reaching the doorway, Wang Yan remarked, "Tang Yuan, it seems your soul power has significantly strengthened. You must have experienced a breakthrough in recent days, haven't you?" Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed, Teacher Wang Yan. I broke through to level 19 a few days ago." Wang Yan nodded, having already acclimatized to the astonishment Tang Yuan brought him, and replied, "Indeed, your level has far surpassed the standards of the beginner stage. The esteemed members of the Education Committee have entrusted me with the responsibility of promoting you to the 3rd grade. What are your thoughts on this?" "Promoted to the 3rd grade?" Tang Yuan exclaimed in surprise, astonished that he would directly skip the 2nd grade. Wang Yan affirmed, "Precisely. Your talent is exceptional, and the elders of the Education Committee have deliberated that your remarkable abilities should not be squandered on elementary studies. Furthermore, I have observed that your theoretical knowledge significantly exceeds that of the beginner level. Advancing to the 3rd grade is more than sufficient. If it were not for the fact that your level has not yet surpassed 20, the Education Committee would not have been able to grant you such a special consideration. After all, the Tiando Royal Academy is closely tied to the reputation of the Tiando Empire. Thus, they arranged for you to enter the 3rd grade. However, given your innate talent, it is only a matter of time before you surpass level 20. Tang Yuan pondered for a moment, feeling a tinge of reluctance towards his classmates from Class 10. However, he quickly reassured himself that they would still be in the same school and could meet at any time. Furthermore, he was filled with anticipation for the upperclassmen in the 3rd grade, most of whom had attained the rank of Spirit Masters, a realm he believed to be his true domain. Wang Yan, noticing his silence, assumed he was hesitant and added, "Do not dwell on it. Do not squander your time on trivialities. Your sole duty is to cultivate diligently and strive to reach the rank of Spirit Master as soon as possible. Once any student in the academy achieves this level, they will be able to reap the benefits of the simulated training facilities." Tang Yuan inquired, "What is a mimetic training ground?" Wang Yan responded, "A mimetic training ground refers to an environment that allows soul masters to cultivate their martial spirits in a setting that is most conducive to their development. While this practice may not accelerate the accumulation and cultivation of soul power, it serves as a significant auxiliary aid. For instance, a forest or an area abundant with flora is ideal for nurturing plant-type martial spirits, whereas the ambience of a kitchen or dining establishment is suitable for the cultivation of food-type martial spirits. Furthermore, beast soul masters can enhance their training by residing alongside soul beasts that share similarities with their martial spirits, thereby reaping additional benefits. The specific advantages derived from such an environment are closely linked to the martial spirit of the soul master. In general, the stronger and more potent the martial spirit, the greater the benefits gained from training in a mimetic environment, particularly in the case of beast martial spirits, where the beast garden stands unmatched by any other location. Tang Yuan inquired, "Then, Master Wang Yan, in which environment should I cultivate my skills?" Wang Yan pondered for a moment and replied, "I have an idea. Our academy's library possesses the capability for simulated cultivation. Given that your martial soul is of the literary type, it would be ideal for you to practice there. This will undoubtedly accelerate your affinity with the Death Register martial soul." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "That is splendid, Teacher Wang Yan. May I begin my studies in cultivation in the library today?" Upon observing his eager demeanor, Wang Yan chuckled and replied, "Certainly. But I fear you may have limited time today." Tang Yuan inquired, "Why?" Wang Yan replied, "Please tidy yourself up. We are now going to meet with the 3 esteemed members of the Education Committee, after which I will escort you to the 3rd grade classroom. Tang Yuan nodded and said, All right, I have nothing to tidy up. I will first bid farewell to my classmates, and then we shall depart. Wang Yin, fully aware of Tang Yuan's loyal and affectionate nature, felt a sense of relief in his heart and replied, Go ahead, I will wait for you outside the classroom. Tang Yuan nodded softly before turning and rushing back to the classroom. Standing at the podium, he announced to everyone that he would soon be leaving the junior class to embark on his studies in the 3rd grade. The members of Class 10 felt a mixture of reluctance and joy for Tang Yuan. I promise to visit you all frequently. You must continue to study diligently and hone your skills. One day, we shall stand side by side in battle, Tang Yuan declared. Upon hearing his words, everyone was filled with fervor and responded enthusiastically. Afterward, Tang Yuan sent a classmate to relay the message to Wu Qing in Class 1, asking him to look after the students of Class 10. Upon receiving the news, Wu Qing sighed, uncertain whether it was out of happiness or regret. In any case, he would no longer have Tang Yuan as a rival. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan, accompanied by Wang Yin, arrived at the Education Committee. Inside, 3 elderly gentlemen were seated. And upon seeing Wang Yin with a boy, they recognized Tang Yuan and greeted him with warm smiles, exuding an aura of profound tranquility. Tang Yuan carefully scrutinized the 3 elderly men, observing that they were all clad in long black robes adorned with peculiar golden embroidery. Wang Yin urged Tang Yuan forward and respectfully bowed, saying, Esteemed seniors, I have brought Tang Yuan as requested. The elder at the forefront replied, Very well. You may step outside and wait. Yes, Wang Yin responded, and promptly withdrew to the outside. Tang Yuan, not daring to be disrespectful, emulated Wang Yin's demeanor and respectfully performed a bow, stating, I am Tang Yuan, a student of Class 10 in the junior division. My martial soul is the book of life and death, and I am a level 19, one-ring control system battle soul master. It is an honor to meet the 3 esteemed elders. The elder at the forefront smiled and inquired, So you are Tang Yuan? Tang Yuan nodded, affirming the statement. The elder chuckled, Indeed, a child of remarkable spirit. Since you have introduced yourself, it is only fitting that we, the 3 venerable elders, also present ourselves. Allow me to begin. I am the chief of the Education Committee, Meng Xinji, wielding the martial soul Black Demon, a control system soul Douluo of the 86th rank and 8 rings. Upon concluding his introduction, Meng Xinji glanced aside, prompting another elder to speak. I am the deputy chief of the Education Committee, Bai Bashan, with the martial soul Heavenly Star Furnace, a defense system soul Douluo of the 85th rank and 8 rings. Following Bai Baoshan, yet another elder interjected, I am the 3rd seed of the Education Committee, Jilin, possessing the martial soul Celestial Green Vine, a control system soul Douluo of the 83rd rank and 8 rings. Tang Yuan listened quietly, then bowed respectfully and said, I am truly honored to receive the guidance of the 3 esteemed elders. Upon hearing these words, the 3 individuals exchanged glances, each reflecting immense satisfaction in the other's eyes. Jilin, the soul Douluo, remarked, A fine prospect indeed, gentle and composed, unperturbed by praise or blame. Dreaming of the divine machine nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, my child. There is no need for formalities. Simply call me grandfather. Tang Yuan was taken aback, yet he refrained from elaborating further. He once again offered a respectful bow and said, Very well, Master Meng Xinji, Grandfather Bai Baoshan, and Grandfather Jilin. The 3 elders nodded in agreement, growing increasingly fond of this student, even considering the prospect of taking him as their disciple. However, since each harbored such thoughts independently, they deemed it prudent to discuss the matter privately. After inquiring about Tang Yuan's cultivation progress, the trio summoned Wang Yin into the hall, instructing him to escort Tang Yuan to Class 1 of the 3rd grade. Class 1 of the 3rd grade was markedly different from the initial class. It comprised a total of 17 students, and with Tang Yuan, the number swelled to 18. The original 17 were the top performers in the comprehensive assessments of soul power and practical combat conducted during the transition from the 2nd grade to the 3rd grade. Thus, Class 1 of the 3rd grade was truly deserving of its esteemed title. As they approached another building, Wang Yin led Tang Yuan to the entrance of Class 1. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman with an air of nobility emerged from the classroom. Wang Yin, upon catching sight of her, momentarily lost his composure. It was only when she drew near that he regained his senses and said, Teacher Su Jing, I have brought Tang Yuan as per the directive of the Education Committee. Su Jing nodded, her face lighting up with a smile reminiscent of the fragrant blossoms within a lush forest. You have worked hard, she addressed Wang Yin graciously. Wang Yin gazed at Su Jing with a fervent admiration, yet her radiant smile rendered him bashful. With a determined expression, he replied, "It was no trouble at all." Although he held great admiration for Su Jing, it remained purely platonic. Despite the proximity of their strengths, her exceptional beauty attracted the attention of many faculty members within the academy, leaving him with little sense of competitive spirit. In her presence, he felt utterly defeated. At that moment, Su Jing looked down at Tang Yuan, her gentle smile illuminating her features. "You must be Tang Yuan, am I correct? You are truly handsome. It has been quite some time since I have encountered such an adorable young boy." Tang Yuan felt a wave of disbelief. Was the term beautiful truly meant to describe a young man? Although he felt a twinge of discontent in his heart, upon seeing the enchanting teacher, he decided not to dwell on it. He nodded and replied, "Yes, teacher." Su Jing gently ruffled his hair and smiled, saying, "My name is Su Jing, and I shall be your mentor from today onward." Tang Yuan chuckled, "Very well, Teacher Su." At that moment, Wang Yin remarked, "Teacher Su, I have brought Tang Yuan over. I shall take my leave now." Su Jing smiled at him. "Thank you, Teacher Wang. Your efforts are appreciated." Wang Yin, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and then turned to Tang Yuan, saying, "Tang Yuan, I am leaving. Be sure to heed Teacher Su's guidance." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you, Teacher Wang Yin, for your guidance over the past month. I will certainly strive to do my best." Wang Yin, feeling gratified, nodded in return before turning and departing. Tang Yuan gazed at his retreating figure, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Chapter 18. A new dispute awaits. Su Jing grasped Tang Yuan's hand as they entered the classroom. Making their way to the podium, Su Jing announced, "Dear classmates, today we welcome a new student among us. His name is Tang Yuan. Starting from today, he will be a member of our third grade class 1. Let us applaud him." A wave of applause erupted from the audience. Tang Yuan gazed at the assembly of individuals before him. These 17 souls were 2 to 3 years his senior, aged between 8 and 9. Judging by the fluctuations of their spiritual energy, they were not significantly different from him, all hovering around the threshold of the 20th level. Indeed, the first class lived up to its esteemed reputation. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard Su Jing's voice. "Tang Yuan, please proceed with a self-introduction for everyone." Tang Yuan nodded and stepped forward, addressing the assembly. "Greetings, esteemed seniors. My name is Tang Yuan. I am 6 years old, and my martial spirit is the life and death ledger. I am a level 19, one-ring control system battle soul master. Having recently transferred from class 10 of the junior division, I humbly request your guidance." Su Jing took the lead in applauding, a smile illuminating her face. "What a splendid introduction. From now on, Tang Yuan will be learning alongside us. Given his tender age, I trust you all will take good care of him." However, the crowd remained largely unresponsive, their expressions a mixture of astonishment as they regarded Tang Yuan with eyes that reflected disbelief, as though he were an extraordinary anomaly. Tang Yuan had long grown accustomed to such situations. Following the gazes of the crowd, he descended from the podium and casually selected an empty seat, preparing to attentively listen to Su Jing's lecture. The third grade and beginner classes shared the same schedule, both comprising 2 hours of theoretical instruction in the morning. But the afternoon included an additional practical course. Su Jing, a 38th level sensory attack system battle soul master with the martial spirit of the Azure Sky Sparrow, was the instructor for the practical course. Despite her exquisite beauty, Su Jing was no pushover when it came to discipline. The students of the first class and the third grade, all haughty and proud, were swiftly brought to heel by her. The tower theoretical class concluded rapidly, and Tang Yuan realized that the knowledge imparted in the third grade was considerably more profound than that of the beginner class, with numerous concepts he had never encountered before. True to his nature, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the lecture, entirely oblivious to the commotion around him. After class, as he arrived in the third grade without any acquaintances to converse with, he organized his materials and prepared to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Just as he exited the classroom, a young boy intercepted him. Tang Yuan Jian, a classmate, noticed the malevolent gaze directed at him. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Is there something you need, senior?" The young man, perceiving Tang Yuan's expression, felt that he was too arrogant, and a surge of anger welled up within him. With a cold sneer, he retorted, "Little brother, where do you hail from? Are you unaware of the rules here?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan immediately discerned that the individual was seeking trouble. He inquired, "What rules are you referring to?" The young man, displaying a look of disdain, responded, "Go to the cafeteria now, procure the most expensive meal for me and deliver it to my table. Only then will I reveal to you what these rules entail." Tang Yuan chuckled coldly and said, "I have no desire for knowledge of such matters. I am off to dine now, senior. Please do as you wish." The young man, upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, was incensed. At his age, few dared to show him such disrespect. "I shall offer you one more opportunity to apologize. If you do not, I care not from whence you have emerged." Tang Yuan could only manage a wry smile, for this individual was truly unreasonable. Despite the gravity of the situation, he remained entangled in his obstinacy. What right did he have? The young man, seemingly amused by the absurdity, burst into a hearty laugh thrice, followed by a chorus of laughter from those accompanying him. "What right?" he exclaimed. "Did you hear that? He dares to question my entitlement." With this declaration, another wave of laughter erupted among the crowd. Tang Yuan was utterly perplexed, pondering the peculiar mindset of this individual. What exactly were his intentions? If there was nothing of consequence, he preferred not to squander his mealtime. Tang Yuan asserted that he truly wished to avoid entanglement with this person. After lunch, he needed to return to his dormitory for cultivation. The youth, with a fierce demeanor, declared, "You must be Tang Yuan, right? You are something. Remember this, my name is Jiang Tianxiao. If you have the guts, I shall be waiting for you at the training ground after lunch. If you dare not come, you might as well return to your beginner class." With that, Jiang Tianxiao departed, flanked by a group of followers, who laughed derisively as they left. "What a bunch of nobodies. Now they can join our first class? Just look at him. He is clearly a coward." Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, choosing to ignore him. Just as he was about to leave, a boy of around 8 years approached him and exclaimed, "Heavens! How did you manage to incur his wrath?" Tang Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "What is the matter?" The young man replied, "What is the matter? You still ask what is the matter? Do you not know who he is?" Tang Yuan nodded and replied, "I am aware. It's Jiang Tianxiao from our class." The youth, astonished, exclaimed, "Your class? You belong to the first class?" Tang Yuan replied, "Indeed." The young man, wearing an expression of disbelief, remarked, "I say, little brother, have you not yet graduated from your beginner's class?" Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "I have yet to graduate." Before he could finish his thought, the young boy immediately interjected, "I knew it. You're just a little brat who has just started school. It's one thing to wander into the 3rd grade, but you've also managed to provoke Jiang Tianxiao. He's quite the predicament." Tang Yuan inquired, "What do you mean?" The young man replied, "Jiang Tianxiao is a member of the 3rd grade, 1st class, and his practical combat ranking stands at 4th. His father holds the position of deputy general in the Imperial Guard. If you provoke him, you shall find yourself in a most precarious situation." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "I do not wish to provoke him. However, if he comes to trouble me, I have no intention of quarreling with him." The young man, shaking his head in resignation, thought to himself that Tang Yuan, being merely a child, possessed no capabilities and yet dared to contend with Jiang Tianxiao. Tang Yuan paid him no heed, merely greeting him before departing. After indulging in a hearty meal at the cafeteria, he returned to his dormitory to engage in his training, dismissing Jiang Tianxiao's challenge from his mind entirely. Arriving early at the training grounds before the afternoon combat class, Tang Yuan noticed that Jiang Tianxiao was already present. Upon spotting Tang Yuan, Jiang's gaze turned icy, fixated upon him, and he made a gesture across his throat. Tang Yuan remained indifferent, seeking refuge in a corner. By this time, everyone had gathered, including Su Jing, and they formed a line at the training ground, awaiting Su Jing's instruction. Su Jing began by sharing some combat techniques before transitioning into the essence of today's practical lesson. It was time for a duel. Initially, this was meant to be a team battle, and Su Jing was about to divide the students into teams. At that moment, Jiang Tianxiao stepped forward, declaring, "Teacher Su Jing, I request a challenge." Challenges were a form of practical exercise, allowing students to propose individual duels apart from team battles, serving as a demonstration for their peers. Though the decision to accept the challenge rested solely with the opponent, Su Jing was taken aback. Jiang Tianxiao ranked 4th in strength, and if he sought a challenge, it was likely he had already made significant advancements and aimed to confront the top 3 students of the 3rd year. Su Jing inquired, "Oh, Jiang Tianxiao, whom do you wish to challenge?" Jiang Tianxiao pointed in the direction of Tang Yuan, causing the gaze of the crowd to converge upon him. Su Jing furrowed her brow. She was aware of Jiang Tianxiao's unruly nature, akin to a schoolyard tyrant, although his strength was formidable and could galvanize the other students. The school did not prohibit his behavior, so she allowed it. However, his choice to challenge Tang Yuan was evidently intended to intimidate him. To be frank, Su Jing felt uncertain about Tang Yuan. Though Tang Yuan possessed a soul power of level 19 and Jiang Tianxiao had level 17. The latter had been engaged in practical lessons since the second year, accumulating substantial combat experience. In contrast, Tang Yuan had jumped from the beginner class to the third year, and today marked his first practical lesson. It was likely he would struggle against Jiang Tianxiao. Su Jing glanced at Tang Yuan, noticing his indifference, and assumed he was fearful. Thus, she sternly addressed Jiang Tianxiao. Jiang Tianxiao, it is Tang Yuan's first day. Do not create a disturbance. Return to your place. Jiang Tianxiao, however, remained obstinate, asserting, Teacher Su Jing, you often teach us to possess a fearless spirit when facing an opponent. Why should it not apply to this little fellow? Besides, as a senior, imparting some practical experience to a junior is not unreasonable, is it? Su Jing was incensed by Jiang Tianxiao's words, her expression darkening immediately. Sensing her displeasure, Jiang Tianxiao felt a flicker of apprehension. After all, when students were disobedient or lazy, Su Jing would display such a countenance, often leading to a friendly match between teacher and student. Jiang Tianxiao, having caused his fair share of trouble, was no stranger to Su Jing's focused attention. He defiantly declared, I am not mistaken. He is indeed a little fellow. Tang Yuan felt a sense of helplessness, despite having lived over 20 years across 2 lifetimes. He was still referred to as a child by an 8-year-old. Su Jing, incensed by Jiang Tianxiao's remarks, impulsively retorted. Just then, someone in the class, sensing the shifting tide, stood up and declared, Teacher Su Jing, pay no heed to Jiang Tianxiao. He is merely a mad dog. This individual was Yun Fan, who held the 3rd rank. Upon hearing Yun Fan's words, Jiang Tianxiao was consumed by rage, as he had narrowly lost to Yun Fan in their last encounter, which had lingered in his mind. Now, faced with Yun Fan's opposition, he found it intolerable. Fixing his gaze on Yun Fan, he declared, Yun Fan, do not presume that your previous victory places you above me. If you doubt my abilities, I am more than willing to engage you in a duel. Yun Fan glanced at him and replied, Jiang Tianxiao, I must admit, your ability to bully the weak while fearing the strong is truly impressive. Tang Yuan is merely 6 years old and lacks practical combat experience. Yet you seek to challenge him. How shameless can you be? Moreover, he is at level 19, while you are only at level 17. What makes you so certain of victory? Jiang Tianxiao scoffed. Humph. Who knows if his level 19 was achieved through some kind of elixir? Yun Fan retorted, pathetic, you petty man. Jiang Tianxiao seethed. Who are you insulting? Enough. Su Jing interjected sternly. Jiang Tianxiao, Yun Fan, return to your positions at once. Reluctant, Jiang Tianxiao protested. But, teacher, back. Su Jing offered him no opportunity to continue. In frustration, Jiang Tianxiao returned to his group, casting a wrathful glare at Tang Yuan as he turned away. Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating that if he did not defeat his opponent today, the subsequent matters would likely become even more troublesome. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward and addressed Su Jing, saying, Teacher Su, I too wish to issue a challenge. Su Jing was taken aback, assuming that Tang Yuan could not handle the pressure, and replied, Tang Yuan, you have just arrived today. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Yuan pointed decisively towards Jiang Tianxiao, who stood among the ranks. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Jiang Tianxiao was first taken aback, but then his expression transformed into one of ecstatic delight. Chapter 19, A Single Move. Su Jing urged anxiously, Tang Yuan, do not act impulsively. Tang Yuan shook his head and remarked, Teacher Su Jing, I still prefer a solution that resolves everything in one fell swoop. Before Su Jing could respond, Jiang Tianxiao proclaimed loudly, I accept your challenge. This declaration spread like water spilled from a vessel. One party issued a challenge, and the other readily accepted. Logically, Su Jing, as the teacher, had no authority to intervene unless casualties occurred during the bout, which would warrant her intervention. With a sigh, Su Jing acknowledged that the child still harbored high aspirations, yet she also recognized the validity in Tang Yuan's words. If he did not engage Jiang Tianxiao in a confrontation, it was likely that future troubles would abound. The crowd gradually stepped back, clearing a space for Tang Yuan and Jiang Tianxiao. Tang Yuan and Jiang Tianxiao stood facing each other in the center of the arena. Su Jing, standing nearby, remarked, the competition will cease at the designated point. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall intervene. Do you understand? Tang Yuan and Jiang Tianxiao nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, Su Jing still did not trust him. However, it mattered little now, since Jiang Tianxiao intended to assert his dominance. Tang Yuan understood that he must rely on his own strength to resolve this predicament, despite his aversion to conflict. With a mocking expression, Jiang Tianxiao gazed at Tang Yuan and remarked, "Regretting now will be of no avail. Tang Yuan Dao, it is too late for you to feel remorse now." Jiang Tianxiao furiously exclaimed, "Arrogant." Tang Yuan let out a cold laugh and declared, "I am Tang Yuan, a level 19 control system battle spirit master with the martial soul of the death roll." Upon finishing his words, he refrained from releasing his martial soul. Observing this, the crowd silently shook their heads. If Tang Yuan had unleashed his full power, perhaps, with his superior soul strength, he might have stood a chance. Yet his arrogance prevented him from even revealing his martial soul, leading to an inevitable outcome. Su Jing sighed inwardly, realizing that without practical combat experience, Tang Yuan was oblivious to the taboos of real battles. After the fight, she resolved to impart some much-needed lessons to him. Seeing Tang Yuan's audacity, Jiang Tianxiao's anger flared, and he thought to himself that he must make him pay for his arrogance. He then proclaimed, "I am Jiang Tianxiao, with the martial soul of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, a level 17 assault system battle spirit master, martial soul manifestation." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Tianxiao disregarded Tang Yuan and immediately unleashed his martial soul. In an instant, his eyes gleamed with silver light, his limbs transformed into wolf claws, and a wolf's tail manifested behind him. With a furious roar, he charged towards Tang Yuan, with a smile gracing his lips. Tang Yuan regarded the oncoming Jiang Tianxiao without making a single move. "Surely he hasn't been rendered speechless by fear," one observer remarked in astonishment. Another added, "Indeed. He was promoted directly from the junior class. He possesses talent, yet his combat skills are woefully inadequate. Faced with battle, he lacks even the will to retaliate." Whispers of sympathy for Tang Yuan circulated among the crowd. Jiang Tianxiao, on the other hand, sneered with confidence, as if Tang Yuan was already at the mercy of his claws. In a flash, Jiang Tianxiao had closed the distance to Tang Yuan, raising his sharp claws high, poised to strike. At that moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Tang Yuan's mouth. Jiang Tianxiao paused, bewildered. How could he still smile at a time like this? Was he truly so frightened that he had lost his senses? Before he could ponder further, Jiang Tianxiao felt his attack nearly connect, mere inches from Tang Yuan. Suddenly, a blur flashed before Jiang Tianxiao's eyes, and Tang Yuan's figure vanished without a trace. Stunned, Jiang Tianxiao barely had time to react when a voice emerged from behind him. "Is this the strength of the 4th-ranked combat expert in the 3rd grade? Distracted even in battle?" Before the words settled, a surge of power struck Jiang Tianxiao's waist, sending tremors of pain through him. In an instant, he was lifted off the ground, soaring high before crashing into the earth, landing in a disheveled heap. One strike, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Tang Yuan stood at the very spot where Jiang Tianxiao had just been, his expression unperturbed, while Jiang Tianxiao lay distanced, clutching his waist and groaning in pain. The gazes of the onlookers towards Tang Yuan transformed, now imbued with an aura of terror, as if they were beholding a truly fearsome creature. Indeed, if they had previously regarded Tang Yuan as a monster, their perception had now shifted to one of sheer dread. This included Su Jing, who was no exception. Yun Fan stood in a daze, murmuring, "Am I seeing things?" Another spoke up, "You are not mistaken. It is indeed Tang Yuan who has defeated Jiang Tianxiao with a single strike, without even unleashing his martial soul. His speed was such that even I found it difficult to discern." Yun Fan exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Even you could hardly see it? Fong Nan, you are the top of the 3rd year. If you were to face him, what do you think your chances would be?" Fong Nan shook his head, replying, "If he were to engage me without his martial soul, the outcome would be uncertain. However, should he unleash it, I fear victory would be elusive." Yun Fan was once again taken aback. Which soul master would fight without their martial soul? The fact that Fong Nan, the top-ranked student of the 3rd year, felt uncertain of his chances only reinforced the notion that Tang Yuan was not merely a monster, but rather a prodigy of extraordinary caliber. The crowd remained in a state of shock for an extended period, oblivious even to Jiang Tianxiao's cries for help. Tang Yuan smiled inwardly, recalling a passage from a book in his previous life that described wolves as having a copper head, iron bones, and a tofu waist. With this in mind, he executed the unchanging soul-chasing step, swiftly positioning himself behind Jiang Tianxiao, and delivered a precise kick to his waist with the technique. This strike would likely leave Jiang Tianxiao with aches and pains for several days. At that moment, Su Jing, recovering from her astonishment, promptly sent 2 classmates to assist Jiang Tianxiao to his feet. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan had already returned to the group, indifferent to the gazes directed at him. Su Jing sighed inwardly, realizing that any thoughts of educating him had been cast aside. It was absurd to even consider such a notion. He was nothing short of a monster, a creature of extraordinary levels, talents, and theories, who had proved to be a formidable force in practice as well. Following this battle, Jiang Tianxiao no longer dared to meet Tang Yuan's gaze. Instead, he became timid and evasive, avoiding eye contact for fear of encountering Tang Yuan's penetrating stare. Jiang Tianxiao, known for his arrogance and bullying tendencies, had lost any desire to confront Tang Yuan upon witnessing his prowess. After the confrontation between Tang Yuan and Jiang Tianxiao, the others also retracted their underestimation of Tang Yuan. It seemed there was indeed merit in his rapid ascent from the beginner class to the 3rd year, ultimately securing a place in the 1st class. Su Jing regarded Tang Yuan with newfound respect, as it was the first time in many years that she found herself unable to gauge a student's true capabilities. In the afternoon's practical combat class, team battles were no longer conducted. Instead, Su Jing focused on sharing insights regarding combat techniques and the various scenarios that might arise during battles, along with strategies to cope with them. Tang Yuan gained significantly from this session, growing increasingly fond of this mode of instruction. However, the practical combat class was limited to only 8 sessions a month, equating to merely 2 classes per week. After the class concluded, Tang Yuan ventured to the back mountain to continue his training in the unchanging soul-chasing step. At this point, he had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd layer. Yet he felt that further breakthroughs would be challenging with his current cultivation. Thus, he contemplated a plan to craft a suit of heavy armor at the blacksmith shop within the city, utilizing the added weight as a means of training. As night fell, Tang Yuan completed his evening routine and made his way to the cafeteria for dinner. Fortuitously, the cafeteria had received a fresh supply of soul beast meat, allowing him to indulge in a hearty feast. After dining, he left the school and wandered around, eventually discovering a commendable blacksmith shop. Upon entering, a burly blacksmith noticed the charming blue-haired, blue-eyed boy before him, dressed in exquisite attire and exuding an air of sophistication. Curious about his purpose for visiting, the blacksmith inquired, "Young lad, what brings you here today?" Tang Yuan gazed at the towering forge before him, retrieving a blueprint from his pocket. This was a design for heavy armor meticulously crafted to match his own measurements, with all components weighing a total of 50 pounds, equivalent to the weight of an 8-year-old child. The blacksmith, upon receiving the blueprint, could not conceal his astonishment as he beheld the dimensions of the armor, perfectly tailored for the diminutive figure of Tang Yuan. What purpose could such a heavy armor serve for one so young? "Is this what you wish to forge?" the blacksmith inquired. Tang Yuan nodded and inquired, "How much does it cost?" The blacksmith, regaining his composure, replied, "Considering your tender age, I shall charge you merely 10 silver coins." Tang Yuan shook his head. The blacksmith uncle, believing him to be put off by the price, inquired, "This is indeed a very reasonable price. A suit of heavy armor, though small in size, is worth this amount solely in terms of materials." Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "No, my dear boss, I possess only gold soul coins, not silver soul coins. May I offer you 1 gold soul coin instead?" His assertion held merit, for his starry moonlight was filled with gold soul coins. Typically, he would pay a portion up front for his meals and settle the remaining balance afterward. The blacksmith, taken aback, soon came to terms with the situation, observing the child's attire, which clearly indicated he hailed from no ordinary family. However, he felt it inappropriate to take advantage of a young child and said, "1 gold soul coin is far too generous. How about this? I shall craft an additional short sword for you using the finest materials from our shop. What do you think?" Tang Yuanxin thought to himself that possessing a weapon would indeed be beneficial, and thus he nodded in agreement. The blacksmith then remarked, "Very well. Return in a couple of days to retrieve it." Tang Yuan Dao, "Very well." Having said that, he departed. At this early hour, Tang Yuan recalled his family's Tianbao Tower and decided to pay a visit. Should he encounter anything conducive to his cultivation, it would certainly be fortuitous. Following the route previously instructed by Bibi Dong, Tang Yuan swiftly located the Tianbao Tower. It was an imposing edifice, resplendent with opulence, exuding an air of luxury both inside and out. Tang Yuan surveyed his surroundings, filled with a profound sense of wonder. In his former life, he had never beheld such towering edifices. He then advanced towards the Tianbao Tower. At that moment, a tall figure approached him head-on. Instinctively, Tang Yuan shifted his foot and swiftly retreated a step, employing the method of the unchanging pursuit. The individual ahead seemed to sense Tang Yuan's presence and remarked, "My apologies. Young lad, I nearly collided with you." Tang Yuan smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing." As he carefully observed the individual before him, he noted the striking golden hair, the prominent nose, and a subtle air of authority emanating from his eyes. Clad in opulent attire, the man exuded an unmistakable nobility, accompanied by a girl with delicate lavender hair. While Tang Yuan scrutinized his counterpart, the latter was also appraising him. Noticing the emblem of the Tiando Royal Academy hanging from Tang Yuan's chest, he inquired, "Young brother, are you also a student of Tiando?" Tang Yuan nodded and replied, "Indeed." "Elder brother." The man chuckled and said, "Do not refer to me as elder brother. Rather, call me senior. I too am a student of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. My name is Yu Tianheng, and I am a student of the Advanced Academy." Chapter 20. This flower I shall take. Senior? Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Yu Tianheng then introduced the young lady beside him, saying, "This is your senior, Douluo Yin. We are both students of the Advanced Academy of the Tiando Royal Academy." After hearing Yu Tianheng's words, Tang Yuan politely greeted, "Hello, senior." Douluo Yin smiled and remarked, "What an adorable little junior. Are you a freshman this year?" Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed, my name is Tang Yuan, and I am currently a student in the first class of the third grade." Third grade? Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin were taken aback, momentarily doubting their hearing, and could not help but inquire further. Tang Yuan nodded and replied, "Indeed." Yu Tianheng inquired, "Aren't you a freshman? How is it that you are in the third year?" Tang Yuan Dao, "I was originally in the 10th class of the primary level, but due to my soul power surpassing the standards of that class, I have been transferred to the third grade today." Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin exchanged glances and then inquired, "What level are you at now?" Tang Yuan replied, 19 levels. Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin both gasped in astonishment. To them, Tang Yuan appeared to be merely a newly awakened soul cultivator. Tang Yuan observed the way Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin regarded him as if he were a curiosity, and he couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. "Here it comes again." Douluo Yin inquired, "How old are you?" Tang Yuan Dao, "At 6 years of age, he would soon turn 7 in just a few months." Indeed. He was a prodigy, as both Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin contemplated in their hearts. Tang Yuan Dao inquired, "Seniors, have you come to Tianbao Tower to purchase items?" Yu Tianheng nodded and replied, "Indeed, Senior Yin, having just attained the rank of Soul Master, wishes to explore some foundational elixirs to stabilize her soul power." Tang Yuan nodded, his heart filled with astonishment. The young girl before him, known as Douluo Yin, appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, yet she had already attained the rank of Soul Master. Indeed, within the Royal Academy of Tiando, one could find hidden talents and extraordinary individuals. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Yu Tianheng advised Tang Yuan that should he encounter any issues at the academy, he should not hesitate to seek him out at the Advanced Academy. Although Tang Yuan was uncertain why Yu Tianheng held such a favorable opinion of him, he was eager to forge a friendship with such a gifted individual. Naturally, Yu Tianheng had recognized Tang Yuan's exceptional abilities. Once Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin departed, Tang Yuan entered the Tianbao building. As soon as he stepped through the grand entrance, an alluring and captivating attendant approached him, inquiring, "Young sir, what may I assist you with today?" Tang Yuan was taken aback. The attendant of the Tianbao Tower was indeed extraordinary, speaking with such reverence to a mere child like him. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yuan replied, "Dear elder sister, I do not possess any particular ambitions at the moment. I simply wish to observe for a while, if that is agreeable." The attendant responded with a gentle smile, "Certainly. That is no problem at all. Allow me to make some introductions for you." Tang Yuan nodded and followed closely behind the attendant. The Tianbao Tower primarily offers an exquisite array of rare treasures from across the realm. In addition to our own merchandise, numerous powerful soul masters also consign their items for sale here. The first floor caters to goods suitable for soul masters up to soul reverence, while the second floor is accessible only to those at the soul sect to soul emperor level, featuring products tailored for them. The third floor is reserved for soul saints to soul Douluos, showcasing items specifically designed for this elite tier. Finally, the fourth floor is dedicated to the esteemed title Douluos, offering exclusive products for their distinguished class. Tang Yuan expressed his astonishment. Is there truly a product specifically designed for the title Douluo? In response to Tang Yuan's surprise, The attendant, accustomed to such reactions, smiled and replied, "Indeed. However, the offerings on the fourth floor are certainly not as abundant as those on the first, second, and third floors. After all, the items required by a title Douluo are exceedingly rare across the continent. They are not mere trinkets, but rather treasures that one may encounter only by chance. Nonetheless, many of these items can be found within our Tianbao Tower. It is worth noting that Tianbao Towers are widespread throughout the continent, but only those located in the capital cities possess a fourth floor. The most basic Tianbao Towers lack even a third floor, featuring only the first and second." Tang Yuan nodded, contemplating the remarkable capabilities of his Tianbao Tower, which astonishingly offered even the items required by title Douluo. As he wandered through the establishment, a servant elucidated the various commodities on display. After completing a circuit, Tang Yuan stumbled upon a small flower radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an extraordinarily potent aura. He felt as though his death book martial soul had developed an intense yearning for this enchanting blossom, nearly compelling him to unleash its power uncontrollably. Tang Yuan paused before the flower, and the attendant, noticing his interest, seized the opportunity to promote it. "You truly have an eye for beauty," he remarked. "This exquisite bloom is known as the soul essence flower. While it cannot augment one's soul power or elevate its rank, its greatest virtue lies in its ability to nourish the martial spirit, even if the martial spirit has endured considerable injury or fragmentation. Possessing this flower can facilitate its restoration and even allow it to coalesce anew." Tang Yuan appeared astonished and inquired, "Is it truly so miraculous?" The attendant nodded and replied, "Indeed, this extraordinary blossom is a rare encounter, unmatched by any other in the world. Aside from this singular flower, I have not heard of another." Tang Yuan inquired, "If such a precious item exists, why is it displayed on the first floor?" The attendant sighed and replied, "Given the immense value of the soul yuan flower, it deserves to be housed on the fourth floor at the very least. However, the soul master who encountered it at the time was entirely unaware of its worth. In a mere century, they hastily harvested it, employing a method that was gravely flawed, which rendered it incapable of further cultivation. Consequently, it could only be preserved at a century's efficacy, failing to meet the standards for the soul yuan flower's millennial maturation. Thus, it merely nourishes the martial soul and restores its vitality, lacking the ability to recondense the martial soul. Nevertheless, this soul yuan flower remains significantly beneficial for soul masters below the 30th level. For instance, if your martial soul has suffered severe damage, consuming this flower will restore it to its former state. However, for those above the 30th level, as their martial souls grow increasingly robust, the flower's efficacy diminishes correspondingly." Tang Yuan suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Tang Yuan contemplated that at the moment of awakening his martial soul, he sensed a certain frailty within the book of life and death. It was likely that the cataclysmic battle in the netherworld had left the book in disarray, and he had obtained a leaf from it, which amounted to a fragment of its residual soul. This fragment, through the Reincarnation Bureau, had transported him to the Douluo Continent. He feared that it had already exhausted its essence. If he were to consume this soul origin treasure flower, would the fragment of the book of life and death, his own martial soul, be able to restore itself to its former glory? Lost in thought, the attendant, noticing his distraction, inquired, "Young sir, what are your thoughts?" Tang Yuan inquired, "How much does this cost?" The attendant replied, "It is merely 1,000 gold soul coins." Tang Yuan silently nodded. Although the price was steep, for those who genuinely required it, it was undoubtedly worth every penny. If one did not have a need, they would naturally refrain from making a purchase. This reasoning, perhaps, elucidated why the soul origin treasure flower remained unremarked and overlooked. Tang Yuan laughed and said, "Very well. I shall purchase it." The attendant, filled with delight, nodded and replied, "Excellent. I will arrange for it to be packaged for you right away." At that moment, an untimely voice interjected, "This flower, I shall take it." Tang Yuan and the attendant turned to see a lavishly dressed young man approaching, his arms wrapped around a strikingly beautiful girl adorned with heavy makeup. The attendant stepped forward and said, "Esteemed guest, I sincerely apologize, but this flower has already been purchased by this young gentleman." The youth scoffed and retorted, "A mere child. Are you certain he possesses the wealth to make such a purchase?" Tang Yuan was singularly determined to possess the soul origin treasure flower and harbored no desire for conflict with others. Thus, he addressed the attendant, saying, "Please wrap it up. I shall proceed to the counter to settle the payment immediately." Without waiting for the youth's response, he turned and strode towards the counter. However, He had scarcely taken 2 steps when the youth intercepted him, exclaiming, "Did I grant you permission to leave? Are you deaf? Did you not hear my words?" I said, "I want this flower." Tang Yuan offered a faint smile and replied, "I apologize, but I overheard your request. However, I require this flower and cannot relinquish it to you." The attendant, sensing the escalating tension, promptly departed in haste to seek the steward. The young man, feeling insulted by Tang Yuan's blatant disregard for his authority, scoffed in anger. "Well, this is the first time I have ever encountered such defiance. In the city of Tiando, apart from the royal family, no one has dared to oppose me." Pang and Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. I merely seek that flower. As for your identity, I have no interest in knowing." Upon hearing this, the youth who called himself Pang and was taken aback for a moment. Soon, a cold glimmer emanated from his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Tang Yuan, asking, "Are you certain you wish to oppose me?" Tang Yuan shook his head once more, expressing his disinterest. Pang's countenance darkened. Yet the young maiden beside him addressed Tang Yuan. "You truly possess the audacity of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Are you aware of who young Masterin is? He is the grandson of the Grand Tutor of the Tiando Empire. Judging by your appearance, you do not seem to hail from an ordinary family. Be cautious not to bring calamity upon your elders." Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, perceiving the utter arrogance of this insufferable individual. Pang scrutinized Tang Yuan closely and, noticing the emblem of the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy adorning his chest, let out a cold chuckle. "I did not expect you to be a junior from the Heavenly Dou Royal Academy. Since you are also a soul master, let us settle this in the manner befitting our kind. If you defeat me, the flower shall be yours. If I triumph, the flower will belong to me." For reasons unbeknownst to him, the term junior as uttered by Pang and filled Tang Yuan with profound disdain. A stark contrast to the way Yu Tianheng had used the same term. Upon hearing his words, Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "I have no interest." Pang scoffed derisively. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Pang had initially presumed that Tang Yuan, being youthful and seemingly a newcomer, would possess a soul power level of merely 7 at best. Thus, he had invited him to a duel, confident that with his own soul power level of 15, victory would be effortlessly within his grasp. Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "This flower rightfully belongs to me. Do you not understand the principle of priority? Why should I waste my time engaging in your petty duel?" Upon hearing this, Pang was infuriated, his anger evident as he coldly declared, "Very well. You shall fight today, whether you wish to or not. Martial soul, manifest." With these words, a crimson light flashed, and Pang was instantly transformed, his teeth sharpened into fangs. His body covered in fur, his nose morphed into a heart-shaped patch of darkness, and claws sprouted from his limbs, alongside the ethereal apparition of a hellhound appearing behind him. "Look, he has turned into a dog," a child exclaimed in astonishment, drawing the attention of the gathering crowd, as many had assembled due to the altercation between him and Tang Yuan. Pang's martial soul, known as the hellhound, is a soul beast renowned for its acute sense of smell, particularly attuned to sense and spiritual energies, though its offensive capabilities are relatively weak, often residing on the fringes of the forest. Chapter 21. Blacklist. The Pang family. Tang Yuan calmly observed the formidable figure of Pang, whose martial spirit had manifested. He sensed the soul power emanating from him, which, surprisingly, was inferior to his own, though Pang appeared to be around 13 or 14. Akin to Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin in age, his level of soul power was markedly lacking. Consequently, Tang Yuan felt little inclination to engage in a duel with him. "Release your martial spirit." Pang barked fiercely. Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. What an audacious fellow, challenging a child so much younger than himself. Indeed, but he seems to belong to a prestigious family. We should tread carefully. Yes, let us refrain from speaking too much. The more Pang listened to the comments from the crowd, the more his anger intensified. He urged impatiently, "What? Are you afraid?" Tang Yuan shook his head and turned to leave. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light appeared as Pang positioned himself in front of him, obstructing his path. "I shall offer you one more chance," he declared. "Unleash your martial spirit, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Step aside." Even Tang Yuan's usually placid demeanor was frayed by Pang's brazen aggression. It was not that he refrained from teaching him a lesson, but rather that he wished to avoid making a scene on his own territory. "Very well. You are quite audacious. You refuse the courtesy of wine and instead choose the punishment of liquor." Pang bellowed, invoking his first soul skill, soul-biting chase. As his words fell, he opened his jaws, lined with menacing teeth, ready to lunge at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan remained calm and composed, poised to execute the unchanging soul-chasing steps to evade the impending danger. At that moment, a beam of azure light shot forth, striking Pang with tremendous force, sending him hurtling against a nearby wall. And Xiao, a young girl beside Pang, exclaimed in alarm, rushing to his side. Just then, a middle-aged man, presumably the manager of the Tianbao building in Tiando City, arrived, accompanied by a servant. Upon his arrival, the manager spoke in a grave tone. Who dares to engage in private conflict here? Pang, rising from the ground, brusquely brushed aside the girl's hand as she attempted to assist him, his face darkening as he retorted sharply at the manager, "Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" The manager maintained an impassive expression and replied, "According to the rules of Tianbao building, once you enter, you are a valued guest and may not engage in violence here." Pang, with a fierce glare, declared, "You dare to meddle in my affairs? Do you believe I want to have your Tianbao building demolished?" A look of disdain flickered in the manager's eyes as he responded, "Whether you can or cannot have it demolished is uncertain, but if you dare to utter such threats again, I shall ensure you leave Tianbao building on a stretcher." Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the manager, Pang's bravado faltered slightly, though he feigned toughness, stating, "Very well. Just you wait." With that, he shakily departed with the young girl toward the exit. Before they could reach the door, the manager's voice rang out, "By order of Tianbao building, henceforth, all members of the Pang family from Tiando are prohibited from entering. Those who violate this order will be expelled and never re-employed." Upon hearing this, Pang's body trembled violently, his expression inscrutable as he hastily exited the Tianbao building. Tang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. A mere minor altercation hardly warranted a prohibition against an entire family from entering the renowned Tianbao Tower, especially considering it was a prominent establishment across the continent. Even if one were to entertain the notion of a private duel, it had hardly resulted in any grave consequences. Such a penalty appeared to be beyond the expectations of all present. Upon noticing that Pang had departed, the steward, shedding his earlier stern demeanor, addressed the onlookers with a gentle tone, "Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the unforeseen incident that has caused you distress. As a gesture of goodwill, all patrons present today will receive a 20% discount on their purchases. We are grateful for your understanding and support." At this announcement, the crowd erupted in delight, expressing their gratitude to the steward before eagerly proceeding to select their desired items. Once the throng had dispersed, the steward turned to Tang Yuan and said, "Please, follow me." Tang Yuan, perplexed yet intrigued, observed the steward before him, who did not appear to harbor any ill intentions. Thus, he followed the steward up the staircase. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they entered an exceedingly spacious hall, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance, in stark contrast to the opulence below. As Tang Yuan took in his surroundings, a sudden sound echoed, a thud. He turned to see the steward kneeling before him on one knee. "I pay my respects to the young master." Tang Yuan was taken aback. Had he truly recognized me? No wonder he had been so fierce with Pang earlier. Hastily, Tang Yuan extended his hand to assist the steward, saying, "This cannot be. You are all my elders and should not perform such a grand gesture." The steward rose, smiling, and replied, "Such courtesy must not be neglected. Young master, your benevolence and exceptional demeanor command great admiration from your subordinates." Tang Yuan smiled apologetically and said, "You flatter me." The steward replied, "By the way, young master, my name is Zhu San. I possess a martial spirit known as the Golden Blade and am a level 73 battle spirit sage. I am the steward of the Tianbao building in Tiando City. You may simply call me Zhu San." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "You are my elder, so I shall address you as Uncle Zhu." "Uncle Zhu? How did you recognize me?" Zhu San chuckled softly and pointed to the necklace adorning Tang Yuan's neck. Tang Yuan suddenly realized and chuckled. "I had completely forgotten about this matter." Just then, a knock at the door was heard. Zhu San said, "Come in." Tang Yuan turned back and saw that it was the same attendant from before, gracefully carrying a delicate jade box. The attendant approached Tang Yuan and Zhu San, addressing Zhu San with respect. "I have come to pay my respects, esteemed sir. The soul origin treasure flower has been retrieved." At that moment, she remained unaware of Tang Yuan's true identity and felt quite astonished. This young boy, she wondered, belonged to which powerful faction, that he could command such favor from Manager Zhu, being brought up to the 5th floor. Tang Yuan smiled gently at him and said, "Dear elder sister, I appreciate your hard work." The attendant hurriedly replied, "Sir, you flatter me." Zhu San then addressed the attendant, "You may take your leave now." The attendant bowed and exited, closing the door behind him. Zhu San handed the jade box to Tang Yuan and said, "Young master, here is the soul essence flower you requested. I must sincerely apologize for my mismanagement of today's affairs and humbly seek your forgiveness." Tang Yuan shook his head with a smile and said, "It's nothing to worry about. Uncle Zhu, this is not a significant matter. Moreover, is it not a bit excessive to prohibit all members of the Tang family from entering any of the Tianbaolu establishments?" Zhu San replied. "The young master is unaware of certain circumstances. The Tang family has long been a bully, acting with arrogance and insolence. The head of the family, Master Tang, has consistently sought to extract benefits from Tianbaolu, to which we have never acquiesced. Thus, they have persistently made things difficult for our Tianbaolu in Tiando City. This incident merely serves as a convenient pretext." Tang Yuandao remarked, "I see. However, will our enmity with Master Pang adversely affect the business of Tianbao Tower within the Heavenly Empire?" Upon hearing this inquiry from Tang Yuan, Zhu Sin nodded with appreciation, thinking to himself that the young master truly possesses remarkable intelligence. Despite his tender age, he is capable of contemplating such matters. Zhu San replied, "Not at all. For we maintain a strategic partnership with the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, and we also have the support of His Majesty the Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. Master Pang is unaware of these alliances, which emboldens his arrogance. However, we harbor no fear of him." Tang Yuan nodded in realization, "I see now." The two conversed for a while longer, and Zhu San expressed his desire to invite Tang Yuan to dinner at Tianbao Tower. However, Tang Yuan, anxious to return and cultivate with the soul origin flower, politely declined Zhu San's offer. Zhu San then presented him with 1,000,000 gold soul coins, but Tang Yuan refused, stating he would come to collect once he had exhausted the previous 99 million. Zhu San thought to himself, is he truly incapable of spending money? After bidding farewell to Tang Yuan, Zhu San returned to the hall, standing respectfully in the center and addressing the master's seat. "My lord, the young master has departed." At that moment, a figure clad in golden armor suddenly appeared above the master's seat. It was the Douluo of Chrysanthemum, Yu Guan. Yu Guan said, "Good. Do not inform him of my presence. Little Seven has always been independent, and the owner has sent me to protect him in secret. He would certainly object if he knew." Zhu Sin replied, "Understood." Yu Guan continued, "Have there been any recent updates on Tang Hao?" Zhu Sin hesitated, "Not yet, but I have intensified my efforts to gather information." Yu Guan nodded, "Excellent. Inform me immediately upon receiving any news. And also keep an eye on the movements of the Spirit Hall." Zhu Sin affirmed, "Yes." Yu Guan instructed, "You may go about your duties." Zhu San respectfully withdrew from the hall. Speaking of Yu Guan and Gue Mei, after accompanying Bibi Dong to deliver Tang Yuan to the academy, they did not return directly to the Spirit Mountain Manor, but instead went to Nodding City, where they found Yu Xiaojiang at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Yu Xiaojiang was quite astonished by Bibi Dong's arrival and puzzled as well, for Bibi Dong had once cruelly cast him aside. Although he had later heard of her defection from the Spirit Hall, years of silence had dulled his complex feelings for her. Upon meeting, both Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang shared a tacit silence. Eventually, Bibi Dong broke the stillness. "How have you fared all these years?" Yu Xiaojiang sighed, "Neither well nor ill. But fortune has favored me with a remarkable disciple." "Disciple?" Bibi Dong was taken aback. "Indeed," Yu Xiaojiang confirmed, pausing to ponder before asking, "What brings you here this time?" Bibi Dong, sensing his unfamiliarity, felt a pang of sorrow, reflecting, had it not been for that incident, would we still? Noticing Bibi Dong's silence, Yu Xiaojiang refrained from pressing her for a response. Bibi Dong began, "Back then." But Yu Xiaojiang immediately interjected, "The matters of the past are bygone. Let us not dwell on them." Bibi Dong bit her lip, forcing a bitter smile. "Xiaojiang, it seems you still hold resentment towards me." Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. "I cannot say whether I harbor resentment or not. I admit that I once harbored deep anger towards you for leaving me, yet now, I find myself devoid of such feelings." Upon hearing his words, Bibi Dong was suddenly engulfed by a sense of melancholy, yet there lingered a hint of relief. Yu Xiaojiang fell into silence. After a moment, Bibi Dong inquired, "Have you seen Tang Hao? I have heard he has made an appearance in Nodding City." At the mention of Tang Hao, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback and asked, "Tang Hao?" Bibi Dong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao." Chapter 22. The restoration of the death book. Yu Xiaojiang's heart was filled with uncertainty. He was unsure of Bibi Dong's intentions behind her inquiry about Tang Hao. Unbeknownst to him were the circumstances surrounding Tang Hao's family, nor was he aware of the connection between Bibi Dong and Tang Yuan. Though rumors suggested that Bibi Dong was being pursued by the Spirit Hall for her betrayal, Yu Xiaojing understood her to be a woman of profound cunning, leaving him to wonder what scheme she might be concocting. After pondering briefly, he replied, "It is rumored that the Haotian Douluo is being hunted by your spirit hall. His whereabouts remain elusive. How could I possibly know where he is?" To his surprise, Bibi Dong's countenance darkened at his words as she retorted, "I have severed all ties with the spirit hall. If there is any connection left, it is one of enmity. I am no longer a part of the spirit hall." Yu Xiaojing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such profound animosity from Bibi Dong towards the spirit hall. Reflecting on the rumors of her betrayal, he deduced that in the Douluo Continent, the act of killing one's master was deemed a grievous transgression. If Bibi Dong had not committed such an act, the revelation would lead to her being reviled by countless individuals. Yet if she had, the spirit hall would not let her off lightly. Observing the deep-seated hatred etched upon Bibi Dong's face, Yu Xiaojing let out a quiet sigh, feeling a degree of trust towards her. However, given the gravity of the matter, he chose to withhold certain truths, stating, "I am unaware of the Haotian Douluo's whereabouts." Bibi Dong sighed. "In that case, let it be." Noticing her disappointment, Yu Xiaojing asked, "Did you come to find me solely for this matter?" As Bibi Dong gazed at Yu Xiaojing, an inexplicable thought of Tang Yuan crossed her mind. With Tang Yuan in her life, she found little room for other considerations. As long as Tang Yuan could grow up healthy and happy, she would be content. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Xiaojing's image in her heart began to fade into the realm of the unreal. Yu Xiaojing, unaware of the turmoil within Bibi Dong, contemplated for a moment before asking, "Might you share what business you have with the Haotian Douluo?" Bibi Dong, pulled from her reverie, fixed her gaze upon Yu Xiaojing for an extended moment, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. Noticing her intensity, Yu Xiaojing cleared his throat and said, If you prefer not to share." "That is perfectly fine. I apologize." Bibi Dong shook her head, understanding Yu Xiaojing's character. However, in her heart, the safety of Tang Yuan took precedence over all else. She would divulge nothing until she had seen Tang Hao. Yu Xiaojing was somewhat astonished. Previously, Bibi Dong had been forthright with him, but since her abandonment, it seemed as though everything had changed. He chose not to press further and remarked, "Very well. By the way, I wish to ask you something." Bibi Dong spoke, "Pray tell." Yu Xiaojing pondered for a moment before replying, "I have recently been delving into the subject of dual martial souls, particularly the issue of backlash concerning the soul rings absorbed by soul masters with dual martial souls. Have you found a solution?" Without a hint of doubt, Bibi Dong nodded and said, "Indeed, it is merely a matter of physical strength. As long as one's physical strength is sufficient, whether it be dual martial souls or even the addition of soul rings from 3 martial souls, it poses no challenge." Yu Xiaojing inquired further, "What constitutes sufficient strength?" After a brief contemplation, Bibi Dong responded, "Soul bones." "Soul bones?" Yu Xiaojing echoed. "Precisely," Bibi Dong affirmed. "If one's physical strength can reach that of a body refined with soul bones, then dual martial souls will not be an issue. Similarly, possessing a complete set of soul bones is equally viable." After mulling it over for a while, Yu Xiaojing nodded with a look of delight, saying, "I understand now." "Thank you." Bibi Dong smiled faintly and shook her head. Following their meeting, an air of estrangement enveloped both Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojing. As many matters seemed to have faded significantly, Yu Xiaojing's thoughts remained inscrutable to Bibi Dong, and even her own emotions were shrouded in ambiguity. Previously, whenever she thought of Yu Xiaojing, it was with endless longing and regret. Yet after encountering Tang Yuan, those feelings had diminished considerably. This sentiment persisted after seeing Yu Xiaojing today. Their pleasantries were few, and before long, Bibi Dong departed from the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy. Yu Xiaojing made no attempt to retain her, refraining from uttering invitations to stay for dinner, treating her as one would an ordinary guest as he escorted her to the door. Once Bibi Dong had left, her heart remained undisturbed, in stark contrast to an unprecedented tranquility. She had left Yuguan in Tiando City, both to protect Tang Yuan and to keep a vigilant watch on Tang Hao and the news from the Spirit Hall. She instructed the personnel at the Tiando City branch of the Tianbao Tower to closely monitor Yu Xiaojing's situation, ensuring that any intelligence regarding Tang Hao be promptly relayed to the Spirit Mountain Manor. Subsequently, she returned to the Spirit Mountain Manor alongside Gue Mei. Tiando Royal Academy. Tang Yuan remained unaware of all that Bibi Dong had done for him. At that moment, he was in his dormitory, examining the Soul Yuan treasure flower he had obtained that day. The flower radiated a spectrum of vibrant colors, captivating Tang Yuan to the point where he hesitated to absorb it. However, sensing the frailty of the Book of Life and Death, He suppressed this thought and made all necessary preparations. He sat cross-legged, gently placing the Soul Yuan treasure flower before him, and summoned the Book of Life and Death. Instantly, the book emanated intertwining black and white lights, and the soul power within Tang Yuan began to circulate, gradually emerging from the book and extending toward the Soul Yuan treasure flower. At that moment, a formidable suction force emanated from Tang Yuan's soul power, causing the flower to unleash a dazzling array of colors, merging with the black and white luminescence of the Book of Life and Death. The martial soul of the book seemed to revel in the experience, emitting low, rhythmic sounds of contentment. Tang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and comfort, as if he had transformed into an infant returning to his mother's embrace. The power of the Soul Yuan treasure flower was gradually drawn into Tang Yuan's soul power and then guided into the Book of Life and Death, where the two radiant beams of black and white joyfully danced around him. Meanwhile, the Soul Yuan treasure flower slowly withered, gradually becoming desiccated as it was drained. Tang Yuan sensed the restoration of the Book of Life and Death, transitioning from a state of frailty to one of solidity. Soon, the vibrant hues of the soul origin flower vanished entirely, transforming into a withered blossom that fell before Tang Yuan. At that moment, Tang Yuan was acutely aware of the changes occurring within the martial soul of the Book of Life and Death. Suddenly, a formidable suction emanated from the martial soul, causing the soul power within Tang Yuan to surge forth like a tidal wave towards the book. Startled, he attempted to exert control over his soul power, only to discover that it was entirely beyond his command. In a desperate bid, he sought to dominate the Book of Life and Death. Yet he felt it yearningly draw in his soul power with an insatiable hunger. Tang Yuan sighed deeply, realizing that the soul origin treasure flower had indeed restored the essence of the Book of Life and Death. However, the book was exceedingly frail. Even after its essence was mended, it required an immense reservoir of soul energy to achieve complete restoration. With this thought, Tang Yuan relinquished his internal control, allowing the martial soul of the Book of Life and Death to absorb his soul energy freely. Time passed unnoticed, and soon, his soul energy was utterly depleted. Yet the book continued its relentless consumption, even drawing from the very essence of his body. Tang Yuan's complexion was ashen, on the verge of collapse, when he suddenly noticed that the absorption rate of his soul of the Death Book had gradually diminished, ultimately ceasing altogether. Upon assessing his internal condition, he realized that his soul power had run dry, and his body felt exceedingly frail. Tang Yuan inwardly chuckled at his predicament, recognizing that he would need to spend a considerable sum on elixirs to restore his vitality. Even so, it would take no less than a month to return to his former state, and to his dismay, his soul power level had plummeted by 2 ranks. Now resting at the 17th level, Tang Yuan shook his head in resignation. The soul of the Book of Life and Death was indeed rather unyielding. Contemplating this, he focused his thoughts and sensed the Book of Life and Death in his right hand. To his delight, he discovered that it had completely shed any semblance of weakness and had become exceedingly solid. It now seemed that it was hardly inferior to those bestowed divine souls. Tang Yuan tentatively attempted to restore his soul power and was filled with immense delight, although the speed of his cultivation was somewhat diminished compared to before. The quality of the absorbed soul energy was unparalleled. If the soul power he had previously assimilated could be likened to gas, the current absorption resembled liquid, far more condensed and substantial. In other words, in his future endeavors of cultivating soul power, the process of solidifying and reinforcing it would be significantly expedited. Where a month was once required to fortify his soul power, he now found that he could achieve the same result in merely 10 days. And this newly acquired soul energy was not only denser but also more stable and of a considerably higher quality. With this thought, Tang Yuan's joy overshadowed any sorrow, and he completely forgot about the fact that he had fallen 2 levels, feeling a profound sense of happiness. After silently cultivating for a while, he realized that his internal soul power was still less than half restored. However, the sky had already brightened, and due to his damaged essence, he remained exceedingly weak and fatigued, utterly lacking the energy to attend class. Thus, he reluctantly decided to seek a 2-day leave from Su Jing. Su Jing, initially concerned that something was amiss with Tang Yuan, felt a surge of anxiety. Upon hearing that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, she acquiesced. Yet, observing the pallor of his face, she remained somewhat apprehensive and admonished him to inform her immediately should anything arise. Tang Yuan's promise brought a sigh of relief to Su Jing. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tang Yuan could no longer hold on and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 23, The Library. It was not until the following night that Tang Yuan awakened. feeling a heaviness in his head and an insatiable hunger in his stomach, shaking off the remnants of sleep. He washed up and made his way to the dining hall for dinner. He indulged heartily, consuming nearly double his usual portion. Grateful for the abundant soul beast meat available in the academy's cafeteria, which helped him regain considerable vitality. After his meal, he visited Tianbao Tower to procure 10 pounds of restorative herbs. Observing Tang Yuan's pallid complexion, Zhu San inquired with concern, but Tang Yuan reassured him that he was fine, prompting Zhu San to refrain from further questions. For the subsequent month, Tang Yuan focused solely on attending classes and returning to his dormitory to restore his essence with the herbs, maintaining a low profile. Even Jiang Tianxiao, from his class, dared not trouble him further. As a month slipped by, one evening after finishing his cultivation in the dormitory, Tang Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling the long-lost, powerful energy within him. A source of immense joy. After a month of recuperation, his essence had finally been restored, and he had ascended back to the 19th rank. With his soul power now more stable and solid than before, he sensed that even those who had just broken through to the Great Soul Master level would not stand a chance against him. After practicing the yin-yang qi refining technique and the unchanging soul pursuit steps, Tang Yuan shook his head. Realizing that he remained at the pinnacle of the second layer of the yin-yang qi refining technique, unable to advance, it seemed that the rules of this world dictated that he must acquire a second soul ring to make further progress. He had not practiced the unchanging soul pursuit steps recently, having devoted his time to restoring his essence. At this thought, Tang Yuan exclaimed, "Oh dear. I still haven't retrieved that heavy armor from the blacksmith shop." Upon noticing that the sky was still bright, Tang Yuan decided to rise and tidy himself up. After stepping out, he made his way directly to the blacksmith's workshop. Upon arriving, the blacksmith, recognizing Tang Yuan, exclaimed, "Young brother, I thought you might not return. Here is the heavy armor you requested." With that, he handed Tang Yuan a remarkably weighty suit of armor along with a box, which contained the very heavy armor that Tang Yuan had previously commissioned. Tang Yuan took the item, unable to part with it as he gently caressed its surface. Thoroughly satisfied in every regard, he then opened the box, revealing a completely jet-black short sword within. With a joyful smile, Tang Yuan exclaimed, "Thank you, uncle." The blacksmith chuckled and replied, "Should you require any crafting in the future, do not hesitate to come. I shall offer you a discount." Tang Yuan nodded and replied, "Very well, no problem." After donning his heavy armor and short sword, he did not venture elsewhere, but returned to the school to continue his training. In the days that followed, apart from attending classes, Tang Yuan dedicated his time to practicing the yin-yang qi refinement technique on the back mountain, or training in the impermanence pursuit step while clad in heavy armor. However, he did not focus much on the cultivation of soul power. Initially, when he wore the 50-pound armor, he could only manage a slow jog, without the use of soul power. He could barely run 5 laps around the back mountain before becoming utterly exhausted. Gradually, after a month, Tang Yuan was able to run 10 laps in his armor. And subsequently, he increased this to 15, then 20, and eventually 30 laps. Remarkably, without using a trace of soul power, he could now run all day on the back mountain without breaking a sweat, and his speed surpassed that of his previous efforts when he had relied on soul power. It was hard to imagine the velocity he would achieve if he were to shed his armor and employ soul power to execute the impermanence pursuit step. With his relentless dedication to training, the end of the semester arrived swiftly. Aside from the unbroken realms of soul power and the yin-yang refinement technique, Tang Yuan has made remarkable strides in the unchanging soul pursuit steps, having progressed to the 3rd layer and entered a minor success in its mastery. This technique comprises 10 layers, which are further divided into 5 distinct realms. Upon mastering the 1st and 2nd layers, one achieves the pinnacle of the swift realm. The higher one's inner strength, the greater the acceleration and speed. In the Douluo Continent, inner strength can be substituted with soul power. The 3rd and 4th layers pertain to the wind manipulation, harnessing the forces of wind to enhance one's velocity, significantly augmenting speed, while simultaneously minimizing soul power expenditure. Additionally, practitioners can anticipate their adversaries' movements by perceiving the trajectories and fluctuations of the wind. The 5th and 6th layers embody the essence of unchanging, allowing one to deftly evade all concentrated attacks from enemies, such as hidden weapons and arrows, through a fluid and unpredictable footwork that adapts to the adversary's strikes, leaving no trace during movement. The 7th and 8th layers are known as flowing light, permitting one to expend a considerable amount of soul power in a brief period to transform into a streak of light. transcending all resistance while also leaving no trace in transit. The 9th and 10th layers represent the ultimate realm, known as soul pursuit, where one can traverse the world at unparalleled speed, accompanied by the winds and clouds, and the techniques of unchanging allow the pursuit of countless souls. Currently, Tang Yuan has merely reached the wind manipulation realm, yet among all who stand below the great soul master, none can rival him. Tang Yuan received a letter from home, informing him that in 2 days, Bibi Dong would arrive at the Heaven Do Royal Academy to escort him back. With just 2 days remaining, Tang Yuan took a moment to assess his current strength. Tang Yuan, age, 7 years martial soul, death book, flawless quality martial soul. Haotian hammer, no soul rings, level, 19 first soul skill, soul snatch, 600 your soul ring, yellow, movement technique, impermanent soul chase step, 3rd layer minor completion. Comparable to the speed of an ordinary soul master, cultivation method, yin-yang qi refinement technique, 2nd layer pinnacle. After completing his training, Tang Yuan concluded his cultivation session. Recognizing that relentless high-intensity training is not entirely beneficial. Moreover, he has encountered a bottleneck in both his yin-yang qi refinement technique and impermanent soul chase step. Further training yields no progress. Meanwhile, his soul power gradually increases as he diligently hones his movement technique, becoming increasingly solidified. He now requires a fortuitous opportunity to break through to level 20. Tang Yuan sought to take a brief respite during these days of leisure, with the conclusion of his academic endeavors this semester and a temporary halt to his training. He found himself with ample time and resolved to visit the library mentioned by Wang Yan. After wandering through the campus for quite some time, he finally located the entrance to the library. The structure was an ancient edifice, seemingly steeped in centuries of history, resembling a grand hall from the outside. After admiring its exterior, Tang Yuan stepped inside. Upon entering the library, he was utterly astonished. The vast interior unfolded like an ocean of books, comprising 3 expansive floors, each densely populated with a myriad of volumes. The first floor housed tomes of general knowledge, chronicling the intricate details of Douluo Continent, including the histories of the 2 great empires, Tiando and Xinglua, alongside records of soul beasts and soul rings. The second floor was dedicated to literature on martial spirits, providing detailed accounts of the characteristics, abilities, and inheritances of various martial spirits. The third floor contained works on soul skills and treasures. In essence, it was a veritable treasure trove of knowledge that left Tang Yuan awestruck, like a famished individual confronted with a lavish banquet after days of hunger. Tang Yuan's thirst for knowledge was exponentially magnified in that moment. He felt a pang of regret, wishing he had arrived here sooner. Approaching the first bookshelf, he selected a volume titled A Brief History of Douluo Continent, Volume 1. As he turned to the first page, it was as though he had plunged into the realm of the book, his eyes sparkling with delight as he began to read with unrestrained enthusiasm. Time around him seemed as still, as if only Tang Yuan and the book in his hands existed, with the very air flowing at a languid pace. Tang Yuan immersed himself in his reading, completely oblivious to the passage of time. One book after another fell away, and eventually, a gnawing hunger stirred within him, snapping him back to reality. He set down the tome in his hands, pondering how long he had been engrossed in his literary pursuit. Famished, he decided to prioritize a meal before anything else. After returning the book to its rightful place on the shelf, he made his way toward the library's exit. Upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback. Night had fallen, and the stars and moon hung gracefully in the sky. A wry smile crept across his face as he realized that he had entered the library in the morning, yet now, the evening had enveloped him without his awareness. With this realization, he hastened his steps toward the dining hall. However, unbeknownst to him, it was not merely time that had slipped away unnoticed. His soul power and mental strength had subtly increased as well. In the course of his reading, Tang Yuan's soul power had imperceptibly grown, while his mental acuity gradually expanded. The enhancement of soul power was to be expected, given that the simulated training environment was designed for such development, but the growth of his mental strength was astonishing. It is well known that for a soul master, the most challenging aspect of cultivation lies in the enhancement of mental prowess. Even those with mental-type martial souls find it arduous to elevate their mental strength. Without fortuitous encounters, it is exceedingly difficult for one's mental fortitude to reach the same level as their soul power. Yet, here was Tang Yuan, having devoted merely a day to reading, and already experiencing an elevation in his mental strength. Although this increase was slight and nearly imperceptible, over time, it would undoubtedly accumulate to yield significant transformation. At this juncture, Tang Yuan remained blissfully unaware of these changes. Only after spending a considerable amount of time in the library did he begin to appreciate the profound benefits. Presently, however, he was singularly focused on his reading, dismissing everything around him. Thus, upon reaching the dining hall, he hastily consumed a meal, feeling only moderately sated, before eagerly returning to the library to continue his reading. For 2 consecutive days, Tang Yuan delved deeper into his studies. In a bid to economize his time, he even resorted to utilizing his soul power to stave off hunger, only making his way to eat when absolutely necessary. As some of his classmates gradually returned home for the holidays, the once bustling library became eerily quiet, with Tang Yuan being the sole occupant amidst the stillness. Tang Yuanzheng was engrossed in a book that discussed the attributes of soul beasts and the influence of their age on soul rings. Just as he was deeply absorbed in the text, a figure unexpectedly entered the library. Upon stepping inside, the individual murmured, "Indeed, with the holiday, there's no one around." "Oh, there's someone over there." Upon spotting Tang Yuan, the person appeared to have discovered a new realm and made his way directly to the corner where Tang Yuan sat. As he approached, he discerned a blue-haired, blue-eyed youth who was thoroughly captivated by his book. Upon recognizing Tang Yuan's features, he exclaimed with delight, "It's you, Shao Qi." Chapter 24. The Blue Overlord and the Poison Overlord. Immersed in the world of literature, Tang Yuan was roused by the sound of someone calling his name. He looked up to see a tall and handsome figure before him, and his face lit up with joy as he replied, "Tianheng Gu, is that you?" The newcomer was none other than Yu Tianheng. With a smile, Yu Tianheng remarked, "I called your name several times just now. You were so engrossed that you didn't hear me. I hope I didn't disturb you." Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "How could that be, Brother Tianheng? What brings you here?" Yu Tianheng responded, "Recently, for reasons unknown, my soul power has not seen much progress. So I came here to seek out a few books to enrich my theoretical knowledge." Tang Yuan nodded, fully aware that the books here were treasures. Yu Tianheng inquired further, "What about you? Why haven't you returned home during the holiday?" Tang Yuan Dao, "My home is quite far away, and my mother will come to pick me up. She should arrive in a couple of days." Yu Tianheng, "I see. Today, I organized a small gathering with our schoolmates, including some of your seniors. Would you be interested in joining us this evening?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan felt a tinge of hesitation, although he held little interest in gatherings. He recognized the kindness shown to him by Yu Tianheng. Ever since their encounter at Tianbao Tower, they had crossed paths several times at school, during which Yu Tianheng had graciously clarified numerous questions regarding soul power cultivation. Since that moment, Tang Yuan had come to regard this elder brother, who was 8 years his senior, with great affection, finding him exceedingly approachable and devoid of arrogance. Their mutual addresses had evolved from senior and junior to brother Tianheng and little seven. It was precisely for this reason that Tang Yuan was reluctant to decline Yu Tianheng's goodwill. However, as he gazed at the mountain of books before him, he wished he could reside there indefinitely, leaving no time for any social gatherings. Observing Tang Yuan's indecision, Yu Tianheng reassured him, "Little seven, do not feel pressured. If you do not wish to attend." Tang Yuan smiled and said, "Of course I will go, brother Tianheng. I never mentioned that I wouldn't." Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully replied, "Excellent. Later, I shall visit your dormitory to escort you there, since it is your first time. You might be unfamiliar with the way." Tang Yuan nodded in agreement. "Excellent. I had initially intended to continue my reading in the coming days. Yet it seems that the books here will take quite some time to peruse thoroughly. Since Yu Tianheng has extended a sincere invitation, it would be prudent to meet some upperclassmen as well. Having been granted a second chance at life, aside from Yu Tianheng, I find myself lacking in close friends." As the afternoon waned, Tang Yuan returned the book to the shelf and greeted Yu Tianheng, who was still searching for a book, before departing from the library and returning to his dormitory. After indulging in a refreshing nap, he awoke to find that evening was approaching. He then took a shower and changed into a cleaner outfit, not wishing to attend the gathering with the disheveled appearance of one just roused from slumber. Just as he finished preparing, a knock echoed from the door, accompanied by Yu Tianheng's voice, "Shao Qi, I have arrived." Tang Yuan rushed to the door and saw Yu Tianheng and De Gu Yin standing at the entrance, beside a parked horse-drawn carriage. Tang Yuan greeted with a smile, "Brother Tianheng. Sister Yin Yin, you have arrived." De Gu Yin, having frequently accompanied Yu Tianheng, had met Tang Yuan several times. In everyday interactions, Yu Tianheng often praised this junior, and naturally, the familiarity between them grew. Stepping forward, she affectionately tousled Tang Yuan's hair and remarked, "It has been a while since I last saw you, little seven. You have become even more adorable. Come, Let us board the carriage together. Tang Yuan could not help but smile bitterly. This girl, younger than himself in his past life, always treated him as if he were a mere doll, leaving him in a state of helplessness. Fortunately, in his previous existence, he had only reached the tender age of 16 and was rather naive, having ventured little beyond the confines of the orphanage. His social skills were likely not as refined as those of Du Guiyan, who exuded an air of authority and had the demeanor of an older sister. Over time, Tang Yuan had gradually accepted her as such. Once the trio boarded the carriage, they departed from the school. The carriage glided through the majestic streets of Tiando City, soon arriving at a grand architectural complex, the residence of Tianhing, belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, one of the 3 sects of the Douluo Continent. As the carriage slowed to a crawl, Du Guiyan enthusiastically began to introduce the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to Tang Yuan, while Tianheng occasionally interjected to correct her inaccuracies, causing Du Guiyan to lose face before the adorable junior. Her cheeks flushed in embarrassment as she playfully pouted at Tianheng, delivering gentle punches that prompted his repeated pleas for mercy. Tang Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment as he looked at the 2 individuals, yet he was accustomed to it. Soon, they arrived at the main hall of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Tianheng, accompanied by Du Guiyan and Tang Yuan, made their way directly into the hall. Upon entering, Tang Yuan noticed 2 elderly men engaged in lively conversation and was pondering their identities when Tianheng stepped forward and respectfully greeted the elder in the blue robe to his left, saying, "Grandfather, I have returned." He then turned to the elder in the green robe to his right and saluted, "Grandfather Dugu." Both elders acknowledged him with nods of respect. The elder in the blue robe was none other than Yu Yuanjin, the former sect master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect and Tianheng's grandfather. The elder in green, known as Dugubo, was the poisoned Douluo. At that moment, Dugubo glanced at Du Guiyan, who was preparing to make a hasty exit, and jested, "Yin Yin, why do you look as if you've seen a ghost upon encountering your grandfather?" Du Guiyan sheepishly turned around, stuck out her tongue, and trotted over to Dugubo, affectionately saying, "Oh, grandfather, I merely came to gather with my classmates. Why are you here keeping an eye on me?" Upon hearing this, Dugubo's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, "What do you mean by keeping an eye? I am here to discuss matters with your grandfather, Yu." Du Guiyan turned to Yu Yuanjin and inquired, "Is what my grandfather said true?" To which Yu Yuanjin chuckled heartily, stroking his beard, "I must say, old Dugu, your granddaughter has grown up. You cannot watch over her so closely every day." Dugubo replied with a huff, "Humph. I am merely concerned that my precious granddaughter might be led astray by your little electric dragon." At this, Tang Yuan glanced at Tianheng and noticed him smiling awkwardly. "Grandfather." Du Guiyan's face flushed crimson as she pouted. "If you keep saying such things, I shall ignore you." Yu Yuanjin burst into laughter again. Dugubo wore a comically frustrated expression, realizing he had no power over his cherished granddaughter. Yet, in all honesty, Du Guiyan and Tianheng had grown up together, and Tianheng's exceptional talent and admirable character made him a worthy suitor. However, at this moment, he still did not meet the standards. As Dugubo reflected on this, he noticed a small figure standing beside Tianheng. A pair of striking blue eyes sparkled with curiosity, observing the surroundings. What a delightful child. Whose little one is this? When did Yin Yin, not to mention that rascal Tianheng, bring him along? Dugubo inquired, "Yin Yin, who is that little fellow? Will you not introduce him to your grandfather?" Du Guiyan, suddenly filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Oh, I almost forgot." She hurriedly ran forward, took Tang Yuan's hand, and led him before Yu Yuanjin, saying, "Grandfather Yu, this is Tang Yuan, my and Tianheng's junior." Then, turning to Tang Yuan, she added, "Little 7. This is Grandfather Tianheng. You should address him as Grandfather Yu." Tang Yuan nodded and respectfully greeted Yu Yuanjin, saying, "Little 7 pays his respects to Grandpa Yu." Yu Yuanjin acknowledged him with a nod, stroking his beard and remarking, "What an astute young lad." Shortly thereafter, Du Guiyan led Tang Yuan to Dugubo. Pouting as she said, "Little 7, this is my grandfather, and he is the bad grandfather, so you should call him bad grandfather." "Huh?" Tang Yuan was taken aback. This didn't seem quite right. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloped him, causing his complexion to pale. This soul power pressure was extraordinarily potent, a sensation he had only previously experienced in the presence of his mother, Uncle Xiao, Uncle Yueguan, and Uncle Guimei. Tang Yuan trembled, beads of cold sweat continuously forming on his forehead. At that moment, both Du Guiyan and Tianheng were taken aback, not expecting Dugubo to resort to such a tactic. Du Guiyan exclaimed, "Grandfather, what are you doing?" Upon hearing her words, Douluo abruptly retracted his oppressive soul force and retorted, "Humph, truly a case of a girl no longer heeding her grandfather. Have you already forgotten about me while introducing grandfather you?" Douluo disregarded him, crouched down, and gently wiped the sweat from Tang Yuan's brow, softly asking, "Shao Qi, how are you?" Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "Sister Yin Yin, I am fine." Douluo frowned and replied, "You still claim to be fine. Yet your face is utterly pale." Tang Yuan shook his head once more and smiled, saying, "Sister Yin Yin, I truly am fine." After uttering these words, Tang Yuan bowed respectfully to Douluo and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa Douluo." Douluo looked at Tang Yuan with keen interest and inquired, "Oh, what are you thanking me for?" Douluo interjected from the side, "Yes, little seven, what are you thanking him for? Let us disregard him and move on." Tang Yuan chuckled, "It's nothing, Sister Yin Yin. Just now, Grandpa Dugong used his soul power to help me break through to the 20th level." "What?" Dugong Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Yuan nodded. At this moment, Douluo interjected, "Humph, at least you are somewhat considerate. Unlike certain individuals who have even lost respect for their elders." Douluo, realizing her misunderstanding of Douluo, comprehended the implication of his words. She turned to Yu Tianheng, stuck out her tongue, and made a playful face. Yu Tianheng awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. Douluo then addressed Tang Yuan. "You are Tang Yuan, correct? How old are you this year?" Tang Yuan Dao, returning to Grandpa Douluo. "I am 7 years old this year." 7 years old? Both Yu Yuanjin and Douluo were taken aback. To reach level 20 at such a tender age is indeed remarkable. Douluo inquired further, "Are you also a student of the Tiando Academy? Where do you hail from?" Tang Yuan nodded. Recalling the admonition he received from Bibi Dong just before the start of school, instructing him to keep the location of the Dead Spirit Manor a secret. She warned that if the Spirit Hall were to trace the clues, it could jeopardize his safety. Just as Tang Yuan pondered how to respond, Douluo exclaimed in exasperation, "Grandfather, are you interrogating a criminal?" Douluo chuckled lightly and replied, "I am merely curious, my dear." "Very well. Take your junior and that young lad you to enjoy yourselves. Your grandfather you and I have matters to attend to." Tang Yuan felt a profound sense of relief. To be candid, he had found it quite challenging to respond earlier, as the matter pertained to the Spirit Hall of the Dead Souls. Should he provide an answer? It was likely that the Spirit Hall would uncover his involvement. Conversely, remaining silent would also be difficult to justify. After all, Douluo had presented him with such a grand gift upon their first encounter. Deceiving him would weigh heavily on Tang Yuan's conscience. With a respectful farewell, Yu Tianheng led Douluo and Tang Yuan to his private residence. Chapter 25. Qin Ming upon their arrival at the private residence. Several individuals were already engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Yu Tianheng, they eagerly approached to greet him. Noticing Douluo holding the hand of an exceptionally adorable young boy, two young ladies rushed forward as if they had discovered a hidden treasure. A girl with dark hair, brimming with excitement, inquired, "What an adorable little boy. Yin Yin, is this your brother?" Douluo nodded and replied, "Indeed, he is my brother. Isn't he charming?" The girl with dark hair enthusiastically nodded and exclaimed, "Come here. Let me pinch your cheeks." With that, she reached out her hand to gently squeeze Tang Yuan's face. Tang Yuan instinctively recoiled, a dark line forming across his brow. What has become of girls nowadays? Have they lost all sense of modesty? "Oh dear, he has evaded you, Ling Xian. It appears he does not harbor feelings for you," remarked another girl with golden locks, her laughter ringing out. The dark-haired girl huffed in frustration. Then you give it a try." The golden-haired girl giggled, "If you insist. I shall approach him. Come here, little brother. Let me take you out for some delightful treats." Tang Yuan, unable to bear the situation any longer, swiftly sought refuge behind Douluo. The dark-haired maiden, noticing this, erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, Sui, look, he is ignoring you." Perceiving Tang Yuan's retreat as shyness, Douluo turned to the two young ladies and said, all right, do not frighten him. Be cautious, or my brother might just retaliate." The dark-haired girl, skeptical of Douluo's jest, replied with a chuckle, "Such an adorable little brother would never resort to violence." At that moment, several more individuals arrived, greeting Yu Tianheng and Douluo. Most of them were adolescents, around 14 or 15 years of age. Some of the girls, upon spotting Tang Yuan, were inclined to approach him for playful teasing, but upon witnessing the deepening pallor of his complexion, they hesitated. Just then, a young man strolled in from outside the courtyard, appearing to be in his 20s, with simple black hair. His features, though not exceptionally handsome, possessed a sharpness that exuded a sense of composure and humility, while his bright eyes sparkled with vitality. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd greeted him in unison, Teacher Qin. This individual was none other than Qin Ming, who, at this juncture, had yet to attain the rank of a Soul Emperor, standing at level 54, a genuine Soul King. Seeing many classmates present, Qin Ming greeted them with a warm smile. In the midst of their light-hearted banter, he noticed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Lowering his gaze, he found Tang Yuan's gaze, wide-eyed and earnest, which struck him as amusing. He then inquired of Du Guyan, Yin, who is this child? Du Guyan was momentarily taken aback, preparing to respond when Tang Yuan interjected, Teacher Qin, my name is Tang Yuan. With a smile, Du Guyan added, Teacher Qin. He's also a student of our Tiando Royal Academy. Qin Ming, slightly astonished, pondered the relationship between this child and Du Guyan. Wondering how he had come to be at the gathering, and asked, is that so? Tang Yuan, are you a new student this year? Tang Yuan nodded. Du Guyan, with a playful spirit, smiled mysteriously and said, Teacher Qin, can you guess which grade he is in? Qin Ming instinctively replied, what grade could it be? Freshmen are simply in the beginner class of the junior college. Observing Du Guyan's teasing smile, Qin Ming's heart stirred, and he added, isn't that so? Du Guyan laughed and said, Teacher Qin, you're mistaken. Our little Qi is actually a genius in the first class of the 3rd grade. At this point, Qin Ming appeared somewhat puzzled and remarked, did he not say he was a new student this year? How can he be in the 3rd grade, let alone the 1st class? Tang Yuan Dao, no, Teacher Qin, I am indeed a new student who just enrolled this year. However, the committee, along with the esteemed dream mechanic, has assigned me to the 1st class of the 3rd grade. Qin Ming, slightly bewildered, paused for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment, I remember now. There is indeed a prodigy named Tang Yuan, 6 years old, a level 19 genius, who has advanced directly from the beginner class to the 3rd grade of the elementary academy. What? The others present were taken aback by Qin Ming's words and turned to him with wide eyes. 6 years old? Level 19? Observing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Tang Yuan remained composed, while Dong Guyan felt a swell of pride within her, as if the 6-year-old genius was a reflection of herself. Even though they were not directly related. Tang Yuan, Qin Ming continued. Tang Yuan inquired, what troubles you, Teacher Qin? To which Qin Ming replied, what level are you currently at? Tang Yuan Dao, I have just reached level 20. Level 20? Qin Ming, somewhat perplexed, inquired, after 6 months. How is it that you have only advanced by a single level? Tang Yuan replied, oh, there was an issue with the martial soul, but it has now been resolved. I see, Qin Ming responded, relieved that the problem was rectified. Otherwise, a genius might have been irreparably lost. Qin Ming then inquired, by the way, Tang Yuan, I noticed you were gazing at me intently just now. Is there something on your mind? Tang Yuan shook his head and said, Tianheng mentioned you to me. He described you as a soul king. You appear remarkably youthful, unlike the typical soul kings. Qin Ming, caught between laughter and tears, replied, at the age of 6. Possessing a rank of 19, I find you equally unlike an ordinary soul master. Tang Yuan shook his head and remarked, I am now 7 years old. Qin Ming sighed in resignation, it makes no difference. Tang Yuan silently vowed that one day he would become a soul king even younger than Teacher Qin. Soon, numerous maidens had completed the arrangements in the hall, setting forth a splendid array of delicacies, fruits, and fine wines. Yu Tianheng then beckoned everyone to enter the hall. The spacious venue featured a round table capable of accommodating 30 diners simultaneously. Yu Tianheng invited Qin Ming to take the seat of honor, while he and Du Guyan took their places beside him, with Tang Yuan being pulled to sit next to Du Guyan. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes, including rare meat from a millennium-old soul beast and various spiritual fruits and vegetables. Although Tang Yuan had indulged in such feasts at the Death Spirit Manor, he had not tasted them since arriving at the academy. Yu Tianheng announced loudly, the dishes are ready. Let us first invite Teacher Qin Ming to say a few words. The crowd erupted in applause. Qin Ming, with a resigned wave of his hand, stood up and addressed the assembly. Dear students, I am delighted to gather here with you today. As the director of the practical combat course, I have witnessed your remarkable growth from the very beginning. I must also extend my heartfelt congratulations to Tianheng and Yin for officially becoming students of the Advanced Academy of the Tiando Royal Academy this year. Of course, I encourage all other students to strive hard, aiming to join the Advanced Academy next year. I shall not take up more of your time. Let us raise our glasses and drink together. The crowd cheered enthusiastically, raising their glasses in unison. Tang Yuan, too, was swept up in the atmosphere, lifting his cup to join in the toast, though due to his youth, Douluo Yin only poured him a cup of tea. Following this, everyone began to toast one another. As soul masters, their physical constitution far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and their capacity for alcohol was impressive. Even the female attendees held their ground, drinking heartily. However, the wine from Yu Tianheng's household was no ordinary vintage. Rich and fragrant, it soon led to a state of merry intoxication, with everyone's faces flushed and spirits high. Qin Ming, in particular, found himself quite inebriated, as the students toasted him repeatedly, drinking more than anyone else. Fortunately, not wanting to lose face before his students, he discreetly used his soul power to expel some of the alcohol, regaining a semblance of normalcy. At a gathering of soul masters, the activities often revolved around drinking and sparring. As the feast drew to a close, someone suggested a friendly bout, seeking guidance from teacher Qin Ming. Thus, everyone rose and made their way to the courtyard, spacious enough to allow for free movement. Douluo Yin turned and asked, "Little Seven, are you full?" Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Sister Yin Yin, I am full." Douluo Yin smiled and replied, "Very well, let me take you to witness the martial arts competition." With that, she took Tang Yuan's hand, and they both exited the hall and entered the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood two young men facing each other. One was handsome and petite, dressed in flowing white garments, while the other was a robust youth with short black hair, resembling a humanoid soul beast. They both utilized their soul power to dispel the effects of alcohol. The handsome youth stepped forward and proclaimed, "I am Yu Feng, Martial Soul Wind Bellbird, a level 27 agile attack soul master. I seek your guidance." As he spoke, two yellow soul rings gradually rose from beneath his feet. The sturdy youth also advanced a step and declared, "I am Shi Mo, Martial Soul Xuanwu Turtle, a level 28 defense soul master. I seek your guidance." Two yellow soul rings similarly emerged from his feet. "Martial Soul, manifest." They both shouted in unison, activating their martial souls. Yu Feng exhibited no significant change, except for the sudden emergence of a pair of brown wings from his back, lifting him gently into the air. In contrast, Shi Mo revealed a pair of green turtle shells that floated before and behind him. First soul skill, Wing Blade. Yu Feng shouted as his brown wings unfurled, glowing with silver light, and he dove towards Shi Mo with great speed. Shi Mo responded with a loud shout. First soul skill, Hard Shell. The two turtle shells erupted with brilliant green light, bracing for Yu Feng's wing blade. A resounding clash echoed as Yu Feng was jolted back, while Shi Mo also staggered slightly, indicating that Yu Feng's attack had not succeeded. Following this, Yu Feng unleashed his second soul skill, while Shi Mo equally employed his second soul skill for defense. They exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, alternating between offense and defense, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Eventually, Yu Feng landed, panting heavily. "No more fighting, I can't continue." Shi Mo likewise retracted his turtle shells, drenched in sweat. Despite Yu Feng's soul power being significantly depleted, Shi Mo was not faring any better, as Yu Feng's assaults were exceedingly fierce, necessitating more soul power for Shi Mo's defense. Thus, both of their soul powers were considerably exhausted. At this moment, Qin Ming stepped forward and remarked, "Excellent work, both of you have showcased your strengths well. However, a defense-type soul master may not reveal their full capabilities in a one-on-one match. Yet, in a team battle, they play a crucial role. Yu Feng's agile attack is not as effective as a strong assault type against a defense type, but you both performed admirably. After all, agile attack soul masters primarily rely on speed, with offense as a secondary focus." Upon hearing these words, Yu Feng and Shi Mo recognized their shortcomings and gained new insights. Expressing their gratitude, "Thank you, Teacher Qin." After their match concluded, several other pairs stepped up to engage in their own duels. Chapter 26. Sparring. Tang Yuan observed with great interest. Although he was only at the 20th rank, the others present were all at least at the 25th rank. Nevertheless, he was able to glean a wealth of practical experience. The senior at the 25th rank was an agile attack-type soul master, and Tang Yuan was confident that if he faced her, his speed with the unchanging pursuit step would render her unable to contend with him. He had once enlisted Su Jing's assistance to conduct an experiment, when he exerted himself fully with the unchanging pursuit step. No soul master below the 30th rank could match his pace. Yu Tianheng, observing the glint of determination in Tang Yuan's eyes, which was imbued with intense combat spirit, addressed him, "Shaoqi, do you wish to fight as well?" Tang Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Indeed. I too wish to ascertain the level of my current combat abilities." Yu Tianheng considered this for a while and then replied, very well. You shall take the stage in the next match. However, do exercise caution. Do you understand? Tang Yuan, filled with exuberance, nodded vigorously and exclaimed, wonderful. Brother Tianheng, rest assured. I will exercise utmost caution. Yu Tianheng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Tang Yuan's hair. The two soon concluded their duel, parting ways with an air of fatigue. Yet their eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Given their similar ages and shared academic background, as well as their comparable soul power levels, neither was willing to concede defeat. The outcome of the battle served as a revelation of their respective shortcomings. Each was acutely aware of the balance of victory and defeat in their hearts. However, among those present, apart from the instructor Qin Ming, all students hailed from the aristocracy of the Tiando Empire, a group inherently proud and ambitious. While none desired to acknowledge their losses, the glaring reality of defeat was inescapable. Ultimately, the prospect of reclaiming glory in future contests loomed large. For putting on a facade of indifference would only lead to further disgrace. Such is the essence of noble spirit, despite the often impetuous nature of Tiando nobles. Their noble spirit remains a commendable trait. Having established the victor, the two combatants retreated to the sidelines to rest. Yu Tianheng then turned to Tang Yuan and said, go ahead, little seven. Tang Yuan nodded and stepped into the center of the arena. At that moment, he heard Yu Tianheng address another young man, saying, Li Fei, why don't you engage in a friendly competition with our junior? As Tang Yuan gazed at the young lad, he recognized him as the remarkable 25th level Agile Attack Soul Master. Li Fei, upon realizing this, was momentarily taken aback and remarked, Boss, isn't this inappropriate? He is just a child. Although exceptionally gifted, he lacks a second soul ring. What if I inadvertently injure him? At this moment, Du Guyan interjected, Humph. If you dare to harm my brother, I shall poison you. Yin Yin, don't speak nonsense. Yu Tianheng scolded with a furrowed brow. Du Guyan merely pouted, indicating her jest. Yet, Yu Tianheng reassured Li Fei, it's all right. Shao Qi is no ordinary 20-level soul master. Just be gentle, a friendly spar will suffice. Observing Tang Yuan's diminutive stature, Li Fei felt somewhat conflicted. It was then that Qin Ming stepped forward with a smile, saying, don't worry, Li Fei. Just consider it a chance to spar with a junior. The teacher is present, and nothing untoward will occur. The others were eager to witness the prowess of this 7-year-old prodigy and urged him, indeed, Li Fei, with teacher Qin here, are you afraid? Their laughter resonated around him. Li Fei, feeling somewhat helpless, shot them an exasperated glance. After all, he was the one at the lowest level. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and approached the center of the arena. Looking at Tang Yuan, he cautioned, if anything goes awry, make sure to speak up immediately. Understood? Tang Yuan gazed at the senior before him, feeling a profound warmth in his heart. He had not anticipated that, just before the impending battle, the senior would still remember to offer him a reminder. With a smile, he replied, all right, I understand. Thank you, senior. However, do give it your all. I am a soul master and not so fragile, especially with teacher Qin by my side. Li Fei reflected on this. Despite the young man's seemingly slight stature, he had already reached level 20 and was not far behind himself. He then turned to Qin Ming, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, and then to Yu Tianheng, who bore a similar expression. With a sigh of relief, he said, very well, but let me reiterate, should any urgent situation arise, do not hesitate to speak up. Tang Yuan smiled and nodded, saying, very well. Li Fei then echoed the gesture, followed by a thunderous exclamation, martial soul, manifest. As soon as the words left his lips, a remarkable transformation occurred. His eyes shifted, the pupils morphing into slits, revealing a pair of piercing hawk-like eyes. With an intensity that was utterly formidable, he unfurled a pair of wings from his back. These wings, slightly smaller than those of the Wind Master, were adorned with deep brown feathers that fluttered gracefully in the breeze. 2 yellow soul rings illuminated from beneath his feet. Subsequently, Li Fei proclaimed, I am Li Fei, the martial soul of the eagle, a level 25 master of agile attack spirits. I humbly seek your guidance. Tang Yuan, not daring to be negligent, extended his right hand, summoning a scroll that emanated a powerful aura of soul force, enveloped in a shimmering golden light surrounding him. I am Tang Yuan, wielder of the soul of life and death, a level 20 control system soul master. I humbly seek your guidance, senior. At that moment, a yellow soul ring slowly ascended from beneath his feet. Very well. The first soul skill, Eagle Strike. Li Fei, sensing the formidable strength of Tang Yuan's martial spirit, immediately dismissed his earlier underestimation and activated his first soul skill. Suddenly, his first soul ring blazed brightly, and a golden radiance shimmered across his wings as he soared into the air, diving towards Tang Yuan. One must admit, this strike bore resemblance to the earlier Wind Master's soul skill, yet it lacked the overwhelming force of that technique. Li Fei's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was before Tang Yuan. However, with a swift motion, Tang Yuan executed the unchanging pursuit step, instantly vanishing from Li Fei's sight. Li Fei was momentarily stunned. This junior was indeed extraordinary. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a surge of power behind him. Without hesitation, he propelled himself upward. At that very instant, he caught sight of a leg sweeping through the space he had just occupied. That was close. Li Fei inhaled deeply, realizing he had underestimated this junior. No, he must exert his full strength now. With that thought, he performed a somersault in the air, transforming his hands into claws, and dove once more, aiming to seize Tang Yuan. Second soul skill, Eagle Claw. Tang Yuan Fong, having just missed his strike, swiftly withdrew to regain his footing, only to witness Li Fei unleashing his second soul skill in a fierce assault. With a sudden movement, he deftly evaded the attack once more. Li Fei, taken aback, realized that this second soul skill was significantly faster than the first, accompanied by a ferocity that was truly formidable. Could this junior truly be a control-type soul master? Why did it seem he surpassed even agility-type soul masters in speed? Just as the thought crossed his mind, before he could react to his missed strike, he heard a resounding voice proclaim, "First soul skill, Soul Snatch." Tang Yuan let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, a dark light emanated from the death book, enveloping Li Fei, who was suspended in midair. Suddenly, Li Fei felt an overwhelming sense of weakness rising within him. Before he could react, he noticed a white light radiating from his body, surging toward Tang Yuan and enveloping him completely. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yuan's figure flickered and vanished from sight. "This is not good," Li Fei exclaimed, and with a swift utterance, he invoked his first soul skill, Eagle Strike. Li Fei distinctly sensed a substantial decrease in his attack power, defense, and speed, while Tang Yuan's speed had noticeably increased. At that moment, Tang Yuan had already disappeared from Li Fei's field of vision. Without hesitation, Li Fei activated his first soul skill once more. Though the power of Eagle Strike did not match that of his second soul skill, Eagle Claw, it provided a significant boost to his speed. By employing the soul skill, Li Fei aimed to evade Tang Yuan efficiently. At this moment, Tang Yuan was moving at great speed, his heart filled with astonishment. The talented students of the Heavenly Royal Academy were indeed formidable, their combat awareness far surpassing his own, allowing them to devise a countermeasure so swiftly. Nevertheless, it was still insufficient. Tang Yuan exerted every ounce of his strength, reaching an extraordinary speed, swiftly catching up to Li Fei. With a powerful push of his legs, he leaped high into the air, grasping Li Fei's ankle. Li Fei was taken aback, and before he could comprehend the situation, he found that despite utilizing the speed and elevation advantage granted by his first soul skill, he was still overpowered. Without having time to make sense of it all, he was pulled back to the ground by Tang Yuan. Once both regained their footing, Li Fei sighed and admitted, "I have lost." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "Senior Li Fei, you have not lost. Although I have brought you down, you can still soar to great heights and await the opportune moment to strike me with your soul technique. Moreover, my soul power has already diminished by nearly half." Tang Yuan spoke the truth. His first soul ring was 600 years old. Aside from bestowing upon him formidable soul abilities, the consumption of soul power was considerably greater than that of a typical 100-year soul ring. Although he had only unleashed the soul snatch once during this encounter, had it not been for Tang Yuan's profound and dense soul power, evolved to a liquid state, he would have found himself nearly depleted had he attempted to execute the uncertain pursuit soul step alongside the soul snatch. Upon hearing this, Li Fei assumed Tang Yuan was merely trying to console him, and with a wry smile, he replied, "Do not comfort me. A loss is a loss. Even if I could ascend once more, I could not soar as high as you. After all, the energy expended during our sparring was immense. Not only are you in a better position, but I am nearly out of soul power myself, and your peculiar first soul ability has constrained my physical capabilities. Even if I wished to fly, I would not be able to ascend very high. Furthermore, your speed is remarkable, and my soul abilities are ineffectual against you. Once my soul power is exhausted, I shall inevitably fall from the sky, and at that point, I would still be defeated." At that moment, Qin Ming stepped forward, applauding, and remarked, "What a splendid battle! Little Seven, may I call you that?" Tang Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Of course, Teacher Qin." Both Brother Tianhing and Sister Yin address me this way. Qinming chuckled. Very well, little 7. Although you are only at level 20, your soul skills are remarkably powerful. And your speed is extraordinarily swift, surpassing that of the average level 30 soul master. Therefore, in this competition, if you were to face a soul master specializing in offense or defense, you might not have it so easy. However, Li Fei is an agile attacker. His strength lies in his speed. If you outpace him, it will be quite difficult for him to emerge victorious. Tang Yuan nodded, having acquired new knowledge. Chapter 27, Returning Home. Li Fei also nodded, remarking, Teacher Qin's words ring true. I must say, Tang Yuan, you are truly an enigma. Not only do you possess extraordinary soul power, but your combat talent surpasses ours as well. I surmise that you will soon be advancing to a prestigious academy for further studies. Tang Yuan smiled and was about to speak when Douluo Yin stepped forward and said, Indeed, our little Qi is a prodigy. You all must hasten your training. Do not be deceived by little Qi's exceptional talent. His relentless dedication to cultivation far surpasses yours. Every day, aside from attending classes, he carries a 50-pound heavy armor and runs tirelessly across the mountains. How could his speed not be extraordinary? Tang Yuan found himself in a state of helpless amusement. Sister Yin, have you already begun to expose my secrets so soon? The onlookers gazed at Tang Yuan, astonished once more. A genius is not frightening. What is truly daunting is when a genius exerts more effort than the mediocre. Qinming, in disbelief, exclaimed, Little 7. Is what Yin said true? Do you really carry 50 pounds of heavy armor and traverse the mountains every day? Before Tang Yuan could speak, Douluo Yin interjected, Indeed. Teacher Qin, and it requires no soul power, allowing for a fair competition. Although the 50-pound heavy armor was not particularly burdensome for anyone present, especially for a powerhouse like Yu Tianhing, who possessed a strong assault-type beast spirit. The sight of a 7-year-old child sprinting about while bearing a weight nearly equivalent to his own was truly astonishing. This heavy armor, originally donned solely during the practice of the unchanging pursuit step, had become less effective for him now. Tang Yuan believed it should be worn daily like clothing. This would not only enhance endurance, but also, once accustomed to the weight, enable him to achieve a terrifying speed upon shedding the armor, significantly aiding in the refinement of soul power. However, Tang Yuan envisioned reconstructing a 100-pound heavy armor, crafted from superior materials, allowing it to be worn as effortlessly as a standard lightweight armor without compromising its weight. Achieving this required special materials and techniques, which the previous blacksmith shop could not provide. At that moment, Qinming remarked, It seems the most formidable force is not raw talent, but rather the diligent genius. The crowd nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiment, leaving Tang Yuan feeling somewhat bashful, unaccustomed to such praise from so many unfamiliar faces. Qinming offered further encouragement, urging everyone to make the most of their holiday, to train diligently, and aspire to reach level 30 like Yu Tianhing and Douluo Yin, in order to advance to the Advanced Academy. Following Qinming's words, the group concluded their sparring and returned to the table for refreshments. The dishes had grown cold during their training, prompting Yu Tianhing to summon the maid to serve a new feast. As the night deepened, the group, now intoxicated, returned to their respective quarters to rest. Considering the merriment and the inconvenience of returning home, Yu Tianhing had arranged several guest rooms for everyone to stay overnight. Tang Yuan initially intended to return to the academy, but as night fell, Yu Tianhing kindly suggested that he stay for the night, promising to send someone to escort him back in the morning. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yuan decided to accept the offer, reasoning that since he would not be practicing tonight, it would be better to return to the academy early tomorrow, as his mother was likely to arrive by then. Under the guidance of a maid, Tang Yuan arrived at the room that Yu Tianhing had prepared for him. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by an opulent interior adorned with crystal chandeliers and gem decorations that nearly dazzled his eyes. In the room, there was also a tub filled with steaming bathwater. Tang Yuan mused to himself, pleasantly surprised by the hospitality of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and noted Yu Tianhing's attentiveness. Feeling the weight of fatigue upon him, Tang Yuan shed his robes and stepped into the warm water. The enveloping heat provided him with a delightful comfort, and soon he found himself immersed in the soothing liquid, his weariness dissipating, leaving only warmth and relaxation. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, his mental strength subtly increased. Though imperceptible, it was a genuine enhancement. After his bath, Tang Yuan reclined on the bed, reflecting on his shortcomings during the battle with Li Fei and the advantages Li Fei possessed. Through repeated contemplation, Tang Yuan deepened his understanding of opponents who were agile attack-type soul masters, and before he realized it, he drifted into a profound slumber. The next morning, Tang Yuan awoke early. After freshening up and donning his attire, he stepped outside. Waiting for him by the door was the maid, who escorted him to the courtyard. There, a carriage awaited, as per Yu Tianheng's instructions from the previous night. Aware that Tang Yuan needed to return to the academy early, the carriage had been prepared to ensure his timely departure. After Tang Yuan boarded the carriage, he noticed that a delightful breakfast had already been laid out inside. A faint smile graced his lips, as he was pleasantly surprised by Yu Tianheng's meticulousness, which surpassed that of many others. As the carriage rolled along, Tang Yuan enjoyed his breakfast, and before long, they arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy. At this moment, Tang Yuan had finished his breakfast. After disembarking from the carriage, he instructed the driver to return and convey his regards to Yu Tianheng, then proceeded towards the school. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Tang Yuan discovered it to be unoccupied and began to tidy up. He decided against taking his heavy armor, as it had become redundant for his training in recent times. Instead, he gathered some clothing and placed it in the starlit glow. Once everything was in order, he intended to head to the library for a bit more reading. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted an individual approaching from a distance. Tang Yuan's keen eyes recognized that this individual was none other than the esteemed Jade Heart Douluo. Xiaohan. Tang Yuan was filled with immense joy, having not seen his family for half a year. With a heart brimming with happiness, he called out loudly, "Uncle Xiao." Upon hearing the call, Xiaohan quickly approached. As he drew near, Xiaohan enveloped Tang Yuan in a warm embrace and said, "What a fine young lad you've become. You've grown quite a bit. Have you missed your Uncle Xiao?" Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Of course, Uncle Xiao. You aren't trying to avoid Aunt Qianqian, Aunt Xiaoyu, Aunt Lily, and Aunt Suitsue again, are you?" Xiaohan, witnessing Tang Yuan's playful demeanor, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He playfully gave Tang Yuan a gentle knock on the head and remarked, "You rascal, it's only been half a year since we last met. And you've already mastered the art of teasing your Uncle Xiao." Tang Yuan scratched his head and then inquired, "Uncle Xiao, where is my mother? Why hasn't she come?" Xiaohan replied, "Recently, the Martial Soul Hall has been making significant moves, making it inconvenient for your mother to appear in crowded places. She is currently waiting for you outside the academy." Tang Yuan exclaimed with delight, "Shall we depart then? It has been such a long time since I last saw my mother." Xiaohan nodded with a smile and replied, "Certainly, let us set off immediately. Do you not need to gather your belongings?" Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "No need. I have everything packed." Xiaohan replied, "You rascal. It seems you have been waiting for several days. Then let us return home." Tang Yuan chuckled, "That's splendid. It's time to head home." As the two conversed while walking, they soon arrived at the entrance of the academy. Not far from the school, a carriage was parked by the roadside. Tang Yuan immediately recognized it as the carriage from the necromancer's manor. Without waiting for Xiaohan, he hastily approached the carriage and climbed inside, where he beheld an extraordinarily graceful and enchanting woman seated within. "Mother." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Yuan leaped into Bibi Dong's embrace. Upon seeing Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong's eyes instantly welled with tears, and she held him tightly, exclaiming, "You little rascal. You've been away for half a year without a word to us. Have you forgotten your mother?" Tang Yuan chuckled, "Mother, how could that be? It's merely that I have been so engrossed in my training that I have not found the time." Bibi Dong reproached, "Yet, that does not excuse you from writing a letter to your mother." Tang Yuan scratched his head and said, all right, mother, I will write it from now on." Bibi Dong gazed at Tang Yuan, her eyes reflecting affection and tenderness as she gently stroked his head. Sensing the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong inquired, "Little 7, what level are you at now?" Tang Yuan Dao, "You've reached the 20th level." Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Yet she did not reproach Tang Yuan for his slow advancement. Instead, she remarked, "Indeed, there is no need to devote yourself solely to cultivation. At your age, it is far better to spend time enjoying the company of friends." Tang Yuan was aware that Bibi Dong found his progress of advancing 2 ranks in 6 months somewhat slow. He chuckled, "Mother, my Death Ledger martial spirit has now completely recovered. I had lost 2 ranks due to this issue, but I later managed to cultivate my way back." Bibi Dong was taken aback. She was aware that Tang Yuan had taken a soul origin treasure flower from the Tiandao Pavilion. Yet she was unaware of his decline in soul power. Instantly, she became quite anxious, concerned about any potential repercussions this might have on Tang Yuan, and she pressed him for further details. Did not conceal anything from her, sharing the details of the Book of Life and Death along with the fluctuations in his soul power. This revelation allowed Bibi Dong to breathe a sigh of relief. as it turned out that the regression of his soul power was not a misfortune for Tang Yuan, but rather a fortuitous occurrence. At that moment, Xiao Han had also arrived and entered the carriage, prompting Bai Dong to instruct the coachman to set off. Thus, the three embarked on their journey homeward. Along the way, Bai Dong began to inquire about Tang Yuan's experiences at school over the past 6 months. Tang Yuan, brimming with excitement, recounted how he had risen to prominence in the junior class, advanced to the 3rd grade, and forged friendships with Yu Tianhing and others, sharing each detail with fervor. Watching Tang Yuan's animated expression, both Bai Dong and Xiao Han exchanged knowing glances and listened intently. As Tang Yuan gestured enthusiastically, Bai Dong gazed at him with affectionate indulgence, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as if, in that moment, he was the sole focus of her world. Initially, Bai Dong harbored concerns regarding Tang Yuan's associations with Yu Tianhing and Douluo. Given that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Poison Douluo were formidable forces on the continent, should they pose a threat to Tang Yuan? Bai Dong feared she would be unable to intervene in time, even with Yu Guan in Heavendo City. Relying solely on his strength to provide protection would be challenging, considering the formidable reputations of Yu Yuanjin and Dugu Bo, both renowned titled Douluos. However, when Tang Yuan spoke of the care he received from Yu Tianhing and others, as well as his assurance that he had not revealed his true identity, Bai Dong felt a modicum of relief. Even though Xiao Han remarked that children inevitably carve out their own worlds, excessively restricting Tang Yuan's growth would not be beneficial. Moreover, with Yu Guan keeping a vigilant watch over Tang Yuan in Heavendo City, any potential dangers would at least be mitigated, ensuring Tang Yuan's safety. With this thought, Bai Dong's worries began to dissipate. Chapter 28. The Soul-Eating Flower. As Tang Yuan, Bibi Dong, and Xiao Han conversed, their carriage journeyed onward, swiftly traversing 5 days. They soon arrived at the southern Fire City, not far from the Necromancer's Manor. Bibi Dong instructed the driver to halt in the city for a brief respite. As their provisions had grown somewhat monotonous, Bibi Dong and Xiao Han took Tang Yuan to explore the city and indulge in some refreshments. Upon passing the primary Soul Master Academy of Southern Fire City, they observed students bustling to and fro. Tang Yuan couldn't help but feel puzzled and inquired of Bibi Dong, "Mother, isn't it vacation time? Why are they still attending classes?" With a smile, Bibi Dong replied, "Little 7. The Soul Master Academy typically grants vacations only after a year of study. Your institution, the Tiando Royal Academy, is an exception. In such royal academies, the students hail from noble families. Thus, they receive a month-long break after 6 months of study, allowing them to return home and absorb familial knowledge about managing their estates. Without this, prolonged study at the academy would leave them unaware of their family affairs, complicating their future inheritance of the family business." Tang Yuan, in a moment of realization, nodded and said, "I understand now." After finishing their meal, the trio continued their journey back to the Soul Spirit Manor and, by the afternoon of the following day, finally arrived home. Upon returning, Tang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. He casually had some dinner before retreating to his room. This evening, there was no need for cultivation. He lay on his bed, emptying his mind entirely, as a wave of tranquility enveloped him. The moment his head touched the pillow, he slipped into a deep slumber. At the break of dawn the next day, adhering to his usual routine, Tang Yuan awakened early. After circulating the yin-yang qi refining technique for several cycles, he began to organize some tents, medicines, weapons, and other essentials. When he returned yesterday, he had already discussed with Bibi Dong their plan to head to the Netherworld Ridge to acquire his second spirit ring. In the light of the stars and moon, he maintained a stock of emergency supplies for outdoor excursions, yet he always preferred to inspect them before setting out. If anything was lacking, he would take this opportunity to replenish his supplies. Since acquiring his first spirit ring, he had diligently memorized the survival skills imparted by Bibi Dong and put them into practice, preparing himself without needing her reminders. After finishing breakfast, Bibi Dong and Xiao Han led Tang Yuan to the Netherworld Ridge. Upon entering, Bibi Dong inquired, "Little 7, which direction are you considering for your second spirit ring?" Tang Yuan had pondered this question himself, particularly during his battle with Li Fei, where he sensed that his spirit ring's age was considerable, leading to significant soul power consumption. He strongly desired to obtain a spirit ring that would enhance his soul power for his second ring. Thus, he shared his thoughts with Bibi Dong, specifying an age limit of around 1,000 years. According to the extreme age for absorbing spirit rings, the second should ideally be around 764 years. However, based on the characteristics of his deathbook martial spirit, which could mitigate the resentment of soul beasts upon their demise. As well as considering the capacity of his cultivated soul power over the past 6 months, the stamina developed through heavy armor training, and the strength of his meridians. He believed he could meet the standards for absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong expressed some concern. Knowing that a 1,000-year spirit ring is vastly different from a 100-year one, the disparity between a 999-year soul beast and a 1,000-year soul beast was immense, and the energy of the spirit rings could not be equated lightly. Tang Yuan, aware of her concerns, articulated his thoughts. Over the past 6 months, he had acquired substantial theoretical knowledge and conducted analyses from various perspectives. After listening to him, Bai Dong recalled the scene when Tang Yuan first absorbed a soul ring. After a moment of contemplation, she concurred, recognizing that Tang Yuan had now matured into a bona fide soul master. His innate talent and the wealth of theoretical knowledge he had amassed in recent months alleviated her worries. Additionally, Xiao Han, who was present, reassured her, "There is nothing to fear, master. When Shaoqi absorbs the soul ring, I can utilize my martial soul to assist her, possessing the ability to mitigate the resentment of the deceased soul beasts." Bai Dong nodded and ultimately consented to Tang Yuan's proposal. Tang Yuan was filled with joy and secretly cast a grateful glance at Xiao Han. In return, Xiao Han shot him a smug look. The two appeared to have conspired in secrecy, while Bai Dong pretended not to notice. With time still on their side, the trio searched the periphery of the Netherworld Ridge and encountered several soul beasts, none of which were suitable for Tang Yuan. Fortunately, those soul beasts sensed the presence of Bai Dong and Xiao Han, fleeing in terror. Had any of them been foolish enough to provoke, they would likely have met a grim fate at the hands of Bai Dong, who would take them back to the necromancer's manor to replenish their supply of soul beast meat. The three continued their journey through the dense forest. Upon reaching a riverbank, Tang Yuan suddenly felt his soul power depleting inexplicably, startling him. He attempted to control his soul power, only to realize the loss was beyond his command. As if an unseen force was siphoning it away, and he could not discern the source of this mysterious pull. "Hey, Uncle Xiao, do you feel like your soul power is draining?" Tang Yuan inquired. Bai Dong and Xiao Han exchanged bewildered glances, examined their own soul power, and shook their heads, indicating they felt no such loss. Tang Yuan expressed his confusion, saying, "This is quite strange." Knowing that Tang Yuan would not make baseless claims, Bai Dong inquired, "Little Seven, what troubles you?" Tang Yuan Dao, "For some unknown reason, as I arrive at this riverbank, I feel my soul power gradually dissipating, despite not utilizing it. And I find myself unable to control this loss." Bibi Dong furrows her brow, sensing something amiss. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly realizes, "I understand now. It is the soul-devouring flower." "The soul-devouring flower?" Both Bibi Dong and Tang Yuan express their confusion. Xiao Han nods and explains, "Indeed. The soul-devouring flower can emit a certain energy around itself, affecting any living creature that enters its range by siphoning their soul power. Observe, along this riverbank, a pile of rubble. There are no soul beasts, and not even a single plant can be found. It appears that the soul-devouring flower is to blame." Tang Yuan inquired, "Why are Mother and Uncle Xiao unaffected?" Xiao Han replied, "This soul-devouring flower likely has a limited lifespan. Both your mother and I are titled Douluos of the 9th rank or higher, thus we have developed an immunity to such a degree of soul power absorption." Tang Yuan suddenly realized and nodded, saying, "I see now. In that case, Uncle Xiao, let us hasten to find it." Xiao Han nodded in agreement. "Very well. Shaoqi, focus your mind and carefully sense this alluring force. Determine which direction it is strongest." Tang Yuan nodded, immediately assuming a cross-legged position, focusing his spirit and centering his energy in his dantian. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, pointing to his right and exclaiming, "There it is." As soon as his words left his lips, he sprang to his feet and dashed towards the indicated direction, with Bai Dong and Xiao Han closely trailing behind. They had not run far when they beheld a colossal flower, entirely shrouded in black, swaying in the wind. The surroundings were desolate, strewn only with scattered stones and devoid of anything else. "The soul-devouring flower," Xiao Han exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Dong nodded in affirmation, "Indeed. It is the soul-devouring flower." Tang Yuan gazed intently at the flower before him, exclaiming, "So this is the soul-devouring flower. Indeed, being in such close proximity, I can feel the depletion of my soul power accelerating." The flower was entirely black, emitting a faint, luminous dark glow, adorned with 6 petals and towering larger than an average tree. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, exactly 10 leaves, signifying a millennium. Little 7. Your second soul ring has found its match, Xiaohan remarked while counting the leaves of the soul-devouring flower. The soul-devouring flower possesses the innate ability of soul power absorption. A century-old soul-devouring flower can siphon the soul power of all beings within 100 meters, whereas a millennium-old variant extends this range to 1,000 meters. The 10,000-year version can absorb soul power within a 10,000-meter radius, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. With each century of cultivation, the flower gains an additional leaf, and this particular soul-devouring flower, boasting 10 leaves, has surpassed a millennium. Regrettably, there have been no documented instances of this plant beast reaching the 10,000-year mark. Only the exceedingly rare soul-devouring flower king is said to achieve such longevity. Ancient texts reveal that it has been many years since a soul-devouring flower king has been sighted. This particular soul-devouring flower, with its abilities and age, resonated perfectly with Tang Yuan. Sensing the loss of his soul power, he dared not delay any further and resolved to absorb the soul ring from this flower immediately. At that moment, Bibi Dong urged, "Go ahead, Little 7. Let this soul-devouring flower become your second soul ring." Tang Yuan nodded, deftly retrieving a long dagger from the ethereal light of the stars and moon. He thrust it obliquely into the soil, seemingly piercing the root of the soul-devouring flower. Unlike their animal counterparts, plant soul beasts lack the ability to move. Thus, at the moment Tang Yuan penetrated the root of the soul-devouring flower, it was unable to resist. The vitality of the plant dissipated like a flowing stream, and along with it vanished the soul energy absorption power within a radius of 1,000 meters. Tang Yuan sensed the gradual slowing of soul energy depletion within himself, until eventually he could feel it no longer, and his soul energy returned to its normal state. At that moment, the soul-devouring flower began to wither at a visibly discernible pace, and as it ultimately fell, a purple soul ring slowly emerged above it. Without uttering a word, Tang Yuan immediately commenced the absorption. Just as during his initial encounter with the soul ring, the plant soul beast exuded a formidable aura of resentment, which now permeated Tang Yuan's mind. Suddenly, the martial soul of the Book of Life and Death manifested, bestowing a refreshing sensation upon Tang Yuan's consciousness, a testament to the purifying power of the book. Concurrently, an immensely potent energy surged from the soul ring, infusing Tang Yuan's limbs and bones. As this energy coursed through him, it seemed to unseal a conduit, crashing against Tang Yuan's limits like a tidal wave, leading to the sensation of something within him shattering, accompanied by a crisp sound. In that moment, the flow of soul power surged, relentless and vigorous. Tang Yuan, wary of complacency, promptly activated the yin-yang qi refinement technique. His meridians and acupoints seemed to rejoice, resonating with a harmonious hum. The energy swiftly circulated within Tang Yuan, completing a full cycle. Suddenly, the yin-yang qi refinement technique transcended its peak, propelling him into the initial stage of the third layer. Tang Yuan sensed the profound changes within himself, as well as the breakthrough of the yin-yang qi refinement technique, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration that nearly compelled him to release a long howl. In the 29th chapter, the second soul skill, the energy within his meridians surged chaotically. However, thanks to the enhancements made during the restoration of the ledger of life and death, his meridian barriers had become exceptionally robust, preventing the energy from breaking through and allowing it to be absorbed by Tang Yuan. After 2 hours, the radiance enveloping Tang Yuan gradually faded, signaling the nearing conclusion of the soul ring absorption. Once the brilliance completely vanished, he suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a powerful wave of soul force that spread forth. Within his gaze lay an enchanting light that was almost mesmerizing, making it difficult for others to look directly at him. Bibi Dong exchanged a glance with Xiao Han, astonished, and remarked, "Is this the power of a millennium soul ring?" Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, Tang Yuan felt the transformation within him. The yin-yang qi refinement technique had reached the early stages of its third level. Although it was merely in its nascent phase, it was remarkably stable. Had he not deliberately restrained it, the technique would have naturally progressed to a minor achievement. Nevertheless, in order to solidify his foundation, Tang Yuan chose to contain the technique at the initial stage, though it was on the verge of peak initiation. It was likely that he would soon experience an effortless breakthrough to a minor achievement. Tang Yuan remained unperturbed, having restrained it to such an extent. Further natural progression would inevitably lead to an uncontainable surge. Upon inspecting his current soul power level, he sensed that it had reached level 21, causing him to marvel at the formidable nature of the Millennium Soul Ring. Now, his soul power flowed like liquid, a significant enhancement from the gaseous quality it once possessed. Under such elevated quality, the energy within the soul ring required purification. After undergoing this process and being absorbed by Tang Yuan, the quality improved while the quantity diminished, nonetheless allowing him to ascend a level truly remarkable. Had Tang Yuan's previous soul power absorbed this Millennium Soul Ring, he would have likely surged directly to level 23, ascending 3 levels at once. Even after purification, he experienced an unexpected elevation, a delightful surprise indeed. Once everything concluded, Tang Yuan rose to his feet. Bibi Dong hurriedly approached him, her face still marred by concern, and asked, "Shaoqi, are you all right?" Tang Yuan observed Bibi Dong's concern for him and smiled as he shook his head, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry, mother, I am perfectly fine." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong let out a sigh of relief. Tang Yuan proceeded to elaborate on the transformations of his soul power and level to Bai Dong and Xiaohan. He simultaneously summoned his martial soul, and from beneath his feet, 2 resplendent soul rings gradually ascended, one golden, the other purple. Bai Dong and Xiaohan cast their gaze upon the book of life and death, which appeared to expand significantly. As the pages turned, a faint fragrance of blossoms wafted through the air, subtly influencing them. They sensed a slight, almost imperceptible depletion of their soul power. Bai Dong then inquired, "Little 7, what is your second soul skill?" Tang Yuan Dao, "My second soul skill, named Soul Hook, is distinct from my first soul skill as it pertains to the aspect of soul power. Its efficacy lies in reducing the enemy's soul power by 20%, with half of that reduction being siphoned back to myself, allowing me to restore the extracted soul power. In essence, it enables the absorption of the enemy's soul power. The cooldown period is 5 minutes, increasing in potency by 10% for every 10 levels, while simultaneously reducing the cooldown by 1 minute. The maximum amount of soul power that can be absorbed from the opponent is capped at 50%, with the cooldown potentially diminishing to a mere minute." Both Bibi Dong and Xiaohan gasped in astonishment. This is nothing short of cheating. Should one reach the rank of title Douluo, the ability to absorb 50% of the opponent's soul power would render many formidable soul skills practically unusable. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong inquired, "Little 7, does your soul skill, like the first one, disregard the opponent's level?" Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, "Not at all." However, upon hearing that the second soul skill differs from the first, lacking the ability to disregard levels, Bai Dong appeared somewhat disheartened. Yet, upon noticing a shift in Tang Yuan's tone, she inquired, "However, what is it?" Tang Yuandao remarked, "As long as one's soul power does not exceed mine by more than 30 levels, it can be absorbed under normal circumstances. If it surpasses 30 levels, absorption is still possible, albeit with significantly diminished effectiveness. The greater the disparity in soul power levels, the less potent the effects of this soul skill." Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of such an extraordinary capability. Xiaohan nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. It perfectly inherits the soul-absorbing abilities of the soul-devouring flower, which is commendable. Furthermore, the soul skill bestowed by the Millennium Soul Ring is remarkably powerful, surpassing my expectations." Bibi Dong then instructed, "Little 7, unleash your second soul skill against your mother." Tang Yuan understood that Bibi Dong was eager to test the newly acquired soul skill. He nodded and declared, "Very well. The second soul skill, Soul Snatch." As his words resonated, the book of life and death radiated a brilliant golden light, and the second soul ring around Tang Yuan shimmered with a purplish glow. Suddenly, a fragrant floral aroma filled the air. Upon inhaling the scent, Bibi Dong sensed a subtle fluctuation within her soul power, as approximately 1% began to gradually dissipate, accompanied by an alluring pull emanating from the book of life and death. After a moment of contemplation, Bibi Dong inquired, "Little 7, how do you feel?" Tang Yuandao said, "Mother, I sense that I have drawn an immense amount of soul power from you. My own soul power is now remarkably abundant. Had your soul power not been so overwhelmingly potent, I would have ceased my absorption immediately. Otherwise, I fear I might have been overwhelmed. However, even though I have halted the intake, my life and death book martial soul continues to drain your soul power incessantly." Bibi Dong nodded and replied, "Indeed, based on my estimations, your second soul skill is incapable of absorbing even the slightest fraction of soul power from soul masters above level 80. Just now, I suppressed my level between 70 and 79, allowing you to barely absorb 1%. If the opponent is between 60 and 69, you can absorb 5%. Between 50 and 59, 10%. And if below 50, you can entirely absorb 20% of the enemy's soul power. Tang Yuan's heart swelled with delight. It was truly marvelous that it could also affect those below level 50. Bibiong continued, indeed, the cooldown period of your soul skill is rather lengthy. Even if you can absorb 20% of the soul power from opponents below level 50. The 5-minute cooldown is ample time for them to utilize the remaining 80% of their soul power for various endeavors. Tang Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, if one were to surpass him by 10 or 20 levels, even with a 20% reduction in soul power, they would possess the means to defeat him in a single strike. Even a mere remnant of soul power would render him powerless. Sensing Tang Yuan's dismay, Bai Dong couldn't help but smile, bemused by his dissatisfaction with such an extraordinary soul skill. Gently ruffling Tang Yuan's hair, she remarked, Little 7. The potential of this soul skill surpasses both your imagination and mine. Although its effectiveness diminishes against soul masters of significantly higher levels, you have secured an invincible position among your peers. With your speed and your first and second soul skills, even a soul venerable at the 30th level would stand no chance against you. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Is that true? Bibi Dong replied with a smile. Indeed, it is true. Consider this. When you employ your first soul skill to diminish your enemy's physical capabilities, it effectively amplifies your own strength by a factor of 2. Furthermore, with your second soul skill, the opponent's soul power is also diminished, resulting in yet another doubling of your advantage. Imagine if you were to ascend to the rank of a 60-level soul emperor at that juncture. Your first and second soul skills would reduce your adversary's physical abilities and soul power by 50%, a phenomenon equally applicable to title Douluo. In such a scenario, even a title Douluo would regard you with great caution. Therefore, it is imperative that you safeguard yourself and refrain from revealing your brilliance while you are still in a position of weakness. Tang Yuan chuckled, I understand, mother. Bai Dong gazed at Tang Yuan's restored smile with affectionate indulgence and said, Indeed, even with formidable strength, one must not underestimate their opponents. For each individual possesses unique opportunities. Who among us lacks a hidden card? Tang Yuan nodded vigorously, smiling as he reassured, Rest assured, mother. The principle of exerting one's full strength even when grappling with a mere rabbit is a lesson you've instilled in me since childhood. Little 7 understands. Bibi Dong chuckled. That is good. At this moment, it was still not dusk. The three of them took advantage of the dawn to return to the Spirit Hall. The Yuming Ridge was not far from the Spirit Hall, and they soon descended the mountain, arriving back within a short while. After acquiring the second soul ring, Tang Yuan was ravenous, having skipped lunch. Bibi Dong promptly instructed the servants to prepare dinner, presenting an array of meats from various soul beasts before Tang Yuan. Without hesitation, he began to feast, with one hand grasping a fiery boar's bone and the other a colorful chicken leg, relishing each bite. Observing his gluttonous demeanor, Bibi Dong affectionately cautioned him to slow down while ladling soup for him. After the sumptuous dinner, Tang Yuan returned to his room, his belly full to the brim. With such an abundance of soul beast meat within him, brimming with energy, he sought to seize the moment and focus on cultivating his soul power before the energy dissipated. At that time, his sole intention was the pursuit of mastery. With only a month of vacation, Tang Yuan spent his days at home. Aside from conversing and dining with Bibi Dong, mostly secluded in his room to train. His routine comprised practicing the yin-yang breathing technique at dawn, honing his soul power in the morning, engaging in practical combat training with Xiao Han or Bibi Dong in the afternoon, and either conversing with Bibi Dong or returning to his room to cultivate after dinner. Day by day, this continued for a month, and by its end, Tang Yuan's mastery of the yin-yang breathing technique had seamlessly progressed to the 3rd level, reaching its pinnacle. He was now on the verge of the early stage of great mastery, aspiring towards the pinnacle of great mastery and complete perfection of the 3rd level. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan's soul power remained at the peak of level 21, mere inches from advancing to level 22. Additionally, he encountered a bottleneck with his impermanence pursuit step, still at the minor completion of the 3rd level. Presently, Tang Yuan's level of strength stood as follows. Tang Yuan age, 7 martial spirit, death note, flawless quality martial spirit. Haotian hammer, no soul rings, level, 21st rank great soul master first soul skill, soul seize, 600 your soul ring. Yellow, 2nd soul skill, soul hook, 1000 your soul ring, purple, movement technique, impermanence pursuit step, 3rd layer minor achievement. Comparable to the speed of an ordinary soul sovereign cultivation method, yin-yang chi refinement technique, 3rd layer minor achievement pinnacle, chapter 30. For years later after the holiday concluded, Tang Yuan returned to the academy, while Bibi Dong and others continued their relentless search for Tang Hao. Although Tang Yuan represented everything to Bibi Dong, her hope, her deeply cherished emotions, she still grappled with the desire to reunite Tang Yuan with his biological father. A mother's love is often selfless. Even though Tang Yuan was not her own, her affection for him surpassed that of blood ties. Upon returning to school, Tang Yuan maintained his daily routine, traversing between the back mountain, classroom, cafeteria, library, and dormitory. Occasionally, he would visit the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect to spar with Yu Tianheng. Without employing his second soul skill, Tang Yuan had rarely triumphed over Yu Tianheng. Even with the impermanence pursuit step, though his speed surpassed that of Yu Tianheng, the latter wielded the strongest attack-type beast martial spirit in the world and possessed reflexes beyond the ordinary. Given Tang Yuan's attack power and combat experience, victory seemed improbable. In their sparring sessions, Yu Tianheng patiently offered guidance, sharing practical experiences and techniques while pointing out Tang Yuan's shortcomings. As a soul sovereign, his combat experience vastly exceeded that of Tang Yuan. Initially, Tang Yuan would be defeated within 3 exchanges. However, over time, this evolved into 10 exchanges, then 15, and eventually 20. Eventually, Tang Yuan was able to endure until his soul power was exhausted before succumbing to defeat. Months later, Qin Ming learned of their sparring sessions and frequently joined them for training. Upon discovering Tang Yuan's second soul skill, Qin Ming was astounded and promptly decided to have Tang Yuan combine both his soul skills in their sparring. In the initial months of their practice, Yu Tianheng found himself struggling immensely. Even without the second soul skill, Tang Yuan could contend with him for dozens of exchanges before his soul power waned. Now, with the second soul skill in play, Yu Tianheng felt increasingly frustrated. Just as he gained the upper hand, Tang Yuan would siphon away a significant portion of his soul power, preventing him from swiftly concluding the battle. This cycle continued, with Tang Yuan resembling an indomitable cockroach. As the struggle persisted, Yu Tianheng's soul power dwindled, and so did the amount he could afford to lose to Tang Yuan. Eventually, when Tang Yuan collapsed, gasping for breath, Yu Tianheng too felt the strain, barely managing to sit on the ground. Were it not for his formidable attack-type beast martial spirit, he might have found himself in a similarly exhausted state. Such grueling bouts undoubtedly provided the best opportunities for cultivation. Not only did Qin Ming, a renowned Soul King teacher, offer guidance and share experiences, but Tang Yuan also had Tianbao Tower procure a wealth of spiritual herbs, dividing them into 2 portions, one for himself and another for Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng instructed his household servants to prepare energy-rich meat from 1,000-year soul beasts as sustenance. After their sparring, Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng would retreat to their rooms to soak in medicinal baths. Once the water transformed from deep green to transparent, they would proceed to the dining hall to feast, followed by Qin Ming's corrections of their sparring errors. The gentle medicinal baths, the nourishing soul beast meat, and the guidance of their Soul King teacher made this day a weekly highlight. Whenever it arrived, Tang Yuan eagerly rushed to the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect with Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng. Aside from this, Tang Yuan continued his usual routine at the academy, rising before dawn to practice the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, attending classes in the morning, honing the impermanence pursuit step in the afternoon, and studying in the library at night. His schedule brimmed with activity, yet Tang Yuan was thoroughly engaged and fulfilled. Days turned into weeks, and years flew by, with the passage of time marked by the changing seasons. For years swiftly elapsed. In the Douluo Continent, within the Tiando Empire, at the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, 2 figures lay sprawled on the ground in a large shape. One, slightly taller and more robust, lay with his head tilted back, golden short hair fanned out. Panting as he exclaimed, "Shao Qi, you monster, I can't fight anymore." The other figure, tall and slender, with long blue hair cascading around him, smirked slightly while also panting. "I can't fight anymore either, Tianheng, you're just too tough." Nearby, a middle-aged man, observing the 2 sprawled figures, chuckled with mild exasperation. "All right. Get up and return to soak in your medicinal baths. You always play dead after a match." Upon hearing the mention of a medicinal bath, a slender figure instantly perked up, their sapphire-like eyes shimmering with excitement, and in a fluid motion akin to a carp leaping, they sprang into action. Off to the medicinal bath came the jubilant exclamation, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the tall figure still reclining on the ground murmured, "What a rascal, still possessing such vigor." Having uttered these words, they too executed a graceful leap and swiftly disappeared from view. The middle-aged man shook his head and chuckled to himself. Indeed, they are merely feigning death. In a separate courtyard's chamber, the air was thick with steam. At the center of the room stood a large wooden tub, surrounded by swirling mist. Through the hazy vapor, one could discern deep green water within the tub, and there, reclining in the warmth, was none other than the young man who had just collapsed in the courtyard, Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan rested his hands on the sides of the wooden tub, his head gently leaning against its edge, eyes closed, exuding an air of serene contentment. A closer inspection would reveal that in the deep green water, slender tendrils of verdant energy coiled like swimming dragons, continuously gathering and being absorbed by Tang Yuan from his skin to his core. This medicinal bath not only tempered his sinews but also nourished his dantian, providing a sensation of both soreness and relief during the soak. His favorite moments came after sparring with Yu Tianheng, luxuriating in the medicinal bath for his cultivation. However, what he cherished most was the dinner that followed, the meat of thousand-year-old soul beasts, which melted in his mouth. As a seasoned gourmand who had savored the culinary delights of Tiando City, he held a profound appreciation for fine food. Over the past 4 years, aside from his cultivation, he had discovered a rather intriguing pursuit, the joy of eating. In his spare time, he wandered throughout Tiando City in search of delectable fare, yet after sampling countless delicacies, he still found the soul beast meat dinner after sparring to be the most exquisite. After half an hour, the once steaming water in the tub had transformed into crystal clarity, its medicinal properties nearly fully absorbed by Tang Yuan. With a slight pout of reluctance, he rose from the tub and stepped out. A tall, statuesque figure emerged from the mist, his physique not as ruggedly prominent as that of the brothers Shimo and Shimo, but rather elegantly sculpted, with sharp angles and a refined appearance akin to a flawless statue. Beneath these seemingly unassuming muscles lay a hidden potential for astonishing explosive power. Coupled with years of practicing the yin-yang qi refinement technique and the benefits of medicinal baths, Tang Yuan's body had reached the pinnacle of perfect skin and resilient sinew. Gathering a strand of soul power, he dispelled the droplets of water clinging to his skin and hair, draping himself in a black robe. A slender, red jade dragon belt was slung elegantly around his waist, from which dangled a brush that resembled a sword. Upon closer inspection, the brush's shaft was crafted from a century-old bamboo, while its tip was made from the hair of a 1,000-year-old bloodthirsty wolf, inscribed with the 4 characters, Judge's death sentence. His shoulder-length blue hair cascaded down, neither too long nor too short. Tang Yuan secured it with a black hairband, forming a small ponytail that revealed his chiseled facial contours. His face, sharp and defined, bore a noble nose and a pair of blue eyes that seemed to harbor the vastness of the galaxy, complemented by a pair of lips that frequently curled into a smile, rendering him both profoundly enigmatic and strikingly handsome. An air of casual elegance seemed to emanate from him. With a pair of black boots adorning his feet, Tang Yuan stepped out of the room. His appearance bore a resemblance to that of the esteemed Uxian Douluo Xiaohan, and since Tang Yuan began to dress in such a manner, Bai Dong had developed a peculiar fixation. Convinced that this boy had been led astray by Xiaohan. Yet, Xiaohan was innocent. How could his ethereal aura transform Tang Yuan into a carefree vagabond? Indeed, Tang Yuan's attire is reminiscent of the chivalrous heroes depicted in the martial arts novels of his previous life. His lifelong aspiration has been to embody the essence of a great hero. In this current existence, that dream persists. In his former life, he was afflicted by a grave illness, rendering him unable to walk, let alone fulfill the role of a valiant warrior. However, with this reincarnation, Tang Yuan has steadfastly pursued that ambition. Naturally, none of this bears any relation to Xiaohan, who remains unaware of these details. To deflect attention, Tang Yuan often claims that his appearance is inspired by Uncle Xiao, prompting Bibi Dong on several occasions to suggest that he should change his attire. It is not that his outfit is unattractive, rather, Bibi Dong feels that emulating Xiaohan suggests he has led his son astray. Consequently, during these moments, Xiaohan finds himself chastised by Bibi Dong, a fate he has gradually come to accept. Upon exiting the room, Tang Yuan made his way directly to the dining hall. Upon arrival, he discovered Yu Tianheng already indulging heartily at the table. "Wait up, brother Tianheng. Save some for me." Tang Yuan hurriedly rushed over, plopping down unceremoniously and seizing a large chicken leg to begin devouring it with fervor, indeed, tearing into it. This was the dining hall established by Yu Tianheng at his private residence, a sanctuary frequented solely by Yu Tianheng, Tang Yuan, Qi Ming, and Duge Yan. No others had ever graced this space. At this moment, Yu Tianheng's mouth was filled with the meat of soul beasts, and his hands were equally occupied, clutching a sizable piece of meat while he mumbled indistinctly, "You, my friend, are becoming increasingly self-indulgent, even taking your time to eat." Tang Yuan paid no heed to him and had already entered a frenzied battle with food. Chapter 31. An invitation to join the team. Before long, Qin Ming arrived as well, serving himself a bowl of rice, savoring each bite with deliberate care. The contrast between his composed demeanor and the ravenous consumption of Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan was akin to that of a civilized individual and a wild beast. Their voracious appetites were understandable, primarily due to the considerable depletion of soul power. They needed to replenish their energy swiftly through sustenance, particularly for someone like Yu Tianheng, whose martial soul was beastly in nature, while Tang Yuan simply relished food. After they had thoroughly devoured the dishes laid out before them, Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng reclined in their chairs, displaying expressions of utter satisfaction. Qin Ming took a gentle sip of the steaming tea served by a servant and observed his proud students, remarking, "Tianheng, I notice a fluctuation in your soul power. It seems to have increased." Upon hearing his name called, Yu Tianheng instantly straightened up, expressing utmost respect, and nodded, "Yes, Teacher Qin. I just completed a medicinal bath and have broken through to level 39. Qin Ming nodded approvingly, saying, "Very well. You are 18 this year, correct? It seems you have been somewhat lax in your training these past few years. Otherwise, with your talent, you would have already surpassed the Soul Scholar level." Yu Tianheng offered a sheepish smile and replied, "Teacher Qin." Qin Ming sighed with a wry smile. "I understand. It is natural for the youth to yearn for love. But do not squander all your time on that. You and Yin Yin are both soul masters, with mutual effort in your cultivation. There will be ample time for companionship in the future." Feeling somewhat ashamed, Yu Tianheng assured, "All right, Teacher Qin, rest assured. I will strive to train alongside Yin Yin from now on." Qin Ming nodded and turned his gaze towards Tang Yuan. Truth be told, he held a deep admiration for this student, his sunny disposition, excellent character, remarkable talent, and diligent approach to cultivation. In Qin Ming's heart, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Tang Yuan was destined to carve out his own place on this continent in the future. Upon seeing Qin Ming approaching, Tang Yuan smiled faintly and remarked, "Teacher Qin, I have been quite diligent, unlike Tian Hong, who just the day before yesterday went shopping with Sister Yin Yin." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng immediately delivered a playful thump to Tang Yuan's head and muttered, "You little rascal, are you reporting on me again?" Tang Yuan wore a look of grievance and said, "How is it again? When have I ever reported on anyone?" Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng thought to himself that this was a trap for his brother and hurriedly replied, "You still dare to say?" Qin Ming chuckled and remarked, "All right. I acknowledge your diligence, but cultivation requires a balance of intensity and relaxation. I truly hope that both of you can find a middle ground and refrain from being so extreme." Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan nodded in unison, affirming, "Yes, Teacher Qin." Both Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan held profound respect for Qin Ming. Throughout their 4 years of cultivation, he had provided them with immense support and meticulous guidance, which they would never forget. Qin Ming then inquired, "By the way, how is your Judgment Sword of Death cultivation progressing?" Tang Yuan Dao, "Not bad, but I have recently encountered a bottleneck." Qin Ming nodded and replied, "As a control-type soul master, acquiring an additional attack soul skill is certainly advantageous. Your sword technique is enigmatic and unpredictable. Even defense-type soul masters must regard it with caution. However, do not neglect the cultivation of your soul power in your spare time, for in this world, soul power is the very foundation of a soul master." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Understood, Teacher Qin. Recently, I have encountered a bottleneck with my Judgment Sword of Death. After acquiring the third spirit ring, I will devote a considerable amount of time to the cultivation of my soul power." Qin Ming replied, "It seems that your soul power level reached the 30th rank about 2 months ago, if I recall correctly. It was around the time you just celebrated your 11th birthday." Tang Yuan nodded in affirmation. Yu Tianheng cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yuan, his heart racing with astonishment. This was nothing short of extraordinary. At merely 11 years of age, he had already reached the 30th level. How could we possibly compete with that? Of course. His fervent emotions were unbeknownst to Tang Yuan and Qin Ming. Qin Ming then suggested, "How about I accompany you to procure a soul ring in the next couple of days? The semester is concluding and classes are suspended, leaving us ample time." Tang Yuan shook his head with a smile and said, "No need, Teacher Qin. My mother has asked me to take a break and return home for a while. She will take me, as there is a type of soul beast at our home that is particularly suitable for me." Qin Ming replied, "Very well then. Once you have acquired your soul ring, before the start of the next academic term. I will petition the Education Committee to elevate you from the Intermediate Academy to the Advanced Academy. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Really? If that's the case, I can attend school with Brother Tianheng." Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng's lips twitched. "Attend school together? I suspect you merely wish to report on me and Yin Yan." Qin Ming shook his head with a smile and explained, "Elite academies rarely focus on theoretical classes. The majority of the curriculum consists of practical training. In preparation for the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in a few years, the Academy has tasked me with forming a battle team, which includes Tianheng and Yin Yan. Would you care to join us?" Tang Yuan expressed his confusion. "The Grand Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent?" Qin Ming nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, the Grand Tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies, as the name suggests, is a competition among the students of Advanced Soul Master Academies throughout the continent. It is hosted by the royal families of the Tiandou and Xinglua empires, with the Spirit Hall serving as a co-organizer. This tournament is the most prestigious event in the realm of Soul Masters, featuring participants of exceptional prowess, second only to the elite selection competition of the Spirit Hall. All competitors are exclusively students from Advanced Soul Master Academies, and they must be 25 years of age or younger. The competition primarily takes the form of team battles, with each match requiring a team of 7 participants." Tang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "Ah, a 25-year-old Soul Master, yet still not graduated from a prestigious academy?" Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng, hearing this, were left speechless. Their faces darkened with disbelief. Did he think everyone was as exceptional as he was? Tang Yuan observed the two individuals' unusual expressions and, feeling somewhat awkward, stuck out his tongue. Qin Ming continued, "Xiaoqi, do not underestimate this prestigious competition among Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Every participant is far from being mediocre. They are the CR de la CR of talent. The closer one approaches the age of 25, the more extensive their training period is compared to those younger than them. Consider this. If 2 individuals possess equivalent talent, yet one is trained from the age of 6 to 25, they have amassed 19 years of practice. Naturally, this individual will have 5 more years of cultivation than someone aged 20, resulting in a significant disparity in strength. Furthermore, since this competition is open to all under the age of 25, it includes prodigies considerably older than you. Although you possess exceptional talent, your limited training duration poses a distinct disadvantage." Tang Yuan rubbed his head sheepishly and said, "I apologize, Teacher Qin. I should not have been arrogant." Upon hearing this, Qin Ming nodded with a sense of satisfaction and replied, "Xiaoqi, talent is indeed a form of strength, and it is also a significant advantage. You must make the most of your strengths." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "I understand. Teacher Qin, when will the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition commence?" Qin Ming replied, "There are less than 3 years remaining until the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. During this period, you must diligently work together to enhance your abilities in preparation for the impending tournament. After all, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall is rather formidable." Tang Yuan inquired, "Teacher Qin, what is the golden generation of the Spirit Hall?" Qin Ming shook his head and replied, "You do not need to know that just yet. In due time, you will naturally encounter them." Tang Yuan appeared to understand partially and said, "All right." Qin Ming then inquired, "So, Xiaoqi, would you like to join the Tiandou Royal Academy battle team?" Before Tang Yuan could respond, Yu Tianheng stepped forward, saying, Xiaoqi, your brother Heng here is the captain, so there's no need to hesitate. Join us quickly." Tang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Brother Tianheng, you are the captain? Are you not going to make things difficult for me? I refuse to go. I want to attend." Yu Tianheng, drenched in sweat, pondered whether this lad harbored a penchant for self-inflicted torment. He playfully delivered a light smack to Tang Yuan's head and remarked, "You're always scheming to file petty complaints. If you weren't so inclined to report me, what reason would I have to make your life difficult?" Tang Yuan found himself ensnared by the powerful arm of Yu Tianheng. Struggling as he gasped, all right, Brother Tianheng, I shall join. Just let go. I can hardly breathe. That is more like it." With a satisfied smile, Yu Tianheng released Tang Yuan and turned to Qin Ming, saying, "Teacher Qin, Xiaoqi has agreed." Qin Ming regarded the two before him, bemused, and remarked, "Enough of this childish bickering. You are both grown men now. Return and focus on your cultivation." Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng exchanged nods and greeted Qin Ming before each retreated to their respective rooms for cultivation. As they departed, Tang Yuan playfully made a face at Yu Tianheng, who feigned indifference and let out a casual hum, deeming it childish. Upon returning to his room, Tang Yuan commenced his soul power training, as was his routine. Although he had not yet acquired a soul ring, he felt a steady enhancement in his soul power. And after consuming so much soul beast meat, it would be a pity to squander such precious energy. After an extended period of cultivation, Tang Yuan exhaled deeply, reflecting on his progress. He mused to himself, "My soul power level remains at 30. I must hasten my return home to acquire my third soul ring. I shall request leave from my teacher tomorrow. It is prudent to return early, especially since classes are suspended for finals. I must also take my heavy armor for reforging. Perhaps an increase of 50 or even 100 pounds would be wise, to avoid the need for further reforging in the future." Tang Yuan retrieved a suit of heavy armor, distinct from the previous one. At first glance, it appeared similar to ordinary close-fitting soft armor. This suit was entirely black, as dark as ink, unlike the earlier bulky iron plates. Being as thin as fabric yet weighing twice as much, 100 pounds, in contrast to the previous 50-pound suit. This armor had taken Tang Yuan considerable time to procure from a blacksmith capable of forging it from a blend of fallen star iron and secret silver, costing him 200 gold coins along with some of the precious materials. Since its acquisition 4 years ago, Tang Yuan had worn this armor constantly, removing it only for bathing and sleeping. He donned it even during classes, training, dining, and reading. With the aid of this armor, he had advanced his unchanging pursuit of soul's technique from the pinnacle of the 3rd level to the perfection of the 4th, tantalizingly close to breaking through to the 5th level and achieving the state of unchanging. Unfortunately, a month prior, Tang Yuan sensed that the armor had ceased to enhance his training. Without utilizing any soul power, he could sprint 30 laps around the back mountain at remarkable speed, surpassing even peak agility-type soul masters. If he were to remove his combat armor, even without soul power, his speed would rival that of newly initiated agility-type soul masters. Thus, Tang Yuan contemplated reforging the armor to increase its weight to 200 pounds, hoping this would facilitate his breakthrough to the 5th level in the realm of unchanging. Setting the armor aside, he examined the progress of his yin-yang qi refinement technique, sighing after his review. Months prior, he had mastered this technique to the peak of the 3rd level, but subsequent efforts to advance to the 4th level proved futile. He realized that in this world, ascending in power was inextricably linked to soul rings. Without acquiring a 3rd soul ring, neither his soul power level nor the yin-yang qi refinement technique could progress further. Moreover, the forging process was exceedingly arduous, requiring a month to complete. If he were to reforge the armor, he would have to wait until next month, upon returning to school, to retrieve it. Given that he could not advance in soul power or the yin-yang qi refinement technique, he decided to focus on the judge's death sword. This sword technique was something Tang Yuan had commenced training in 4 years ago. It was recorded among the ancient methods of qi refiners, requiring a foundational understanding of qi to begin practice. Thus, he was only able to meet the standards for training in the judge's death sword upon reaching the 3rd level of the yin-yang qi refinement technique. The judge's death sword encompasses 5 major realms: destruction of form, severing of souls, intent to kill, absolute power, and god-laying. The first realm, destruction of form, signifies the mastery of swordsmanship, allowing one to cleave tangible objects with sword power. It took Tang Yuan 4 years to achieve fluidity in his sword technique, executing sword power without the slightest hindrance, akin to flowing clouds and water. However, this merely represented the initial realm. The destruction of form is fundamentally a surface-level achievement, attainable by an ordinary person through a decade of diligent practice in swordsmanship. The second realm, severing of souls, demands extraordinary comprehension and a profound connection with the sword. At this stage, sword power can inflict harm upon the soul, affecting not only sentient beings but also insentient objects. For instance, if an opponent's martial spirit were comparable to Tang Yuan's, achieving the severing of souls realm would allow him to damage their martial spirit, potentially jeopardizing their career as a soul master, much like the injury to the Book of Life and Death. The third realm, intent to kill, employs intent as the sword, utilizing formless sword intent to vanquish enemies. Upon reaching this realm, one can condense a domain of the judge's death sword, termed sword domain. The fourth realm, absolute power, sees sword intent evolve into sword power, capable of annihilating all with its supreme might. Upon reaching full mastery of this realm, one need not even draw the sword. A mere glance, a movement, a gesture could extinguish life and sever souls, overshadowing all under its imposing aura. The final realm, God-slaying, signifies the ability to slay deities with this sword. However, for Tang Yuan at this point, this realm remained distant and elusive. He could not even grasp the concept of the term God-laying. Currently, he had attained the pinnacle of the destruction of form realm in his training of the judge's death sword. He retrieved the judge's pin from his waist, gently caressing it. This pin had been his constant companion since he began studying the judge's death sword, crafted from materials gathered by Tianbao Tower. Now, the training in the judge's death sword had stagnated. Recalling what Qin Ming had said during dinner, Tang Yuan recognized that while cultivation was indeed a matter of personal will, balance was essential in all things, including training. With this thought, he resolved not to dwell on it. Wiping down the judge's pin before setting it aside and picking up a book titled Intermediate Applications of Soul Techniques. As night deepened and the wind turned cool from outside, one could see the glow emanating from Tang Yuan's room, where he was engrossed in reading. The following morning, after breakfast with Yu Tianheng and Qin Ming, Tang Yuan did not enter the academy but instead took his clothes-fitting heavy armor to the blacksmith shop where it had been forged. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, he found the proprietor busy at work. Tang Yuan greeted, "Boss." The proprietor lifted his head, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Upon seeing the young man clad in a black robe with blue hair, he felt a sense of familiarity, though he could not quite place him. Suddenly, a memory struck him, and he chuckled, exclaiming, "Ah, so it is you, young brother. What brings you here this time? Are you looking to craft something anew?" Tang Yuan extracted the heavy armor from the radiance of the stars and moon, stating, "I require this armor to be reforged." The proprietor, taken aback for a moment, then chuckled, "Is it too cumbersome for you? For years ago, when you first commissioned its creation, I cautioned you about its excessive weight. But you chose to disregard my advice. Bring it here. I shall refine it to a lighter form for you, but the cost shall remain unchanged." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "No, boss, you have misunderstood. I wish to increase the weight." The boss replied, "Oh, so you intend to increase the weight? Wait a moment. What did you say? Increase the weight. I must not have heard correctly." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "You heard me correctly. I wish to increase the weight." The proprietor, taken aback, remarked, "Young man, judging by your badge, you must be a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, right? Truly a prodigious talent. Although you are a battle-type soul master, your remarkable strength at such a tender age foretells a boundless future." The owner evidently assumed that Tang Yuan was a battle-type soul master, as those of this category typically possess superior physical attributes due to their martial spirits. The fact that Tang Yuan could train with 100-pound heavy armor and now sought to enhance the weight led the owner to believe he was undoubtedly endowed with a battle-type martial spirit. Of course, defensive-type soul masters boast even greater physical prowess, yet Tang Yuan's physique clearly did not suggest that he belonged to this category. However, Tang Yuan had no intention of engaging the proprietor in a debate over this matter. He merely articulated his requirements, which were to increase the weight by an additional 100 pounds and incorporate some soft silk gold to enhance the armor's flexibility. Naturally, he had procured all the materials himself, as it would be quite challenging for a blacksmith shop to source exquisite metals like stardust iron, secret silver, and silk gold. After conveying his instructions, Tang Yuan left a deposit of 100 yuan and departed. Shortly after Tang Yuan left, a youth clad in a green robe entered the blacksmith shop. This young man also bore the badge of the Tiando Royal Academy, and, observing Tang Yuan's retreating figure, felt a flicker of curiosity. Approaching the proprietor, he said, "Sir, I wish to forge a dagger." Without hesitation, the proprietor took the design and payment from the young man and replied, "Very well, it will be ready in 3 days." The youth inquired, "Sir, what did Tang Yuan come here to craft?" The proprietor, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Tang Yuan? Which Tang Yuan?" The young man pointed in the direction Tang Yuan had gone, saying, "The student from the Tiando Royal Academy, who just left. He is a fellow student in our intermediate academy. His name is Tang Yuan." The proprietor came to a realization and said, "Oh, that one. He came to forge a set of heavy armor." The youth questioned, "Heavy armor?" The proprietor nodded, saying, "Indeed, students of your Tiando Royal Academy are truly remarkable. It seems that a battle-type soul master under the age of 15 can don 200 pounds of heavy armor." "What? 200 pounds?" the young man exclaimed in astonishment. The proprietor, noticing his expression, replied, "Yes, 200 pounds. The youth said, "Wait, you said he is a battle-type?" The proprietor paused and responded, "Yes, is he not? He certainly does not appear to be a defensive type." The young man's lips twitched as he stammered, He is a control type." What? A control type? At this moment, it was the boss who found himself in a state of unease. Upon returning to school, Tang Yuan sought out his homeroom teacher to request a leave of absence. He then returned to his dormitory to gather some items necessary for his cultivation, placing them into the starry moonlight. Afterward, he met with Qin Ming to finalize the details regarding their return to the academy and the time to join the battle team. Before resolutely departing from the school, once outside the gates, Tang Yuan made his way to Tianbao Tower, where he instructed Zhu San to hire a carriage for his journey home. Zhu San hesitated, concerned about the long and treacherous road to the necromancer's manor, fearing potential dangers along the way. However, Tang Yuan was determined not to live perpetually under the protection of his family, firmly expressing his intentions. Reluctantly, Zhu San excused himself under the pretext of finding a carriage and reported the matter to Yu Guan. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan, though somewhat exasperated, had plans to return to the necromancer's manor himself and decided to discreetly follow Tang Yuan along the way. Before long, Zhu San procured a carriage. And once Tang Yuan settled in, with a flick of the whip, the carriage began to move slowly towards the south. Chapter 33. The Two-Headed Ghost Sparrow. After approximately 8 days, the carriage Tang Yuan was aboard arrived at the entrance of the necromancer's manor. Upon disembarking and entering the estate, he discovered that Bai Dong and Xiao Han were absent, leaving only Gu Mei and Yu Guan engaged in conversation in the front hall. Unbeknownst to Tang Yuan, just as the carriage was about to arrive at the necromancer's manor, Yu Guan took advantage of his momentary distraction and returned to the manor ahead of him. At that moment, he was engaged in a lively exchange of words with the enigmatic Gu Mei. It is worth noting that Yu Guan had been entrusted with the secret duty of safeguarding Tang Yuan in the city of Tiandou, occasionally returning to the manor to report on his progress, while Gu Mei, too, had her own responsibilities, often venturing forth in search of Tang Hao. Having not seen each other for quite some time, they naturally had much to discuss. Tang Yuan entered the front hall and inquired, "Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, where is my mother?" The ghostly figure replied, "The master and the elder left the estate last month, and we were unaware of your early return." Judging by the ghost's demeanor, it seemed he had anticipated Tang Yuan's premature arrival, yet Tang Yuan did not pay much heed and remarked, "Surely they haven't gone to fetch me? Did we not agree 2 years ago that I would return on my own?" The ghost smiled helplessly, recognizing Tang Yuan's misunderstanding, and clarified, "Not at all. They simply have some matters to attend to. However, before departing, the master instructed us to assist you in obtaining the third soul ring." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Indeed, I anticipate that my stay at home will be brief. Having acquired the third soul ring, I shall soon return to school." Yu Guan exclaimed in astonishment, "So soon?" Tang Yuan Dao. The Academy has formed a battle team to participate in the prestigious Grand Continental Senior Soul Master Academy competition in 2 years. I must intensify my training. Gue Mei nodded and remarked, "I am aware of this competition. It is indeed a grand event that gathers a multitude of prodigies." Upon hearing the words of the ghostly figure, Tang Yuan could not help but inquire, "Dear ghost uncle, did you partake in this competition as well?" The ghost chuckled and replied, "Indeed, I did participate. Back then, we were still martial artists, and your uncle Yu Guan also took part." Tang Yuan gazed at Yu Guan, his eyes shining brightly. Yu Guan cleared his throat and said earnestly, "Indeed, the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition is truly a nostalgic event." Tang Yuan asked, "Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, could you share your experiences with me? What was it like when you participated in the competition?" Gue Mei glanced at Tang Yuan, a faint smile gracing his lips, and began to recount the events of that fateful competition, unfolding the memories one by one. 3 days later, in the midst of the Yaoming Ridge, the sun hung high in the sky. Deeper within the perimeter of the ridge, 3 figures flitted through the forest. Before them, a colossal, purplish-black avian spirit beast was hastily fleeing. This creature, known as the Two-Headed Phantom Sparrow, possessed feathers that shimmered with an ethereal glow. Its body resembled that of a bird with the tail of a crocodile, and upon its neck were 2 fearsome heads that were nearly identical. The Two-Headed Phantom Sparrow typically feasted on recently deceased or dying organisms, devouring the lingering death energy to enhance its own power. The plumage of this particular Two-Headed Phantom Sparrow was predominantly purple, comprising about 70% of its feathers, with only a few black ones. Based on this coloration, it was estimated to be between 3,000 to 4,000 years old. Should it advance to a 10,000-year spirit beast, its entire plumage would transform into an inky black. Clearly, this one had not yet reached that stage. Normally, this spirit beast was quite ferocious. It would pose no threat unless provoked. at which point it would ruthlessly seek to eliminate any challengers. The death energy emanating from its prey, laden with fear and resentment, was considered a rare delicacy for the two-headed phantom sparrow. However, the current scenario was indeed perplexing. The two immense heads of the two-headed phantom sparrow bore expressions of terror, its wings glowing with a ghostly light as it desperately sought to escape. Hot on its heels were the three figures who, barring any unforeseen circumstances, were poised to catch up. These three were none other than Tang Yuan, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei. This morning, Tang Yuan and his companions had scarcely ventured into the enigmatic ridge when they chanced upon a two-headed ghost sparrow voraciously devouring a land-spiked porcupine. It must be said that Tang Yuan's fortune was indeed extraordinary, while others typically spent days hunting soul beasts to acquire soul rings. He had swiftly obtained his first soul ring in less than 2 days, and the second was procured with equal ease. Now, at the threshold of reaching level 30, he encountered this two-headed ghost sparrow shortly after entering the enigmatic ridge. However, it was the unfortunate fate of the two-headed ghost sparrow that truly stood out. After being famished for 2 days, it had finally succeeded in vanquishing a land-spiked porcupine and was in the midst of absorbing its life force when the 3 humans appeared before it. To add to its dismay, 2 of these individuals exuded an aura reminiscent of soul beasts nearing the age of 100,000 years, unmistakably indicating they were tidal Douluos. In a moment of despair, the two-headed ghost sparrow considered fleeing. It had not intended to provoke these formidable beings and was prepared to retreat without further ado. Yet, to its astonishment, the young human seemed intent on capturing it as his third soul ring. Thus, the two-headed ghost sparrow was compelled to flee, its soul energy dissipating like water. Before long, it found itself utterly exhausted, the flames of its anger waning. It had encountered bullies before, bullies of birds, but never had it faced such an overwhelming situation. The 2 tidal Douluos could have easily caught up, yet they deliberately slowed their pace, toying with it. Unbeknownst to the creature, Gue Mei and Yu Guan were merely testing Tang Yuan's speed by intentionally easing their pursuit. At this juncture, the two-headed ghost sparrow, fatigued to its limits and inflamed with fury, resolved to stop fleeing and confront its pursuers. With this thought, it executed a swift maneuver, turning in midair, preparing to unleash a torrent of curses. However, it could not articulate human speech, and even if it could, time had run out. Why? Just as it completed its turn, it beheld a colossal golden chrysanthemum, its petals resembling sharp blades, hurtling toward it. The bird's body shuddered as a surge of potent soul energy roared within. And as a stinging pain enveloped its senses, darkness descended upon its vision. Before losing consciousness, it faintly heard a voice say, "Uncle Yu Guan, weren't we supposed to practice a bit? Why did you knock it out?" The two-headed ghost sparrow's mind raced with thousands of thoughts, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all before it succumbed to oblivion. Yu Guan, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied, "I got a bit carried away. I thought this foolish bird seemed rather arrogant, so I struck a little harder." Gue Mei, with a hint of sarcasm, rolled her eyes, questioning how a tidal Douluo could misjudge the force of his strike. Yet, Yu Guan remained oblivious to her expression and continued, "Shao Qi, quickly kill it and obtain the soul ring. Night is fast approaching." Both Gue Mei and Tang Yuan were taken aback, glancing skyward. The sun still hung high above, and there were still 2 or 3 hours until sunset. How could it be that night was fast approaching? Tang Yuan did not ponder too deeply. Seeing that the two-headed ghost sparrow had lost its fighting capability, he swiftly seized the opportunity. With the judge's pen in hand, he advanced with a decisive stride and skillfully extinguished the life of the two-headed ghost sparrow. A violet soul ring gradually materialized from its lifeless form, filling Tang Yuan with elation. He promptly settled into a meditative position, channeling his soul power toward the emerging violet soul ring. Upon making contact with the soul ring, an overwhelming surge of energy flooded into Tang Yuan's being. Drawing upon his extensive experience, he utilized the Book of Life and Death to dispel the vengeful spirits that clouded his mind, subsequently beginning to absorb the energy within the soul ring. However, the resentment harbored by this particular two-headed ghost sparrow was formidable, requiring Tang Yuan considerable time to nearly cleanse it. As he absorbed the soul ring, Tang Yuan felt an unprecedented fullness of soul power coursing through him, even more potent than the soul energy of the last soul-devouring flower. Thus, he dared not delay, promptly invoking the yin-yang refinement technique to aid in the assimilation of soul power. Just as he was methodically drawing in the energy from the soul ring, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The already substantial energy within the violet soul ring suddenly became erratic and increasingly tumultuous, surging forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam. wreaking havoc within Tang Yuan's body. Had it not been for his extraordinary physique and resilient meridians, he would have surely succumbed to a catastrophic explosion. Was this the ghost sparrow's act of vengeance? Tang Yuan was taken aback. The excruciating pain radiating within him was unbearable, compounded by the fact that he was channeling a significant amount of soul power to suppress the tumultuous energy within. The vengeful spirits in his mind began to revolt, inflicting a harrowing rage upon him that rendered his consciousness somewhat disoriented. A violent wave erupted suddenly, transforming into a fierce wind that swept outward. Observing from the sidelines, Yu Guan and Gui Mei sensed the overwhelming chaotic energy emanating from Tang Yuan. Noting his trembling form and contorted features, they immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. "This is not good," Yu Guan exclaimed, rushing forward with a swift stride. Soul power coalesced around him, and his extraordinary martial soul, the celestial chrysanthemum, appeared. Without hesitation, he prepared to awaken Tang Yuan from his trance. At that moment, a large hand materialized, blocking his path. Yu Guan turned in surprise and anger, exclaiming, "Old ghost, what are you doing?" Gui Mei shook his head, saying, "Give him a little more time." Yu Guan retorted fiercely, "What time? If this continues, it will end badly." Gui Mei sighed, "We must have faith in him." Yu Guan clenched his teeth, replying vehemently, "You must be joking. At this juncture, what faith is there to speak of? If something goes awry, how will you face the lord of the manor? How will you face Shaoqi?" Gui Mei, taken aback by his words, responded loudly, "Do you think I am not concerned? Shaoqi grew up under our watchful eyes. Do you think my worry is any less than yours?" Yu Guan retorted sharply, "If that is the case, then step aside. It will be too late if something happens to Shaoqi." Gui Mei, seeing his stubbornness, replied coldly, "If you awaken Shaoqi now, in this critical moment, even if she survives, she will be rendered useless." Yu Guan urged fervently, "Useless is better than dead. Move aside." The specter cast a glance at Tang Yuan, gritting his teeth and declaring, "I won't let you." Yu Guan, taken aback for a moment, retorted furiously, "Very well, then I shall strike until you relent." With that, he unleashed his fifth soul skill, Hurricane Ascendant. As the words left his lips, an endless swarm of petals surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a small whirlwind that hurtled toward the specter. Chapter 34. External Soul Bone faced with the formidable tempest rushing toward him. The specter's eyes brimmed with astonishment and rage, his expression a mixture of disbelief as he bellowed, "Chrysanthemum barrier! Have you lost your mind?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the whirlwind was upon him. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, transforming into a shadow to evade it. Yu Guan's gaze was sharp as he addressed the specter, "If you obstruct me again, I shall truly lose my sanity." Hearing this, the specter steeled himself and gritted his teeth, replying, "Very well. Do not blame me." He then unleashed his fifth soul skill, Phantom Abyssal Grasp. With a surge of soul power, the specter raised his claw-like hand, transformed into a fearsome ghostly talon, and slammed it into the ground. Suddenly, a vast expanse of shadows emerged beneath Yu Guan's feet, from which dark spectral hands reached out, firmly grasping his ankles. Yu Guan struggled fiercely, yet found his feet ensnared by the grasping shadows, rendering him immobile as though trapped in a quagmire. "Humph, do you think this can truly bind me?" he exclaimed. Sixth soul skill, Golden Petals of Radiance. With a powerful shout, the resplendent celestial chrysanthemum in his hand radiated a brilliant gold. At that moment, the sixth black soul ring around his feet flared to life, and the surrounding trees suddenly erupted in golden light, blooming with golden flowers. The celestial chrysanthemum gathered immense soul power, and from the countless trees, those golden blossoms transformed into streams of golden light, hurtling toward the specter. Seventh soul skill, True Form of the Specter. Witnessing the ferocity of Yu Guan's assault, the specter immediately activated his seventh soul skill, True Form of the Specter. A thick veil of black smoke enveloped him, and he morphed into a shadow, gradually fading into an ethereal state. Just as the golden blossoms descended like a meteor shower, the specter vanished from sight. Although Yu Guan was immobilized, the soul skills he unleashed were extraordinary. The specter, appearing as an illusion, deftly evaded each of Yu Guan's attacks. Neither could gain the upper hand, and after several exchanges, Yu Guan, concerned for Tang Yuan, shouted, "Old ghost, will you yield or not?" "I will not," came the resolute reply. "Will you yield or not?" "I will not." As the two struggled in their stalemate, a labored voice suddenly interjected, "Stop fighting." Upon hearing this voice, both Yu Guan and the specter were taken aback, immediately retracting their soul powers and darting to stand before Tang Yuan. Yu Guan observed the agony etched on Tang Yuan's contorted features and, filled with urgency, asked, "Little Seven, how are you?" The specter, standing nearby, wore a grave expression, his concern palpable. Tang Yuan clenched his teeth in determination, remaining silent, which only heightened the urgency of Yue Guan and Gue Mei. Just as a confrontation erupted between Yue Guan and Gue Mei, the violent energy emanating from the soul ring tormented Tang Yuan relentlessly, nearly shattering his meridians and flooding his mind with overwhelming resentment and fury. At this critical juncture, Tang Yuan summoned every ounce of his strength, channeling his soul power to direct this tumultuous energy towards several obstructed acupoints, utilizing its fierce force to break through their barriers. In an instant, the obstruction before the closed acupoints crumbled like fragile parchment, allowing the tempestuous energy to surge forth like a powerful tidal wave. As the first acupoint was unblocked, the energy continued to cascade through the second, third, and all the way to the 12th acupoint, finally calming the violent energy. Despite this, Tang Yuan had successfully opened 12 major acupoints, effectively doubling his meridians and elevating the yin-yang refining qi technique to the pinnacle of its 4th level, tantalizingly close to achieving perfection. Just as Tang Yuan believed the torment had subsided, the lingering resentment and remaining chaotic energy converged, merging with all of his soul power to form a formidable essence, which surged towards 2 major acupoints on his back. At this moment, all traces of resentment dissipated from his mind, and as Tang Yuan regained his consciousness, he sensed the fierce battle between Yue Guan and Gue Mei. He yearned to intervene, yet his meridians, ravaged and riddled with fine cracks, rendered him nearly speechless. The excruciating pain stifled his voice. He could only muster the strength to grit his teeth and emit a strained sound, urging Yue Guan and Gue Mei to cease their conflict. As Yue Guan and Gue Mei approached him, the essence forged from resentment, chaotic energy, and his entire soul power had already reached the 2 major acupoints on his back. Suddenly, a more intense pain radiated from his back, causing Tang Yuan to gasp for breath, nearly losing consciousness. Enduring the searing agony, he sensed a transformation occurring amidst the pain. A tingling sensation surged from his back. Suddenly, Tang Yuan realized that the soul power energy was gradually being absorbed by his back, restoring his control over his soul power. As the pain subsided, so too did the tingling sensation, and Tang Yuan extended his arms, releasing a powerful roar that reverberated through the heavens, sending a formidable wave of soul power radiating outward from his being. Yue Guan and Gue Mei recoiled in astonishment. At that moment, the upper half of Tang Yuan's black robe disintegrated into fragments, revealing his exquisitely sculpted physique. Abruptly, a radiant explosion of golden and black light erupted from his back. With a rush, a pair of black and gold wings, each stretching 2 meters, emerged, adorned with shimmering feathers, unfurling with a fierce gust of wind. Both Yue Guan and Gue Mei gasped in unison, exclaiming, "External soul bone." Tang Yuan struggled to rise, oblivious to the changes unfolding behind him. He sensed that his soul energy had been entirely siphoned away, leaving him utterly depleted. Pain coursed through his meridians, and he silently lamented, "This is a grave predicament. It seems unlikely that I will recover within a month. I fear I shall not make it back to school in time, and will have to disappoint teacher Qin Ming." Tang Yuan turned around and suddenly caught sight of a shadowy figure, dark and golden in hue, which startled him immensely. Upon turning back, the mysterious object had vanished. He then noticed Yue Guan and Gue Mei, both gazing at him with expressions of astonishment and disbelief. "Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, what is the matter?" Tang Yuan inquired with confusion. Yue Guan and Gue Mei, regaining their composure, replied with a dazed tone, "Little Seven, behind you." Tang Yuan, puzzled, inquired, "What is behind me?" As he spoke, he turned his head. "Ah," he exclaimed in shock. "What on earth is that?" His gaze, crossing over his shoulder, fell upon a pair of wings measuring 2 meters in length, causing him to recoil in astonishment. Yue Guan and Gue Mei exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. The soul bone that every soul master in the world yearned for, and an external soul bone at that, yet to him, it was merely a thing of ghosts. Wait. A thing of ghosts? Oh. The lines of exasperation on Gue Mei's forehead multiplied. Upon witnessing his transformation, Tang Yuan was greatly alarmed and hurriedly inquired of Yue Guan and Gue Mei. "Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, what has happened to me?" Yue Guan and Gue Mei took a deep breath, fully aware of the extraordinary value of soul bones. The external soul bone, which is several times more precious than ordinary soul bones, is a rarity that drives all soul masters to madness. While the probability of acquiring an ordinary soul bone from a soul beast is a mere 1 in 1,000, the chance of obtaining an external soul bone is even more minuscule, virtually non-existent. However, external soul bones possess a unique nature. One must absorb the soul ring from the same soul beast to obtain the external soul bone. In other words, if Tang Yuan had not absorbed the soul ring of the two-headed ghost sparrow, he would have been unable to acquire its external soul bone. The rarity of external soul bones is further underscored by another significant factor. They cannot be discarded. Ordinary soul bones can be relinquished or sold after falling from a soul beast, but external soul bones are bound to the soul master. They dissipate upon the death of the soul master, meaning that even if someone were to kill Tang Yuan, they could not claim his winged external soul bone. Yu Guan smiled and exclaimed, "Little Seven, this is wonderful. You have acquired an external soul bone." Upon hearing these words, Tang Yuan was initially taken aback. But soon his astonishment transformed into elation. An external soul bone? Is it truly an external soul bone? Tang Yuan was well aware of the distinction between external soul bones and ordinary soul bones. A few years prior, he had perused a tome in the library that discussed soul bones, wherein external soul bones were mentioned. The text conveyed that the rarity of external soul bones is surpassed only by the almost unattainable 100,000-year soul rings. Tang Yuanzheng was on the verge of exultation when a slight movement triggered a wave of pain within his body, causing him to involuntarily gasp. The specter stepped forward to support him, inquiring, "Little Seven, are you all right?" Tang Yuanxiang forced a faint smile and said, "Uncle Ghost, I am fine. But I will need at least a month to recuperate." Yu Weiwan inquired, "What happened? Why just now?" Tang Yuan recounted the recent events in detail to Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who both exhibited expressions of concern. After listening, Gue Mei sighed and remarked, "Fortunately, your uncle Yu did not interrupt you. Otherwise, this opportunity would have been lost." Hearing this, Yu Guan retorted with irritation, "Opportunity? Is it more important than life itself?" Gue Mei furrowed her brow and insisted, "I have already stated that we must trust Shaoqi." Yu Guan coldly huffed, "I never said I did not trust Shaoqi." Tang Yuan observed the two individuals as they began to quarrel once more, feeling a mix of amusement and profound emotion. He was acutely aware that these two titled Douluo, despite their decades-long camaraderie, had never once engaged in a dispute. Yet now, for his sake, they were on the verge of turning against each other in a life-and-death confrontation. Such an act of devotion could not help but touch Tang Yuan's heart deeply. Tang Yuan urged, "Uncle Yu, Uncle Gue, please cease your quarrel and take a look at my external spirit bone." As Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged fierce glances, they turned their heads away from each other upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, thus halting their dispute. At that moment, both gazed at the magnificent wings behind Tang Yuan, which emanated an overwhelming aura. Gue Mei suggested, "Shaoqi, try to sense it with your mind." With a slight nod, Tang Yuan closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. Before long, he felt a surge of control over the wings, accompanied by a stream of information flooding into his mind. The black and gold wings fluttered slightly before transforming into a beam of black and gold light, merging seamlessly into Tang Yuan's back. Chapter 35. The radiant ethereal wings sensing the formidable power coursing through his back, Tang Yuan was filled with elation, momentarily disregarding the pain in his body. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Uncle Gue, Uncle Yu, what abilities does this external spirit bone possess?" Although he had perused texts regarding external spirit bones, they merely outlined various types and basic descriptions. They did not delve into specifics, as each external spirit bone was unique. And only the spirit master who possessed it could truly comprehend its capabilities. Others would forever remain unaware, necessitating an analysis based on individual circumstances. Undoubtedly, the winged external spirit bone bestowed upon Tang Yuan the ability of flight. This was indeed documented in the texts, but it was limited to this aspect. As for any other abilities, Tang Yuan remained in the dark and sought the wisdom of the two titled Douluos. Gue Mei pondered for a moment before responding. "I have not encountered many external spirit bones. Counting yours, I have seen only 3. I do not possess extensive knowledge on the subject, as each external spirit bone's abilities vary and are intricately linked to the spirit master themselves. However, I can assure you that your external spirit bone is capable of evolution." Evolution? Tang Yuan nodded, acknowledging the truth in the specter's words. The allure of the external soul bone lies not only in its desirability but also in its capacity to evolve alongside the strength of the soul master. However, Yu Guan interjected, saying, "This poses no difficulty. Once the owner returns, we shall have her assess it. Although we are unable to discern the precise capabilities of your external soul bone, the owner will undoubtedly be of assistance." Tang Yuan expressed his confusion, "My mother?" The specter replied, "Indeed, I had almost forgotten that the lord of the manor possesses a soul bone as well. Tang Yuan exclaimed. What? Since Bibi Dong had brought him to the Spirit Mountain Manor, she had never used her six-winged purple light wings in his presence. So it was only natural that he remained unaware. Yu Guan interjected, little seven, you are blissfully ignorant. The manor's lord possesses an external soul bone akin to yours. Also a pair of wings. However, the distinction lies in the fact that the lord's winged soul bone is known as the six-winged purple light wings, featuring 6 radiant golden purple wings, which amounts to 3 pairs, while yours consists of but a single pair. Tang Yuan exclaimed, I see now, yet I have never witnessed my mother wield such power. The ghostly figure replied, that is indeed a formidable technique, not to be employed lightly. Aside from the master of the estate, only your uncle Uncle Xiao, and I are privy to this matter. Little seven, you too must adhere to this. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your external soul bone before others. Tang Yuan inquired. Why? Is it not true that an external soul bone cannot be dropped? Even if someone covets it, they would not obtain it by killing me. The ghostly figure shook its head and replied, at times, an individual's envy can lead them to the depths of despair. In this world, many are willing to go to great lengths to obliterate that which they desire yet cannot attain. Your external soul bone will empower you, and as you grow stronger, you may pose a threat to many. Just as with your innate talent, if powerful factions cannot recruit you, they may seek to eliminate you while you are still vulnerable. For a dead individual poses the safest alternative. Tang Yuan, after listening, fell into deep contemplation, pondering the profound truth in the words spoken. Beside him, Yu Guan interjected. Your ghostly uncle is not entirely incorrect. Although he may seem unreliable at times, he possesses a coherent understanding of principles. In this unpredictable world, one must learn to safeguard oneself. Upon hearing this, Gu Mei furrowed his brow and retorted, Yu Guan, are you praising me or scolding me? Yu Guan, with a delicate flick of his fingers, tossed his hair and shot Gu Mei a playful glance, responding, I am indeed praising you. Tang Yuan observed the playful banter between the two, finding it quite amusing, and merely smiled silently from the side. Yu Guan then remarked, by the way, Xiaoqi, your external soul bone possesses an impressive aura. Why not bestow upon it a name? Tang Yuan nodded, then suddenly attuned his mind. In an instant, a brilliant burst of black and gold light erupted behind him, and a pair of magnificent wings adorned with black and gold feathers unfurled with a rush. The interwoven feathers shimmered like radiant golden iron, resembling an array of ethereal blades. Tang Yuan, with a glimmer of inspiration, declared, let it be named Radiant Ethereal Wings. Upon returning to the necromancer's manor, he commenced his recuperation and healing. Although his meridians were not gravely injured, his formidable physique endowed him with resilience, resulting in minor damage and an exceptional self-healing ability surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with the potent life force of his soul of the Death Ledger, he required merely 5 days to restore his meridians, emerging even stronger than before, with wider channels and an accelerated ability to condense soul power. However, Tang Yuan had yet to achieve full recovery. Beyond the physical injuries, the most severe affliction lay in the damage to his mental faculties. Tang Yuan's mental fortitude was besieged by the lingering resentment of the two-headed demon sparrow in its final moments. Once a formidable force, his spirit now languished in a state of decline. Unlike the physical meridians, mental energy lacks robust self-healing capabilities, and the life force of the Ledger of Life holds no efficacy in this regard. Thus, Tang Yuan could only rely on meditation and the passage of time for restoration. In the initial days, his complexion resembled that of withered greens, devoid of any semblance of vitality, while his mind felt clouded, oscillating between an overwhelming drowsiness and sudden tidal waves of excruciating headaches that made him yearn to collide his head against a wall. Such discomfort was mild compared to the moments when he found himself in a daze, perceiving himself as the two-headed demon sparrow, fleeing in terror from relentless pursuers. His face betraying sheer horror. Tang Yuan, aware of his circumstances, noted that Bai Dong was absent, and he wished to spare Gu Mei and Yu Guan from worry. However, during one lunch, he unexpectedly dozed off, and was discovered by the concerned duo, who had come to visit. Upon awakening, Tang Yuan found himself pale and devoid of color, prompting their anxious inquiries. Yet, he reassured them that he was fine and would recover in a few days. Despite his assurances, Gu Mei and Yu Guan remained unconvinced and insisted on informing Bai Dong. With no other option, Tang Yuan employed all his persuasive skills to finally send the skeptical pair on their way. This situation persisted for over half a month, but fortunately, The intensity of his headaches diminished, and the hallucinations of the two-headed ghost sparrow became less frequent. This improvement was largely attributed to Tang Yuan's habitual fondness for reading. With no opportunity to practice cultivation and limited energy for moving about, he immersed himself in books. During this reading journey, his mental fortitude gradually restored, albeit slowly, yet significantly quicker than through conventional meditation. After acquiring the third soul ring and the external soul bone from the netherworld ridge, Tang Yuan had remained at home for over half a month. One dawn, he emerged from his meditative state, exhaling deeply and feeling invigorated. His fatigue and pallor vanished entirely. The Tang Yuan of today was no longer the same as he had been over half a month ago. Since absorbing the 3,000-year soul ring of the two-headed ghost sparrow, his soul power surged dramatically, reaching a stable level of 32. Moreover, the yin-yang qi refining method, bolstered by the ferocious energy absorbed from the soul ring, enabled Tang Yuan to open 12 major acupoints, propelling him to the pinnacle of the 4th level of mastery. Just a moment away from breaking through to the perfection of the 4th level. With the acquisition of the radiant netherwing external soul bone, his strength significantly increased. While Tang Yuan had yet to master the full range of abilities of the radiant netherwing, aside from its flight capability, it promised to become a formidable weapon in due time. Soul Master. External soul bone. Reflecting on his transformation, Tang Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. Soaring towards the heavens, Tang Yuan pondered. Having now transcended to the realm of Soul Master, he had also elevated the yin-yang qi refinement technique to its 4th level. It was time to continue cultivating his soul power and refining his qi. Moreover, there was the judge's death sword, with the yin-yang qi refinement technique reaching its 4th tier. Could this enable him to elevate the judge's death sword to the soul-severing realm? With this thought in mind, Tang Yuan wasted no time, drawing the judge's pin from his waist. He began to dance through the sword techniques of the judge's death sword, executing each move with precision. Grasping the judge's pin, his entire demeanor transformed. It seemed as if the pin had morphed into a razor-sharp sword tip, its cold brilliance converging at the pin's edge. Tang Yuan's right arm appeared to embody the sword's body, sometimes standing straight and fierce, at other times fluid and changeable. He himself became the sword's hilt, merging with his right arm and the judge's pin into a harmonious unity. Although he had not yet attained the perfect synergy of body and intent, he had nonetheless reached a level of mastery akin to using his fingers as extensions of his will. With a swift movement, Tang Yuan thrust the judge's pen, executing a flurry of piercing, slicing, and sweeping actions that flowed like a gentle stream. The sounds of piercing air echoed continuously. After a time of practice, he sensed an invisible barrier obstructing his path, preventing him from breaking through. He shook his head internally, not feeling disheartened. Tang Yuan recognized that although he had reached a bottleneck, he merely lacked a catalyst to propel him into the realm of soul severing. Otherwise, even with arduous training, it would take him decades to break through. Nevertheless, with the judge's death sword at the form destruction level, its offensive power was already on par with that of a soul master, albeit slightly inferior to pure assault techniques. Yet, he possessed 3 formidable soul skills and the terrifying speed of the impermanence pursuit step, which would enable him to hold his own in battle. Thus, he resolved to focus on enhancing his soul power and the yin-yang qi refinement technique. Once the dawn broke brightly, Tang Yuan rose and stepped outside. In recent days, he had received word that Bai Dong and Xiao Han were still away and would take some time to return. They had advised him not to wait for them and to return to the academy first. It was likely that once their matters were settled, he might take a trip to Heavendo City. Upon the conclusion of his cultivation today, Tang Yuan felt a profound sense of well-being enveloping him. As every trace of discomfort had vanished, the injuries he had previously endured, both physical and mental, had been entirely restored. Thus, he resolved to return to Heavendo City at dawn the following day. Upon learning of this, Yu Guan expressed his desire to accompany Tang Yuan, concocting an excuse that there were matters to attend to at the Tianbao building in Heavendo City, which fortuitously aligned with their journey. Tang Yuan, without any hesitation, agreed to the proposal. Chapter 36, Feng Xiaodian and Huo. Upon arriving in Tiando City, Yu Guan parted ways with Tang Yuan, who then made his way to the academy alone. Given Tang Yuan's disposition, it was evident that he would not return directly to the academy. After carefully calculating the days until his appointment with Qin Ming, which was set for the day after tomorrow, he felt no urgency. Instead, he took his time to stroll leisurely, eventually arriving at his favorite establishment, the Jiwei Tavern, where he indulged in a sumptuous meal before taking his leave. After dining, Tang Yuan's thoughts were consumed by the heavy armor he had entrusted to the blacksmith for reforging. although it was agreed that he would retrieve it in a month. With still 7 or 8 days remaining, he found himself with idle time and decided to pay a visit. Upon exiting the tavern and making his way to the blacksmith shop, he noticed a commotion on the street, where a young man and woman were embroiled in a quarrel. The young man, a lad with a shock of silvery hair, wore a black mask that obscured half his face, leaving only a pair of sparkling eyes visible. He was hunched over in a posture of feigned submission. The young woman, clad in a striking red dress that complemented her dark crimson hair, was exceptionally beautiful, resembling a flame dancing in the night sky. With hands placed firmly on her hips, she glared fiercely at the young man. As Tang Yuan passed by, curiosity sparked within him. Was the plea for mercy a result of defeat in battle? Intrigued, he cast a few more glances in that direction. The young man over there seemed to sense Tang Yuan's gaze. Noticing the smile gracing Tang Yuan's lips, he mistakenly assumed he was being mocked and retorted angrily, "Hey, you over there, what are you staring at?" Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that staring at others, especially those engaged in a quarrel, was quite impolite. Thus, he softly cleared his throat and hastened a couple of steps. Just as he was about to depart, a sudden gust of fierce wind swept by. Before Tang Yuan, a figure suddenly appeared, precisely the same youth from before. The young man, brimming with hostility, remarked, "You think I allowed you to leave?" Tang Yuan, aware of his own culpability, said, "I sincerely apologize, my dear brother. It was not my intention. I merely recalled some amusing matters and ended up gazing a moment longer." Upon hearing these words, the young man felt even more acutely that Tang Yuan was mocking him, his heart seething with rage as he raised his fist, ready to strike Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was taken aback for a moment. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the punch thrown by the youth. A sense of indignation welled within him. Having already offered an apology, he could not comprehend why the boy persisted in his aggression. Unfazed by Tang Yuan's thoughts, the youth observed that his initial punch had been effortlessly sidestepped, although he had refrained from utilizing his soul power. Wind-type soul masters possessed a speed that surpassed that of other categories, striking a mere child who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, especially when the opponent was not employing soul power, seemed entirely reasonable. Without further contemplation, the youth launched another punch after realizing the ineffectiveness of his first attempt. Tang Yuan, perceiving his arrogance, took a step back to evade him and said, "Esteemed brother, do you not think you are being excessive?" The young man scoffed coldly and replied, "Excessive? Is it not excessive to spy on others in the throes of romance?" Tang Yuan Dao. As soon as I opened my mouth, a crisp voice resonated. "Hey, Feng Xiaotian. Who is it that you're in love with?" Tang Yuan turned his head and beheld the fiery-haired maiden approaching, her countenance still brimming with ire. The silver-haired youth, known as Feng Xiaotian, instantly transformed in demeanor upon her arrival, shifting from a boisterous tiger to an endearing little kitten, and promptly ingratiated himself by saying, "Dear sister Huowu, I was merely teaching this young one. What brings you here?" Tang Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he mused inwardly, "You are but a child. Your entire family comprises children." The girl known as Huowu cast a sidelong glance at Feng Xiaotian before turning her attention to Tang Yuan. Upon gazing at him, she was taken aback. At that moment, Tang Yuan appeared invigorated, his medium-length blue hair elegantly tied back with a black ribbon, exuding an extraordinary charm. His features were exquisitely refined, his visage akin to that of a sculpted masterpiece. It was his pair of sapphire blue eyes that captivated Huowu, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. Furthermore, Tang Yuan's tall stature, complemented by his flowing black robe that danced in the breeze, and the serpentine red jade belt at his waist added an alluring aura. As a soul master, his physique was inherently superior to that of ordinary individuals. Though merely 11 years of age, he already stood at a height of 1.70 meters. While his appearance bore a hint of youthful innocence, his demeanor was undeniably graceful, prompting Huowu to steal glances at him for an extended period. Rest assured, her admiration was purely aesthetic. Huowu was not an ignorant girl who swooned at the sight of a handsome face. However, Feng Xiaotian observed this exchange with growing irritation. Convinced that the boy's delicate features had bewitched his beloved sister, Huowu, the more he thought this way, the more displeased he became with Tang Yuan. Yet, Tang Yuan had no inclination to engage in conflict. He remarked, "My lady, I truly meant no disturbance to the two of you. I merely happened to pass by and was struck by some amusing thoughts." "Is that so?" Huowu turned to Feng Xiaotian, inquiring. Feng Xiaotian, indifferent to whether Tang Yuan's intentions were deliberate or accidental, retorted, "Huowu, you need not concern yourself with this matter. This brat is far too arrogant. and I must teach him a proper lesson. Tang Yuan was utterly bewildered. Arrogant? Where have I been arrogant? He retorted. Brother, from beginning to end. It has been you who has exhibited arrogance, all right? Wu raised an eyebrow with a nonchalant smile, saying, Very well, you may continue your lecture. I shall take my leave. Without further ado, she turned and walked away. Feng Xiaotian was taken aback. What was happening? Wasn't he the expectation that he would demonstrate his formidable prowess, thereby winning her over, leading to a heartwarming companionship and a life of adventure together? The narrative seemed amiss. As Wu had already distanced herself, Feng Xiaotian regained his composure and glared at Tang Yuan, saying fiercely, You, young man. I sense a presence of soul power emanating from you. You must be a soul master as well. Given your youth, which academy do you hail from? Tang Yuan knew that he would eventually face repercussions, yet he remained indifferent and jested. Look, your girlfriend has already walked quite a distance. If you don't pursue her now, it will be too late. Feng Xiaotian was momentarily taken aback. He absorbed little else, but the phrase your girlfriend resonated deeply within him. Suddenly, the child before him seemed less irksome, and indeed, rather appealing in appearance. An epiphany struck him, and with a sudden exclamation, Feng Xiaotian hastened to chase after Wu. Casting aside any thoughts of confronting Tang Yuan found himself at a loss, bemused by the absurdity of the situation. However, this minor commotion soon subsided, and he paid it no mind as he continued his journey towards the blacksmith shop. Upon arriving, he discovered that the proprietor was absent. After inquiring with one of the assistants, he learned that the owner was in the backyard. Upon further questioning, it became clear that Tang Yuan was a customer there to collect his heavy armor, prompting the assistant to set aside his current task and hasten to the rear of the establishment. Tang Yuan waited for a while and soon saw 3 figures approaching from the backyard. Among them was the assistant he had encountered earlier, while another was undoubtedly the blacksmith shop owner he had met before. However, the third individual was unfamiliar to Tang Yuan. This person was extraordinarily tall, appearing to be of middle age, with muscles that bulged like stone, resembling a human gorilla, and his eyes emanated an intimidating aura. Tang Yuan remained unfazed. Upon encountering his employer, he inquired, Sir, has my heavy armor been completed? The proprietor chuckled. Ah, young lad, you have arrived a tad early. Nevertheless, that suit of heavy armor was reforged just a few days ago and awaits your collection. Please hold on. I shall retrieve it for you momentarily. With that, the owner turned and walked aside to fetch the armor. At that moment, the middle-aged man who had exited with the owner remarked, Young one, I have heard that you can train using armor weighing 200 pounds? Tang Yuan gazed in astonishment at the middle-aged man, perplexed by how he had acquired such knowledge. It seemed likely that the boss had informed him. He responded, The 200 pounds of weight training will commence tomorrow. A flicker of surprise crossed the middle-aged man's eyes as he continued, I have heard that you are a control-type soul master. Tang Yuan was even more astonished. How did he know? He had never mentioned it to his employer. He replied, In truth, I have simply enjoyed bearing burdens since childhood. The middle-aged man retorted, Youngster, do not boast. With 200 pounds of armor weighing down your slender frame, I doubt you could even manage to walk. Tang Yuan was perplexed by the man's inexplicable demeanor and had no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation. After expressing gratitude for the heavy armor the boss had brought, he prepared to take his leave. However, the middle-aged man suddenly chuckled and remarked, You lack manners, young lad. I have not yet finished speaking, and you are already eager to depart. Perceiving the tension in the atmosphere, the boss promptly intervened, stating, Dear young brother, do not misconstrue the situation. This is Elder Tainua from our esteemed Li family. Noticing your tender age and your ability to train with 200 pounds of armor, he has taken a liking to your talent. I must admit, it was my indiscretion to mention this in his presence today. Tang Yuan shook his head and replied, It's nothing, let this be the last time. With that, he took the heavy armor and turned to leave, not lingering at all. The burly middle-aged man, Taino, observed Tang Yuan's demeanor and, feeling irritated, remarked, This young fellow may be youthful, yet his temper is quite formidable. The owner, aware that Elder Taino was a simple-minded brute who had offended Tang Yuan, could only smile wryly and said, Young people are always impetuous, Elder Taino. Do not take it to heart. Taino waved his hand dismissively, saying, It matters not. However, if he truly can train with 200 pounds of armor, he would indeed be a monster. I suspect he is merely purchasing it for someone else and fears losing face if he admits it. Youngsters are always like this. He is a control-type soul master, not a defense or assault type. How could it be possible? After leaving the blacksmith shop, Tang Yuan felt perplexed, wondering why he had encountered such unreasonable individuals that day, not wanting to dwell on it. He attributed it to a streak of bad luck and decided not to linger on the streets, making his way directly back to the academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Tang Yuan headed to the teaching building to report to Qin Ming, but upon searching, he discovered that Qin Ming had gone out to procure team uniforms for the squad. With a sense of resignation, Tang Yuan resolved to seek him out again the following day. He returned to his dormitory, took a refreshing shower, donned a clean set of garments, and placed his heavy armor beside his bed. Exhausted from his journey from the necromancer's manor, he collapsed into slumber, hoping to restore his vitality for the training of the unchanging soul pursuit steps that awaited him the next day. Chapter 37. Team members the following morning. Before dawn had broken, Tang Yuan woke as he usually did. After completing his morning routine, he grasped the newly forged heavy armor, feeling its weight of 200 pounds. A glimmer of anticipation lighting up his eyes. Without further ado, he donned the armor, which felt as delicate as silk against his skin, and then slipped into his customary black robe. Once prepared, Tang Yuan made his way to the rear mountain. As he traversed the path, the heavy armor still felt unfamiliar, making each step a struggle, and beads of sweat cascaded down his back. Fortunately, with classes yet to commence, the campus was devoid of students, and the lingering night obscured any onlookers, allowing Tang Yuan to go unnoticed in his peculiar state. Upon reaching the rear mountain, his usual training ground, he observed the sky and noticed the purple sun beginning to rise. He promptly settled into a meditative posture and activated the yin-yang qi refinement technique. Throughout his journey, Tang Yuan had restrained his soul force, relying solely on his physical strength to bear the weight of the armor. Although he was not utterly exhausted, he had expended a considerable amount of energy, making this an opportune moment for cultivation. Before long, the purple aura of dawn began to emerge, the first shimmering rays of light descending from the horizon toward Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan meticulously absorbed the violet energy into his body, initiating the circulation of his internal vitality. After a considerable interval, the sky brightened significantly, marking the passage of dawn. Tang Yuan let out a long sigh, pleased to find that his practice of the yin-yang qi refinement technique had advanced, filling him with joy. Rising to his feet, he commenced a gentle jog around the rear mountain. Adorned in armor weighing 200 pounds for the first time, he felt somewhat burdened, his pace considerably slow. He could only progress gradually, first acclimatizing to the weight through slow jogging before transitioning to the unchanging soul pursuit steps for training. After completing a lap around the rear mountain, even with his robust physique, he was left breathless and devoid of any energy. As he neared the conclusion of his circuit, fatigue overwhelmed him, causing dizziness. Nevertheless, Tang Yuan resolutely suppressed the soul energy within him, striving to cultivate using only his innate strength. Without drawing upon even a trace of soul power, Tang Yuan lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. And it took a considerable amount of time for him to regain his composure. After lying there for a while and recovering some strength, he made his way back from the back mountain, trudging slowly back to the dormitory. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Tang Yuan shed his heavy armor and took a refreshing shower, instantly feeling revitalized. After bathing, he donned his heavy armor once more and changed into a fresh set of clothes before heading to the cafeteria for breakfast. Although he was still not fully accustomed to his surroundings and walked at a sluggish pace, the slow walk was manageable after the morning's training. After finishing his breakfast, Tang Yuan proceeded to the teaching building in search of Qin Ming. Qin Ming had returned from attending to matters concerning the team the previous day. Upon entering Qin Ming's office, Tang Yuan discovered that, in addition to Qin Ming, several others were present, including Yu Tianheng and Duge Yan. The remaining individuals were acquaintances with whom Tang Yuan frequently interacted, alongside Yu Tianheng and Qin Ming, yet he was not particularly familiar with them. Upon noticing Tang Yuan's arrival, Qin Ming greeted him with a smile, saying, "Xiao Qi, do come in." Tang Yuan entered the room and greeted Teacher Qin, Brother Tianheng, Sister Yanyan. Yu Tianheng gave Tang Yuan a playful pat on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Well done, young man. It has been over half a month since we last met, and your skills have evidently advanced." Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Isn't this the acquisition of the third soul ring?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ming inquired, "Has the third soul ring already been obtained?" Tang Yuan nodded and replied, "I just returned home half a month ago and obtained my third soul ring." Qin Ming expressed his satisfaction, saying, "You must now be firmly established at the 30th level, right?" Tang Yuan shook his head. Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng were momentarily taken aback, realizing the extraordinary nature of Tang Yuan, leading them to reconsider their assumptions. Thus, Yu Tianheng inquired, "So it's at the 31st level, is it? You truly are exceptional, my friend." Tang Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and remarked, "I've reached 32 levels." Upon hearing this, the individuals present were utterly astonished. It was rare for someone to ascend 2 levels with a single absorption of a soul ring. If it were merely the first soul ring, it might be understandable, but this was at the soul master level, where even a single level increase is a formidable challenge. Let alone 2. Little did they know, Tang Yuan had diligently continued to cultivate his soul power even while at a bottleneck, which not only fortified his soul power, but also allowed it to surge forth like a fountain during the absorption of the soul ring. Qin Ming shook his head with a smile, accustomed to such occurrences. He said, "All right, everyone, please take a seat. Shaoqi, allow me to introduce you to the members present, all of whom are part of the Wuhuan battle team from the Royal Academy of Tiando, most of whom you have encountered before. This is..." Subsequently, Qin Ming provided a comprehensive introduction of the Wuhuan battle team to Tang Yuan. Captain, Yu Tianheng. Wuhuan, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, a 39-level assault system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Dugu Yin, Wuhuan, Emerald Phosphor Snake. A 37-level control system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Shimo, Wuhuan, Black Tortoise, a 37-level defense system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Shimo, Wuhuan, Black Tortoise, a 36-level defense system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Yufeng, Wuhuan, Windchime Bird. A 35-level agile attack system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team member, Yi Lingling, Wuhuan, 9 Heart Begonia, a 34-level support system soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Including Tang Yuan, there were a total of 7 individuals. Initially, with Yu Tianheng's sporadic training, he had often neglected his cultivation. However, with Tang Yuan occasionally sparring with him, he had managed to reach 39 levels, though he still had some distance to cover before reaching 40. After Tang Yuan finished his introduction to Qin Ming, he greeted the others, saying, "I am Tang Yuan, a soul master of the control system with the martial soul of the Death Ledger at level 32. My soul rings consist of 1 yellow and 2 purple. It is a pleasure to meet all of you." 1 yellow and 2 purple? Those unfamiliar with Tang Yuan were initially skeptical, yet when he unleashed his martial soul, revealing the 3 soul rings beneath him, astonishment swept through the crowd, dispelling their doubts. While they acknowledged Tang Yuan's extraordinary talent upon hearing his level, they could not comprehend why Qin Ming would choose him, a mere 32, over Osro, who was at 34. However, as they observed, they began to grasp Qin Ming's intention. Although Tang Yuan was 2 levels below Osro, his exceptionally harmonious soul ring configuration suggested that, in genuine combat, Osro would likely find himself outmatched by Tang Yuan. Furthermore, most of those present had attended the gathering organized by Yu Tianheng 4 years prior, where they witnessed the spar between Tang Yuan and Li Fei. Even then, Tang Yuan's speed had been remarkable. Should Osro rely on his own esteemed swiftness in a duel with Tang Yuan, he would likely find himself unable to mount any defense. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the crowd, Yu Tianheng, as the captain, quickly discerned their underestimation of Tang Yuan and could not help but chuckle inwardly. Having trained alongside Tang Yuan for 4 years, he recognized the latter's formidable strength. Not only would he himself struggle against Tang Yuan, but it was doubtful that any random member of the team could prevail in a true confrontation. After the introductions concluded, Qin Ming stated, "Now that all members of the team are present, I shall announce the training plan for the upcoming 6 months." Including Tang Yuan, everyone listened attentively, their demeanor serious as they awaited Qin Ming's directives. Qin Ming continued, "The essence of a team lies in its synergy, which cannot be achieved overnight but is cultivated through prolonged interaction and camaraderie." Tang Yuan silently nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly resonating with the sentiments expressed. As he observed the expressions of those around him, he then listened as Qin Ming continued, "Thus, for the upcoming month, you shall engage in sparring, utilizing formats of 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 interactions. It is imperative that within this time frame, you become acquainted with each other's soul power levels, attributes, and the functionalities of each soul skill. Furthermore, there exists an additional task to devise methods to counteract both your own and the soul skills of the other 6. While this task is encouraged to be pursued diligently, familiarizing yourself with your teammates' strengths is essential." At this juncture, Yufeng inquired, "Teacher Qin, is a month not rather brief?" Qin Ming chuckled, A month is more than sufficient. Our time is limited. If you continue to exhibit the same lethargy as before, it would be better to forfeit your participation in the Advanced Soul Master competition altogether. Yufeng merely stuck out his tongue, rendered speechless. Yu Tianhing then asked, Teacher Qin, what comes after this month? Qin Ming replied, first, complete the task at hand. Once you have accomplished it, I shall reveal what follows. After scanning the group, he inquired, does anyone else have questions? The crowd shook their heads in unison. Suddenly, Yi Lingling raised her hand, saying, Teacher Qin, I wish to ask, as a support-type soul master, must I also participate in the sparring? Qin Ming shook his head. I had almost overlooked that. Lingling, you need not partake in the sparring with him. However, you must observe closely, and once they conclude their bouts, you are to administer healing immediately to enhance your endurance. Yi Lingling nodded in understanding, choosing not to elaborate further, and stepped aside. Aside from having sparred with Yu Tianhing, Tang Yuan was unfamiliar with the other team members. Nonetheless, being aware of their reputations within the academy, he had gleaned insights into their formidable capabilities through hearsay. Tang Yuan contemplated inwardly. Senior Yi, possessing the healing martial spirit 9 Hearts Begonia, is undeniably formidable. With her by my side to oversee healing, as long as we refrain from employing excessive force, any sparring session would be devoid of concerns. This arrangement would allow everyone to engage freely, facilitating a swift comprehension of each other's strengths. Indeed, Teacher Qin has made a shrewd calculation. It is also a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, one would be hard-pressed to find another martial spirit as extraordinary as 9 Hearts Begonia throughout the realm. That she has been recruited into the battle team by Qin Ming truly feels like destiny. Reflecting on this, Tang Yuan nodded to himself before returning to the present. Just then, he heard Qin Ming say, by the way, Xiaoqi, I have already informed the educational committee about your situation. You are now officially a student of the Advanced Academy. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, Thank you, Teacher Qin. Chapter 38. Sitting in a row upon learning that Tang Yuan had become a student of the Advanced Academy, the crowd couldn't help but be astonished. An 11-year-old soul master enrolled in an advanced institution. Surely, this was a first in history. Each person reflected on their own experiences at the age of 11. Recalling that they had only just ascended to the intermediate academy, and even then, many were hailed as prodigies. In light of this comparison, the title of genius now seemed difficult to uphold. After Qin Ming had finished conveying his instructions, the crowd dispersed, and the team uniforms were distributed. While the designs were uniform, each had its unique features, all meticulously crafted by Qin Ming for each individual. Tang Yuan's attire was a striking ensemble in shades of gold and black. Tang Yuan, upon hearing Qin Ming speak of the Spirit Hall battle team, learned of 3 exceptionally talented soul masters who, despite their youth, had already reached the pinnacle of the soul sect, and perhaps had even surpassed the rank of Soul King. This revelation instilled in Tang Yuan a sense of pressure, yet it simultaneously ignited within him an insatiable desire for battle. He resolved to dedicate himself to rigorous training, striving to ascend to the level of the soul sect as swiftly as possible. As Qin Ming had noted, his advantages were glaringly apparent, yet so too were his disadvantages, the most significant of which was time. Being younger meant he had less training time than others. Thus he needed to invest multiple times the effort to compensate for his shortcomings and relentlessly pursue greater heights. Upon returning to his dormitory, Tang Yuan wasted no time and began cultivating his soul power. He trained from morning until dusk, neglecting even lunch. After finally ceasing his practice, he proceeded to the dining hall for a modest dinner. Once finished, he hurried back to his dormitory to resume meditative training of his soul power. Driven by such fervor, Tang Yuan temporarily set aside the training of the Judge's Death Sword, recognizing that further refinement in that area was currently futile. Instead, he chose to allocate the majority of his time to enhancing his soul power level. Each day, he would also practice the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique and the impermanent soul chasing step at designated times. These 2 techniques formed the foundation of his abilities and served as his trump cards, both of which had significant potential for improvement. Tang Yuan was unwilling to neglect them, as training in these areas would not hinder his soul power development, but rather greatly benefit it. On the following day, after finishing his training on the back mountain, Tang Yuan arrived early at the training grounds, discovering that he was the first to arrive. While awaiting his peers, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his soul power, determined not to waste a single moment. Shortly thereafter, Qin Ming arrived second. Seeing Tang Yuan already engaged in practice surprised Qin Ming, who had thought he had gotten there quite early himself. in an effort to inspire the children to train diligently and shake off their former lethargy. He had risen earlier than usual, only to find Tang Yuan had arrived a full half-hour ahead of the agreed time, already immersed in his training. In Qin Ming's eyes, Tang Yuan was indeed a prodigy, remarkable in talent and exceedingly diligent. As he observed Tang Yuan, a sense of pride filled his heart. Little did he know that for the past 5 years, Tang Yuan had awakened before dawn each day, tirelessly practicing the yin-yang qi refinement technique in pursuit of that first glimmer of purple energy on the horizon, having long since cultivated this habit. Tang Yuan was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, oblivious to the arrival of Qin Ming. Observing Tang Yuan in meditation, Qin Ming chose not to disturb him. Instead, he was inspired by Tang Yuan's diligence and settled down a short distance away to meditate and cultivate his soul power. Shortly thereafter, Yu Tianheng and Duguian arrived. Upon seeing Tang Yuan and Qin Ming engaged in their practice, Yu Tianheng felt a stir within him, recalling the words Qin Ming had spoken to him some time ago. Glancing at Tang Yuan, he suddenly felt a sense of inadequacy, igniting a fierce determination within him. He promptly urged Duguian to sit down beside him and began to meditate with an unwavering resolve to not relent in their efforts. Initially, he had intended to arrive before his teammates as the captain, reflecting Qin Ming's own thoughts, yet upon witnessing Tang Yuan and Qin Ming's dedication, he felt alarmed and deemed himself not entirely competent for the role of captain. Moments later, Yi Lingling also arrived and was momentarily taken aback before likewise settling into meditation. Thus, the training ground now featured 5 figures seated in a line, each engaged in the cultivation of their soul power, enveloping the space in an unusual stillness. Subsequently, Yu Feng and the Shimo brothers arrived. Yu Feng, naturally energetic, accompanied the Shimo brothers, their laughter echoing as they approached. "Say, little stones, how do you two build such muscle? Don't you find it hard to sleep at night?" Yu Feng jested. Shimo ignored him, whereas Shimuo replied, "Brother Yu Feng, if you wish to train, my brother and I can take you along each day." Yu Feng, wide-eyed, quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, No, I have no desire for such bulk. I would be able to run fast enough." Before he could finish, Yu Feng looked up and saw Qin Ming, Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng, Duguian, and Yu Lingling already present, seated in a line, absorbed in meditation. Instantly, Yu Feng closed his mouth, thinking, "Oh no, in my chatter, I hope I haven't arrived late." Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was still early, leading him to wonder, and then suddenly realized just how hard the others were pushing themselves. As Yu Feng pondered this, Qin Ming seemed to sense something, opening his eyes. Noticing Yu Tianheng, Duguian, and Yi Lingling, he recognized they had arrived and were emulating Tang Yuan in their cultivation. Looking up, he saw Yu Feng and the Shimo brothers standing nearby, their expressions filled with astonishment, indicating their recent arrival. Casting a sidelong glance at Tang Yuan, Qin Ming compared Yu Feng and the Shimo brothers to him. He couldn't help but shake his head inwardly, fearing that it wouldn't be long before Tang Yuan would surpass Yu Feng and even himself. With a light cough, Qin Ming roused Tang Yuan and the others from their meditative state. Tang Yuan regained his senses and noticed that everyone had arrived. He promptly stood upright and aligned himself with the others, listening attentively to Qin Ming's words. Observing that the group had swiftly taken their positions, Qin Ming nodded in acknowledgement and stated, "Today marks the first day. I urge you all to take Tang Yuan as your exemplar among you. He is the youngest and yet the most diligent. Even before dawn broke, Tang Yuan was the first to arrive, arriving even earlier than I, your instructor. This is not an isolated occurrence. I have been mentoring both Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng for quite some time. I must confess that Tang Yuan's remarkable strength today, while partly attributed to his innate talent, is predominantly a result of his relentless effort. Over the past 4 years, I have witnessed his dedication. As senior students, it is imperative that you set a commendable example. How can you allow yourselves to be outshone by a junior, lest you become the subject of ridicule?" As Tang Yuan listened to Qin Ming's words, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. The others, too, were filled with a sense of shame. Although Qin Ming's tone was gentle, the implications of his words made even them feel remorseful. Indeed, it was undeniable that their junior, who was younger than them, possessed greater talent and demonstrated more diligence. It was no wonder he had achieved the rank of Soul Master at the tender age of 11. Qin Ming continued, "I have resolved that from this day forth, at the break of dawn, I expect to see you all assembled at the training grounds. Anyone who arrives late will be required to run 20 laps around the training field." At this point, a collective gasp escaped the lips of the group. Just then, Tang Yuan spoke up, "Teacher Qin." Noticing Tang Yuan's interruption, Qin Ming inquired. What is it? Tang Yuan hesitated, contemplating for a moment before saying, I have no issue arriving at dawn, but I possess a soul technique that must be cultivated at the break of day. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again taken aback. Qin Ming suppressed his astonishment and inquired, Shao Qi, do you need to cultivate every day? Tang Yuan nodded and said, Indeed. This soul technique is rather unique. It must be practiced at the very first light of dawn and can only cease once the sunrise concludes. The others, including Qin Ming, cast their gazes upon Tang Yuan, realizing that this individual did not merely rise early today, but did so every day, leaving little respite for others. Ahem. Qin Ming cleared his throat, concerned that his astonishment might be noticed by his students, and remarked, Very well then, let us proceed as usual. Ultimately, the strength you cultivate belongs solely to you. True power lies in one's own prowess. The group nodded in agreement, silently acknowledging his words. Qin Ming declared, All right. We shall begin now. Yu Tianheng, you are the captain. Engage in a one-on-one spar with the vice-captain, Du Guyan. Both Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan were taken aback by Qin Ming's arrangement. Gazing at each other, their hearts were reluctant to strike against their beloved. Yet they understood that Qin Ming had his reasons for this decision. After all, one was the captain and the other the vice-captain. Failing to set a proper example would undermine the essence of teamwork. Without further ado, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan stepped forward, while the others respectfully retreated, granting them ample space. Yu Tianheng regarded Du Guyan with a hint of trepidation, whereas Du Guyan felt a surge of excitement. For she had never before sparred with Yu Tianheng. With a playful grin, Du Guyan exclaimed, Be careful, Henggu. Wuhuan, manifest. As her words echoed, a menacing emerald serpent shadow emerged behind her, unleashing a thunderous hiss as its verdant soul power radiated outward. Aware of the formidable nature of Du Guyan's emerald-scaled serpent spirit, Yu Tianheng did not dare to be negligent. He immediately shouted, Wuhuan, manifest. In an instant, a colossal purple-blue dragon soared skyward, coiling majestically behind him, with flashes of lightning illuminating the scene. The higher the rank of the beast's spirit, the lesser its impact on the soul master's exterior. Spirits such as the emerald-scaled serpent and the blue lightning tyrant dragon, being of superior grade, exhibited minimal changes in their bearers during manifestation, revealing their true forms primarily through the execution of specific soul techniques. Chapter 39. Yu Tianheng's disciplinary session. With Yu Tianheng's spirit manifested, Du Guyan promptly unleashed her first soul technique. A red mist billowing forth from the gaping maw of the emerald-scaled serpent. Taken aback by Du Guyan's technique, Yu Tianheng hastily activated his first spirit ring and unleashed his own soul technique. First soul technique, Thunder Dragon Claw. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Yu Tianheng propelled himself forward with a powerful leap. Yet, his speed had diminished, granting Du Guyan the opportunity to harness the fervent effects of her first soul skill. The Emerald Scale Red Poison, which heightened both her attack power and velocity by 20%. Despite Yu Tianheng's formidable strength, his swiftness was a disadvantage. By the time his strike reached Du Guyan's previous position, she had already vanished from sight. At that moment, before Yu Tianheng could launch a renewed assault, he heard Du Guyan proclaim loudly, Second soul skill, Emerald Scale Blue Poison. As her words faded, Du Guyan's eyes transformed from red to blue, and a noxious, vivid blue mist surged forth from the gaping maw of her emerald scale serpent martial spirit. Alarmed, Yu Tianheng exclaimed, Not good. A wave of paralysis enveloped him, rendering him utterly immobile. In that critical instant, Yu Tianheng bellowed, Dragon Transformation. Instantly, his hands were adorned with blue-purple dragon scales, morphing into claws sharp as blades. In that fleeting moment, the paralyzing effects of Du Guyan's blue poison were significantly mitigated, allowing him a measure of movement. As he witnessed Du Guyan charging towards him, he deftly sidestepped her attack. Second soul skill, Thunderous Might. Yu Tianheng shouted, raising his dragon claw to strike at Du Guyan. However, due to lingering numbness, his speed was notably slower than usual, while Du Guyan moved with an agility surpassing his own. She quickly evaded his assault. The two engaged in a fierce exchange for over 10 rounds, ultimately concluding when Du Guyan's soul power was entirely depleted. After the bout, Qin Ming called for them to return to the ranks and rest, instructing Yi Lingling to provide healing. Nodding, Yi Lingling approached and administered her restorative abilities to both Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng. Under her care, they felt a wave of relief wash over them, as their soul power began to replenish, swiftly dispelling any sense of weakness or fatigue. Once Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng had taken a moment to recuperate, Qin Ming inquired, How is it? You've all witnessed the match. Share your thoughts. The group exchanged glances, a silence hanging in the air. Qin Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, "What is this? After watching for so long, you have nothing to say? I intended for you to understand your comrades better. And this is how you choose to comprehend them?" A certain awkwardness enveloped the crowd, for they had indeed failed to discern the underlying issues and were at a loss for words. At this juncture, Tang Yuan stepped forth and declared, "Permit me to elucidate. Earlier, when Brother Tianheng and Sister Yanyan engaged in their spar, the initial move was notably delayed. As a control-type soul master, Sister Yanyan inherently possessed an advantage in one-on-one confrontations. Thus, when faced with a control-type opponent, it is imperative to seize the initiative before they can act. Otherwise, as demonstrated in the recent encounter, Brother Tianheng's martial spirit manifestation lagged behind Sister Yanyan's by a significant margin, resulting in a considerably sluggish release of soul skills. This afforded Sister Yanyan the opportunity to strike first. Consequently, her initial soul skill, which enhances both her attack power and speed, rendered her virtually uncatchable by any forceful attack-type soul master. Her second soul skill, purely of a control nature with a paralyzing effect, further crippled Brother Tianheng's advantages as an assault-type soul master. Were Sister Yanyan to possess formidable offensive soul skills, Brother Tianheng would have undoubtedly faced swift defeat. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's analysis, the audience reflected deeply, acknowledging the truth in his observations, astounded by his keen insight. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yuan had engaged in numerous sparring sessions with Yu Tianheng, thereby gaining a profound understanding of his capabilities. The reason for Tianheng's slower response in this instance was his concern for Sister Yanyan's safety, which had completely overshadowed Qin Ming's earlier admonitions. At this point, Tang Yuan silently mused. When sparring with me, he wielded his full strength, unlike the current situation. Qin Ming, after absorbing Tang Yuan's remarks, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Indeed. It is quite surprising that Shao Qi was able to perceive this. Tianheng, I shall first address your shortcomings. As Shao Qi pointed out, it is rather unwise for you, as an assault-type soul master, to entertain any semblance of luck when confronting a control-type soul master. However, my focus is not solely on this aspect, for I trust you will not falter in such matters. Your previous performances against Shao Qi were far superior to your current display. What I wish to emphasize is your emotional involvement. I understand your concern for Yanyan's safety, but I have previously assured you that with Lingling present to provide healing at any moment and my own vigilance as a level 60 Soul Emperor, there is no cause for alarm. Yet, you disregarded my words, allowing your emotions to cloud your judgment during the battle, which enabled your opponent to seize the initiative. Reflect on this. Had your adversary been a true enemy, you would have met your demise. A level 60 Soul Emperor?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yu Tianheng inquired, "Teacher Qin, have you ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor?" Qin Ming shot a disapproving glance at Yu Tianheng and retorted, "Let us remain focused on your issues. No more interruptions." Yu Tianheng hung his head, feeling sheepish. Qin Ming continued, "Among us, you possess the most comprehensive understanding of Yanyan's soul skills and martial spirit capabilities. Yet, you exhibited a complete lack of preparedness against her abilities. Were I in your position, upon encountering a control-type soul master adept in poison, I would immediately employ the Dragon Transformation Soul skill, leaving no room for complacency. Poison is insidious and pervasive. Once afflicted, the battle is virtually over. Moreover, you allowed yourself to be distracted during combat? That moment of distraction is ample time for a control-type or agility-type soul master to deliver a fatal strike." Qin Ming spoke in a calm tone, yet every word brimmed with an undeniable warning. Yu Tianheng, listening intently, felt a deep sense of shame. Qin Ming's observations were undeniably accurate. During his sparring with Douluo Yin, he indeed felt constrained, hesitant to unleash his full capabilities. Qin Ming sighed and remarked, "For now, I shall refrain from further admonishing you. I hope you take this to heart. As the captain, it is imperative that you embody a comprehensive approach and set a commendable example. I do not wish to witness a recurrence of this situation." Yu Tianheng replied solemnly, "Yes, Teacher Qin." Qin Ming nodded and then turned to Douluo Yin, saying, "Yan, you have performed admirably in this regard. As a control-type soul master, whether in one-on-one confrontations or team battles, it is essential to seize the initiative and create opportunities for your teammates' assaults." Douluo Yin beamed with pride, a slight smile gracing her lips. However, Qin Ming interjected, "Do not celebrate just yet. I am not finished." At this, Douluo Yin stuck out her tongue playfully. Qin Ming continued, "While it is true that you have outperformed Tianheng in terms of emotional restraint, I must address another issue regarding your combat style. Your performance cannot be deemed entirely satisfactory. It has been rather conventional, adhering rigidly to a sequence of soul techniques. Have you considered that battles are dynamic, ever-changing? If you fail to adapt, your opponent will swiftly exploit your vulnerabilities and defeat you. Just moments ago, had Tianheng not shown mercy, you would have been bested before your soul power was fully expended. Do not doubt my words. Tianheng exhibited several times the strength during his practice with Shaoqi. The onlookers exchanged glances at Tianheng and Tang Yuan. Qin Ming continued, Yan Yan, as a control-type soul master, you possess a significant advantage in one-on-one scenarios. Take for instance your recent spar. You first utilized your primary soul skill to enhance your attack power and speed, which was commendable. However, your second soul skill has a paralyzing effect, which could have a high probability of interrupting an enemy's technique at the moment of execution. This would not only prevent them from casting their soul skill, but also consume their cooldown time, significantly affecting their emotional state. Knowing that Tianheng's strongest soul skill is Dragon Transformation, a unique ability rather than a soul ring skill, you should have considered the cooldown of your second skill and reserved it for the moment he activates Dragon Transformation. Du Guyan attentively absorbed Qin Ming's insights, recognizing both her strengths and weaknesses, and quietly committed them to memory. I understand, Teacher Qin, she replied, acknowledging that Du Guyan had taken his words to heart. Qin Ming chose not to elaborate further and said, next, Tang Yuan and Sure Mo will engage in a sparring session. However, I must impose a restriction, Tang Yuan. You are not permitted to use your Judgment Death Sword. Aside from that, you may utilize your martial soul and soul ring skills. Tang Yuan was taken aback and inquired, Teacher Qin, may I utilize my unchanging soul-chasing step? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ming nodded and replied, it is permissible. Tang Yuan nodded and stepped forward into the arena. Upon seeing Shimo standing opposite him, Tang Yuan wasted no time and immediately unleashed the death book, proclaiming loudly, first soul skill, Soul Snatch. As the words fell from his lips, a wave of black light enveloped Shimo, causing him to feel a sudden weakness with his defenses, speed, and attack power significantly diminished. At that moment, a beam of white light emanated from Shimo, encasing him in its radiance. For years prior, he had witnessed Tang Yuan employing this soul skill, and the memory surged back to him. He realized that this skill could siphon the bodily functions of his opponent for his own advantage. Without hesitation, Shimo activated his martial soul. Having entered the arena without his shirt, his muscles resembled granite, and as he activated his martial soul, two massive, earthy green turtle shells materialized on his chest and back, contorting his form into that of a turtle, arching his back defensively. Tang Yuan's gaze sharpened, for he understood that a defense-oriented soul master posed a formidable challenge. Moreover, the soul power of Shimo surpassed his own. Seizing the initiative, he launched his attack. Upon activating his first soul skill, his physical abilities surged significantly. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Shimo, though his physical capabilities had diminished considerably, possessed commendable combat prowess. Sensing Tang Yuan's impending assault and unable to discern his velocity, he decisively employed his second soul skill, Tortoise Retreat. In an instant, Shimo curled into a ball, sheltering himself between two vibrant, earth-toned tortoise shells. A radiant green aura enveloped the shells, forming a protective barrier around him. Just as Shimo executed his second soul skill, Tang Yuan arrived, wielding his leg like a whip in an attempt to strike Shimo. However, he was a fraction too late, landing the blow upon the tortoise shell instead. Immediately, a powerful recoil surged from the shell, sending a jolt of numbness through Tang Yuan's right leg, as a tremendous shockwave reverberated throughout his entire body. Taking advantage of the rebound force, Tang Yuan was propelled back, a flicker of astonishment igniting within him. It became apparent that a defense-oriented soul master should not be underestimated. Having traversed this journey with relative ease, Tang Yuan felt a swell of pride, convinced that he had outstripped his peers in terms of strength. However, upon observing Sure Mo, he recognized an extraordinary prowess that justified Sure Mo's selection for the Academy's battle team, marking him as no ordinary adversary. Conquering Sure Mo would not prove to be a simple task. In a matter of moments, Tang Yuan conjured several offensive strategies in his mind. From the earlier probing kick, he understood that Sure Mo's defensive capabilities were formidable. Without utilizing the judge's death sword, his attacks would invariably falter. Even if he could leverage his speed to breach Sure Mo's defenses, the rebound force would certainly take a toll on him. Shaking his head internally, Tang Yuan dismissed several strategies. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Recalling Qin Ming's prohibition against using the judge's death sword, Tang Yuan pondered deeply and finally grasped Qin Ming's intention. He was meant to rely on his own soul skills to secure victory. Although his soul skills might not instantly dismantle Mo's defenses, they could bypass them altogether, applying pressure instead. With this realization, Tang Yuan quickly formulated a plan to achieve victory with minimal soul power expenditure. At this moment, Mo had seized his defensive soul skill and reverted to his original form, his head and limbs emerging from between the two halves of his shell. Not only had Tang Yuan devised a strategy, but Mo had one as well. As a defensive soul master, his optimal approach in a one-on-one scenario was to utilize his defenses to compel the enemy to expend the majority of their soul power, thereby securing victory with minimal personal energy loss. In this standoff, Mo remained vigilant, refraining from initiating an attack. Anticipating Mo's strategy, Tang Yuan smiled slightly and activated the uncertain pursuit step, promptly vanishing from Mo's sight. This was precisely what Mo desired, to force Tang Yuan into a continuous drain of soul power, while he himself began to utilize the shell defense once more, retracting his head and limbs into the protective casing. As before, Tang Yuan resumed his assault, striking the shell with punches and kicks, enduring considerable recoil in the process. Of course, Mo, curled within his shell, was not without discomfort. Tang Yuan's rapid attacks were inherently stronger than typical strikes. And given that his first soul skill had already reduced Mo's defense by 30%, the cumulative effect significantly amplified Tang Yuan's offensive power. The reverberations within the shell caused Mo to silently lament, his entire body tingling from the impact. Yet, this defensive posture demanded little soul power from Mo, far less than the fraction of Tang Yuan's current expenditure. As long as Mo could maintain his stamina, it would not be long before Tang Yuan's soul power was depleted. Time passed, with Tang Yuan consistently launching attacks. Each time he initiated an offensive, Mo employed his second soul skill, shell defense, and this cycle repeated multiple times. Eventually, Tang Yuan began to feel fatigued, his soul power considerably diminished. In contrast, Mo had only expended about 30% of his energy, while Tang Yuan appeared to be nearing his limits. Seizing the opportunity, Mo let out a thunderous roar, declaring, "Third soul skill, flying armor." As the words fell from his lips, Mo's chest bore the weight of 2 turtle shells, one clutched in each hand. With a powerful thrust of his waist, he hurled the shells from either side, transforming them into blades spinning at high velocity, hurtling towards Tang Yuan. Just as the moment passed, a subtle smile graced Tang Yuan's lips, a smile that did not escape Mo's notice, causing a flicker of unease within him. While Mo pondered Tang Yuan's hidden strategies, Tang Yuan's foot shifted, and he executed the uncanny pursuit step, vanishing from sight and evading Mo's projectile assault. Upon his disappearance, Tang Yuan surged directly towards Mo, whose turtle shells were now detached. His fists flew like meteors, and his legs struck like whips, a relentless barrage of strikes raining down upon Mo. The second soul technique, soul hook. As the first punch landed, Tang Yuan's voice resonated, triggering the second soul technique, a fragrant bloom enveloping the air. Simultaneously, Mo caught the sound of Tang Yuan's voice and was suddenly assailed by the scent of flowers. However, he had no time to discern Tang Yuan's movements or the purpose of this soul technique. He could only hastily defend against the onslaught of punches and kicks. Despite Mo's formidable defenses, bolstered by his own strength even without the turtle shells, he winced in pain from the ferocity of Tang Yuan's assault. From the moment Tang Yuan evaded Mo's flying shells to the activation of his second soul technique and the subsequent deluge of strikes, a mere 2 breaths had elapsed. At that instant, Mo's projectiles returned, and Tang Yuan delivered a powerful kick to Mo, leveraging the momentum to leap high into the air, performing a somersault before landing gracefully in front of him. Gasping for breath, Mo clutched a turtle shell in each hand as he stood opposite Tang Yuan, declaring, "Even if you have wounded me, your soul power is nearly depleted. You lack the energy for a second attack, whereas I have been defending and have scarcely spent any of my own soul power." Tang Yuan gazed at the graphite with a serene smile, quietly replenishing his soul energy. Before Graphite could finish speaking, he suddenly sensed an alarming drain on his own soul energy, which diminished by 30% in a matter of moments. This energy was entirely siphoned back to Tang Yuan, leaving him feeling remarkably rejuvenated and invigorated. Graphite, taken aback, looked at Tang Yuan and exclaimed, "Your soul technique." Tang Yuan nodded, acknowledging that this was a battle of mutual understanding. He elaborated, "This is my second soul skill, soul hook. Its effect is to diminish an enemy's soul power by 20%, while simultaneously siphoning back half of that reduction to myself, thereby allowing me to restore the absorbed soul power. In essence, it enables me to draw upon the enemy's strength with a cooldown period of 4 minutes. Your third soul skill earlier consumed a significant portion of your soul power, yet with your remaining reserves, you could still unleash your third soul skill 1 or 2 more times. However, my own soul power is insufficient to evade even a single strike from your flying armor. Nevertheless, due to the impact of my second soul skill, your remaining soul power is now comparable to mine. Moreover, I can utilize this soul skill once more after 4 minutes, as long as I avoided direct confrontation with you. I can evade one of your flying armor strikes with my speed. Upon hearing this, Shimo bowed his head and conceded, "I have lost." Tang Yuan chuckled and said, "Thank you, Senior." At that moment, Qin Ming stepped forward and said, "All right, Shimo, Shaoqi, you may take your leave and rest." Shimo and Tang Yuan nodded in agreement and exited the stage to rest, while Yi Lingling timely stepped forward to administer treatment to the two. Tang Yuan was enveloped in the gentle healing of Yi Lingling, his heart brimming with astonishment. He had previously heard from Yu Tianheng about the extraordinary capabilities of the nine-heart begonia, but he had never anticipated such miraculous effects. Under this treatment, the speed of his soul power recovery could potentially double. Furthermore, the other injuries he had sustained would also mend rapidly. Indeed, it was truly remarkable. At that moment, Tang Yuan ceased to ponder further, cherishing this opportunity as he began to restore his soul power. After 10 minutes of treatment, Tang Yuan had regained 30% of his soul power and no longer felt fatigued or weak. He then stood alongside Shimo, awaiting Qin Ming's instructions. Once the two were positioned, Qin Ming inquired, "Is there anyone who wishes to speak about the recent sparring between Shimo and Tang Yuan?" The crowd remained silent. Qin Ming rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated, and remarked, "In truth, both Shimo and Tang Yuan performed commendably in their battle." Both Shimo and Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy at this acknowledgement. However, Qin Ming continued, "But the moment he uttered that word, both Shimo and Tang Yuan held their breath in anticipation. Observing their expressions, Qin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "But both of you still have room for improvement. Let me begin with Shimo. Your strategy of confronting your opponents in your own manner, waiting for the right moment, is commendable. You effectively utilized your defensive advantages. However, you failed to fully ascertain your opponent's capabilities and intentions, relying solely on your own assumptions when you employed your third soul skill, flying armor. You must understand that activating flying armor left you at your most vulnerable. If your adversary had been a powerful attacking soul master rather than an underdeveloped control-type soul master, you would have already been on the ground. In summary, you have overestimated your own abilities while underestimating your opponent." Shimo nodded thoughtfully. Qin Ming then turned to Tang Yuan, saying, "Shaoqi performed exceptionally well. There is little to critique. In this spar, you adeptly gauged your opponent's intentions and capitalized on your strengths to exploit their weaknesses. Originally, I had prohibited you from using the Judge's Death Sword in this match for a reason, but witnessing your performance just now, it is evident that you have grasped the essence of this lesson. It is crucial that you prioritize the cultivation of your soul skills. Do you understand?" Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Teacher Qin, I understand now. I never anticipated that my soul skill was not lacking. It has played a significant role. Furthermore, regardless of the strength of a soul skill, as long as the soul master wields it adeptly, it can become formidable." Qin Ming responded with a reassuring nod, stating, "Indeed. It is commendable that you have grasped this insight. You initially faced no issues, but through our recent battle, I have identified a new concern. You possess a talent for strategy, which is an advantage for a control-type soul master. However, employing your own soul power to incapacitate your opponent during your strategic setup is rather unwise. It can be seen as a gamble. Should your adversary possess any hidden cards or a counter to your secondary soul skill, your defeat would be inevitable. Therefore, always remember to leave yourself a margin for error." Chapter 41. 2 against 2. Tang Yuan suddenly realized the truth of the matter. Indeed, when life and death are in opposition, if the other party possesses healing abilities akin to Yi Lingling's, or skills comparable to one's own soul harvesting techniques, then the advantage of absorbing soul power would utterly vanish. However, Qin Ming added, "You must continue to engage in practical combat to fully master this. You performed remarkably today. Now, take a moment to rest." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "Yes, Teacher Qin." Subsequently, they resumed their one-on-one sparring. Shimo faced Yu Feng. Reminiscent of years past, where a defensive soul master clashed with an agile attacker. When a defensive soul master employs a conservative strategy during a duel, the agile attacker often finds themselves helpless against the formidable defense. However, the dynamics shift in team battles. With ally support, the outcome remains uncertain. In this encounter, predictably, it concluded with Yu Feng exhausting his soul power. After their duel, Shimo was not criticized. He fought within the bounds of propriety, demonstrating commendable battle awareness against an agile opponent. Qinming turned to Yu Feng and inquired, "Do you understand why you lost?" At that moment, after resting, Yu Feng had set aside his playful demeanor, his head drooping as he replied, "I was mistaken, Teacher Qin. My attacks were too feeble." Qinming nodded and remarked, "It is commendable that you can recognize this. An agile soul master relies on both swiftness and strength. If your attacks lack potency, then agility alone renders you little more than a lackluster support soul master, hardly deserving the title of agile. Moreover, this is not solely your concern. Everyone present shares this issue. Soul power is fundamental to a soul master's combat. If your soul power is insufficient, you will inevitably have fewer opportunities to strike than your adversaries." At this juncture, Qinming scanned the group, noticing their rapt attention, and nodded to himself. He then asked, "Shimo, how much soul power did you have remaining after the battle?" Shimo, caught off guard by the question, responded, "Report, Teacher Qin. I still have nearly half of my soul power left." Upon hearing this, Yu Feng was astonished, as he had completely depleted his soul power by the end of the fight. Qinming continued, "When facing a defensive soul master who waits for an opportune moment, regardless of whether you are an offensive, agile, or control-type soul master, breaching their defenses necessitates utilizing your most powerful attacks. However, if the defensive opponent's level is comparable to yours, given your current soul power situation, do you believe you can penetrate their defenses?" The group pondered this, collectively concluding that it was indeed impossible. Even Tang Yuan, who had just bested Shimo, had done so by absorbing his opponent's soul power, rather than breaking through from an external standpoint. Qinming added, "Excellent. It appears you all possess self-awareness. Yet, you have not fully grasped the severity of your predicament. That is, you are still far from the mark. In other words, if your attacks had been sufficiently potent against the Shijia brothers, just a fraction stronger could have breached their defenses. But alas, you were devoid of soul power at that moment. Do you not feel frustrated?" The group sheepishly responded, "Frustrated." Qinming stated, "It is good that you recognize your frustration, for you have all underestimated the significance of your soul power. A soul master devoid of soul power is little better than an ordinary person, merely a fish on a chopping block, awaiting its fate." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Even Tang Yuan realized the paramount importance of soul power capacity at that moment. Although his soul power had undergone a qualitative change, elevating him significantly above his peers of the same rank, the release of his soul skills demanded a greater expenditure of soul power than that required by an ordinary soul master. Consequently, when these factors were juxtaposed, the consumption remained relatively equivalent. At this juncture, Yu Tianhing inquired, "But Teacher Qin, is it possible to cultivate the soul power required for releasing soul skills?" Observing the expressions of the crowd, Qinming replied with a smile, "It seems you have all gained a preliminary understanding. Allow me to elucidate. The soul power required to employ soul skills can indeed vary. For instance, a soul master who has mastered their soul skills to perfection may expend only 5% of their soul power when executing a skill. This is due to their ability to prevent any excess soul power from leaking during the release, thereby ensuring each move has a formidable impact. Conversely, a soul master lacking in skill may consume as much as 10 or even 20% of their soul power for the same technique. This is because their inability to maintain control during the release leads to a waste of soul power, rendering their efforts ineffective, unable even to graze the hem of their opponent's garment. Thus, the soul power they expend becomes a futile consumption. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a moment of enlightenment, deepening their comprehension of soul power and soul skills. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Such knowledge was seldom found in books. Without extensive practical experience, how could one grasp these concepts? Fortunately, Qinming, being a formidable soul emperor, possessed such profound insights. Indeed, the adage that a great teacher produces outstanding disciples holds true. Tang Yuan had already resolved within himself that during this period, he must thoroughly familiarize himself with his soul skills, striving to minimize the consumption of his soul power. By doing so, his strength would ascend to new heights. Observing that everyone had grasped the concept, Qinming ceased to elaborate further, instructing them to recuperate their soul power for half an hour before commencing a 2-on-2 training session. This announcement drew groans of discontent from the crowd, as half an hour was hardly sufficient to restore much soul power. However, Qin Ming, with an unwavering tone, asserted, "In a 2-on-2 scenario, you must learn to understand the strengths of your comrades. And when have opponents ever waited for you to fully recover your soul power before engaging in battle?" Left with no choice, the group quickly settled into a meditative posture to recover, unwilling to squander time, especially since Qin Ming had spoken with such finality, leaving no room for negotiation. In the inaugural 2-on-2 match, Tang Yuan and Shi Mo faced off against Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin. After a series of one-on-one sparring sessions, both Shi Mo and Tang Yuan had gained insight into each other's martial souls and soul skills, while Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin, having spent much time together, shared a profound synergy. However, the most critical factor was that Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng had sparred multiple times, each fully aware of the other's capabilities, indicating that this battle would likely be arduous. As both sides summoned their soul rings, without hesitation, Tang Yuan unleashed his first soul skill, Soul Snatch. Upon activation, a radiant interplay of black and white light emerged, diminishing Yu Tianheng's physical capabilities by 30%. Although Yu Tianheng was well acquainted with Tang Yuan's soul skill, he had not anticipated its amplification following Tang Yuan's ascension to Soul Master, leading him to inwardly exclaim, "This kid is truly monstrous." Despite being affected by Tang Yuan's first soul skill, Yu Tianheng's mentality remained unperturbed. After years of sparring with Tang Yuan, he had developed an immunity, to the extent that he was more familiar with Tang Yuan's first and second soul skills than Tang Yuan himself. Without further ado, Yu Tianheng recognized that the crux of this battle lay with Tang Yuan. Thus, he sprang into action, transforming into a dragon-like form, his hands morphing into dragon claws. As he executed his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, charging directly at Tang Yuan. In that instant, Shi Mo leapt forward, employing his turtle shell technique, promptly positioning himself in front of Tang Yuan to intercept Yu Tianheng's attack. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan was not idle. As Shi Mo and Yu Tianheng collided, he swiftly adjusted his footwork with remarkable speed, appearing before Douluo Yin in an instant. Douluo Yin, wary of his intentions, realized that Tang Yuan aimed to neutralize her. The control-type Soul Master, first. With a commanding shout, she declared, "Second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison." This skill possessed a paralyzing effect, laying a trap for Tang Yuan. Had he been unfamiliar with Douluo Yin's soul skill, he might have succumbed to it. However, having observed her previous battle with Yu Tianheng, he was well informed. As Douluo Yin unleashed the blue poison, Tang Yuan remained calm, swiftly changing direction with a deft movement, pivoting to unleash a whip-like kick towards Yu Tianheng. Yet, Yu Tianheng is no ordinary individual. Sensing the fluctuations of Tang Yuan's soul power, he let out a cold snort and raised his left hand to meet Tang Yuan's whip-like leg. A wave of soul energy immediately radiated outward. In the blink of an eye, as this exchange unfolded, the audience held their breath, captivated by the spectacle. At that moment, both Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng returned to their original positions, neither sustaining any harm. Chapter 42. Mixed Doubles. Then, Yu Tianheng chuckled, "Excellent, Shao Qi. You've broken through to Soul Master, and indeed, your strength has significantly advanced." Tang Yuan chuckled, "Brother Tianheng, Sister Yin Yin, you must be cautious." With that, he bellowed, "Third soul skill, Beyond the Shore." Suddenly, black and white lights emerged from the Book of Life and Death, converging into a sphere of gray radiance. This gray light then split into two, enveloping both Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin. Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback, after being shrouded in the gray light. He felt no different, and his power remained unchanged. In contrast, Douluo Yin sensed an immediate decline of 30% in her bodily functions, as a white light emanated from her, encasing Tang Yuan within it, which significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. Yu Tianheng noticed the change in Douluo Yin and was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the effect of Tang Yuan's first soul skill, Soul Snatch? What exactly was this third soul skill? Before Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Yuan and Shimo had already launched their assault. In a blur, Tang Yuan appeared before Douluo Yin, moving with a speed that far surpassed his earlier pace before using the third soul skill, so much so that Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin could barely discern his movements. At that moment, Tang Yuan aimed a kick at Douluo Yin, and Yu Tianheng, having regained his composure, reacted just in time. With a swift motion, he swept his dragon claw forward, colliding perfectly with Tang Yuan's whipping leg, successfully blocking the attack. Feeling the immense force transmitted from Tang Yuan's kick, Yu Tianheng's claw felt a tingle, leaving him astounded. The power of such an attack was nearly on par with that of a formidable assault-type soul master. As their limbs clashed, Tang Yuan also felt the impact, his calf tingling from the force, and they both instinctively recoiled a few steps. Just then, a green light appeared before Yu Tianheng's eyes. Not good. First soul skill, green scales, red poison. Du Guyan exclaimed in astonishment, without a moment's hesitation. She immediately unleashed her first soul skill, bestowing an exhilarating effect upon both herself and Yu Tianheng, significantly enhancing their speed and attack power. With this boost, Yu Tianheng swiftly shifted his weight, his body leaning back as he executed a remarkably difficult maneuver to narrowly evade the shell of Shuremo. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan was not idle. He unleashed a whip-like kick directed at Du Guyan. Under the influence of the exhilarating effect, Du Guyan's speed increased considerably. Yet Tang Yuan was even swifter. Consequently, Du Guyan could only hastily raise her hands in defense, feeling the immense force of Tang Yuan's kick. Her hands throbbing with pain and numbness as she staggered backward. Just as she was about to fall, a large hand wrapped around her waist, halting her descent. It was Yu Tianheng. Observing the grave expression on Yu Tianheng's face, Du Guyan regained her composure and turned her gaze towards Tang Yuan and Shuremo, who had once again positioned themselves together, a formidable duo that was difficult to overcome. Unbeknownst to Du Guyan, Yu Tianheng's heart was tumultuous. He distinctly felt the same pain and numbness in his own hands when Tang Yuan's kick struck Du Guyan's outstretched arms. In that moment, he grasped the essence of Tang Yuan's third soul skill. It was the power of connection. It bound the two of them with an invisible force, ensuring that their fates were intertwined. Any impact suffered by either Du Guyan or Yu Tianheng, whether beneficial or detrimental, would resonate through to the other. Essentially, should Tang Yuan apply this soul skill to himself and Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan's poison would ensnare both, meaning that attacking Tang Yuan was tantamount to attacking Yu Tianheng. Now, with Tang Yuan employing this third soul skill on Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng, any assault on one party would simultaneously affect the other. Contemplating this, Yu Tianheng couldn't help but shiver. Such a terrifying soul skill was indeed quite monstrous. No, it was exceedingly so. Upon further reflection, Yu Tianheng realized that during Tang Yuan's whip kick aimed at Du Guyan, her defensive capabilities appeared markedly enhanced. Given Du Guyan's typical resilience, Tang Yuan's forceful kick would have surely expelled her from the arena. Could it be that Tang Yuan had shown her mercy? Yu Tianheng shook his head in disbelief. This seemed highly improbable. Even if he showed mercy, he would still defeat Du Guyan first. With Tang Yuan's prowess, it was inconceivable that he could falter. Suddenly, Yu Tianheng's eyes brightened. It dawned on him that Tang Yuan's third soul skill was not as insurmountable as he had initially thought. Although immensely powerful, it bore a flaw. When two individuals are in a connected state, all attributes of their bodies, aside from soul power, are determined by the stronger individual. Thus, if Yu Tianheng's defensive and offensive capabilities surpass those of Du Guyan, she would inherit the same defenses and attack strength as him. Conversely, given that Du Guyan possessed superior speed, Yu Tianheng would then acquire her swiftness. Consequently, formidable attributes would be shared, allowing Yu Tianheng to retain his formidable attack and defense, while also gaining Du Guyan's velocity. Upon this realization, Yu Tianheng was taken aback. Was this not a support-type skill? Tang Yuan observed the expression on Yu Tianheng's face and chuckled. It seems that brother Tianheng has already discerned the function of my third soul skill. Yu Tianheng was taken aback. Regaining his composure, he replied with a smile. I must admit, Shao Qi, your third soul skill is indeed extraordinary. However, it has inadvertently aided me greatly. If it were applied to you and Shimo, it might yield some effect. As it stands, it appears you are still not entirely familiar with your third soul skill. At that moment, Tang Yuan teased with a grin. Is that so? Brother Tianheng, then watch closely. Yu Tianheng was startled, uncertain of what tricks Tang Yuan had up his sleeve. Just then, Tang Yuan bellowed. Second soul skill, soul snatch. A fragrant aura enveloped the air. And in an instant, both Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan felt their soul power wane, as Tang Yuan siphoned off a portion. As the balance shifted, Tang Yuan's soul power was significantly restored, while that of Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan diminished considerably. Yu Tianheng laughed. Is that all you've got? With that, he leapt forward, charging at Tang Yuan. At this moment, he and Du Guyan were connected, granting him speed surpassing that of before, coupled with formidable attacking power. Intent on delivering a decisive blow to Tang Yuan and bringing this spar to an end. In less than a moment, Yu Tianheng was upon Tang Yuan. Second soul skill. Thunderous might. A dragon claw, akin to a massive boulder, loomed ominously above Tang Yuan's head, ready to strike. Yet, Tang Yuan merely smiled and declared, third soul skill. Reversal of the other shore. As soon as his words fell, Yu Tianheng felt a significant reduction in his attacking power, and his speed reverted to what it had been previously. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an immense backlash surged forth. His dragon claw collided with Shimo's shell. At that moment, Yu Tianheng's defense and offense were severely compromised, sending him hurtling backward from the impact of Shimo's protective carapace. Hunggu! Douluo Yin exclaimed in shock. Immediately unleashing her second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison, Tang Yuan felt his entire body paralyzed. Unable to move a single muscle or muster even the slightest amount of strength. He could not help but let out a bitter smile. Even if he had not been incapacitated by Douluo Yin, he would still possess no fighting spirit at this moment. His soul power had been completely depleted, akin to being drained dry. Earlier, he had not even recovered to his peak condition, having merely half of his soul power remaining, which allowed him to execute his third soul skill twice and his first soul skill once, thanks to the soul power absorption from his second soul skill. Otherwise, with the residual soul power alone, it would have been impossible to unleash his third soul skill once more. At this moment, Shimo still retained a considerable amount of soul power, standing before Tang Yuan to provide formidable defense and protect him from harm. As for Yu Tianheng, he too had very little soul power left, diminished further by Tang Yuan's prior absorption. When he had unleashed his second soul skill, Thunderous Might, it had been a desperate gamble, yet he was still defeated. He could hardly fathom why Tang Yuan's second use of his third soul skill had so drastically weakened him. At this juncture, the only combatants capable of continuing the fight were Douluo Yin and Shimo. However, Douluo Yin had also had a significant portion of her soul power drained by Tang Yuan's second soul skill, leaving her with scant reserves. Unless she resorted to her third soul skill, it would be nearly impossible for her to defeat Shimo with just her first and second soul skills. Yet her third soul ring skill was her most venomous attack, with toxins that acted swiftly. Even a slight contact with the purple mist could lead to a swift demise within moments. This was not a life or death battle, and moreover, Douluo Yin currently had no means to counteract the poison. Thus, she had no intention of deploying it. Tang Yuan chuckled. Hee, brother Tianheng, sister Yin, my apologies. Douluo Yin, fuming, stepped forward and playfully tapped Tang Yuan's head, exclaiming, "You little rascal, I've been too lenient with you." Tang Yuan felt utterly drained, his body going limp as he sank to the ground, feigning tears as he lamented, "Brother, your wife has struck me." At that moment, Yu Tianheng rose to his feet and approached Tang Yuan, delivering a sharp rap to his head as he retorted, "I shall strike you as well. You rascal. Your soul skill is excessively formidable. I couldn't even unleash my third soul skill and have already been defeated." Tang Yuan gazed at Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin, a wry smile crossing his face as he exclaimed, "Goodness, are you two engaging in a mixed doubles match? Moreover, Tianheng, who among us is unaware of the sheer brutality of your third soul skill? The moment you unleash it, I shall have to make a hasty retreat." In their previous sparring sessions, whenever Yu Tianheng activated his third soul skill, Tang Yuan would not hesitate to turn and flee. This was due to the fact that Yu Tianheng's third soul skill, Thunderous Fury, could propel him into a frenzied state, dramatically amplifying his power with a twofold increase in attack strength and a 50% enhancement in soul energy. If he did not voluntarily cease its activation, the effect would persist until his stamina was entirely depleted. Thus, when Yu Tianheng unleashed his third soul skill, his offensive capabilities could easily rival that of a massive tree with a girth sufficient for 5 men to encircle. Tang Yuan dared not confront him head-on. At that moment, Qin Ming stepped forward, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Well done, you two. Your bout was commendable, nearly flawless. However, the potency of Yin and Tianheng's third soul skills is too formidable to be utilized during practice. Otherwise, the outcome would be uncertain. Let us take a moment to recover. Lingling will attend to your healing." Yi Lingling approached, casting a verdant glow that enveloped Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin, and Shimo. Chapter 43, The Great Battle Against Qin Ming. After receiving treatment and a period of rest, Tang Yuan and his companions had partially restored their soul power, although it was still less than 20%. Nevertheless, Tang Yuan no longer felt the sensation of being completely drained. Subsequently, as Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng, Shimo, and Douluo Yin were too exhausted to continue fighting, Qin Ming paired Yu Feng and Shimo to engage him in battle, with the objective of enduring for the duration of an incense stick. Yu Feng was naturally reluctant, for Qin Ming was a level 60 Soul Emperor. Although Qin Ming declared he would suppress his soul power to the level of 35 and would only utilize his first 3 soul skills in a 1 versus 2 scenario. The disparity in experience was palpable. Despite the leveling of Qin Ming's power, Yu Feng and Shimo's combat experience paled in comparison, leading them to adopt a purely defensive stance and rendering them unable to mount an offense. Consequently, it did not take long for Qin Ming to exploit their weaknesses and cast them out of the battle circle. At that moment, half of the incense stick's length remained. This defeat inevitably resulted in Qin Ming delivering a stern lesson to Yu Feng and Shimo. The first day's training concluded amidst the exhaustion of the participants. After the session, it was nearly dinner time, although no one had eaten at noon. The conclusion of the training left everyone too fatigued to possess any appetite. Others clamored to return to their quarters for rest, but Tang Yuan felt relatively unperturbed. The intensity of the training, truthfully, did not overwhelm him. Thus, when Tang Yuan arrived at the cafeteria, he casually consumed a modest meal. It is often said that a person is like iron, and food is akin to steel. Missing a meal can leave one feeling famished. Although soul masters possess extraordinary physiques, skipping a meal is not without consequence. However, Tang Yuan suspected he might be a reincarnation of a glutton. If deprived of sleep, he might endure, but if denied food, that would be an entirely different matter. After dinner, upon returning to his dormitory, Tang Yuan seized the early evening to meditate and cultivate. In light of the significant soul power expenditure, swiftly restoring his energy through cultivation would greatly aid in enhancing his soul power. Just as the bell signaling lights out rang throughout the academy, Tang Yuan had perfectly restored his soul power, exhaling deeply. Upon opening his eyes and sensing the vibrant surge of soul power within him, coupled with a marked improvement, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. On the following morning, Tang Yuan, as was his custom, practiced the yin-yang qi refining technique on the back mountain. After completing his training, he hurried to the martial arts arena. Although he did not engage in the usual training of the impermanence pursuit step while donning heavy armor, he wore the armor consistently except for bathing and sleeping. This approach facilitated superior training outcomes, and compared to previous sessions where he had trained in heavy armor. The combat training with his team would undoubtedly enhance Tang Yuan's speed and explosive power, thus eliminating the need for excessive time spent on speed training. Regarding the team training, today was markedly different from yesterday. Shortly after Tang Yuan's arrival, the others arrived punctually, which greatly pleased Qin Ming. Without further ado, Qin Ming commenced the day's training, which was 7 against 1. A challenge against Qin Ming. Certainly, amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, Qin Ming elucidated that, as yesterday, he would persist for the duration of a single incense stick, restraining his soul power to a level of 40 and employing solely his first, second, and third soul skills. Despite this, the onlookers remained reluctant, as the glimpse of Qin Ming's combat prowess they had witnessed the day prior, albeit a mere fragment, had indelibly etched a brilliant impression upon their minds. Observing their expressions, Qin Ming remarked, "A true warrior grows stronger when faced with formidable opponents, rather than faltering in the presence of those more powerful. Such soul masters shall forever remain weak, for the moment they lose their fighting spirit, they are destined to be failures." Upon hearing these words, the crowd, including Tang Yuan, was taken aback, swiftly igniting a fervent spirit of combat within them. Qin Ming's assertion resonated profoundly, and none among them were mediocre. No one wished to be the one who succumbed to defeat. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ming nodded and inquired, "Are you all failures?" The crowd responded in unison, "No." Qin Ming suddenly bellowed, "Louder, I cannot hear you." They replied again, "No. We are warriors." Qin Ming nodded approvingly. "Excellent, esteemed warriors, let me witness your strength." With that proclamation, he ignited an incense stick and immediately unleashed his martial soul, revealing a fierce fire wolf, its form radiating a vibrant emerald hue, enveloped in intense flames. Martial soul manifestation. Qin Ming bellowed, and a fiery emblem suddenly materialized upon his forehead, while a brilliant red light gradually illuminated behind him, culminating in the emergence of a magnificent wolf tail. Seeing this spectacle, the crowd wasted no time and promptly summoned their own martial souls. Yu Tianheng, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Du Guyan, the azure scale serpent. Tang Yuan, the book of life and death. Yu Feng, the wind-bell bird. The Shijia brothers, the Xian turtle. Yi Lingling, the nine-heart begonia. As the martial spirit emerged, the battle intent surged skyward. Yu Tianheng surveyed the surroundings and declared, Yin Yin, you shall take the center to maintain control. Lingling, stand behind Yin Yin to provide healing. Shimo and Shimo, one of you will protect Lingling, while the other will assist her. Yufeng, you are of the agile attack type. Disrupt teacher Qin. Upon encountering the moment before his name was called, Tang Yuan anxiously exclaimed, Tianheng brother, what about me? Yu Tianheng pondered briefly before responding, Shaoqi. Your swiftness and enigmatic soul skills are invaluable. You shall maneuver with agility, coordinating with the wind manipulation to create distractions. Subsequently, support Yin Yin and Ling Ling from the rear. Additionally, employ your third soul skill to connect Ling Ling and Sure Mo. Remember, it must be the standard third soul skill, Other Shore Sky, not the reverse Other Shore. With a slight twitch at the corner of Tang Yuan's mouth, he remarked, I know, as he unleashed his third soul skill, Heavenly Shore. Upon uttering these words, Tang Yuan promptly activated the third soul skill for Yi Lingling and Sure Mo. In an instant, Yi Lingling felt an exhilarating surge in both her defense and attack, while her other attributes remained unchanged. Just as she marveled at the formidable power of this soul skill, Qin Ming sprang into action. With a powerful shout, he employed his first soul skill, Howl of the Azure Wolf, followed by his second soul skill, Azure Wolf's Fury. The first skill, Howl of the Azure Wolf, augmented the Soul Master's attack power by 50%, while the second, Azure Wolf's Fury, enhanced their speed by the same margin. The combination of these two skills resulted in a significant boost to both speed and attack, making the fast and ferocious assault-type Soul Master a formidable opponent indeed. Tang Yuan was taken aback, astonished that Qin Ming could wield his soul skills to such an extent. The simultaneous execution of two soul techniques, especially with instantaneous activation, stirred turbulent waves within Tang Yuan's heart. At that moment, he realized that even if Qin Ming suppressed his soul power to a level of 40, they would still find it exceedingly difficult to match him. After all, practical combat experience was paramount, and while a soul master's strength primarily stemmed from their soul power, there were myriad other avenues to enhance their capabilities. After unleashing these two soul techniques, Qin Ming swiftly raised his wolf claw, aiming to strike at Yufeng. He understood that the others had already shielded Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling, making it unrealistic to break through their defenses. Thus, he resolved to first eliminate the agile attack type Soul Master Yufeng, who was closest to him. In truth, when Yu Tianheng orchestrated their strategy, Qin Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction. A team leader or vice leader bears the responsibility of guiding their team. And Yu Tianheng's unflinching composure and ability to analyze the situation with calmness were commendable. Although the tactics were conventional, they importantly accounted for the protection of the support-type Soul Masters. Support-type Soul Masters may lack direct combat prowess, yet they are undeniably indispensable within a team. Particularly someone like Yi Lingling, who possesses the formidable 9-Heart Begonia, a group healing soul skill, rendering her the prime target for the enemy. As Qin Ming launched his assault on Yufeng, the latter endeavored to steady himself. Having anticipated the likelihood of Qin Ming targeting him first, he was already prepared and immediately activated his first soul technique, Wing Blade. The brown wings radiated brilliance as his first soul ring illuminated, and in a flash of light, Yufeng moved just as Qin Ming approached. However, instead of heading directly towards Qin Ming, Yufeng's trajectory was slightly angled, charging towards Qin Ming's side. Consequently, Qin Ming's attack missed its mark. The soul technique Yufeng employed granted him a speed enhancement, allowing him to move twice as fast as usual. This demonstrated that Yufeng's intention was not to confront Qin Ming head-on, but rather to evade his assault. Simultaneously, Tang Yuan unleashed his soul technique, Soul Snatching. At the moment Qin Ming struck, Tang Yuan began to prepare his own skill. In the briefest instant, as Qin Ming's fist was launched and Yufeng deftly dodged, a black light enveloped Qin Ming, while a white light shrouded Tang Yuan. The exchange of these two lights occurred at a pace that seemed markedly swifter than before, with the black and white energies appearing almost simultaneously. Tang Yuan, filled with joy from the training battle yesterday, experienced a significant breakthrough in his mastery of the first soul skill. Before he could relish this achievement, he sensed a powerful force emanating from within his body. Due to Qin Ming's suppression of his soul power at the 40th level, his physical capabilities were also aligned with that standard. Consequently, as Tang Yuan absorbed Qin Ming's physical attributes, he acquired the strength commensurate with the 40th level. For Tang Yuan, who was only at the 32nd level, this represented a considerable enhancement. Despite having lost 30% of his physical abilities, Qin Ming displayed no signs of emotional disturbance. Rather, he sensed the fluctuation of soul power behind him. With a swift sidestep, he delivered a punch that sent the ambushing Yufeng out of the arena, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Chapter 44. The team's first victory. Qin Ming exhibited remarkable control over his strength. His strike against Yufeng did not inflict any serious injury, but merely pushed him out of the battle circle, effectively eliminating him. With a smile, Qin Ming remarked, "The higher the rank of a soul master, the more attuned they become to the energy fluctuations around them. At my level, my mental prowess far surpasses yours." Yu Tianheng's lips twitched. Wasn't it agreed that they would suppress their levels? However, Qin Ming was referring to the suppression of soul power, not other aspects. At a certain level, while soul power can be restrained, mental acuity, practical experience, control over soul power and skills, and the instinct to anticipate the enemy cannot be suppressed. Even if a soul master's soul power is rendered useless, leaving them as an incapable individual, these intrinsic qualities remain deeply ingrained. At this moment, the team of 7 had dwindled to 6. Yu Tianheng, a powerhouse, Du Guyan, a control specialist, the Shi brothers, defenders, and Yu Lingling, a support type, remained. As for Tang Yuan, originally a control type, with Yufeng's exit, he was now tasked with filling the gap to disrupt Qin Ming. Yu Tianheng exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Yuan, who, understanding his intent, surged forward as Yu Tianheng moved. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. As Yu Tianheng entered the arena, he immediately unleashed his dragon transformation. His hands had taken on the appearance of dragon claws, adorned with shimmering blue-violet scales, with arcs of electric energy dancing around them. In this dragon form, his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, boasted a staggering increase in attack power, amplifying by 100% compared to its untransformed state. This skill was a single target attack, delivering damage that surpassed his second soul skill, Thunderous Might, by a considerable margin. Faced with an opponent as formidable as Qin Ming, Yu Tianheng harbored no illusions of victory. He unleashed his most potent strike from the outset. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan supported him with remarkable speed, effectively sealing off Qin Ming's escape routes to the left, right, and rear. As the Dragon Claw approached, accompanied by the shadows of his companions, Qin Ming recognized the seamless coordination between Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan, a product of years of mutual training. Akin to seasoned mercenary brothers navigating the treacherous world. Satisfied with their synergy, Qin Ming nodded inwardly, yet declared aloud, "Not enough." Third soul skill, Blazing Wolf Fist. No sooner had he spoken than his hands morphed into wolf claws, enveloped in fierce crimson flames, confronting Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw head-on. In that fleeting moment, Tang Yuan, witnessing Qin Ming's transformation, shouted, "Sister Yin, paralyze him." Du Guyan hesitated momentarily but swiftly activated her second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison. Her eyes turned a striking blue as she unleashed a mist of blue venom toward Qin Ming, attempting to disrupt his soul skill at that critical moment. However, Qin Ming's mastery over his soul skills was formidable, and Du Guyan, despite her timely intervention, was too late. As her Azure Scale Blue Poison neared, the collision of Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw and Qin Ming's Blazing Wolf Fist erupted with the force of a meteor striking the earth, producing a resounding thud that seemed to freeze time itself. Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul energy radiated from the point of impact, sending shockwaves through the air. As if the very heavens trembled, the fierce wind scattered Du Guyan's Azure Scale Blue Poison, leaving Qin Ming untouched. Inside, Yu Tianheng felt a tumultuous storm brewing. The sensation of the dragon claw surged through him, causing a numbing ache that coursed through his arm, rendering him momentarily disoriented. As if his limb had been wrenched from his body, a sharp pain gripped his chest, causing him to inhale sharply. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Ming vanished from his sight. Alarmed, Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan exclaimed in unison, "Not good." Before they could turn to assess the threat, a booming voice echoed. First soul skill, Resilient Armor. In the fleeting moment of Qin Ming's disappearance, Shi Mo had already unleashed his first soul skill, utilizing the formidable defense of his turtle shell to shield Du Guyan. As Qin Ming's fist struck against the turtle shell, he sensed a recoil force. However, this force was negligible in the face of Qin Ming's robust physique. He continued to rain down punches upon Shi Mo's shell like a relentless downpour. Shi Mo gritted his teeth, struggling to endure, his complexion paling noticeably. At that moment, Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng also sprang into action. Tang Yuan bellowed, second soul skill, Soul Hook. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing 20% of Qin Ming's soul power to dissipate, half of which replenished Tang Yuan's own reserves. With Qin Ming's soul power significantly diminished, his attacks were not as formidable as before, affording Shi Mo a momentary respite. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng unleashed a thunderous dragon claw, aiming to strike Qin Ming. In a sudden pivot, Qin Ming turned, his massive wolf fist colliding once more with the dragon claw. The two engaged in a fierce melee, exchanging blows. However, Yu Tianheng felt a sharp pain radiate through his hands each time they clashed with Qin Ming's wolf fist, causing him to grimace in agony. Yu Tianheng's combat prowess paled in comparison to Qin Ming's, and his strength was equally lacking. Within mere exchanges, Qin Ming identified a flaw and landed a powerful punch on Yu Tianheng's shoulder, sending him hurtling backward. Tang Yuan's quick reflexes allowed him to catch the flying body of Yu Tianheng just in time. Otherwise, he too would have been sent crashing out of the arena by Qin Ming's force. As Qin Ming struck Yu Tianheng, Yi Lingling observed that both Shi Mo and Yu Tianheng were already injured. She immediately unleashed her group healing soul skill, a verdant light descending upon the arena, enveloping everyone, especially Yu Tianheng and Shi Mo, who felt a surge of vitality coursing through them, with Shi Mo's complexion gradually becoming more vibrant. At that moment, Qin Ming unexpectedly broke through the protective circle and appeared before Yi Lingling, his fiery wolf fist aimed menacingly at her. Shi Mo, alarmed, shouted, "First soul skill, resilient armor." A shield of green light erupted from the turtle shells before and behind him, and with a sidestep, he positioned himself between Yi Lingling and Qin Ming. The fiery wolf fist, which was about to strike Yi Lingling, was abruptly intercepted by Shi Mo, crashing into his turtle shell like a falling meteor. Shi Mo felt a tremendous force, and despite his formidable defense, he stumbled back 2 steps. Fortunately, Qin Ming had only utilized less than 40% of his strength. So although Shi Mo felt a pressure in his chest, he sustained no serious injury, as Tang Yuan had connected Yi Lingling and Shi Mo with his otherworldly soul skill. They shared in each other's fortunes and misfortunes, gaining Shi Mo's defensive attributes. Consequently, Yi Lingling, like Shi Mo, retreated 2 steps, feeling a slight heaviness in her chest, though she remained largely unscathed. Just as Qin Ming was about to continue his assault, a loud shout echoed through the arena. "Teacher Qin, the incense is burned out." Qin Ming paused, as did everyone else, turning to see that indeed the incense had extinguished, and the voice belonged to Yu Feng, who had been knocked out of the fighting circle and was now spectating. Qin Ming smiled slightly and declared, "Good. Children, you have won." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, filled with excitement. Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan, in particular, jumped up and down in exhilaration. Those who understood the significance knew they had triumphed in a sparring match, while others might have thought they had won the prestigious Continental High-Level Soul Master competition. This was the first victory for the Tiando Royal Academy's team, and how could they not be thrilled? Although Qin Ming had suppressed his soul power to the level of 40, and the time limit was set to a single stick of incense, it was no small feat for Tang Yuan and the others to have held their ground until now, especially since they had yet to fully synchronize their efforts. In retrospect, their victory was indeed hard-earned. Of course, in the near future, their synergy would coalesce like an impenetrable fortress. In the current battle, not only would they endure a stick of incense, but even half an hour would be well within their grasp, as each member of the team was a remarkable talent. And it is precisely the nature of genius to transcend the ordinary. As Qin Ming observed their joyous revelry, he could not help but smile, allowing them to indulge in their antics. However, in his heart, he had already replayed the earlier battle in his mind. After a while, the group gradually calmed down and formed a line, awaiting Qin Ming's words. Qin Ming began, "Well done, indeed. You have performed admirably, although your teamwork requires further refinement. Achieving such coordination in just 1 day is commendable, if not flawless." Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of joy and pride. Yet, Qin Ming's next statement somewhat dampened their spirits. "However," he continued, "I must point out some issues from the recent skirmish." The group stood attentively, eager to listen. Qin Ming pressed on. "First, Yu Feng, do you understand why you were the first to be eliminated?" Yu Feng paused, shaking his head. Qin Ming elaborated. "Firstly, during your ambush, you failed to anticipate the enemy's countermeasures. Had you calculated their responses, you could have defended or retreated at the moment of my counterattack. Instead, you were caught off guard and struck down. In a life-or-death battle, you would have perished at that moment. Secondly, when you attempted your ambush, did you communicate with your teammates? No. Consequently, they were unaware of your next move, rendering them unable to assist you, leading to the same unfortunate outcome. Yu Feng lowered his head, recognizing the truth in Qin Ming's words. In his eagerness to achieve merit, he had neglected to inform Yu Tianheng, who was nearby, failing even to establish eye contact. By the time he was hit, Yu Tianheng was unable to reach him in time. Qin Ming continued. I understand that Tang Yuan's initial soul technique affected your focus, leading to your oversight. However, I must emphasize that one must never be careless, for you cannot ascertain the enemy's hidden cards. Often, an inconspicuous detail can become the final straw that breaks the camel's back. This is a lesson for all of you. Until you achieve ultimate victory, complacency is a luxury you cannot afford, especially in life or death situations. Even if the enemy is annihilated, one must not let their guard down. Do you understand? The group responded in unison, we understand. Qin Ming nodded and continued. As for members Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng, I have no criticisms, for your coordination is nothing short of seamless. However, do not allow pride to cloud your judgment. There are always those greater than yourselves. My reference to seamlessness pertains only to your current stage. After 4 years of training together, if you had not reached this level, you might as well pack up and go home. Laughter erupted among the crowd, leaving Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng blushing profusely. They had initially believed that Qin Ming would offer them commendations and refrain from highlighting their mistakes. However, they were mistaken. While Qin Ming did praise them, he also infused his remarks with a measure of admonition. Qin Ming continued, as for the duo, Shuremo and Shuremo, I wish to extend my commendation. As defensive soul masters, their combat awareness surpasses that of their peers at the same level. They possess the ability to foresee danger and act promptly. I heard during Tianheng's task distribution that Shurmo's assignment was to protect Lingling, under Tang Yuan's third soul skill. The synergy between Shurmo and Lingling is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Shurmo's role was to provide support. When I launched my attack on Yin Yin, I wonder if anyone noticed that, despite my sudden disappearance, no one, including Shurmo, anticipated my next move. Yet, his foresight was commendable, for he recognized that Lingling was under Shurmo's protection while Tianheng and Tang Yuan were not within the protective circle. Thus, he deduced that my target was likely Yin Yin, and at the moment of my disappearance, he had already positioned himself in front of her, which merits praise. Duguyan chuckled and patted Shurmo's broad, stone-like shoulders, exclaiming, Shurlauer, well done. Thank you for your assistance. Shurmo, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head with his large hand resembling a fan. Qin Ming then turned his attention to Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin, stating, however, I must express my disappointment with Yin Yin and Lingling's performances in this group battle. Firstly, Yin Yin, as the vice captain and a control-type soul master. Do you not feel that your contributions in this battle were rather limited? I need not elaborate further. Reflect on this. When I was ensnared by Yu Tianheng's winds, that was the moment you should have been poised to unleash your second soul skill. As soon as I exhibited any inclination to release my soul skill, you ought to have promptly employed your Azure Scale Blue poison to incapacitate me, thus interrupting my technique. Yet, during the battle, you failed to respond in time, requiring Tang Yuan to remind you. Even a hasty attempt would have been too late if I had not suppressed my soul power. Or if there were more than just me as an opponent, do you believe Tianheng could still stand here unscathed? Would you still be able to control the rhythm of the battle? The two consecutive inquiries struck at Dugu Yan's core, sounding a clarion call within her. She turned to Yu Tianheng, her face reflecting remorse. Yu Tianheng, sensing her gaze, offered her a gentle smile and reassurance. Deeply moved, Dugu Yin contemplated Qin Ming's words, envisioning the harrowing image of Yu Tianheng lying in a pool of blood, which pierced her heart. With renewed determination, her eyes shone brightly as she stepped forward and declared, Teacher Qin, I assure you, there will not be a next time. I will undoubtedly become a competent vice captain and a proficient control-type soul master. Qin Ming nodded, acknowledging her resolve, and said, Excellent. I see your determination. Dugu Yan's gaze was resolute as she stepped back into the ranks. Qin Ming remarked, The last one is Lingling. As a support-type soul master, you should be even more attuned to the dynamics of the battlefield than a control-type soul master. I shall refrain from commenting on your practical experience, as it is undeniably sound. If not entirely flawless, it is certainly an appropriate approach. When Shimo was injured, you opted not to utilize your healing soul skills, waiting until Yu Tianheng was harmed before activating them. I understand your intent to conserve soul power, as your area healing consumes a significant amount, and it would be unwise to jeopardize the overall situation for the injury of a single teammate. I, as the leader of this team, completely endorse this perspective. The group fell silent, Taken aback by Qin Ming's words, did his endorsement not imply that there were no issues? Qin Ming continued, however, as your instructor, I find it necessary to address this matter. You are not only a cohesive unit, a team, you are also classmates and comrades. At all times, and in the most adverse circumstances, neglecting a teammate in favor of the greater good is the most foolish of actions. As your teacher, I wish for you to support and assist one another. Sometimes, the bond of camaraderie surpasses the pursuit of victory. Upon hearing these words, the group was enveloped in silence. Qin Ming's discourse undoubtedly instigated a significant shift within them. Each of the 7 individuals hailed from noble backgrounds, having been showered with affection since childhood, and possessed extraordinary talents. They lived in an environment where they were the center of attention. Although they were not arrogant, they had grown accustomed to placing themselves at the forefront, believing that their understanding was the rightful and significant perspective. Over time, this resulted in their inability to merge like droplets of water, instead becoming akin to grains of sand, seemingly blending into a mound, yet remaining distinct and separate upon closer inspection. The essence of Qin Ming's words resonated not solely with Yi Lingling, but with all of them. Unbeknownst to them, his final statement was merely a culmination of his earlier critique of Yufeng, directed at each individual, for they were a collective, their fates intertwined. They would rise and fall together. At that moment, Yu Tianhing stepped forward and declared, Teacher Qin is correct. We are a team, a whole. We are not just classmates and comrades. Our strengths must unite, and our hearts must align. Douluo Yin then rose to affirm, the captain is right. Our strength must be united, and our hearts must be as one. Tang Yuan now proclaimed, strength must unite, and hearts must also unite. Shimo echoed, strength must unite, and hearts must also unite. Shimo responded, strength must unite, and hearts must also unite. Yi Lingling reiterated, strength must unite, and hearts must also unite. Yufeng added, strength must unite, and hearts must also unite. The 7 individuals voiced their sentiments in unison, standing in a line with 12 hands firmly clasped together. Qin Ming observed his companions with great satisfaction, a slight smile gracing his lips. Although they may not yet comprehend the essence of teamwork and camaraderie, the words of Qin Ming had undoubtedly sown a seed in their hearts. With persistent effort and nurturing through collaboration, one day, this seed would blossom into a towering tree. In the ensuing month, the 7 members of the Tiando team diligently arrived at the training grounds each day for specialized training under Qin Ming's guidance, engaging in 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and occasionally 6-on-1 or even 7 against Qin Ming. Each individual exerted themselves to the utmost, driven not only by a shared objective but also for the sake of their team. Qin Ming's soul power suppression gradually escalated from level 40 to level 50. On the final day of their special training, after exhausting everyone's soul power, they ultimately persevered for half an hour under Qin Ming's level 50 soul power suppression, indeed surpassing a stick of incense's duration. Thus, on the last day of their month-long training, Qin Ming announced to the group, from this day forth, the first phase of our specialized training concludes. Upon hearing this, the group did not erupt in cheers or excitement. Rather, they experienced a profound sense of relief, coupled with reflections on the past month of rigorous training. Throughout this month, aside from meals, the members had sequestered themselves in their dormitories to cultivate their soul power. Under such an intense regimen, compounded by the excessive soul power expenditure from their training, each member made remarkable strides in their abilities, with Tang Yuan and Yi Lingling even breaking through to the next level. At the conclusion of the training month, the levels of the team members were as follows. Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, level 39 Assault Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Vice Captain, Douluo Yin, Martial Soul, Green Phosphor Snake, level 37 Control Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, level 37 Defense Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, level 36 Defense Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Yufeng, Martial Soul, Wind Chime Bird, level 35 Agility Type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, level 35 Support Type Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Member, Tang Yuan, Martial Soul, Book of Life and Death, level 33 Control Type Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple. Though Tang Yuan's Martial Soul has only ascended a single level, his combat experience has surged to unprecedented heights. This is largely attributed to the profound depth of his soul power, which makes advancement considerably more challenging than for others. Nevertheless, through intensive training over the past month, he has successfully achieved a level breakthrough. Additionally, aside from his daily rigorous training and soul power cultivation, Tang Yuan has diligently practiced the yin-yang qi refinement technique for 5 continuous years. Remarkably, just days into the specialized training, he reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer. And after a month of grueling practice, he has firmly established himself at the summit of this level. Once he reaches level 40 and acquires the 4th soul ring, a leap to the 5th layer will be within his grasp. It is noteworthy that Tang Yuan's impermanence pursuit step has finally entered the 5th layer of impermanence, attaining a minor peak of this realm. In just a month, his progress has surpassed that of the previous half year spent wandering aimlessly, a feat credited to his daily training while donning 200 pounds of heavy armor alongside his team, which has significantly enhanced his physical explosiveness. Besides the elevation of his soul power to level 33, the yin-yang qi refinement technique achieving the pinnacle of its 4th layer, and the impermanence pursuit step advancing to a minor peak of its realm, Tang Yuan's Judge's death sword remains unbroken. This stagnation transcends mere accumulation and necessitates insight, however. The opportunity for such enlightenment has yet to reveal itself to him. Furthermore, since arriving at the academy, he has not utilized his external soul bone, the radiant golden netherwing, and has made little progress in researching its capabilities, planning to inquire further upon returning to Heaven-Do City. The relationships among the group have deepened significantly over the past month. They now resemble a cohesive team, trusting each of the 6 individuals beside them with their backs. In summary, the month of specialized training has yielded abundant rewards, leaving an indelible mark on all 7 members of the Heaven-Do team, including Qin Ming. On the day Qin Ming announced the conclusion of the first phase of training, he instructed everyone to return to their dormitories to refresh themselves and prepare for an evening out to celebrate. Upon hearing this, the group instantly felt a wave of relief, laughing and chatting as they departed from the training grounds, eager to return to their dorms for showers and grooming, as they are children of nobility, and appearances hold great significance. Although Tang Yuan is not a bona fide noble, his admission credentials surpassed those acquired by Bai Dong through monetary means. However, from a young age, Tang Yuan has been subtly influenced by Bai Dong regarding matters of appearance and demeanor, rendering him not much different from true aristocrats. After a refreshing bath, Tang Yuan felt rejuvenated. All traces of fatigue from training vanished, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort and joy. Once he was fully attired, Tang Yuan left his dormitory and, as per their agreement, proceeded to the school gate to assemble. Upon arrival, he found that the Shi brothers were already present. Yet the others were conspicuously absent. Tang Yuan stepped forward with a smile and said, Brother Shi, you have arrived quite early. The Shi family turned around and, upon seeing Tang Yuan, Shi patted Tang Yuan on the shoulder. Suddenly, he felt the sensation of a hard metal plate beneath his palm. It turned out that under Tang Yuan's black robe, he was clad in armor. Thus, Shi remarked, I must say, Tang Xiaoqi, are you still human? Even for a meal, you don such heavy armor. Tang Yuan scratched his head, gazing at the 2 seniors before him, who resembled small hills, and chuckled, Aren't you both my aspiration? I feel that I still have a long way to go to attain your physique. Upon hearing this, the Shijia brothers, oblivious to Tang Yuan's jest, took his words at face value. The second brother, Shimo, replied with mirth, Indeed, your build is somewhat lacking. How about you join us for an hour of training before dinner each day? I assure you, in 6 months, you will see remarkable progress. While you may never quite match us, you'll certainly surpass the captain. Shimo's brother nodded enthusiastically from the side, adding, Don't let this opportunity slip away. Many aspire to train with us, yet we rarely include others. Tang Yuan wore a face of dismay, inwardly thinking who would wish to emulate their brutish demeanor, reminiscent of some great ape spirit beast. Yet, despite such thoughts, he smiled and replied, Another day, another day. With the grand competition approaching, one must focus on cultivating one's soul power, mustn't one? Hearing this, the Shi brothers felt a twinge of disappointment, for they believed Tang Yuan possessed considerable talent. Nevertheless, they acknowledged the wisdom in his words. With the imminent competition, prioritizing the enhancement of soul power was indeed the most expedient way to elevate one's strength. Tang Yuan observed the earnest and contemplative expressions of the Shi brothers, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he mused inwardly. These 2 siblings are remarkably sincere, Perhaps I should refrain from teasing them next time. Just as he pondered this, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan arrived. At that moment, Du Guyan was entwined with Yu Tianheng's arm, both engaged in lively banter. It was unclear what Yu Tianheng whispered into Du Guyan's ear, but her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, and with a playful pout, she gently struck his chest. Yu Tianheng, brimming with excitement, gazed down at Du Guyan. It was an unabashed display of affection. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Yuan felt as though he could detect the aroma of certain delicacies in the air. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, he realized that he and the Shi brothers had, at that moment, transformed into creatures that delighted in wagging their tails. Tang Yuan could not help but cover his eyes, his expression one of poignant lamentation, as he exclaimed, "Were we not to dine together? How is it that the dishes are served before everyone has arrived? This is utterly intolerable." The Shi brothers, along with the newly arrived Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, were taken aback by Tang Yuan's words, and in unison, they inquired, "What dishes are being served?" At this moment, Yu Feng also arrived, having overheard Tang Yuan's lament, wearing a countenance of shared indignation. He positioned himself beside Tang Yuan and offered consolation, saying, "Little Seven, have we been served yet again?" Tang Yuan nodded helplessly. Yu Feng sighed and said, "Alas, you are so young, yet they treat you this way. It is truly intolerable by the heavens." Tang Yuan Sha nodded and sighed. Alas, who could argue otherwise? Yu Tianheng and the others were utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the essence of the unfolding drama, particularly the Shi brothers, whose large, expressive eyes beneath their thick brows now shimmered with bewilderment. Tang Yuan sighed and said, Brother Shi heir, at times I find myself quite envious of you both. Being oblivious to certain matters can indeed be a form of joyful living." Just as Tang Yuan was earnestly imparting wisdom to the Shi brothers, Du Guyan had already come to her senses, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. Caught in a state of helpless amusement, she immediately raised her delicate hand and struck towards Tang Yuan, exclaiming, "Tang Shaoqi." Tang Yuan was taken aback. Swiftly unfurling his form and employing his nimble steps to flee at a distance, all the while calling out, "Captain you must rein in your wife." At that moment, Yu Tianheng comprehended the situation. It became evident that Tang Yuan was referring to his and Du Guyan's playful antics. Observing Du Guyan's relentless pursuit of Tang Yuan with a look of malicious delight, he remarked, "Hehe, Shaoqi. Do not say that I am not here to assist you, but alas, I am powerless." Du Guyan, both anxious and enraged, retorted, "Tang Shaoqi, if you possess any skill, do not run." Tang Yuan ran while glancing back, exclaiming, "Do you take me for a mere 3-year-old? Of course I would run." Du Guyan, fuming with anger, retorted, "You wait for me." Tang Yuan's pace quickened significantly upon catching sight of Du Guyan, and his footsteps became more rapid. The swiftness with which Tang Yuan moved rendered Du Guyan utterly unable to keep pace. Although both were engaged in a spirited chase around the circle, Tang Yuan, clad in heavy armor, managed to outdistance Du Guyan by several strides. As they pursued each other, Du Guyan soon found herself breathless. Unable to continue, she halted, clutching her head, swaying unsteadily, and appeared quite unwell. Yu Tianheng, startled, was about to approach her for a closer inspection when he noticed Du Guyan discreetly winking at him, which led him to realize that this was a ruse. Just as Yu Tianheng suspected, Tang Yuan, who was racing ahead, also perceived that something seemed amiss with Du Guyan. He slowed his pace, drew near her side, and inquired with concern, "Sister Yin Yin, what is the matter?" Du Guyan remained silent, offering no response. Tang Yuan initially believed that Du Guyan was genuinely upset with him, or perhaps unable to speak due to some physical ailment. Thus, he cast a questioning glance towards Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng merely shrugged in response, just as Tang Yuan was engulfed in his bewilderment. An unexpected force seized his ear with a firm tug. "Ouch!" Tang Yuan exclaimed, turning around to discover it was Du Guyan. She wore a triumphant expression as she held onto his ear, playfully chiding him. "Why aren't you running anymore?" Tang Yuan, realizing he had fallen into a trap, lamented, "I was wrong, Sister Yin Yin. Please show mercy. Please show mercy." Du Guyan chuckled. "Now you know to beg for mercy? Tang Shaoqi, have you grown up and no longer regard me with respect?" Tang Yuan pretended to cry, saying, No, I haven't done anything. Oh dear, it hurts so much." "Sister Yin Yin, please be gentle." Du Guyan replied with a triumphant smile. "Do you still dare to mock us?" Tang Yuan quickly exclaimed, I wouldn't dare. Sister Yin Yin, just now, Brother Yufeng was also laughing at you. Hurry and catch him." Upon hearing this, Yufeng was momentarily taken aback. Realizing with a hint of surprise that this sly little rascal, Tang Yuan, had begun to betray his comrade. With this thought in mind, he raised his gaze and met the mesmerizing, emerald-lit eyes of Douluo Yin. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to swallow hard. And he promptly declared with utmost seriousness, "Sister Yin is formidable. Sister Yin is majestic. Young Qi here is misbehaving. Sister Yin, please educate him well. We shall never condescend to associate with that rascal Tang Xiaoqi." Observing Yu Feng's earnest demeanor, everyone was left speechless, utterly astonished, and secretly wished to give him a resounding thumbs up for his audacity. Just then, a voice broke the silence. "Have you all been waiting long?" Turning in response, they saw Qin Ming slowly emerging from the school gates, with Yu Lingling following closely beside him. Douluo Yin released her grip on Tang Yuan's ear and happily returned to the side of Yu Tianheng. Tang Yuan rubbed his ears, which had turned a deep shade of purple, presenting a pitiful visage akin to that of an injured child. He glanced up at Yu Tianheng, only to find the latter wearing an expression of sympathy, yet with an undertone of, "But she is my wife." A wave of bitterness washed over Tang Yuan. What sin had he committed to deserve this? Being fed dog food while being bullied. At that moment, Qin Ming noticed Tang Yuan's unusual demeanor and inquired, "Xiaoqi, what troubles you?" As Tang Yuan regained his senses, ready to respond, he suddenly caught sight of Douluo Yin's enigmatic gaze, which seemed to dance between laughter and mockery. A chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he said, "It's nothing, nothing at all, Teacher Qin, merely a trivial matter." Qin Ming, puzzled by the exchange, chose not to probe further since Tang Yuan had assured him all was well. With everyone gathered, he led the group of 7, their spirits high, as they jovially made their way toward the tavern. Chapter 47, The Birth of a Drunkard. Upon arriving at the entrance of an opulent tavern, Tang Yuan looked up to behold intricately carved railings and jade-like structures, adorned with gemstones and crystals that dazzled the eyes, casting a mesmerizing glow all around. At that moment, a captivating waitress clad in a qipao approached. Noticing Qin Ming's mature demeanor and the youthful entourage trailing behind him, she discerned he was the leader and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed sir, may I ask if you have a reservation?" Qin Ming nodded and provided his name, stating, "I have indeed made a reservation." The waitress smiled and replied, "Ah, it is Mr. Qin. The manager has made the necessary arrangements. Please follow me." With a slight bow, Qin Ming led the group in following the waitress as she ascended to the second floor, guiding them into a spacious private room. Upon entering the suite, the group surveyed their surroundings. The room was exceedingly expansive, spanning over 200 square meters. At its center hung a chandelier resplendent with crystals, beneath which stood a grand round table, ample enough to seat 10, flanked by luxurious leather sofas. Notably, on the walls at both the front and rear of the round table, enormous screens were prominently displayed. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. These two large screens bore a resemblance to the televisions of his past life, yet they were considerably more expansive. Qin Ming beckoned everyone to take their seats, and before long, the waitstaff of the restaurant began to serve an array of delectable dishes that tantalized the senses, igniting Tang Yuan's appetite. Soon, the table was laden with an assortment of dishes, accompanied by 2 bottles of exquisite wine. Yu Tianheng poured a glass for each person present, including Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Observing this, Qin Ming chuckled and said, "Little 7, you are 11 years old this year, still below the legal drinking age. However, as soul masters, our physiques surpass those of ordinary individuals. Since we are celebrating today, feel free to indulge a little." Tang Yuan licked his lips, for in 2 lifetimes, he had yet to savor a single drop of wine. Before him lay exquisite liquor, shimmering with the brilliance of gemstones, stirring a profound desire within him to partake. As the dishes were prepared, Qin Ming lifted his goblet, rose to his feet, and proclaimed, "Dear classmates, today marks the conclusion of our first phase of training. Your diligent efforts have brought me immense satisfaction. This toast is dedicated to all of you. Congratulations on advancing your abilities." The crowd rose in unison, raising their glasses, filled with exuberance, and enthusiastically echoed his sentiments. Tang Yuan cast a fleeting glance at Yu Tianheng, who, without a moment's hesitation, tilted his head back and drained his cup in one swift motion. Observing the others following suit, Tang Yuan mimicked the action, bringing the crystal-clear liquid to his lips. As he slightly tilted his head, the refreshing and sweet essence flooded his mouth, bringing him immense pleasure. However, the moment he swallowed, he was met with a searing sensation akin to fire that ignited his throat. Unable to contain himself, he broke into a fit of coughs, his delicate visage turning a vivid shade of crimson. The onlookers erupted into hearty laughter at the sight. Tang Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly. Yu Tianheng placed a hand on Tang Yuan's shoulder and chuckled. So, how is it? Delicious, isn't it? Tang Yuan nodded and remarked, indeed, it is quite delightful. Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Tianheng refilled Tang Yuan's cup with wine, then raised his own glass and proclaimed, if it is so enjoyable, let us indulge in another. With no other choice, Tang Yuan reluctantly raised his wine cup, clinking it against Yu Tianheng's. He watched as Yu Tianheng heartily downed his drink. And with a sense of resignation, he too swallowed the liquor once more. This time, the burning sensation in his throat seemed less intense, and a pleasant tingling began to spread, offering a degree of comfort. As the rich liquid coursed down his throat, a profound warmth surged within his chest, akin to a mighty dragon rejoicing and singing in triumph. Tang Yuan let out a deep sigh, as the essence of that dragon was gently released from his throat, escaping his lips. Exhilarating. Tang Yuan felt a lingering desire, seemingly enamored by the sensation, so he sought out Yu Tianheng for another drink. Yu Tianheng was somewhat astonished, having not anticipated that Tang Yuan had such a fondness for alcohol, yet he joined him in a toast. With this initial sip, it was as though a dam had burst, and Tang Yuan, akin to a discoverer unveiling a new continent, became deeply infatuated with the exhilarating sensation of liberation that coursed through him. Thus, he incessantly sought companions for drinking, reveling in the experience. After making the rounds, Tang Yuan began to feel the effects of intoxication, yet his eyes sparkled with a heightened enthusiasm. He realized that alcohol was indeed a splendid elixir, and lamented the wasted time prior. As Tang Yuan exuberantly toasted, the others cast aside their reservations, raising their glasses to one another, exchanging cups and laughter. The atmosphere was filled with merriment, with the exception of Yi Lingling, who remained her typically reserved self, while Du Guyan enthusiastically encouraged Yu Tianheng to drink significantly. After a round of joyful toasting, particularly Qin Ming, who also exhibited signs of inebriation, as his intentions were unmistakably clear, everyone found various reasons to toast him, and he was unyielding in his acceptance, consuming a considerable amount. However, the Soul Emperor's constitution was formidable, and his mind remained alert. In contrast, Tang Yuan actively sought out others to drink with, always finishing each cup in one go, fearing that even a sip less would detract from the enjoyment. Once they were satiated with food and drink, Qin Ming summoned the attendants to open the screens on either side, allowing everyone seated around the table to conveniently view what was presented before them. Tang Yuan, still under the impression that it was like his previous life, pondered what to watch on television. At that moment, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, he felt the effects intensifying and slurred. Watch? What television? No. Let us just drink. Although the others were not as intoxicated as he was, they were slightly tipsy, and with Tang Yuan's slurred speech, no one paid heed to his mention of television. Shi Mo approached, his large hand resembling a fan resting on Tang Yuan's shoulder, exclaiming loudly, exactly. Shaoqi is right. Let us drink. Yu Tianheng and Shi Mo exchanged exasperated glances, wondering how these two had become so inebriated. Shi Mo's tolerance was well known to Shi Mo. He typically could handle his drink and controlled himself meticulously. However, Tang Yuan's incessant toasting eventually led Shi Mo to indulge, resulting in their current state. What Yu Tianheng could never have anticipated was that Tang Yuan, upon encountering alcohol, would exhibit an insatiable craving akin to his previous life's insatiable appetite for meat, refusing to relent until he was fully satisfied. With a soft thud, the onlookers turned to see Tang Yuan and Shi Mo, both collapsed face down on the table, fast asleep. Qin Ming found the situation both amusing and perplexing, never expecting the usually diligent Tang Yuan and the taciturn Shi Mo to reveal such a wild side. Yu Tianheng summoned a servant, instructing them to prepare 2 bowls of sobering soup to revive Tang Yuan and Shi Mo, allowing them to sleep for the time being. At this moment, the large screens on either side illuminated, displaying a scene of a gentle and charming girl holding a microphone, broadcasting live from the arena of the Great Soul Arena in Tiando City. The atmosphere was electric, filled with a throng of people cheering incessantly. As the host introduced the competitors, the camera shifted to reveal the combatants entering the arena. This resembled the television broadcast of Tang Yuan's past life, yet it was different. This live transmission utilized soul power rather than electrical currents. Aside from the slumbering Tang Yuan and Shi Mo, the others were now fully alert, their eyes riveted to the screen showcasing the spirited contest. According to the hostess introduction, the match was a 2v2 soul battle, pitting the Beast duo against the Sword and Blade duo. The Beast duo consisted of 2 burly men, their imposing figures reminiscent of the Shi brothers, albeit even taller. In contrast, the sword and blade duo comprised one stout and one slender individual. The plump one had small, sparkling eyes, while the leaner one possessed pronounced features with thick eyebrows. Yet, both appeared to have notably thicker knuckles than average. On the surface, the sword and blade duo seemed less formidable than the beast duo, presenting a calm demeanor. However, as they made their entrance, the arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Sword and blade. Sword and blade. Go, sword and blade. Unmatched, they shall prevail. Red blade, shatter them. Qing Jian, I have staked my entire fortune upon you. Beast. Tear them apart. Beast. Beast. The fervent cries and shouts surged forth in waves, relentless and unyielding, with some rallying behind the sword and blade ensemble, while others championed the beast faction. However, in terms of momentum and numbers, it was evident that the sword and blade group held a slight advantage. The sword and blade ensemble and the beast faction stood face to face in the arena. The host, elevated upon a floating platform, proclaimed loudly, "All right, our contestants. The sword and blade ensemble and the beast faction are now in position. I trust everyone is filled with anticipation. Let us witness the remarkable displays they have in store for us today. Soul battle. Begin." No sooner had the words left his lips than the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. At this moment, the beast faction and the sword and blade ensemble activated their martial souls. Among the sword and blade group, the robust figure wielded a red longsword, while the slender counterpart brandished a blue longsword. No wonder they were called the sword and blade ensemble. Turning to the beast faction, two brawny men stood resolute. One manifested a formidable battle tiger as his martial soul, while the other displayed an imposing golden lion. It was clear that the moniker beast faction was indeed well-deserved. At this juncture, Qin Ming inquired, "Who do you believe will emerge victorious in this contest?" Du Guyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she replied, "Has Teacher Qin placed a wager as well?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention toward Du Guyan. She playfully stuck out her tongue, slightly embarrassed, and said, "I was merely asking." Yu Tianheng, recognizing Qin Ming's intent to gauge their opinions, pondered briefly before stating, "I believe the sword and blade ensemble holds a more favorable chance of victory. There are 4 participants in total, all strong attack-type soul masters, and their soul power levels are relatively close. The sword and blade ensemble comprises individuals at levels 38 and 39, while the beast faction consists of 2 at level 38. Thus, the disparity in soul power levels will not significantly impact their chances. However, the beast faction possesses the battle tiger and golden lion martial souls, both of which are beast type and inherently more cumbersome than the agile souls of the sword and blade ensemble. Therefore, I surmise that the decisive factor lies here." Chapter 48, Soul Battle Training Program. Upon hearing Yu Tianheng's analysis, Qin Ming nodded in approval, gazing at him with satisfaction. "Well said, well said. You are beginning to embody the essence of a captain." Yu Tianheng sheepishly scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. However, he soon heard Qin Ming say, "The sword and saber combination is a veteran team in the Sky Do Great Soul Arena, currently boasting 37 victories and 21 defeats. In contrast, the beast combination has only been in the arena for less than 2 months, with a record of 22 wins and 28 losses. Relatively speaking, the sword and saber combination possesses far more experience, and if you pay close attention, you will notice that their teamwork is significantly superior to that of the beast combination. The stout member wields a saber while the lean one holds a sword. When the saber is used for offense, the sword is employed for defense, and vice versa. Their cooperation is seamless and flawless. On the other hand, the beast combination tends to either attack or defend simultaneously, which makes it easy for their opponents to exploit any weaknesses. After listening to Qin Ming's words, everyone turned their attention to the screen, and, as expected, it was precisely as Qin Ming had described. Within the scene, the stout soul master of the sword and saber combination brandished a crimson saber, creating layers of fierce wind that enveloped both himself and his lean counterpart. Outside this protective barrier, the tiger and lion soul masters were engaged in a ferocious assault against the duo, their hands transforming into lethal claws, their forms dramatically altered. The tiger soul master was adorned with stripes and protruding fangs, his paws emanating an overpowering force as though capable of cleaving mountains. Meanwhile, the lion soul master sported a mane resembling a lion's, with claws that shone like gold. As the two advanced aggressively against the sword and saber combination, they were unexpectedly thwarted by the layers of saber wind. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, a sudden flash of azure light erupted from within the saber wind, and a streak of blue shadow emerged. Not good. The two members of the beast combination exclaimed in alarm, swiftly attempting to evade. Alas, their reaction was a fraction too slow. The azure light swept across horizontally, leaving a gash on the Tiger Soul Master's body. At this moment, the Tiger and Lion Soul Masters retreated hastily, with the Tiger Soul Master clutching his wound, a look of resentment etched on his face. Drops of crimson began to seep through his fingers, gradually forming a trickle, a miniature river of blood. As the fierce wind dissipated, the stout and lean Soul Masters reappeared, with the lean Soul Master's right hand still bearing traces of blood on the tip of his azure sword. Without hesitation, the stout Soul Master charged forward with a saber, while the lean one supported him with the azure sword, acutely aware that the injured Tiger Soul Master had significantly diminished combat capability. Victory hinged upon this crucial moment. Meanwhile, the spectators in the private box were intently focused on the unfolding drama on the screen, reaching a crescendo of excitement, their hearts racing with anticipation. It was evident to all that the beast combination was in peril. Those two behemoths are about to lose, a voice leisurely commented. The crowd turned to see Tang Yuan stretching and yawning. Yu Tianhing teased, "Oh, has the wine sage awakened?" Tang Yuan rubbed his eyes and said, "Brother Tianhing, please do not jest with me. Were it not for my exertion of soul power to expel the alcohol, I would still be in a state of slumber." Dugu Yin chuckled and inquired, "Will you drink again next time?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan instantly perked up and exclaimed, "Of course. Why would I refrain? Alcohol is a delightful indulgence. Who could ever have too much?" The others sighed in exasperation, realizing that this lad had transformed into a bon vivant. At that moment, the large screen echoed with a tumultuous wave of cheers and shouts. As anticipated, the Battle Tiger Soul Master and the Golden Lion Soul Master lay defeated on the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit, and were promptly carried off by staff for medical attention. The host declared, "What an exhilarating battle. I hereby announce the victors of this match." After a brief pause, the host proclaimed with great enthusiasm, "The sword and blade combination." Instantly, the arena erupted with thunderous applause. Tang Yuan harbored a sense of disdain for the host, fully aware of the outcome, yet compelled to prolong the suspense unnecessarily. The cheers erupted like thunder, startling Shi Mo, who abruptly jumped up in confusion, murmuring, Who's thundering?" The crowd paused, momentarily taken aback by Shi Mo's demeanor, before bursting into uproarious laughter. However, Shi Mo's expression darkened with embarrassment. He lamented the absurdity of his brother's behavior, feeling utterly humiliated, and resolved that he could not associate with him. Yu Tianhing pulled Shi Mo aside, offering him a bowl of sobering broth and employing his spiritual energy to dissipate the effects of the alcohol. At that moment, Tang Yuan regained some clarity, though still somewhat inebriated and dazed. He managed to maintain his consciousness and inquired, "Teacher Qin, what kind of competition is this?" Qin Ming replied with a smile, "This is the Soul Duel competition, typically held at the Soul Arena in Dou City." Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, his eyes immediately became glazed over, radiating brilliance as he inquired, "Where is this Grand Soul Arena?" Qin Ming chuckled, somewhat exasperated, and replied, "It's the Grand Fighting Arena. Not the Grand Soul Arena. I will take you to see it shortly. For the next 2 months, our specialized training will be conducted there." At this juncture, a nostalgic expression flickered in Qin Ming's eyes, though the others remained oblivious, focused solely on his words. Yu Tianhing asked, "Teacher Qin, are you implying?" Qin Ming nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the next phase of our specialized training will be real combat. In 2 months, I expect each of you to attain the Silver Soul Badge at the Grand Fighting Arena, and only then will this stage be deemed complete." Upon hearing Qin Ming's declaration, excitement radiated from the group. Although they had all heard tales of the Grand Fighting Arena, a veritable paradise for soul masters, none of the team members had ever set foot in its competition grounds. Qin Ming continued, "This specialized training will impose significant pressure upon you. Earning the Silver Soul Badge is no simple feat, yet I hope that this pressure will serve as your motivation. You will be required to engage in 2 battles daily, regardless of the outcome, no more, no less. Fewer battles will yield little benefit, while excess may prove overwhelming." At this moment, Dugu Yin interjected, "Teacher Qin, since Lingling is a support-type soul master, must she also obtain the Silver Soul Badge like us?" Qin Ming nodded, affirming, "Certainly. I mean, each individual must reach the Silver Soul level." Yu Tianheng expressed his confusion, but Lingling lacks combat prowess. How will she secure the Silver Soul Badge? Qin Ming explained, "In the Grand Fighting Arena, besides 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 battles, there are also team battles. The victorious team not only earns points for the team, but each member also receives points. However, In 2-on-2 skirmishes, there are no team points awarded. If you wish to rapidly accrue points and ascend to the Silver Soul level, you may freely form combinations akin to the previous sword and knife duo or the beastly ensemble to participate in 2-on-2 battles. At this moment, Tang Yuan inquired, "Teacher Qin, may I employ my swordsmanship in the soul duel?" Qin Ming replied, "No. Regardless of who it is, including you, Tang Yuan, no one is permitted to utilize any weapons other than their own martial spirit. Furthermore, Tang Yuan, you must present yourself under a codename in the soul duel, concealing your appearance and name, among other details." Tang Yuan, puzzled, inquired, "Why? Is it just me?" Qin Ming nodded and replied, "The martial souls of Yu Tianheng, Dugu Yan, and Yi Lingling are exceptionally distinctive on the continent. Once displayed, others will instantly recognize their origins. Although the Xian Gui martial soul of the Shijiao brothers may not be as conspicuous as theirs, it remains well known in Heavendo City. It is also evident that the Fengling bird martial soul of Yufeng is relatively harmless. As for you, Shaoqi, your soul ring configuration has surpassed the upper limit of soul ring absorption age, coupled with your remarkably formidable soul skills. Should your identity be revealed, it is likely that the Spirit Hall would intervene to capture you for research." Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, a surge of hatred ignited within Tang Yuan. Yet the animosity in his gaze flickered and vanished, unnoticed by the others. Qin Ming then added, "For safety's sake, we shall not stay at the school for the next 2 months. We will reside in a hotel instead, which will alleviate some troubles." Yu Tianheng, pondering, remarked, "Teacher Qin is concerned that we might attract the attention of nefarious individuals. If we return to the school, it would be easy for others to uncover Shaoqi's true identity?" Qin Ming nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Tianheng, you have matured significantly." Yu Tianheng chuckled, a blend of pride and bashfulness evident on his face. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan felt a sense of despair. The rear mountain, such a splendid location for cultivation, seemed lost to him. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the reality that he could not swiftly advance in the Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique, and thus decided to follow the main group. Qin Ming proceeded to elaborate on the precautions necessary for combat within the Grand Soul Fighting arena. By this time, Sure Mogio had regained considerable lucidity, prompting the group to resolve to return to the academy, gather their belongings, and subsequently relocate to an external residence. As they exited the private room and descended from the second floor to the ground level, they made their way out of the tavern. At that moment, they encountered a procession of 7 or 8 young men and women approaching them. Tang Yuan looked up and recognized the leading youth, who appeared somewhat familiar. Just as he was attempting to recollect, a voice pierced the air, "You little rascal." The group turned to see the leader of the approaching party, clad in a dark greenish-black outfit, with striking silver-white hair. Tang Yuan suddenly recalled and exclaimed with a smile, "Aha, it's you." The person before him was Feng Xiaotian. Upon seeing Tang Yuan greet him with a smile, Feng Xiaotian was filled with indignation and retorted, "How dare you laugh?" Tang Yuan paused momentarily, exclaiming helplessly, "But I cannot cry." At that moment, Dugu Yin, standing beside Yu Tianheng, could not contain her laughter at Tang Yuan's remark. Observing the audacity of Feng Xiaotian, Yu Tianheng stepped forward, inquiring, "What do you intend to do?" Undeterred by Yu Tianheng, Feng Xiaotian pointed at Tang Yuan, declaring, "Last time you escaped. This time, I shall teach you a proper lesson." To be candid, Tang Yuan's smile, when directed at Feng Xiaotian, was disarming each time he smiled. It felt like a refreshing spring breeze, reminiscent of the melting snow under the radiant sun. Yet, this enchanting smile incited both envy and irritation within Feng Xiaotian, envy of the charm he wished he possessed, which, if he did, would have surely captivated Huowu's attention. And irritation, as each time he witnessed Tang Yuan's smile, he was reminded of that day on the street when he had been trying to win Huowu's favor, only to be mocked by Tang Yuan, a memory that left him thoroughly disgruntled. Chapter 49. Feng Xiaotian's challenge. However, there were others who felt even more vexed, such as Yu Tianheng. Just as they were making their way smoothly, a group of individuals suddenly obstructed their path, and the arrogant white-haired youth exuded an air of superiority, as if he were the mightiest being in the world. This infuriated Yu Tianheng, although he was unaware of the grievances between Tang Yuan and the white-haired youth. Tang Yuan was nonetheless his comrade. Regardless of any fault, it was not for outsiders to meddle, especially since Yu Tianheng believed that Tang Yuan was generally amiable and had never instigated conflict with anyone. Under such circumstances, had it not been for Qin Ming's presence, Yu Tianheng would have already unleashed his prowess to subdue Feng Xiaotian. At this moment, Tang Yuan still retained a hint of inebriation. observing Feng Xiaoyan's vexed expression. Reminiscent of that day's events, he found it exceedingly amusing and thus laughed heartily, saying, "I must ask you, old Feng, have you come specifically to trouble me?" Feng Xiaoyan's countenance darkened, pondering the absurdity of being referred to as old Feng. What nonsense is this? I am Feng Xiaoyan. Tang Yuan nodded solemnly and remarked, "I understand." Old Feng. The onlookers observed Tang Yuan skillfully toying with Feng Xiaoyan, whose exasperated expression only heightened their amusement, leaving them in fits of laughter. Enraged, Feng Xiaoyan exclaimed, You! I challenge you to a duel." Yu Shenheng stepped forward, his right hand crackling with electric arcs, a dragon-shaped silhouette swirling around his wrist, and he replied coldly, "I am always ready." Feng Xiaoyan, taken aback, furrowed his brow and inquired, "The blue lightning tyrant dragon? You are Yu Shenheng from the Tiando Royal Academy?" Yu Shenheng responded with a disdainful snort, "At least you possess some discernment." Suddenly, a smile broke across Feng Xiaoyan's face as he remarked, "So, you are all students of the Tiando Royal Academy?" Tang Yuan let out a belch, the scent of alcohol wafting directly toward Feng Xiaoyan. "Indeed," he remarked. Feng Xiaoyan, vexed by Tang Yuan's teasing, felt an undeniable irritation. However, upon glancing at Qin Ming, whose depths were as unfathomable as the ocean, he surmised that he was a teacher from the Tiando Royal Academy, thus refraining from physical confrontation. He then remarked, "Truly, the aristocracy is indulgent. The Tiando Royal Academy is indeed not all that it is rumored to be." "What did you say? Seeking death, are you?" Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin interjected, their displeasure palpable at the insult to their alma mater. After all, one school holds a sacred place in the heart, a realm for personal critique. But any external disparagement is an affront to one's own identity. Feng Xiaoyan chuckled, "If you possess courage, in 2 months, our 5-element academy will host a friendly competition. You may join us, allowing the world to witness what the Tiando Royal Academy truly embodies." Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow. 5-element academy? Are you Feng Xiaoyan from the Divine Wind Academy? Feng Xiaoyan replied with a smirk, not so ignorant after all. Just as Yu Tianheng was about to erupt in anger, Tang Yuan, with a dazed expression and the spirit of revelry coursing through him, said to Feng Xiaoyan, "Go about your business, old Feng, and spare us the trifles. I shall treat you to drinks another day." Feng Xiaoyan grit his teeth. "If you're afraid, just admit it. No need for excuses." Yu Tianheng retorted, "Who said we are afraid? In 2 months, we shall leave you unrecognizable to your own mother." Feng Xiaoyan, suppressing his anger, declared, "Very well. I hope you do not falter when the time comes." Yu Tianheng shot back, "I return your words in kind." Feng Xiaoyan shot a fierce glare at Tang Yuan and the others before leading his entourage into the tavern. Qin Ming, unconcerned with the youthful skirmishes, allowed them to continue their ruckus but, out of care, inquired about the situation between Tang Yuan and Feng Xiaoyan. Tang Yuan shrugged and recounted the recent encounter with Feng Xiaoyan and Hu Wu on the street. Upon hearing this, the group couldn't help but picture Feng Xiaoyan in a rather sycophantic manner, leading to a burst of laughter. Qin Ming shook his head in exasperation. He had heard of Feng Xiaoyan, a remarkably gifted prodigy from the Kamikaze Academy. He pondered that if these young ones did not exhibit significant improvement in 2 months, defeating Feng Xiaoyan would be quite a challenge. Yet, as he observed the 7 of them, filled with joy and laughter, a sense of inexplicable pride welled up within him. He silently mused, how could his students possibly be inferior to others? Upon returning to school, everyone retreated to their dormitories to freshen up and rest. The following day, they packed their belongings and gathered at the school gate. Except for Yu Tianheng, Dugu Yin, and Tang Yuan, the others carried a bundles, clearly indicating that only these 3 did not possess spatial soul tools. Yu Tianheng glanced at the Stone brothers, who were burdened with a package nearly as tall as Yilingling, and couldn't help but inquire, "I say, Stone 1 and Stone 2. We are only going away for 2 months. Is it really necessary to move house?" Shurimo replied helplessly, "Captain, you do not understand. These training tools are all we have. A single day without practice leaves us feeling anxious." Tang Yuan heard this, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, as he brushed his fingers over Shimo's muscles, remarking, "You both are quite grown up yet still training." Shimo scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "We still have a long way to go." At that moment, Qin Ming approached and said, "Everyone is here. Let us depart. We will first find a hotel near the Grand Soul Arena, making it more convenient for everyone to rest." The group nodded in agreement and set off together. Upon arriving near the Grand Soul Arena in Tiando City, Tang Yuan spotted an imposing edifice in the distance. This vast arena, stretching beyond the horizon, resembled a massive hollow circle, capable of accommodating thousands of spectators. The group circled the area, discovering a total of 8 hotels, each lavishly decorated, clearly not ordinary establishments. At the front desk of one hotel, Qin Ming furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you truly saying there are no available rooms, even for?" The attendant shook his head and replied, "I am terribly sorry, sir. Our rooms are all booked long-term by clients, and cancellations are quite rare." Qin Ming sighed. "Very well then." The attendant added, "I sincerely apologize. Perhaps you might check another hotel. Not far ahead is the Cloud Pavilion." Qin Ming shook his head. "We have explored all the hotels in this vicinity. They are all fully booked, just like this one." The attendant, feeling awkward, said, "In that case, I am afraid I am powerless to assist you." Qin Ming sighed once more, "Thank you for your help." He turned and walked away from the front desk to where Yu Tianheng and the others were gathered. Upon seeing Qin Ming approach, Yu Tianheng stood up and asked, "How did it go, Teacher Qin?" Qin Ming shook his head. "The situation remains unchanged. All rooms are occupied." Upon hearing this, the group deflated like a punctured balloon, their heads hanging low. Yu Feng remarked, "Is the Grand Seoul Arena really that popular? How could there be no temporary rooms available at nearby hotels?" Qin Ming offered a wry smile. "The Grand Seoul Arena is indeed a remarkable entity. It not only hosts soul battles for soul masters but also operates a casino. Certain consortiums deliberately maintain teams of soul masters to participate in these battles, manipulating the odds in the casino to yield considerable profits. Hence, they secure several hotels nearby for their teams to reside in." The group was left in astonishment, realizing the extent of the situation. Douluo Yin exclaimed in surprise, "So in this case, isn't the outcome of wins and losses determined entirely by those consortiums?" The crowd gazed at Qin Ming, their expressions filled with puzzlement. Qin Ming shook his head and replied with a smile, "That is certainly not the case. The Great Soul Arena has always been under the control of the 7 prominent families of the continent. No one can manipulate the outcome within. However, these conglomerates, in pursuit of profit, do enhance the training of their affiliated soul master teams, deploying them based on the odds. At times, both competing soul masters may belong to the same conglomerate, allowing the team with the favorable odds to emerge victorious, thus enabling the conglomerate to reap substantial profits. While this may seem somewhat dubious, it does not affect genuine fairness. If you choose to participate in the soul battles, there is no need to worry about this issue. Should a conglomerate take notice of you, they will invest significant resources in your training, though I suspect you may not require it. Indeed, the students of the Tiando Royal Academy were all either affluent or of noble lineage. Even those from once prominent families, now in decline, were not part of this group. Qin Ming's words enlightened the crowd. It was no wonder the soul masters eagerly participated in the soul battles, not only to enhance their abilities, but also to showcase their talents, attracting the attention of conglomerates, thereby alleviating concerns regarding cultivation resources and fostering rapid development of their strength. After a moment, Qin Ming added, "If it comes to it, we can always reside at the school, though it may pose a slight inconvenience for Shaoqi." Suddenly, Yu Tianheng interjected, "By the way, Teacher Qin, I just remembered that my family owns a property near the Great Soul Arena, a villa with 7 or 8 rooms, which should suffice for our stay. Let us go there. It is a private space, making it convenient for our training." Upon hearing this, the group's spirits brightened. Qin Ming contemplated for a moment before responding. "That is indeed a possibility, but we must first seek your family's consent." Yu Tianheng chuckled and shook his head. "There is no need for that. A few years ago, my grandfather transferred the property to my name for my birthday, and I have not visited it even once since then. It is the perfect opportunity to go and take a look." Tang Yuan chuckled. "Tianheng, I had no idea you were so extravagant." Yu Tianheng, slightly embarrassed, replied, "It's all from my family." Douluo Yin interjected, "How come I was unaware of this? Speak up. Are you planning to keep it a secret from me? Harboring a little lover in your villa?" Yu Tianheng was taken aback, hastily shaking his head. No, Yin Yin, how could I? I just forgot. It only just came to mind." Laughter erupted among the group. Qin Ming chimed in, "All right then, let us go take a look. If everything is in order, we can settle in at Tianheng's place." Yu Tianheng, filled with excitement, said, "Yes, let us go quickly. After we settle in, we can check out the Soul Arena. Our special training begins tomorrow." The crowd cheered, promptly gathering their belongings and marching toward Yu Tianheng's residence. Chapter 50. Moving into the villa guided by Yu Tianheng's recollections. The group soon arrived at the private villa, conveniently located just a street away from the Grand Soul Arena. Upon reaching the entrance, they found the door tightly shut. Yu Tianheng stepped forward and knocked 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. Shortly thereafter, sounds emerged from within, and the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man. Observing the group gathered outside, he inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed guests?" Without hesitation, Yu Tianheng rummaged through his soul device, producing a blue-purple metallic token that he presented to the man. "I'm Yu Tianheng, here with my classmates and teachers to stay for the next few months." The middle-aged man accepted the token, scrutinizing it closely. Upon confirming its authenticity, his face brightened as he exclaimed, "Ah, it's young Master Tianheng. Please, come in." Yu Tianheng nodded, greeted his companions, and led them inside. As they entered, Tang Yuan surveyed the surroundings, noting the spaciousness of the place. Both the front and back were adorned with gardens flourishing with vibrant flowers and several towering trees, casting ample shade over the grounds. The lush green lawn added to the beauty, complemented by a pavilion nestled in the southeast corner, along with several rockeries and waterfalls, creating a serene ambience. Yu Tianheng, while walking, inquired, "May I ask your name, sir? Which faction do you belong to?" The middle-aged man, leading the way, respectfully replied, "Young Master Tianheng. My name is Zhou Kong. I was assigned here 2 years ago and serve as the steward of this residence." Yu Tianheng nodded, glancing around like the others, and remarked, "This is my first visit, and you've maintained it quite well." Zhou Kong smiled, "You haven't visited in years. I've been here alone, with little to occupy my time. Aside from gathering news for the clan, I enjoy tending to the flowers and plants. If you dislike them, I can have someone come to renovate the garden tomorrow." Yu Tianheng shook his head. "There is no need for that. These flowers are lovely and uplifting. Besides, we'll only be here for a few months before departing." Zhou Kong was momentarily taken aback and said helplessly, "You jest, this is your domain. You are welcome to come and go as you please, no need for formality." Yu Tianheng smiled and replied, "As you are my elder, I shall address you as Uncle Zhou. Would you be so kind as to prepare a few rooms for my classmates and teachers to stay?" Zhou Kong nodded affirmatively, saying, "Certainly, Master Tianheng. I frequently maintain the rooms in the residence. They will be ready for occupancy shortly." Yu Tianheng inquired further, "Is there anyone else here besides you? What about the cook?" Zhou Kong shook his head. "Since you had not arrived earlier, there was no one assigned by the clan. I have been residing here alone. However, now that you are here, I shall promptly request the clan to send over some assistance for management." Yu Tianheng nodded. "That would be ideal. Please bring over a few skilled cooks. Our training is demanding, and we cannot afford to overlook our nourishment." Zhou Kong acknowledged, "Understood, Master Tianheng." The group then followed Zhou Kong into the villa, where he meticulously introduced them to the various facilities, including the kitchen, bathrooms, and other amenities. The villa comprised 8 rooms, with one being a spacious master bedroom. Yu Tianheng intended for Qin Ming to stay in this room, but Qin Ming declined, stating, "No need for that. As a teacher and guest, it would not be proper for me to overshadow others." Reluctantly, Yu Tianheng acquiesced and asked Zhou Kong to prepare the largest guest room for Qin Ming. The others proceeded to their respective rooms, with Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng, and Yu Feng each taking one room, while Qin Ming also had a separate accommodation. The Shi brothers, wishing to cultivate together, were assigned a larger guest room. Initially, Du Yin and Yi Lingling were to have individual rooms, but the 2 girls preferred not to be separated, wanting to share whispers of youthful secrets at night. Yu Tianheng, recognizing that the 2 girls could look out for each other, consented to their request. At the back of the courtyard stood a small building, capable of housing a dozen servants, where Zhou Kong resided for ease of management. After Du Yin and Yi Lingling settled into their room, Tang Yuan, Yu Feng, and Yu Tianheng ventured to their own quarters. The 3 rooms were situated closely together on the 3rd floor, and they ascended the stairs in unison. Yu Feng, with a mischievous grin, nudged Yu Tianheng's shoulder and teased, "Boss, when Yin Yin mentioned sharing a room with Lingling, I noticed your expression soured. Are you contemplating sneaking in to see Yin Yin while everyone sleeps? But with them sharing a room, you might be out of luck, huh?" Yu Tianheng's face darkened, and he retorted, "You little rascal, have you grown bold? Do you think I am one to shy away in the face of challenges?" Tang Yuan and Yu Feng exchanged a glance, nodding in unison, "Indeed." Yu Tianheng raised his large hand and playfully rapped both Tang Yuan and Yu Feng on the head, exclaiming, "What do you mean, indeed? Quickly return to your rooms and tidy up. What nonsense fills your minds if you don't devote yourselves to training? And you, Shao-Chi, spend less time with Yu Feng. At such a tender age, just look at what you've learned from him." With that, he dashed back to his own room without waiting for a response from Tang Yuan and Yu Feng. Yu Feng, with indignation etched on his face, remarked, "See. The boss is certainly bluffing. He dares not admit it." Tang Yuan nodded earnestly. "I concur." Upon returning to his chamber, he engaged in no other activities but promptly seated himself cross-legged upon the bed to cultivate. For him, the most scarce resource at present was time. Precisely as Qin Ming had articulated, his disadvantage lay in the very essence of time itself. Tang Yuan was acutely aware that his cultivation journey was far more arduous than that of the average soul master. This was primarily due to the fact that, once his soul power had liquefied, he required several times more soul energy than his peers at the same level. Had it not been for this circumstance, he would likely have already ascended to the rank of soul master. Nonetheless, the advantages of soul power liquefaction were unmistakable when Tang Yuan employed his soul techniques. The potency of these abilities, combined with the soul rings acquired through surpassing limits, resulted in a consumption of soul energy that significantly exceeded that of standard techniques. Fortunately, the depth of his liquefied soul power was substantial. Otherwise, at his current level, utilizing even his third soul technique would nearly deplete his reserves. With less than 3 years remaining until the commencement of the prestigious elite competition for advanced soul masters across the continent, time was not on Tang Yuan's side. His ambition was to transcend to the rank of soul master prior to the onset of the tournament. However, achieving this was no small feat as time passed. He increasingly sensed the sluggishness of his progress. This pressure, paradoxically, compelled him to focus intently on cultivating his soul power, leaving no room for distraction. After a considerable period, a knock at the door roused Tang Yuan from his meditation. "Tang Yuan Dao, please come in." The door swung open from the outside, and Zhou Kong stood at the threshold, respectfully stating, "Young Master Tang, young Master Tianheng requests your presence downstairs for a meal." Tang Yuan nodded and said, "All right, I shall head down immediately." Zhou Kong also nodded, closed the door, and went to inform the others. Soon after, Zhou Kong recalled the names of everyone, and by the time Tang Yuan descended to the first-floor dining hall, numerous servants had already arrived, bringing an array of exquisite dishes. At that moment, Yu Tianheng and Qin Ming also arrived. Tang Yuan found a seat, pleasantly surprised by the efficiency of the steward, who had managed to summon servants from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, and even a chef in less than an hour. The chef was enthusiastically introducing the dishes on the table to Yu Tianheng, revealing that he was the creator of these culinary delights. Yu Tianheng listened intently, occasionally nodding and offering a few remarks concerning the selection of ingredients and the requirements for medicinal cuisine. After a while, the others also made their way to the dining hall. Qin Ming said, "Let us eat first. After the meal, we shall proceed to register at the Grand Soul Arena." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Tang Yuan began to savor the food. He picked up a piece of soul beast meat, and, upon tasting it, found it indeed delectable, rivaling the offerings of renowned chefs in the outside taverns. The meat melted in his mouth, imbued with a subtle fragrance. For a connoisseur like Tang Yuan, it was immensely satisfying. While the quality of the ingredients contributed to its excellence, such remarkable flavor could only be achieved through the skill of a master chef. Tang Yuan secretly rejoiced, realizing that he would soon enjoy some delectable meals over the next 2 months. The chef, observing that everyone had begun their repast, ceased to disturb them and stood by with the attendants. Once the diners had finished, the chef eagerly approached Yu Tianheng, inquiring, "How was it, young Master Tianheng?" Yu Tianheng wiped his mouth and nodded. "It was quite good. Perhaps we could enhance the ingredients further by adding more spiritual herbs to provide nourishment and energy for everyone." The chef replied, "Absolutely, young Master Tianheng. I have always overseen the meals for our disciples in the sect, and I am well aware of the dietary needs of the soul masters." Yu Tianheng nodded in approval. "That sounds excellent." Afterward, noticing that most had finished their meals, he turned to Qin Ming, saying, "Shall we set off, Teacher Qin?" Qin Ming nodded. "Indeed, let us depart." Once the group had left, the chef promptly began preparing the ingredients for dinner. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, accompanied by 8 individuals, imparted knowledge regarding the Grand Soul Arena during their journey. He stated, "Regardless of the rank of any soul master, they are all referred to as soul fighters within the Grand Soul Arena. Upon securing your first victory, you will receive a badge, known as the Iron Soul Fighter Badge. Subsequently, each victory will earn you corresponding points. Once your points accumulate to a certain level, the badge's rank can be progressively elevated. This badge symbolizes your status within the Grand Soul Arena and is recognized across all major cities on the continent that host such arenas. The ranks of the badge commence at the Iron Badge, followed by Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and diamond, totaling 8 ranks. In Chapter 51, The Rules of Soul Fighter Points, Yufeng expressed his disappointment. What? I thought Silver Soul Fighter was the 2nd rank. I had no idea it was the 3rd. 2 months' time? Heavens, I feel a bit weak-kneed. Yu Tianhing patted Yufeng, saying, You rascal, where is your fighting spirit? Why are you so easily discouraged? Qin Ming shook his head with a smile. For ordinary individuals, it is indeed quite challenging. They may not achieve Silver Soul Fighter in their entire lifetime. However, you are not ordinary. You are geniuses. If you cannot reach this, how can you be called genius? It is said that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall has recently attained the Purple Gold Soul Fighter badge. Upon hearing this, the group was utterly astonished. Tang Yuandao, Teacher Qin, could you enlighten us about the illustrious generation of the Spirit Hall? Qin Ming shook his head and replied, It is premature to discuss that with you now. I wish to spare you from any feelings of disappointment. When the time is ripe, I shall share the details. For now, let us delve into the rules of the Great Soul Arena. The audience nodded in agreement. Their attention focused intently on Qin Ming. He continued, Upon registering at the Great Soul Arena, you will receive an iron badge. The competitions held here are categorized into 3 types: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. The first 2 formats are self-explanatory. However, the team battles consist of 7 to 10 participants, and the staff will arrange matches accordingly. Yu Tianheng inquired, Teacher Qin, if we are to participate as a 7-member team, what happens if we cannot find a suitable team to compete with? Qin Ming reassured him, You need not worry. There are plenty of teams at the Iron Soul level. Generally, you will find suitable opponents every day. As I mentioned earlier, many financial groups have cultivated numerous Soul Master teams, and they consistently seek to engage in battles for profit. Consequently, they often field teams of 9 or 10 members to participate in team battles. They may occasionally reduce their numbers, but finding a 7-member team is relatively easy. The audience nodded in understanding. Qin Ming continued, As I mentioned previously, you are required to partake in 2 matches daily, 1 1-on-1 and 1 team battle. If you feel that 2 months is too brief a period to accumulate points, I will not impede your decision to freely form 2-on-2 matches, despite my earlier reservations. You are free to choose, provided you can handle the rigors. However, bear in mind that if you sustain significant injuries in pursuit of points, it may adversely affect your training the following day, rendering your efforts counterproductive. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, Is that true, Teacher Qin? If we could participate in a few more soul battles, wouldn't our points accumulate rapidly? The others regarded Qin Ming with similar anticipation, eager for his response. Qin Ming replied, To ensure the quality of the competitions at the Grand Soul Arena, it is mandated that each participant may only engage in 1 match of each type per day. In other words, one can partake in a single 1-on-1 duel, a 2-on-2 battle, and a team fight each day. Exceeding this limit is not permissible. Otherwise, Soul Masters, in their pursuit of profit, might recklessly enter matches despite their fatigue, diminishing the spectacle for the audience. After all, winning a soul battle awards 10 gold coins, whereas the defeated merely forfeit the prize without facing any penalties. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood the reasoning, though they realized that unless one possessed overwhelming strength, competing in 3 matches in a day would likely leave them too exhausted to continue. Qin Ming elaborated, regarding the accumulation of points, the regulation is as follows. In Iron Badge level soul battles, each victory earns 1 point, while each defeat results in a point deduction. Thus, if you win your first match but lose the second, your total remains 0. To advance from an Iron Badge to a Copper Badge, one requires 100 points, and to ascend from Copper to Silver, one needs 1,000 points, with the ratio increasing thereafter. The audience was astounded, and Yufeng exclaimed, What? To reach the Silver Badge level, one must secure over 1,000 victories without incurring too many defeats. How is that even feasible? Yu Tianheng pondered, Indeed, it may be possible given ample time, but 2 months is far too short. De Guyan added, Yes, Teacher Qin, this time frame seems rather rushed. Should we consider extending it by a few months? The usually reticent Yu Lingling nodded in agreement. Indeed, 2 months feels somewhat hasty. The Shi brothers exchanged glances, affirming the sentiments expressed. At this juncture, Yu Tianheng continued, Teacher Qin, consider this. Lingling is a support-type soul master, and the sole means for her to earn points is by participating in team battles with us. However, this would inevitably slow her progress even further, making success within 2 months nearly impossible. Tang Yuan glanced at Qin Ming, who wore a smile that was neither here nor there, and remarked, Oh, please don't rush, Teacher Qin hasn't finished speaking yet. Qin Ming turned his gaze towards Tang Yuan, nodding in approval, and replied, "Indeed, I have not yet concluded. Why the haste? Remember, as a soul master, one must not interpret matters too subjectively, lest one be utterly defeated by their own arrogance." The group chuckled awkwardly. Noticing the silence, Qin Ming continued, "While it may seem that acquiring points is straightforward, I am well aware that 2 months is insufficient time. However, points serve as a measure of a soul master's prowess in combat. Otherwise, I would not have brought you here for specialized training." He then elaborated, "Now, regarding point acquisition, in addition to the basic methods I previously mentioned, there are also point rewards. In the Iron Battle Soul level, achieving 5 consecutive victories will yield a reward of 10 points for each additional victory thereafter. Upon reaching 10 consecutive victories, each further win will grant 100 points. Upon hearing this, the group visibly relaxed. Yu Tianhing chuckled, "I knew it. Teacher Qin wouldn't assign us an impossible task, haha." However, his laughter was tinged with awkwardness, as the rest of the group regarded him with a hint of disdain. Their expression seemed to say, "You were the one who complained the loudest. As the team leader, you ought to have more dignity." Clearing his throat, Yu Tianhing said, "Ahem. Let us listen to Teacher Qin." Despite his thick skin, he could no longer maintain his composure. Qin Ming chuckled helplessly and remarked, "This is still within the Iron Battle Soul tier. If you advance to the Copper Battle Soul level, victory will grant you 10 points, while a loss will deduct 10. After 5 consecutive wins, each additional victory will earn you 100 points, and after 10 consecutive wins, each further victory will yield 1,000 points. How does that sound? Do you still believe it is unattainable?" The group nodded in understanding, feeling that they could indeed achieve this. Though 2 months felt rushed, it was certainly sufficient, provided they grew strong enough. Qin Ming stated, "Since you all comprehend this, I shall not elaborate further. Now, proceed to register your information at the Grand Battle Soul Arena." As he spoke, they had already arrived at the entrance of the arena. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, each of them was eager to engage in combat, for it marked their entry into the ranks of true soul masters. Qin Ming then produced a black mask from his soul tool, one that concealed the upper part of the face, and handed it to Tang Yuan, saying, "Little Seven, put this on before you register." Tang Yuan took the mask, immediately adorned it upon his face, and turned to the others, inquiring, "What do you think? Does it look good?" The Sure family brothers nodded in agreement, giving a thumbs up, and remarked, "Quite remarkable. Those in the know are aware you are participating in the soul duel, while those unaware might presume you are off to engage in some nefarious deeds." Tang Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth, his face adorned with dark lines of discontent. Yu Feng remarked, "Indeed, Shao Qi, you resemble a fugitive reluctant to show your face." Yu Tianhing interjected, "Hey, how can you speak of Shao Qi in such a manner?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan felt deeply touched and could not help but exclaim, "Brother Tianhing, I always knew you cared for me the most." Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Tianhing interjected, "Although that is indeed the case, let us not speak of it openly." Tang Yuan cast a disdainful glance, then feigned tears as he lamented, "The morals of society are in decline, and the hearts of men are no longer pure." "Oh, Teacher Qin, look at them." Qin Ming, caught between laughter and exasperation, replied, "All right, no more jesting, Shao Qi. They are merely teasing you. This is a precaution that must be taken." Tang Yuanda lowered his head and said, "Very well." Qin Ming then suggested, "We cannot use our real names. Let us choose a nickname instead." At that moment, Tang Xintian suddenly raised his hand and exclaimed, "Let us call him Steamed Heartache." Before Tang Yuan could voice his objections, Yu Feng interjected, "It doesn't sound pleasant. Let's stick with Manus." Shimo shook his head and suggested, "I believe that won't do either. How about Masked Aki?" "No? Then let's go with Soft-Boiled Egg." "Boss, you should heed my words. Manus has a lovely ring to it. Your suggestion lacks flair. I still believe Masked Aki is a better choice." As Tang Yuan listened to the cacophony of voices around him, his irritation mounted. What absurd names were these? Had the chef from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect perhaps slipped something into their food? Tang Yuan was gravely suspicious that this was indeed the case. Observing the situation, Qin Ming felt equally exasperated and repeatedly gestured for silence. All right, let us cease this bickering. Instead, let us inquire of Little Seven and ascertain what name he wishes to choose." Tang Yuan thought to himself, "At long last, there is someone who understands." He then declared, "Let it be called Death as King Yin, for I intend to instill terror in this grand arena of soul battles." Before his words had fully resonated, Tang Yuan gestured towards the vast arena, his presence exuding an overwhelming aura. as if he had transformed into a formidable figure of legend. Do you think there will be any hidden agendas within this soul arena? Someone pondered. I wonder, Shiremo. Do you think that participating in the soul battles will attract a multitude of female admirers? Another queried. Ling Ling. With whom do you plan to form a duo for the 2-on-2 matches? Asked a third voice. Old Stone, will you team up with me shortly? As these voices gradually faded into the distance, Tang Yuan lowered his gaze, only to realize that the crowd had already ventured far into the Grand Soul Arena, leaving him unheard. Chapter 52. Death's King Yin. Tang Yuan gazed skyward and let out a long, resonant howl. Jealousy. This is pure, unabashed jealousy. Wait for me. Without further ado, he hastened to catch up with the others. Upon entering the Grand Soul Combat Arena, the first thing they encountered was a colossal stone tablet, densely inscribed with numerous names. Yu Tianhing inquired, Teacher Qin, why are there so many names etched upon this stone? Qin Ming replied, these individuals are the deceased from the battles fought within the Grand Soul Combat Arena. What? The group gasped in unison, a chill creeping down their spines. Yu Feng stammered. What? People actually die here? Qin Ming explained, the battles in the Grand Soul Combat Arena are categorized into 3 types. One is the sparring match, which is a form of mutual practice where lethal force is strictly prohibited. The other is a life and death duel, employed to resolve irreconcilable disputes. Many powerful factions and prominent families choose this method to settle private vendettas without burdening their clans or organizations, ensuring that the outcome does not implicate either party's powers. Yu Tianhing asked, but if one side perishes, will their faction simply accept it? Qin Ming chuckled, a thoughtful query. What I just described is merely the ideal scenario. In reality, even after a life and death duel, both factions will seek retribution, with undercurrents of tension that remain unspoken. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianhing realized the truth in Qin Ming's words. Having been born into a prominent family, he was no stranger to such matters, understanding that they were far from straightforward. Tang Yuan inquired, Teacher Qin, is there another type? Qin Ming replied, indeed, there exists another form known as a wager duel. This wager duel bears little distinction from a life and death combat, as the prohibition against murder is absent. In a wager duel, both combatants enlist the Grand Soul Arena to serve as a notary, ensuring that the outcome is safeguarded by the arena itself, preventing any deceit. Each participant must dispatch an equal number of soul masters to engage in the soul duel, and the ultimate victor shall claim all that was wagered. This is also a significant means of profit for various consortiums. The crowd nodded in agreement, realizing that the competition within the Grand Soul Arena was far from simplistic. Subsequently, Qin Ming guided the group to the registration desk. Here, the process of signing up for the soul duel was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to complete a form detailing their name, age, place of birth, and martial spirit in order to receive the initial Iron Soul badge. Naturally, registration also required a fee of 10 gold coins per individual. For the 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy team, this amounted to 70 gold coins. While this sum may seem exorbitant to the average person, for someone like Yu Tianhing, it was an effortless expense that he covered for everyone. Simultaneously, the group underwent a soul power assessment akin to that at the Spirit Hall, determining their respective levels. Qin Ming explained that each time they participated in a soul duel, a soul power test must first be conducted to ascertain the appropriate opponents. Before long, the others had completed their registrations. It must be said that the efficiency of the Grand Soul Arena was commendable, devoid of any unnecessary delays. When it was Tang Yuan's turn, the staff inquired, Sir, what is your name or alias? Tang Yuan immediately exclaimed, Death's King Yin. The staff member replied, very well, Death's Flame King. Tang Yuan gazed at the 4 characters inscribed by the staff and hurriedly exclaimed, not this Yin, but Yin. The staff member was taken aback. Unfamiliar with the concept of this King of Hell, yet ultimately acquiesced to Tang Yuan's correction of the character. Once the name was finalized, the staff member inquired, Sir, may I kindly ask for your rank in Martial Soul? Tang Yuan Dao, 33rd level Control System Spirit Master, Martial Soul of Life and Death Ledger. Upon hearing this, the staff member initially thought he misheard. After confirming with Tang Yuan, he immediately displayed an expression of astonishment. The young man before him had remarkably reached the rank of Spirit Master, and the Life and Death Ledger was a martial soul he had never encountered before. Undoubtedly a formidable variant martial soul. Though surprised internally, the staff member swiftly adjusted his mindset. While prodigious talents were rare, it was not uncommon to witness a few in the Grand Soul Arena. Moreover, In the imperial city of Tiandou, numerous corporations and esteemed families existed. And it was conceivable that, for the sake of profit, they might employ elixirs to forcibly enhance the soul power of their disciples and spirit masters. Soon, Tang Yuan completed his registration, and all others had likewise finished the process. The staff member then elaborated on the layout of the Grand Soul Arena. Within the arena, the allocation was meticulously detailed, comprising 24 sub-arenas, each further divided into various sections, including the gambling zone and the life and death zone, each of which was categorized into 3 formats: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Thus, a single sub-arena contained 6 isolated platforms. The operational model of the Grand Soul Arena had reached a harmoniously sophisticated level, with varying ticket prices for different combat zones. For instance, the 1-on-1 matches in the gambling zone, which Tang Yuan and his companions were about to participate in, offered the most economical tickets and attracted the fewest spectators. Before long, Tang Yuan and his group were matched with their opponents. As they had registered together, all 7 were assigned to the 8th Soul Arena for their combat. However, they had yet to register for team battles or 2-on-2 duels, as they wished to first gauge the experience of their initial participation in the soul battles. The staff member guided Tang Yuan and his companions through a broad and lengthy corridor, leading them to the 8th Soul Arena. As Tang Yuan and his companions stepped into the 8th Soul Arena, they were immediately struck by the breathtaking spectacle before them. At the heart of the arena lay an expansive circular stage, spanning over 100 square meters, and descending from the arena's floor, the spectator stands formed a perfect circle, tiered gracefully from the bottom to the top. Tang Yuan was utterly astonished. Earlier that morning, he had observed the Grand Soul Arena from a distance and believed it to be impressively vast. However, upon stepping inside, he felt as though he were a frog in a well. The mere sub-venue could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, not to mention the main arena, let alone the entirety of the Grand Soul Arena. The staff guided Tang Yuan and his companions to the tier of the arena, leading them through a passage beneath the stands into a spacious lounge. Inside, numerous combatants were already seated, each displaying a myriad of expressions as they scrutinized the newcomers entering through the door. Some glanced briefly before entering a meditative state, disregarding the others. Others wore disdainful expressions, but refrained from making any further movements. A few even erupted into derisive laughter, arrogantly urging Tang Yuan and his companions to return home and suckle. Yu Feng, incensed, was on the verge of confronting them. At that moment, a staff member interjected, stating that personal duels were prohibited within the Grand Soul Arena, assuring them that opportunities to defeat their adversaries would arise. Yu Shenheng also advised, Yu Feng, let it go. There's no need to stoop to their level. Yu Feng, who was typically boisterous, heeded this counsel and chose to ignore the provocations, taking a seat alongside Tang Yuan and the others. Disregarding the jeering voices, they settled down, and soon after, the mockers fell silent, entering their own states of meditation. Before long, the first combatant to take the stage was Yu Shenheng, whose opponent was a soul master named Zhang Hang, a level 35 soul elder wielding the iron body bow as his martial spirit. Tang Yuan and his companions did not linger in the waiting room, but instead made their way to the very front of the audience, positioning themselves closest to the arena. From this vantage point, they could observe the soul battle unfolding on the stage with utmost clarity. As Yu Tianheng entered the arena, he found his opponent already present. He scrutinized the figure before him, a slender man clad in light gray armor, whose arms seemed to conceal boundless explosive power. His eyes resembled those of a predatory beast, fixated intently on Yu Tianheng. Feeling a shiver run down his spine under the man's gaze, Yu Tianheng spoke. I say, brother, could you refrain from staring? What sort of peculiar habit is it for one grown man to fixate on another? Zhang Hang let out a cold chuckle and replied, what do you know, you little brat? The quickest way to defeat your prey is to understand it. Infuriated by the insult, Yu Tianheng retorted, oh, so understanding, is it? Then let us see. He declared, martial soul manifestation. Once the words left his lips, Yu Tianheng summoned his blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, not daring to show any hint of negligence. He immediately underwent dragon transformation, his hands adorned with blue-purple dragon scales, and his claws appeared fearsome. Zhang Hang, taken aback, remarked, so you are from the blue lightning tyrant sect. Without further ado, he unleashed his own martial soul, revealing an iron longbow in his grasp. At that moment, the host arrived and announced, it seems both competitors are eager to begin. Without further ado, let the soul battle commence. As the words echoed, Zhang Hang forcefully drew the bowstring to a half-moon shape, conjuring a soul power arrow upon the string. With a flick of his fingers, a blue-white arrow shot towards Yu Tianheng with astounding speed. Prepared for the assault, Yu Tianheng leapt sideways just in time. The arrow whizzing past him and slicing a gash across his shoulder with its fierce, cutting wind. Yu Tianheng was taken aback. Speed had always been his weakness, a fact he could not deny. However, as Zhang Heng readied his bow, he had utilized his formidable experience to anticipate the arrow's trajectory, allowing him to evade the shot, albeit at the cost of injury, which left him astonished. Yet, before Yu Tianheng could fully process the surprise, Zhang Heng swiftly loosed another arrow. Alarm surged to Yu Tianheng as he realized the rapid pace of Zhang Heng's actions left him no time to react. He leapt in a panic, narrowly avoiding the arrow that soared past him in midair. Just when he thought he had evaded the danger, 3 piercing sounds echoed through the air as Zhang Heng released 3 arrows in quick succession. In the air, devoid of any solid footing, Yu Tianheng found himself cornered and unable to escape. First soul skill, Thunderclap Dragon Claw. With a thunderous roar, Yu Tianheng enveloped himself in a tempest of lightning, layers of crackling energy surrounding him. The 3 arrows, upon breaching the first layer of thunder, became ensnared in the second, as if trapped in a quagmire. Unable to penetrate the formidable barrier of lightning, their power waned gradually. Chapter 53, The First Battle. As swiftly as the thought crossed his mind, Yu Tianheng unleashed a powerful shout, his soul energy resonating outward, a surge of formidable thunder erupting forth, scattering Zhang Heng's 3 azure-white arrows to the ground. At that moment, Yu Tianheng firmly planted his feet, stabilizing his stance, arcs of electricity swirling around him, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, in turn, drew his bow and nocked an arrow, remaining ever vigilant to Yu Tianheng's every movement. The announcer exclaimed, "Wow," in just a few breaths. Both sides have engaged in a fierce clash, neither yielding an inch. Yu Tianheng's eyes glinted with cold resolve. He sprang into action, leaping towards Zhang Heng's right flank. The electric arcs danced with his movements, tracing a path through the air. Zhang Heng sneered, thinking, isn't this merely turning him into a live target? His gaze followed the arcs, and suddenly, he released his grip, sending 3 arrows whistling through the air, aimed directly at Yu Tianheng. Zhang Heng coldly declared, "You think you can close the distance? Not a chance." Just as his words faded, a soft voice echoed back, "Is that so?" The lightning dissipated, revealing Yu Tianheng, who had caught 3 azure-white arrows in his dragon claw, calmly observing Zhang Heng before him. Startled, Zhang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. How? Without uttering another word, Yu Tianheng clenched his fist and struck, sending Zhang Heng flying from the arena. As an agility-type soul master, Zhang Heng's defenses were notably weak. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, his body weightless as he tumbled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Yu Tianheng chuckled, "Did you think you could read my movements? It is quite simple. From the moment you stepped onto this stage, your focus was solely on me. I became the bait, and you inevitably aimed to attack my trajectory. I am far more aware of my own movements than you. Did you believe I was merely reacting in haste to your assault? You are mistaken. I discerned your predatory desire from the very look in your eyes, and your arrogance has led to your downfall. On this stage, everyone is both hunter and prey." Zhang Heng, upon hearing Yu Tianheng's words, felt a constriction in his chest. His once proud hunter instincts had betrayed him, leading to his defeat at this moment. A surge of bitterness and disappointment welled within him, and he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Having spoken, Yu Tianheng did not look back and directly descended from the arena. The 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy's battle team erupted in cheers, celebrating Yu Tianheng's triumph. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan, amidst the applause, couldn't help but ponder whether his own opponent possessed similar abilities to counter him as Zhang Heng had. Before long, it was time for Douluo Yin to take the stage. Her opponent was a formidable assault-type soul master, a tall man whose martial spirit was a fire leopard, boasting a rank of 36. Upon entering the arena, this fire leopard soul master, noticing Douluo Yin was merely a young girl, dismissed her with disdain, saying, "Little sister, you should step down. I wouldn't want to hurt you with my strength." His laughter echoed arrogantly. Faced with his mockery and provocation, a fierce determination ignited within Douluo Yin. As the match commenced, without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her second soul skill, Azure Scale's Blue Poison, incapacitating the fire leopard soul master before he could even summon his martial spirit, leaving him paralyzed and collapsed on the ground. Although it seemed that Douluo Yin's soul skills had little effect on Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng, This was merely due to their extraordinary prowess. Against an opponent of this caliber, merely a 36th rank Soul Master, her skill was more than sufficient to dominate. Thus, the match concluded, leaving the host in utter astonishment. Following her, Yifeng, Shimo, and Shirmu entered the arena sequentially. In the duel between Shimo and Shirmu, their strategies mirrored each other perfectly. They adopted a cautious approach, focusing on defense until their opponents had exhausted their soul power. Remarkably, the Shir brothers remained steadfast in the center of the arena without employing a single soul skill, despite facing opponents of higher rank, ultimately leading to their victory. After the match, the Shir brothers exhibited a unified demeanor, casually patting each other on the shoulder and gracefully exiting the arena. With Shimo casting a contemptuous glance at his opponent. This expression left his adversary lamenting inwardly, "What kind of freak is this?" Meanwhile, Yifeng's combat speed was even more astonishing. Utilizing the swift attacks of his wind bell bird martial spirit, his opponent surrendered before the fight could even reach its peak. Of course, this was primarily because Yifeng's opponent was merely a 32-rank assault-type Soul Master, lacking both the level and speed to match him, thus choosing to forego unnecessary sacrifice in favor of training harder in the future. Finally, it was Tang Yuan's turn to take the stage. As he stepped onto the arena, the crowd fell into whispers rather than cheers. "Isn't he just a child? He seems even younger than the previous competitors. Could he also be a Soul Master? He appears small, but if he is indeed a Soul Master, he must be an extraordinary talent." What talent? Look at his attire. He is clearly a disciple from a prominent family, likely relying on spirit herbs for his advancement. In school or at home, he may hold some authority. But has he come here to seek humiliation? Why is he wearing a mask? Could it be that his face is disfigured? Ah, hush now. His opponent has also entered the arena. Tang Yuan stood calmly in the center of the arena, observing his opponent's arrival with keen scrutiny. The individual before him possessed a countenance marked by shifty eyes and a sly demeanor. His small, beady eyes glinted with a lewdness as he cackled. "Are you just a little brat here to hand over points?" At that moment, the spirit of the hedgehog mouse was summoned, revealing a diminutive golden needle that floated gently in its grasp, radiating a dazzling golden light. 3 soul rings emerged from beneath its feet, 3 yellow, indicating an imperfect configuration of soul rings. Tang Yuan smiled faintly and remarked, "Whether or not you receive points depends solely on your capability to earn them." Before the competition, Tang Yuan deliberately reviewed information about his opponent, who was a Soul Master known by the moniker Hedgehog Mouse. At level 37, he was 4 levels higher than Tang Yuan. Surprisingly, his martial spirit did not resemble his nickname. It was neither a hedgehog nor a rodent, but rather a small golden needle, presumably the very one before him. Upon hearing Tang Yuan's words, Hedgehog Mouse wickedly licked his lips and remarked, "You're quite arrogant, kid. Although this contest does not permit lethal force, weapons are indiscriminate. With a single misstep, you might find yourself bedridden for the rest of your life, and you cannot hold me accountable for that." Tang Yuan discerned the threat underlying his words but remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Very well, I shall observe." With that declaration, Tang Yuan summoned his martial spirit, the Book of Life and Death radiating with a brilliant golden light. Manifesting behind him as a yellow and 2 purple soul rings gradually ascended from his feet. The appearance of these soul rings elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience, who were taken aback by Tang Yuan's formidable foundation. Opposite him, the hedgehog mouse was equally astonished, witnessing an unprecedented configuration of soul rings. Yet, rather than fear, he felt an exhilarating thrill, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The sensation of having such a prodigy beneath his heel was truly delightful. The host, observing the intense standoff between the two, theatrically remarked, "It seems the combatants have already engaged in a fierce clash. The Deathly King's soul rings surpass even the perfect configuration. However, his adversary, the hedgehog mouse, holds a 4-level advantage. With that said, I shall not prolong the wait. Are we to witness yet another spectacular duel? Let us await the outcome. Now, the battle begins." No sooner had he finished speaking than the hedgehog mouse and Tang Yuan launched their attacks simultaneously. First soul skill, Golden Needle, a flash. First soul skill, Soul Snatch. The two combatants unleashed their abilities in an instant. As Tang Yuan's Soul Snatch siphoned the hedgehog mouse's bodily functions, the golden needle transformed into a streak of golden light, racing towards Tang Yuan's eyes. With a swift motion, Tang Yuan vanished from sight in an instant. The hedgehog mouse let out a cold laugh and remarked, "You dare to challenge me in speed?" Suddenly, with a resounding shout, he unleashed his second soul technique, Divided Light and Shadow. in a breathtaking display. The golden needle split into 2, then 4, and then 8, rapidly transforming into a multitude of needle-like shadows that rained down upon the arena, launching a widespread assault. Tang Yuan was sprinting at an astonishing speed, observing every movement of the hedgehog mouse with clarity. Initially, he intended to close the distance and swiftly knock the creature off the stage with a single strike. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances, and the hedgehog mouse's sudden maneuver constrained Tang Yuan's immediate intentions. Yet, this limitation was merely temporary. Tang Yuan felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Fortunately, he had attained the realm of Wuchang Chuahunbu, otherwise he would find himself in a rather passive position. With a flicker of thought, it seemed as though his feet had acquired a form of perception, deftly darting left and right, advancing and retreating, skillfully evading the barrage of darting needle shadows. To the astonishment of the hedgehog mouse, Tang Yuan's evasive maneuvers appeared to foresee the trajectory of the needle shadows with uncanny precision. Each time it seemed he would be struck, he miraculously sidestepped at the last moment. Although the myriad needle shadows, once fragmented, had significantly diminished in their offensive potency and would pose little threat to defensive soul masters like the Shijiao brothers, they could still inflict a measure of harm on a control-type soul master like Tang Yuan. A single needle might not be enough to injure him severely, yet a multitude could undoubtedly transform him into a sieve. However, at that moment, not a single needle from the hedgehog mouse managed to graze the hem of Tang Yuan's garments. In light of this predicament, the hedgehog mouse grew increasingly anxious and, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "Are you a coward? Is evasion all you can do?" Tang Yuan chuckled, "Very well, I shall not evade." As the words left his lips, the hedgehog mouse suddenly felt a searing pain in its waist, propelled into the air by an overwhelming force. Before it could regain its composure mid-flight, a blur flashed before its eyes. There stood Tang Yuan, his countenance adorned with a gentle smile, delivering a swift kick to its abdomen. The hedgehog mouse barely had a moment to utter a protest before being sent sprawling out of the arena. As it fell, the image of Tang Yuan's benign smile lingered in its mind, a visage more terrifying than that of any demon. Chapter 54. The sudden arrival of a distinguished guest. At this moment, silence enveloped the arena, witnessing Tang Yuan's graceful stance as he effortlessly eliminated the hedgehog mouse. The audience was momentarily taken aback, their disbelief palpable. Although Yu Tianheng and his companions had previously showcased remarkable performances, they appeared several years older than Tang Yuan, who had just effortlessly vanquished the formidable hedgehog mouse. Coupled with his exceptional soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, and the air of mystery conferred by his mask, Tang Yuan instantly became the focus of attention. The host, devoid of astonishment, declared with fervor, "I announce, the victor of this match is the King of Death." Instantly, the silence dissipated, and the audience erupted in fervent cheers. "King of Death! King of Death! King of Death!" After the 7 departed from the 8th Soul Arena, Qin Ming approached with a middle-aged man in tow. Upon seeing the man, Yu Tianheng exclaimed, "Uncle Waran, what brings you here?" The others were taken aback. "Did Yu Tianheng know this individual?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Isn't it because of you? A soul master from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has appeared in this grand soul arena. How could I resist coming to see for myself?" Upon arrival, I spotted your teacher, Qin, and realized it was you who had come. Yu Tianheng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was uncertain about the quality of his recent battle. Growing up in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, his elders had always placed great expectations upon him. The thought of his clan uncle witnessing his performance filled him with anxiety. What if they discovered that his playful nature had hindered his progress? Would they be disappointed? Akin to how his own uncle might feel? Such feelings were akin to the trepidation of returning home. Casting a glance at Tang Yuan, Yu Tianheng regretted not requesting a mask from Teacher Qin to wear during the match. Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, wondering why I was looking at him. Yu Tianheng withdrew his gaze, likely thinking that his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul would be of no use even if he wore 10 layers of masks. At that moment, a large hand patted Yu Tianheng on the shoulder, saying, "Excellent. I just observed your soul battle. Your practical experience and combat awareness are commendable. Not much inferior to your father's in his prime. Keep up the good work." Yu Tianheng was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy, his hopes soaring as he recalled that warm yet resolute figure, silently vowing, "Uncle, I shall meet your expectations." The others failed to notice Yu Tianheng's unusual demeanor. At this juncture, the middle-aged man addressed Qin Ming, saying, "Teacher Qin, the children have just undergone a battle and must be fatigued. I have arranged for a VIP lounge, which will serve as your team's exclusive resting area in the Grand Soul Arena. Please follow me." Aware of Yu Tianheng's familial connection to the Elder and the Grand Soul Arena, Qin Ming refrained from being overly formal and replied, I appreciate it, Elder Wuran. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, the group arrived at an impressively spacious lounge, lavishly decorated. Although the area was not particularly large, it was more than sufficient for a team, featuring a screen as large as the walls that could broadcast live battles from any arena within the Grand Soul Arena. Furthermore, at the front of the lounge, there was a massive floor-to-ceiling window through which one could observe an enormous battle arena. My goodness! We can directly witness the main arena's battles from here, Yu Feng exclaimed. The middle-aged man chuckled. Indeed, this VIP lounge is situated within the main arena, allowing for direct views of the battles. At this moment, Qin Ming interjected, Elder Wuran, this might be inappropriate. It seems rather extravagant. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. Teacher Qin, you flatter me. Tianheng is the rightful heir of our Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. It is only natural that he utilizes this VIP lounge, which belongs to our sect. Besides, it rarely sees any visitors. Qin Ming nodded, ceasing to insist further. The 7 members of the team, however, were filled with excitement, their faces reflecting sheer curiosity. After the middle-aged man departed, the team gathered, with Yu Feng immediately entering into inquisitive mode, asking Yu Tianheng, Hey, boss, is that your uncle? What is his status in the Grand Soul Arena? Yu Tianheng shot him a glare, retorting, What is it to you? Are you conducting a census? Yu Feng grimaced slightly, replying, All right, I won't ask anymore. Yin, you can inquire. Douluo Yin shot Yu Feng a disapproving look and turned to Yu Tianheng, asking, Tianheng, is he really your uncle? Yu Tianheng nodded, explaining, Yes, he is my father's cousin, named Yu Wuran. He primarily oversees external affairs for the sect and currently serves as the spokesperson for the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect at the Grand Soul Arena across the continent. I previously heard he was in the Star Luo Empire and only returned occasionally. I didn't expect to run into him. As the wind swept through, Yu Feng exclaimed. Wow, a spokesperson, and for the entire continent no less. Yu Tianheng nodded in affirmation, stating, Indeed, the Great Soul Arena was originally established by the 7 prominent families, with each sect having a chief spokesperson and a manager for each main city's arena. The usually taciturn Yu Lingling also nodded, adding, Truly, the 7 great families of the continent possess a depth that ordinary forces cannot compare to. At that moment, Shi Mo inquired, By the way, boss, I heard you have a biological uncle? Before Yu Tianheng could respond, Tang Yuan interjected, What? Tianheng, you have an uncle? How come I've never seen him during my visits these past few years? Douluo Yin, equally puzzled, remarked, Yes, Tianheng, you've never mentioned him. With a sigh, Yu Tianheng replied, Indeed, I have an uncle, but I haven't seen him in many years. It's a long story, better left untold. I can only blame myself for not being more diligent. At that moment, several attendants entered the lounge, bearing an array of fruits and pastries. The sight of the delectable treats made everyone forget their earlier fatigue from battle. They no longer cared about Yu Tianheng's uncle and instead rushed to indulge in the refreshments. Yu Tianheng, feeling a twinge of annoyance, thought, A bunch of ingrates. After all my careful preparation, you care more for food than friendship? With that, he decided not to let his companions off easily and promptly joined the fray for the delicacies. Qin Ming, holding a pot of hot tea, observed from the sidelines without intervening. Once everyone had their fill, he called them together to analyze their previous combat errors. After a month of intensive practical training, the 7 members of the team had made significant progress. Qin Ming refrained from over-explaining, encouraging them to explore and comprehend on their own. Despite not yet meeting his expectations, Tang Yuan and the others performed commendably compared to the average Soul Masters. After discussing some critical mistakes and analyses, Qin Ming declared, Your one-on-one battles are concluded for today. Next, let us sign up for team battles. Upon hearing this, the group was instantly invigorated. They had never participated in a real team fight before. Although they had coordinated with Qin Ming, it was solely with him. This time, they were set to engage in genuine combat as a team. How could they not be excited? Observing their eager expressions, Qin Ming smiled and said, Before we begin team battles, we need to come up with a name for our squad. Yu Feng glanced at the snacks on the coffee table and had a sudden inspiration. He raised his hand and exclaimed, Since we just enjoyed so many delicious cakes, how about we call ourselves the Cake Squad? Yu Tianheng, visibly annoyed, delivered a light smack to Yu Feng's head, saying, All you think about is food. Yu Feng, feigning innocence, murmured, Just a joke. Yu Tianheng continued, I propose we celebrate our victory today, 7 matches, 7 wins, let's call ourselves the Victory Squad. The crowd stared at Yu Tianheng in bewilderment. Perhaps he had never been beaten before. Dugu Yin turned her head away, murmuring, "I do not know him. I do not know him." Yu Tianheng, perceiving the onlookers' gaze akin to that of imbeciles, was momentarily taken aback and stammered, "Suggestions, just suggestions, hee." At that moment, Qin Ming spoke up. "We have come here to train for the prestigious elite tournament of Advanced Soul Masters Academy, set to take place in over 2 years. We represent our academy in battle, and we shall be known as the Tiando Royal Academy Battle Team. Rather than that, let us rename ourselves to Imperial Battle Team in the Grand Soul Arena. What do you all think?" Upon hearing this, the crowd unanimously felt that Imperial Battle Team sounded far more distinguished than any trivial names like Cake Battle Team or Victory Team. Thus, they eagerly chimed in. "Yes, let it be Imperial Battle Team. I too find Imperial Battle Team to be splendid. Let us call ourselves Imperial Battle Team." With the name agreed upon, Qin Ming led the 7 members of the team to the registration desk. Under the swift and decisive actions of the staff, the Imperial Battle Team was officially established at the Tiando Grand Soul Arena. Shortly after the registration was completed, the staff announced, "Imperial Battle Team, your opponents have been successfully matched. You will face the 5 Elements 8 Kings team." Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What an unusual team name is this?" Dugu Yin chuckled softly and remarked, "Is the captain of this team lacking in judgment to choose such a name?" The others burst into hearty laughter. Yu Tianheng laughed so hard he could hardly stand, saying, "Those who know would think of 8 kings, but those who don't might mistake it for Wang Ba." Qin Ming observed the 7 of them, his expression darkening, and cautioned, "Laughter is fine, but do not underestimate your opponent." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately ceased their laughter and apologized. "Teacher Qin, we are sorry. We understand our mistake." Qin Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to the staff member to inquire, "Is there any information regarding this 5 Elements 8 Kings team?" The staff member smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, it will cost you 10 gold coins." As Qin Ming prepared to pay, a manager-like figure approached and patted the staff member on the shoulder, saying, "They are distinguished guests sent by Elder Wuran. Ensure you assist them properly." The staff member was taken aback, nodded, and then turned to Qin Ming with a cordial smile, saying, "Sir, here is the information you requested." Qin Ming was momentarily surprised but understood it was a special arrangement made by Yu Wuran upon seeing the manager behind the staff member. Chapter 55, The 5 Elements 8 Kings Team. The manager stepped forward and said, "Esteemed team leader, Elder Wuran has instructed that henceforth all materials required by your team will be provided free of charge." Qin Ming nodded, smiling amicably, "Thank you." Upon returning to the lounge, Yu Tianheng asked, "Teacher Qin, what is the situation with our opponents this time?" Qin Ming gathered everyone together and said, "With half an hour left before the match begins, let me share some details about the 5 Elements 8 Kings team." The group settled down, attentively listening to Qin Ming's words. He continued, "The 5 Elements 8 Kings team consists of 7 members, and their current record stands at 9 victories and 4 defeats, giving them a win rate exceeding 50%. They are indeed formidable opponents." At this point, Dugu Yin inquired, "Teacher Qin, since the 5 Elements 8 Kings team has 7 members, what do 5 Elements and 8 Kings signify?" Upon hearing Dugu Yan's words, Yu Feng struggled to suppress his laughter, glancing at Qin Ming's sullen countenance, nearly causing himself internal injury in the process. Qin Ming cast a sidelong glance at Yu Feng and proceeded to elaborate. "The data indicates that this battle team comprises 7 members, consisting of 2 strong attack types, 2 agile attack types, 1 control type, along with 1 support type and 1 defense type. This diverse assembly of soul masters indeed possesses formidable strength. When matched against similarly leveled soul master teams, the chances of victory are nearly non-existent." As for the terms 5 Elements and 8 Kings, the former refers to the 2 strong attack soul masters among the 7, whose martial spirits are the Xuanhua Wolf and the Golden Blade. While the defense type's martial spirit is the Earth Bear, the control type's martial spirit is the Ghost Vine, and 1 agile attack type wields the Ice Snowbird. The term 8 Kings denotes the total of 8 individuals, including their leader. The crowd suddenly comprehended the significance. Tang Yuan inquired, "Given their formidable strength, why have they encountered 4 defeats?" Qin Ming replied, "Observe their soul power. It uniformly stands at 35 levels. In the arena of the Great Soul Arena, battles are categorized by the realm of soul power. With a soul master within their ranks, their opponents are naturally matched against soul master level teams. Furthermore, the level of the soul badge must also be taken into account. They currently possess only the Iron Badge, which permits them to be matched with your team. Tang Yuan nodded. Yu Tianheng inquired, Teacher Qin, are there any individuals in this team that we should pay particular attention to? Qin Ming replied, that is an excellent question. In this team, we must focus on the control-type soul master wielding the ghost vine martial spirit. This is self-evident. Additionally, we should also be wary of a swift attack-type soul master with a wind deer martial spirit. According to the data, this wind deer soul master has repeatedly turned the tide of battle when the team was on the brink of defeat, so he should not be underestimated. The others nodded in agreement, appearing deep in thought. Qin Ming smiled and said, all right, this is your true first team battle. Do not underestimate your opponents. Nor should you be overly anxious. Just perform as you usually would. Now, go prepare. In unison, they responded, yes. Soon, it was time for the match. The 7 members of the Huangdou team proceeded to the 3rd Soul Arena for their team battle. Upon arriving, they observed that the audience here was far larger than that at the 8th Soul Arena. Tang Yuan mused, indeed, team battles are more captivating than individual ones. As the host announced the commencement, both teams ascended the stage. The opposing 5 Elements 8 Kings team was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the Huangdou team, for, as indicated in their reports, none of the members appeared to be over 20 years of age. At that moment, Yu Tianheng addressed his teammates. Let us initially adhere to our original strategy. Shimo will provide support, while Shimo protects Lingling. Yu Feng will disrupt their control-type soul master. My soul power level is high enough to hold off their 2 assault-type soul masters for a while. Shaoqi, you will coordinate with Yu Feng to eliminate that support-type soul master at the first opportunity. Yin Yin, provide support for Shaoqi and Yu Feng. We have studied their data, and they will undoubtedly have analyzed ours as well. So we must not be careless, especially with Lingling, who will surely target you first. The group nodded, their expressions serious, as they extended their right hands and stacked them together, exclaiming in unison, let us go. At that moment, both teams took their positions, and the host proclaimed loudly, now. Both of our teams have taken the stage. One is this month's rising star, the 5 Elements 8 Kings team. As these words were spoken, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. Tang Yuan mused to himself, it seems this team enjoys considerable popularity. The host continued, on the other side. We have our newly joined Huangdou team. A hush fell over the arena, punctuated by a few scattered cheers. Yu Tianheng and his companions appeared unfazed, while Du Guyan let out a cold snort, declaring, soon you shall witness our prowess. The host, feeling a touch of awkwardness but accustomed to such moments, quickly responded. All right. Without further ado, let us see who emerges victorious today. Tang Yuan distinctly observed that when the host uttered the phrase, whose hands will the deer die, a blue-haired spirit master across the room flinched. At this moment, Yu Tianheng proclaimed, team, let us unleash our martial souls. As his words echoed, the members of the Huangdou team began to manifest their martial souls. The blue lightning tyrant dragon, the emerald serpent, the book of life and death, the mysterious tortoise, the 9-hearted begonia, and the wind chime bird all appeared, with yellow and purple soul rings illuminating beneath their feet. 2 yellow and 1 purple. The exuberance in the arena surged, as such a flawless configuration of soul rings within a single team was indeed a rarity. When the spectators witnessed the soul rings rising beneath Tang Yuan, the fervor transformed into thunderous cheers. 1 yellow and 2 purple. How could this be possible? Astonishingly, the Huangdou team harbored an extraordinary talent. Even the opposing 5 Elements 8 Kings team could not help but regard Tang Yuan as the most formidable threat. For a configuration of 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings had never before been seen. Upon observing the Huangdou team unleash their martial souls, the 5 Elements 8 Kings team was not to be outdone, promptly summoning their own martial souls. As the records had indicated, the Xuanhua Wolf, Golden Blade, Ice and Snowbird, Earth Bear, and Ghost Vine, each representing the 5 elemental categories, materialized, alongside a wind deer, which the Huangdou team had prioritized, and finally, a ruby martial soul, which typically enhanced the attributes of spirit masters, although Qin Ming had remained silent about it. Yu Tianheng had nonetheless positioned the supporting spirit master with the ruby martial soul at the forefront. Seeing both sides had activated their martial souls, the host declared, I announce the commencement of the soul battle. As his words settled, the 7 members of the Huangdou team positioned themselves according to their prior strategy, while Yu Feng surged forward to confront the Ice and Snowbird Spirit Master who had similarly charged from the opposing team. The two ascended into the air, engaging in mutual attacks. Although Yu Feng was often seen as unreliable, he displayed remarkable composure in battle. When he faced the Ice and Snowbird Spirit Master, Both were adept in offense and defense, executing their maneuvers with precision, neither able to breach the other's defenses, let alone encroach upon the opposing team's territory. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan commenced with his third soul skill, the other shore, bestowing its power upon Yi Lingling and Shi Mo, the members of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team. Witnessing Tang Yuan channeling a soul skill to his teammates, were filled with bewilderment. Was he a control-type spirit master? Why was he using his skill on allies? Unbeknownst to them, Tang Yuan was confident. This skill forged a bond between Yi Lingling and Shi Mo, rendering them nearly impervious to ordinary attacks. After employing this skill, Tang Yuan bellowed, first soul skill, soul seizure. In an instant, a flash of black and white light enveloped the arena. And the spirit master with the wind deer martial soul felt his physical capabilities diminish by nearly half. At this moment, Tang Yuan's spirit power level was that of a spirit elder. His first spirit ability, soul capture, when unleashed, could diminish the enemy's physical capabilities by 40%. When this energy was returned to him, he would only retain half of that absorbed power. Tang Yuan felt a significant boost in his speed, though his attack power remained relatively unchanged. It seemed that this wind deer spirit master possessed limited offensive capabilities, yet his speed was commendable. However, in this moment, Tang Yuan secretly mused as he executed the uncanny pursuit step, advancing alongside Yu Tianheng towards the vicinity of the enemy's defensive perimeter. Upon witnessing the arrival of Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng, the Golden Blade Spirit Master immediately charged forward to intercept Yu Tianheng. First Spirit Ability, Armor-Piercing Kill. First Spirit Ability, Thunder Dragon Claw. The clash of the Golden Blade and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus created a fierce gust of spirit energy that rippled through the air. As fate would have it, the Xuanhua Wolf Spirit Master also dashed before Tang Yuan, bellowing, "You arrogant brat." First Spirit Ability, Lone Wolf's Pride. No sooner had the words left his lips than a surge of dark flames erupted around him, emanating a faint glow from his body. At that moment, both his speed and attack power surged dramatically as he extended his wolf claw towards Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan remarked, "Is it a soul skill that enhances attributes? I shall evade." Tang Yuan swiftly sidestepped to evade the assault of the Xuanhua Wolf. In that fleeting moment, the Wind Deer Soul Master seized the opportunity, rushing forward and exclaiming, "First soul skill, Deerhorn Whirlwind." The Wind Deer Soul Master, whose physical capabilities had waned significantly, exhibited a noticeable decrease in speed. Suddenly, the antlers atop his head coalesced into a fierce gale, directed towards Yi Lingling, Du Guyan, and the Shi brothers of the Imperial Battle Team. Shimo shouted, "Is the first soul skill a group attack? Truly formidable. Come closer to me, first soul skill, Hard Shell." At that instant, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling swiftly took refuge behind Shimo, as he and Shimo stood side by side, both invoking their first soul skill, Hard Shell, to block the violent whirlwind. However, the tempest was exceedingly ferocious. The two wielded their turtle shells in front, steadfastly defending, preventing the whirlwind from breaching even an inch. Chapter 56. Intense conflict. Yet the Deerhorn whirlwind unleashed by the Wind Deer Soul Master was not as formidable as Shimo and Shimo had anticipated. They expected a prolonged defense, but in mere moments, the whirlwind dissipated into nothingness. With the force dissipated before the turtle shell, Shimo stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance and risking becoming a source of ridicule. The opposing Soul Masters were momentarily taken aback. The Gold Blade Soul Master, witnessing this, addressed the Wind Deer Soul Master sternly, "What are you doing?" The Wind Deer Soul Master, his complexion paling, replied, "That masked fellow is peculiar. My attack power, speed, and defensive capabilities have all diminished by nearly half." The Gold Blade Soul Master's expression turned grave, commanding, "Wolf King, deal with him." The Xuanhua Wolf Soul Master's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, licking his lips as he declared, "Watch closely. I shall feast upon his flesh and bones." No sooner had he spoken than the Xuanhua Wolf Soul Master lunged towards Tang Yuan. Despite wearing a heavy armor weighing 200 pounds, Tang Yuan's speed was not to be underestimated, especially after absorbing 20% of the Wind Deer Soul Master's physical capabilities. His swiftness was beyond the reach of a mere offensive-type Soul Master. After several laps, the Xuanhua Wolf Soul Master still could not catch up, as Tang Yuan kept him in a continuous chase. Enraged, the Xuanhua Wolf Soul Master shouted, "Wood King, I need support." At this, the Ghost Vine Soul Master responded loudly, "Understood. First soul skill, Bind." Suddenly, his first soul ring blazed brightly, and several sinister black vines erupted from the Ghost Vine martial spirit, racing towards Tang Yuan with remarkable speed. With a cold chuckle, Tang Yuan deftly maneuvered amidst the tendrils of the ghostly vines, evading them with agile precision. In his heart, he scoffed, "Humph, I fear not the myriad golden needles, so why should I be daunted by these mere ghostly vines?" However, Tang Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that the ghostly tendrils were elongating, twisting and turning, encircling him with an ever-increasing number of vines, gradually cornering him into the innermost confines of their suffocating embrace. Tang Yuan suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. His earlier complacency had left him with no way out. "Remain composed." Tang Yuan silently roared within, urging himself to remain calm while striving diligently to achieve tranquility. Just as he exerted every effort to steady his mind and devise a solution, he heard the ghostly vine soul master exclaim, "Second soul skill, ghost vine growth." Suddenly, the ghostly vines surrounding Tang Yuan began to sprout multiple branches at an astonishing pace. As the branches extended, the number of ghostly vines surged exponentially, encircling Tang Yuan in an immensely large and resilient wooden net. Before the echoes of one challenge could dissipate, another arose. The Xuanhua wolf soul master dashed toward the wooden net, bellowing fiercely as he raised his wolf claw, preparing to strike down upon Tang Yuan with ferocity. Second soul skill. Stone-shattering claw. The sharp, flame-imbued claw loomed larger in Tang Yuan's vision, poised to rend him apart in the next heartbeat. At that critical moment, two voices resounded. Second soul skill, azure scale blue poison. Third soul skill, flying armor. In the blink of an eye, a cloud of azure scale blue poison surged toward the 5 Elements 8 Kings battle team. The Xuanhua wolf soul master momentarily faltered. Evidently affected by the paralyzing effects of the blue poison, his movements delayed by a fraction. It was in that fleeting instant that the flying armor of Shimo arrived, shattering the wooden net that ensnared Tang Yuan into fragments. Tang Yuan, having extricated himself from peril, swiftly unfurled his form and executed the unchanging pursuit step, his speed surging dramatically. With a powerful kick aimed at the waist of the Su-Inhu Wolf Spirit Master, the most vulnerable point of the wolf-shaped Spirit Master's defense, Tang Yuan's right leg struck like a whip. The Su-Inhu Wolf Spirit Master was struck with tremendous force, sent careening away and crashing beyond the confines of the arena. The host proclaimed loudly, "What a spectacular moment. A member of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team has been eliminated by the Death King of the Imperial Fight Team." In an instant, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers and shouts. Meanwhile, in the air, Yufeng and the Ice Snowbird Spirit Master continued their fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand. Tang Yuanzhong, eager to assist, was about to charge forward when he suddenly encountered several vine-like tendrils that appeared before him. He halted his steps and deftly sidestepped to avoid them. In that fleeting moment, a sharp voice commanded, "Second soul skill, power amplification." It was the Ruby Soul Master from the 5 Elements 8 Kings battle team, initiating a soul skill to provide support. At that instant, a crimson radiance enveloped the members of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team. Sensing an explosive surge of power coursing through him, the Golden Blade Soul Master erupted into laughter, proclaiming, "The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus is nothing but a mere shadow. You have been pressing me. Now it is my turn." He unleashed his third soul skill, Light Split Slash. With both hands gripping his blade, he raised it high above his head and, with a commanding shout, brought it crashing down upon Yu Tianheng. Unyielding, Yu Tianheng roared back. Third soul skill, Thunderous Fury. At that moment, a blue-violet electric aura began to coalesce around him, emanating an overwhelming presence that radiated outward, causing his golden locks to billow. His eyes transformed into a vivid blue-violet, flickering with electric energy, and his hands, resembling dragon claws, seemed to possess boundless strength. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a dragon-like punch, infused with furious electric energy, directly towards the golden blade. A resounding crash erupted, accompanied by a powerful shockwave of soul force that made the arena tremble slightly. Suddenly, a figure was sent hurtling backward. Upon closer inspection, it was the Golden Blade Soul Master, the Blade King, exclaimed the other members of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team in unison. At that moment, the Golden Blade Soul Master could hear nothing. He felt as if his hands no longer belonged to him. Upon colliding with Yu Tianheng, he experienced a numbing force that vibrated through his grip, causing his blade to tremble violently. His hands were left bruised, and the impact dislocated his arms, leaving him gasping for breath as he was propelled away. Of course, Yu Tianheng also sustained minor injuries, but to him, it was merely a dull ache in his chest. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yuanzhong swiftly advanced on the Ghost Vine Soul Master, diminishing his soul power by 30% and absorbing half of it. Tang Yuan sensed a partial restoration of his soul power. Seizing the moment while the Ghost-Vine Soul Master was momentarily distracted, he accelerated. Intending to eliminate the Ghost-Vine Soul Master from the competition, with his right leg striking like a whip, he aimed a fierce blow at the Ghost-Vine Soul Master. At that instant, the opposing Earth-Bear Soul Master rushed forward, positioning himself before the Ghost-Vine Soul Master, and bellowed, "Third Soul Skill, Solid Earth Barrier," before Tang Yuan. A formidable and towering earthen wall abruptly emerged, separating him from the Ghost-Vine Soul Master. Caught unprepared, Tang Yuan struck the wall with force, creating a breach amidst a flurry of dust as the wall trembled. At that moment, the Wind Deer Soul Master surged forward with remarkable speed. Unleashing his second soul skill, Gale Impact, Tang Yuan caught a glimpse of a pale blue silhouette rushing towards him from the side. In the blink of an eye, he invoked his first soul skill, Indomitable Armor. In an instant, a flash of green light illuminated the scene as Shimo appeared by Tang Yuan's side, using his tortoise shell to deflect the assault from the Wind Deer Soul Master. "Well done, brother Shimo." Concurrently, a gasp echoed through the air. For the support-type Ruby Soul Master had been repelled by Yu Tianheng. Just as the Ruby Soul Master was on the verge of being eliminated, he unleashed his third soul skill, Gale Slaughter. Suddenly, the ethereal image of the Wind Deer martial spirit behind the Wind Deer Soul Master radiated with brilliance, its antlers expanding several-fold. A pale blue light materialized, and upon the antlers, blades of wind coalesced. The Wind Deer Soul Master surged forward with newfound speed, launching the wind blades towards Yu Tianheng with a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye. Feeling the surge of soul power behind him, Yu Tianheng attempted to evade. But it was too late. He could not match the swiftness of the wind blades. In a moment of desperation, he raised his dragon claw to shield his chest. At that very moment, the wind blade struck, and Yu Tianheng felt the sharpness of the attack and the tremendous impact from the speed, causing excruciating pain in his hands and leaving his arms numb. Upon witnessing this, Tang Yuan immediately moved to initiate a rescue. However, several tendrils lashed out, obstructing his path. Meanwhile, Shimo engaged with the adversary's Earth-Bear Spirit Master, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Moments later, Yu Tianheng was struck by a wind blade and sent sprawling to the ground, sustaining some injuries. Fortunately, the formidable defense of the dragon claws prevented more severe damage. Otherwise, his hands would have been severed by the wind blades. Tang Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible! How can you possess such incredible speed?" The Wind Deer Spirit Master let out a cold laugh, offering no reply as he surged towards Yi Lingling with astonishing swiftness. At that moment, Yi Lingling was casting her healing soul skill, a verdant light enveloping the members of the royal fighting team. Yu Tianheng immediately felt a warm sensation throughout his body. His soul power significantly replenished, and the pain in his arms alleviated. The Wind Deer Spirit Master was remarkably swift, far surpassing Tang Yuan's current speed, and in an instant, he breached the rear of the royal fighting team. Without a second thought, Mo positioned himself protectively in front of Yi Lingling. Just then, the Wind Deer Spirit Master pivoted on his foot, sidestepping Mo, and charged directly at Yi Lingling. Second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison. Du Guyan gasped in shock and swiftly unleashed her second soul skill, which had a paralyzing effect. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan sprinted back with all his might, intent on intercepting the Wind Deer Spirit Master. However, Tang Yuan's speed could not match that of the Wind Deer Spirit Master. Despite the inexplicable nature of this disparity, he cast aside his distractions and focused solely on his retreat. Yu Tianheng's speed was even more inadequate, leaving him unable to provide assistance. With Yu Feng and Mo both restrained, only Mo, Yi Lingling, and Du Guyan remained in the rear. After the Wind Deer Spirit Master darted past Mo, it was too late for him to turn and defend. Du Guyan's second soul skill was just released. Yet the blue poisonous mist had yet to reach the Wind Deer Spirit Master. A cold smirk crept across the Wind Deer Spirit Master's lips as he observed Yi Lingling's figure growing larger in his vision. A calm voice resonated. Second soul skill, Gale Impact. In that moment, Yi Lingling was still in the midst of completing her healing soul skill. Time seemed to freeze. Chapter 57. A slap in the face. As the saying goes, time waits for no one. Yi Lingling abruptly interrupted her soul skill, turning around and raising her hand to defend, only to feel a tremendous force propel her backward. Though the impact was formidable, she discovered that her own defense was remarkably strong, allowing her to withstand the blow, albeit stumbling several steps back before regaining her balance. The Wind Deer Spirit Master wore an incredulous expression, as if he had seen a ghost, muttering, "How is this possible?" Before he could finish his thought, A putrid cloud of poison wafted into his nostrils, sending a wave of paralysis coursing through his body, rendering him acutely aware of the debilitating sensation. Yet, this Wind-Deer Spirit Master was no ordinary foe. He quickly regained his composure. Whether it was the shock of a support Spirit Master possessing such formidable defense or the effects of the paralysis, he managed to summon his soul power, channeling a peculiar force through his right leg, allowing him to swiftly regain his speed and attempt to flee. As the Wind-Deer Spirit Master moved, he suddenly collided with an impenetrable barrier, feeling a tremendous jolt in his right shoulder that left him dizzy and breathless. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a green turtle shell obstructing his escape route to the right. His speed was tremendous, and he collided with the shell, nearly causing his entire body to disintegrate. The Wind-Deer Soul Master silently cursed his misfortune, preparing to flee once more. Before he could make a move, a sudden blur appeared before him, followed by an immense force striking his back. It was none other than Tang Yuan, who, summoning all his strength, sent the Wind-Deer Soul Master hurtling through the air. Like a cannonball, the Wind-Deer Soul Master was propelled out of the ring, crashing against the wall outside the arena, leaving a human-shaped indentation as debris scattered and dust filled the air. No, this cannot be. They are cheating. Referee, I report them for cheating. This desperate cry came from the Ghost Vine Soul Master of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team. Now, only 4 members remained: the Ruby Support Soul Master, the Ghost Vine Control Soul Master, the Ice Bird Agile Attack Soul Master, and the Earth Bear Defense Soul Master. The Golden Blade Soul Master, the Xian Firewolf Soul Master, and the Wind-Deer Soul Master had all been eliminated. Turning to the Royal Fight team, it was evident that all 7 members remained firmly on the stage. With the presence of the 9-Heart Begonia S. Yi Lingling, they had sustained minimal damage. Even Yi Lingling herself, after enduring a powerful strike from the Wind-Deer Soul Master, showed no significant injury, merely experiencing a slight blockage of vitality. The host inquired, "Member of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team, are you alleging that the Royal Fight team has cheated?" The Ghost Vine Soul Master stepped forward, asserting, "Indeed, they are cheating. Their support Soul Master must have employed some special drugs or devices. Otherwise, how could they withstand the might of our Wind King's attack?" The host then turned to the members of the Royal Fight team, asking, "Do you have any defense against these claims?" Yu Tianheng stepped forward, stating, "Host, this is a result of our soul skills, and we cannot disclose details. We hope for your understanding." The Ghost Vine Soul Master sneered, "What soul skills? Clearly, they have used some special soul technique, and yet they dare to argue." Tang Yuan cast a glance at the Ghostly Vine Sorcerer and said, "Brother, if you possess evidence, please present it. If not, shall we proceed?" The Ghostly Vine Sorcerer's face turned pale, and he exclaimed in anger, "You." Tang Yuan disregarded him and inquired, "Host, is there a provision for match pauses in the Grand Soul Arena?" The host replied, "Certainly not. However, if there are suspicions of cheating on the part of the Imperial Battle Team, I can request a suspension of the match." Upon hearing this, the Ghost Vine Soul Master, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Indeed, they are indeed suspected of cheating. I demand a pause in the match so that the authorities of the Grand Soul Arena may conduct an investigation." Tang Yuan smiled gently and inquired, "Is that so? Are you asserting that we have cheated?" The Ghost Vine Spirit Master scoffed derisively and replied, "Among those present, who did not witness the moment when the Wind King assaulted your support Spirit Master? Your support Spirit Master retreated a few steps. Have you ever encountered a support Spirit Master with such formidable defensive capabilities?" The crowd murmured in agreement, engaging in hushed discussions, exchanging words in a flurry of whispers. Tang Yuan took a few steps forward and said with a smile, "Good." The Ghostly Vine Sorcerer was taken aback, retreating 2 steps, and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Tang Yuan shrugged and remarked, "Are you not curious as to why our auxiliary Spirit Masters possess such formidable defensive capabilities? Allow me to enlighten you. The 3rd soul skill, Beyond the Abyss." As the black and white radiance emerged, it instantaneously connected the Ghost Vine Spirit Master with the Ice Snowbird Spirit Master. The Ghost Vine Spirit Master felt an immediate surge in speed, eliciting a wave of elation before he could fully comprehend the situation. Suddenly, Tang Yuan bellowed, "Brother Tianheng, lend me a hand." Yu Tianheng responded affirmatively, "All right." Subsequently, Yu Tianheng dashed to Tang Yuan's side, and as Tang Yuan leapt into the air, Yu Tianheng deftly grasped his ankle and, with a gentle flick, propelled Tang Yuan like a finely tuned arrow towards the airborne Ice Snowbird Spirit Master. Tang Yuan, wishing to conceal his radiant phantom wings, sought the assistance of Yu Tianheng. Upon witnessing Tang Yuan's advance, The ice snowbird spirit master was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the assault. With a swift display of his ice wings, he attempted to flee. However, Yufeng had anticipated this moment and would not allow the ice snowbird spirit master to evade. In a deep voice, he proclaimed, "Second soul skill, swift wind kill." In an instant, Yufeng's wings unfurled magnificently, accelerating his speed and effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat for the ice snowbird spirit master. As the ice snowbird spirit master found himself ensnared, Tang Yuan arrived just in time, delivering a powerful punch that struck the spirit master squarely on the cheek. The force of the blow caused the ice snowbird spirit master immense pain, leading to his abrupt descent to the ground with a heavy thud. At that very moment, the ghost vine spirit master felt an inexplicable surge of might striking his own cheek, resulting in excruciating pain and causing him to tumble forcefully to the ground. What had transpired? Why had the ghost vine spirit master fallen? Was it a deliberate act? Unlikely, as just moments ago, he had reported the Emperor battle team. Could it have been the lethal technique of the Soul King of Death? A cacophony of voices erupted in the arena, with spectators expressing their astonishment, gradually coming to the realization that it was indeed the consequence of the Soul King of Death's technique. This revelation quelled the audience's doubts regarding the Emperor battle team. Meanwhile, the Ghost Vine Spirit Master succumbed to unconsciousness, and in his final moment of awareness, he comprehended that it was not his own inadequacy, but rather the overwhelming prowess of his adversary that had led to his downfall. In the center of the arena, Tang Yuan gazed intently at the opposing 5 Elements 8 Kings battle team, a radiant smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "So, shall we continue?" At that moment, only the Ruby Soul Master and the Earth Bear Soul Master remained from the 5 Elements 8 Kings team. Upon witnessing Tang Yuan's refreshing smile and the predatory gaze of the Emperor battle team, they momentarily froze before regaining their composure. The Ruby Soul Master swallowed hard, stammering, We concede." As soon as the words left his lips, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, many cheering and shouting in excitement. The host proclaimed loudly, "I hereby announce, the Emperor battle team is victorious." This declaration ignited a fervor among the spectators, the resounding chants of Emperor, 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 reverberating throughout the venue. Only a handful of spectators who had placed bets on the outcome felt a twinge of regret, pounding the ground in frustration, lamenting their choice to wager on the victory of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team, now facing a complete loss. "If only I had bet on the Emperor battle team," they sighed. Who could have anticipated that the 5 Elements 8 Kings team would be so easily defeated? But then again, how could one overlook the formidable strength of the Emperor battle team? Enough of this. I must hasten to acquire information on the Emperor battle team. I shall certainly bet on their victory in the next match. "I shall join you," came the enthusiastic replies. Following the conclusion of the battle, the members of the 5 Elements 8 Kings team were carried off by medical personnel from the Grand Arena. Although the Emperor battle team had shown restraint, refraining from full-force attacks, injuries were still sustained, with the exception of the Wind Deer Soul Master, who had recklessly attempted to infiltrate the rear of the Emperor battle team, intent on severely wounding Yilingling. Had it not been for Tang Yuan's intervention, connecting Yilingling with the stone mill through his skill, it was likely that Yilingling would be the one lying there now. Tang Yuan merely reciprocated the tactics employed against him. Reflecting on this, Tang Yuan and the other members of the Emperor battle team felt a wave of trepidation. After the battle, they did not linger long. Despite a few fervent fans approaching for autographs, Yu Tianheng led the group directly to their lounge to review the experiences from the battle. The lounge, being of a VIP standard, ensured they would not be disturbed. Without waiting for Qin Ming's return, Yu Tianheng convened a small meeting to discuss the shortcomings of their performance, initiating the dialogue that soon erupted into a lively exchange of ideas. Tang Yuandao reflected, "This time, the fault lies primarily with me. I underestimated the prowess of the world's heroes, leading me to fall into the traps set by the controlling Soul Master. Had it not been for Brother Shi and Sister Yin, I might have been the first to be eliminated and severely injured." At this moment, Dugu Yin interjected, "No. The blame primarily rests with me. My second soul skill has yet to achieve its maximum potential in this soul battle. Although I assisted Xiao Qi, I failed to utilize it to interrupt our opponent effectively. As Teacher Qin previously advised, I must learn to command the overall situation, yet I have not succeeded." Shiremo added, "Speaking of which, when that Wind Deer Soul Master attacked Lingling, I misjudged his movements. Otherwise, Lingling would not have been at a disadvantage. If not for Xiao Qi's soul skill, the consequences would have been dire." Yu Tianheng solemnly stated, "Indeed, you all have your shortcomings, but I too have my faults. I have been recklessly engaging their assault-type soul masters without fulfilling my responsibilities as a captain, failing to unite the team. Moreover, I overlooked the information regarding the Wind Deer Soul Master and nearly fell into his trap. The group engaged in animated discussion when Qin Ming returned to the room. Observing their enthusiastic exchange of post-battle insights brought him great comfort, prompting a gentle smile as he silently watched from the side, not wishing to interrupt. He felt a sense of relief. These children had finally begun to grow on their own. Chapter 58, The Wind Demon or the Mad Demon Combination. Tang Yuan, deep in thought, remarked, however, that Wind Deer Soul Master, despite my earlier efforts to diminish his physical capabilities by 40%, his speed inexplicably surged, surpassing even his previous pace. It is rather peculiar. At that moment, Yu Tianhing noticed Qin Ming returning to the lounge and stood up, addressing him, Teacher Qin. The others, hearing his voice, turned to see Qin Ming at the entrance and likewise stood to greet him, Teacher Qin. Qin Ming approached with a smile, gesturing for everyone to take their seats. He then spoke, I am aware that many of you harbor numerous questions and have come to recognize your own shortcomings. What I wish to convey is that you have all performed admirably. Although your synergy still bears a degree of naivety, there exists significant potential for growth. It is merely a matter of time. I am confident that after 2 months of specialized training, both your individual capabilities and your teamwork will undergo a qualitative leap. His words ignited a profound sense of hope within the members of the Emperor battle team. Though they had emerged victorious in this team soul battle, they felt that their full strength had not been realized, hindered by their opponents, which struck a blow to their innate pride. Yet, they did not succumb to despair. Rather, they began to doubt themselves. Qin Ming's speech stoked their fighting spirit, intensifying their resolve, while simultaneously prompting them to hold themselves to stricter standards. They came to understand the reality that there is always a higher peak to reach, marking a significant growth for them. Qin Ming continued, Now, if there are any unclear questions, feel free to ask me. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tang Yuan raised his hand, inquiring, Teacher Qin, why did that Wind Deer Soul Master's speed suddenly escalate so dramatically? I initially employed my first soul skill to reduce his physical capabilities, and he indeed suffered severe repercussions. Yet, the situation shifted abruptly afterward. The others turned their gazes towards Qin Ming, sharing the same question in their hearts. Awaiting his explanation to quell their curiosity, Qin Ming surveyed the room and smiled. It seems you all possess inquiries. Instead of providing a direct answer, consider this. How is the Wind Deer Soul Master described in the data? The group fell into contemplation. Yu Tianhing responded, At that time, Teacher Qin, you informed us that this Wind Deer Soul Master possesses the ability to turn the tide of battle whenever his team is on the verge of defeat. Qin Ming nodded. Indeed. Now reflect upon this soul battle. Yu Feng exclaimed, Right? In this battle, it was precisely the same. They were on the brink of losing. And after the Golden Blade Soul Master was eliminated by our leader, the Wind Deer Soul Master began to unleash his prowess, nearly eliminating Ling Ling in the end. Qin Ming chuckled. Have you all noticed any changes in the Wind Deer Soul Master before and after this event? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yuandao remarked, I recall that when the Wind Deer Soul Master launched an assault on Brother Tianheng, his right leg appeared to shimmer for an instant. Could it be? Qin Ming responded with a faint smile. What is it? Speak your thoughts aloud. Tang Yuanshan inhaled deeply, gazing at the crowd, and spoke. Soulbone. Soulbone? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Qin Ming nodded and affirmed, Indeed, it is a soul bone. During your soul battles, I have been keenly observing both your team and the opposing one. If I am not mistaken, the Wind Deer Soul Master possesses a right leg bone, which is speed-oriented. Thus, even though his physical capabilities were reduced by 40% under the influence of Shaoqi's first soul skill, the activation of the soul bone's power has exponentially enhanced his speed. Consequently, not only has he compensated for the speed he lost, but he has also significantly increased it. Yu Tianheng nodded in understanding. No wonder he suddenly became so formidable, completely inconsistent with his level of strength. Qin Ming remarked, I have previously mentioned that most soul masters possess their own trump cards, which remain unknown to their opponents. Just as you all have your own hidden strengths, no one reveals their trump cards at the outset. Rather, they unleash their full potential at critical moments. Therefore, we must not underestimate any adversary, for even a lion exerts its full force when hunting a rabbit. The crowd nodded in unison and responded, Understood. Qin Ming smiled. Well, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. This soul battle has greatly benefited you all, but it will require time and practical experience to fully assimilate. For now, let us set aside these thoughts. Will you proceed with a 2-on-2 soul battle, or shall you return to rest? The group exchanged glances, each reflecting a fierce determination. None wished to squander any opportunity. Yu Tianheng rose and declared, "Let us continue with the 2-on-2 soul battle. After all, we can only participate once a day, and gaining more practical experience will be advantageous. Moreover, we need to accumulate points." Upon hearing this, the group felt an immediate sense of pressure. After the one-on-one battles, each of them was far from attaining the Silver Soul Battle Badge. If they did not strive harder, it would likely take 2 months to reach the Copper Soul Battle Badge, let alone the Silver. Qi Ming nodded. "Very well. You may decide amongst yourselves the pairings for the 2-on-2 battles." Yu Tianheng responded, "Then I shall team up with Douluo Yin, as the combination of an offense-oriented and control-oriented duo has a greater chance of success, and it will also foster our synergy." With that, Yu Tianheng cast a tender glance at Douluo Yin. Douluo Yin returned his gaze with warmth, her heart brimming with joy. The others expressed their playful disdain, feeling as though they had just been fed a dose of dog food. Hearing the teasing from the group, Douluo Yin's face flushed crimson, the blush nearly reaching her ears as she bowed her head shyly. Tang Yuan chuckled, "Come now, brother Tianheng, who isn't aware? You are merely concerned for Sister Yan Yan's safety, aren't you?" Yu Tianheng replied anxiously, "Enough, enough, enough. You talk too much." Tang Yuan made a face at Yu Tianheng, then ignored him and turned to say, "I shall team up with brother Shi. This way, my safety is assured. After all, one must rely on oneself." Upon hearing Tang Yuan's jest, the crowd erupted in laughter, leaving Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin blushing profusely. Yu Feng remarked, "Then I will pair with brother Shi. One in the heavens, the other on the ground, invincible in our pursuits." Qi Ming nodded in agreement. This arrangement poses no issues. As for Ling Ling, Tianheng will form a group with her. As the captain, you must become familiar with her coordination for her protection. Yu Tianheng acknowledged. "Understood, Teacher Qin." After this exchange, everyone divided into groups and proceeded to register at the front desk. When it came time to choose names, Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yin opted for a resounding title, the Dragon and Serpent combination. Upon hearing this name, Tang Yuan curled his lip. The name was indeed fitting for a fearsome duo. In addition to this, Yu Tianheng also formed a partnership with Yu Lingling, though the name they chose was inconsequential and rather silly, reflecting Lingling's taciturn nature. As for Yu Feng and Shi Mo, they initially intended to name their duo the Heaven and Earth combination. Although this title was quite grand, its practical significance was rather lackluster. As Yu Feng had said, one in the sky, the other on the ground, sweeping away opponents and rendering them invincible. With enthusiasm, Yu Feng approached the front desk and announced, "Our group name is Heaven and Earth Combination." The staff member checked and replied nonchalantly, "That name has already been taken. Please choose another." Yu Feng's expression darkened. Shi Mo suggested, "Then let us call ourselves the Big Bruiser Combination." Yu Feng's frown deepened. "I say, brother Shi, that's worse. You might as well call it the Dashing Wine Demon Combination." Shi Mo scratched his head, stating, "I fear that name might provoke a confrontation." Yu Feng sighed in exasperation, thinking, "If we go with Big Bruiser, I worry I might be the one to throw the first punch." At that moment, the staff inquired, "Have you two settled on a name? There are others waiting." Yu Feng sighed, "Let us go with Wind Demon Combination, omitting dashing. After all, only I possess that charm, which does not align with the group's concept." Shi Mo grimaced at the suggestion, ultimately conceding, "Very well." The staff promptly completed the registration and handed Yu Feng and Shi Mo an iron badge, inscribed with the characters Mad Demon. Yu Feng glanced at it and immediately expressed dissatisfaction. "You've made an error. It is Wind Demon, not Mad Demon." The staff member retorted, "Then perhaps you should have been clearer." Yu Feng, exceedingly irate, continued to engage in a heated debate with the staff. However, the personnel insisted that no alterations could be made. The stone mill was beyond remedy. Consequently, they covered Yu Feng's mouth and led him aside, where he emitted muffled sounds of discontent, glaring furiously at the stone mill. The stone mill, already feeling embarrassed, turned its head away, choosing to ignore him. As for Tang Yuan and Shi Mo, unlike their more ostentatious counterparts, they adopted a more understated approach, naming their duo the Return to Origin Combination after their respective martial spirits and names. This time, there were no missteps. Once liberated, Yu Feng hurried forward and remarked, "I must say, Xiaoqi, this name you've chosen is rather ominous. I assent it?" Tang Yuan inquired with perplexity, "What brings about such misfortune?" Tang Yuan contemplated inwardly. "It is certainly preferable to your madness, humph." Yu Feng remarked, "Consider this. Return to origin. Return to origin. Does that not imply a complete return to the starting point? Your points will also revert to the beginning. Tang Yuan's expression darkened as he remarked, Brother Yufeng, your imagination is quite vivid. Why not collaborate with the Zongzi to pen a novel? Yufeng inquired, What Zongzi? Tang Yuan shrugged and remarked, It's nothing. Yufeng, somewhat skeptical, nodded in a daze. At that moment, a voice resonated through the hall. Please, Dragon and Serpent Ensemble, proceed to the second Soul Arena for the duel. After this announcement, the broadcast continued. The Madness Ensemble is requested to head to the 6th Soul Arena for the duel. Furthermore, the Return to Origin Ensemble should make their way to the 11th Soul Arena for the duel. Yu Tianhing stated, All right, having just registered, we were quickly matched. It seems connections are indeed quite useful. I will head to the duel with Yin Yin now. Tang Yuan and the others nodded in agreement, each proceeding to their respective soul fighting arenas for the 2-on-2 battles, with Yu Lingling accompanying Yu Tianhing and Dugu Yin. Chapter 59. The adorable duo. Upon arriving at the 11th Soul Fighting Arena, Tang Yuan noticed that the 2-on-2 combination battles attracted even fewer participants than the 1-on-1 duels. The audience seats were sparsely populated with only a handful of spectators. However, this was perhaps a blessing, as a crowded arena would have rendered the soul battles rather uncomfortable. Akin to a mere spectacle of monkey tricks. As Tang Yuan pondered, he ascended the arena. Just as Tang Yuan and Shi Imo took their positions on the platform, their adversaries, 2 Soul Masters, also stepped onto the stage. The name of their duo was the Adorable Duo, indeed a rather charming combination. Upon encountering their adversaries, Tang Yuan and Shi Imo found themselves before 2 remarkably enchanting women, each possessing a graceful figure. Recalling the information they had just reviewed, they recognized these 2 Soul Masters, one, a control type with a poodle as her martial spirit, and the other, an agile attacker with a squirrel as her martial spirit. Though they appeared innocuous, their battle records were impressive. One boasted 11 victories against 4 defeats, while the other had 13 victories and 7 defeats, yielding win rates exceeding 50%. The 2 women, upon noticing Tang Yuan and Shi Imo, were momentarily taken aback, surprised by the youthfulness of their opponents. The Poodle Soul Master flashed a seductive smile, casting a playful glance at Tang Yuan and Shi Imo, and remarked, Dear charming young gentlemen, I possess no great strength. Would you kindly show mercy? Tang Yuan remained largely unaffected by her actions. His mental fortitude was exceptionally robust, rendering such temptations utterly inconsequential. However, Graphite exhibited a different reaction, his gaze reflecting a hint of obsession, yet he offered no response, merely hanging his head in silence. Tang Yuan playfully nudged Shimo with his shoulder and teased, Brother Shimo, you usually seem as stiff as a log. What has come over you now? Are you experiencing the stirrings of spring? I must say, your taste is quite refined. Those 2 ladies across from us are significantly older than we are. So, it appears you have a penchant for mature women? Shimo, caught off guard by Tang Yuan's remarks, felt a flush of embarrassment and stammered, Oh, that's not the case at all. I merely see them as delicate ladies. This is a competition, after all. Not a life-and-death struggle. Let us not be too harsh. Tang Yuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a keen understanding of the situation, as if this truly reflected his innermost thoughts. Contemplating this, Tang Yuan remarked, Brother Shi, have you forgotten what Teacher Qin said? Do not falter at the crucial moment, lest you find yourself at the mercy of others. Simultaneously, the host announced the commencement of the soul duel. At that moment, Shi Imo was entirely fixated on the 2 Soul Masters, oblivious to Tang Yuan's words. As he activated his martial soul, revealing 2 turtle shells prominently displayed on his chest and back, Tang Yuan sighed and activated his martial spirit. His gaze fixed intently on the control-type Soul Master who wielded the Poodle martial spirit, not daring to exhibit even the slightest negligence. Once both parties summoned their martial spirits, the opposing duo of Soul Masters sprang into action. The Squirrel Soul Master moved with agility, launching an attack without hesitation. Simultaneously, the Poodle Soul Master immediately unleashed her first soul skill, Charming Smile. This enchantment-type skill momentarily caught Shi Imo off guard, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, Tang Yuan's mental fortitude was exceptionally robust, rendering him impervious to such a meager form of allure. The Poodle Soul Master was taken aback, her expression growing grave as she fixated her gaze upon Tang Yuan. Observing Shi Imo's bewilderment, Tang Yuan cursed inwardly and declared in a low voice, First soul skill, Soul Snatch. The skill promptly took effect on the Squirrel Soul Master. To be candid, despite her classification as a speed-type attacker, Her velocity was insufficient to pose a challenge for Tang Yuan, especially since she was only at the 34th level, merely one level above him, even while clad in heavy armor. He outpaced her significantly. Thus, as the Squirrel Soul Master dashed towards him, every movement became all too transparent in his eyes. Soul Snatch swiftly manifested its effects on the Squirrel Soul Master, causing 40% of her physical capabilities to vanish and partially transfer to Tang Yuan. Alarm surged within the Squirrel Soul Master, her complexion shifting as her speed diminished considerably. Witnessing this, the Poodle Soul Master grew anxious and immediately activated her second soul skill, Tail Wag. The second yellow soul ring beneath her glimmered brightly, and her tail began to sway gently. As it moved, a potent wave of mental energy radiated outward, impacting both Tang Yuan and Shi Mo simultaneously. This soul skill primarily aimed to diminish the enemy's offensive and defensive capabilities through mental force, bearing some resemblance to Tang Yuan's Soul Snatch, albeit with significantly lesser efficacy. The Tail Wag skill could only reduce the opponent's attack and defense, lacking any additional effects. Moreover, Tang Yuan's Soul Snatch was not a mental attack but an irresistible form of plunder. In contrast, the Poodle Soul Master's Tail Wag skill weakened the enemy's will to attack, thereby naturally diminishing their offensive and defensive strength, which proved quite advantageous against ordinary Soul Masters. At this moment, Tang Yuan's mental energy experienced some fluctuations, albeit merely slight ones. Before he could react, the soul of the Death Book had already absorbed this surge of mental power entirely. However, the same could not be said for Shi Mo, who was far less fortunate. Under the influence of the enchanting soul skill, Smiling Bloom, he had yet to recover and was further affected by the mental energy soul skill, Wagging Tail. As a result, saliva dribbled from his mouth, rendering him utterly dazed. Tang Yuan sighed, paying no heed to his surroundings, for the Squirrel Spirit Master had already approached him. It is worth noting that this Squirrel Spirit Master had suffered a 40% reduction in physical capabilities due to the soul deprivation, rendering her significantly slower than before. With diminished attack power as well, logically, it would be unwise to attack recklessly at this juncture. However, given the current circumstances, she charged at Tang Yuan with unwavering determination. As a Soul Master with a record of 13 victories and 7 defeats, she was not foolish, so what emboldened her to advance so boldly against Tang Yuan? The answer lay in the moment when the Poodle Spirit Master employed the tail-wagging soul technique. Although Tang Yuan remained unaffected, he feigned vulnerability, allowing his expression to become vacant as he pretended to be under the influence of the Poodle Spirit Master's abilities. Consequently, the Squirrel Spirit Master, believing Tang Yuan to be incapacitated and perceiving him as lacking the formidable defenses of the bulky defense-type Spirit Master, Shi Mo, deemed him a prime target for her onslaught. In an instant, the Squirrel Spirit Master's slender, graceful leg swept towards Tang Yuan's head, a mere inch away. With just half a breath's time, she could incapacitate him and eliminate him from the match. Elated, she envisioned Tang Yuan crumpling to the ground. However, just as she reveled in her impending victory, her vision blurred, and in a flash, a delicate, alabaster hand grasped her ankle. Astounded by the swiftness, the Squirrel Spirit Master thought to herself, how fast? At that moment, Tang Yuan's vacant expression transformed. A gentle smile graced his lips as he turned to the Squirrel Spirit Master. Her face paled in shock, and she stammered, You're not. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt her balance shift as an overwhelming force seized her ankle, pivoting around it and flinging her away. Echoing in her ears were Tang Yuan's parting words before he sent her flying. Sorry, I was just pretending. The Squirrel Spirit Master soared high into the air, landing outside the arena. Squirrel Spirit Master eliminated. In the blink of an eye, in less than 10 breaths, the adorable duo was reduced to a single adorable entity. The Poodle Spirit Master stood in disbelief, while Shi Mo, having regained his composure, stared at the stage in bewilderment. With a dazed expression, Shi Mo inquired, What just happened? How did we end up with only one person? Tang Yuan Dao. Brother Shi, you dozed off just now, so you were unaware. Shi Mo inquired, What about the other person? Tang Yuan pointed his lips towards the direction outside the venue, and said, There, I tossed it out. Shi Mo froze for a moment, then secretly raised his thumb in admiration. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Tang Yuan smiled at the Poodle Spirit Master opposite him and said, What do you think? Another adorable little one, why not concede? The Poodle Spirit Master, filled with both shock and anger, secretly scoffed while feigning a pitiful expression on his face, replying, Oh no, dear sir. Please let me win just this once. I'm so frightened. Before Shi Mo could display his usual lecherous demeanor, Tang Yuan chuckled, Give up. Your tricks are futile against me." Upon hearing this, the poodle spirit master returned to his composure, no longer pretending to be weak and alluring, and smiled slightly, saying, "All right. How about a wager?" Tang Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "What wager are you proposing?" The poodle soul master, with a graceful flick of her hair, exuded an enchanting allure as she replied, "Are you not confident that my soul skills are ineffective against you? Very well, if you can withstand my third soul skill, I shall concede defeat immediately. Otherwise, you shall acknowledge your own defeat." Tang Yuan was not swayed by her tactics. He chuckled and said, "We hold all the cards. Regardless of the circumstances, you are destined to lose. Why should I take the risk?" The poodle soul master seethed with anger internally, yet maintained a calm facade as she retorted with a laugh. "Are you afraid?" Tang Yuan shook his head, finding this provocation utterly absurd. He retorted, "To refuse to gamble does not equate to cowardice." The poodle soul master laughed heartily and said, "A true man should not shy away from both the gamble and the acknowledgement of his own fear." Tang Yuan chuckled softly and said, "You guessed correctly. I dare not." The poodle soul master was taken aback, not expecting such a candid admission from her opponent, which left her with the sensation of delivering a full-force attack upon a cushion of cotton. Tang Yuan glanced at Shimo and said, "Brother Shimo, do you understand why I engaged her in such extensive conversation, thereby consuming so much time?" Shimo shook his head and replied, "Why?" The poodle soul master also regarded Tang Yuan with curiosity. Despite having the upper hand, why was he indulging in such lengthy discourse? Nevertheless, this was precisely in accordance with her own desires. Tang Yuan turned his gaze towards the poodle spirit master and remarked, "I am aware that she harbors no hopes of wagering against us. Rather, she is merely stalling for time to restore her soul power. If my intuition serves me correctly, this young lady's third soul skill likely demands a considerable amount of soul energy, does it not?" "What?" Both Shimo and the poodle spirit master exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this. Chapter 60. More than a month later, Shimo's surprise stemmed not from Tang Yuan's insight into the enemy's intentions, but rather from the audacity with which Tang Yuan articulated this understanding. What would happen if the enemy took countermeasures? Conversely, the poodle spirit master's astonishment was more justified. She was taken aback by Tang Yuan's precision in discerning her motives, as well as his disconcerting nonchalance in expressing it. Did he possess some hidden advantage? Her suspicion was not unfounded. Indeed, Tang Yuan had an advantage. However, the poodle spirit master, unaware of this, dismissed it as youthful arrogance. For she had immense confidence in her third soul skill. Even if there were some form of support, she believed it could not withstand her prowess. With a cold smirk, she declared, "You exhibit commendable battle awareness, but should I commend your youth, or should I deem you arrogant? At the very moment you perceived my intentions, you failed to launch an attack. Now, my soul power has nearly fully recovered, and I am more than prepared to unleash my third soul skill. Henceforth, the tide of defeat shall turn against you." Tang Yuan shook his head and said, "That is not necessarily the case. Watch closely my second soul skill, Soul Snatch." As soon as the words left his lips, his second soul ring radiated a brilliant purple light, and two beams of black and white abruptly illuminated the space. For reasons unknown, the noble canine spirit master's heart was suddenly overtaken by an inexplicable sense of panic. Before she could react, she felt her soul power rapidly depleting, losing an astonishing 30% in an instant, more than the amount she had just managed to recover by delaying time. "Impossible," she exclaimed in a piercing voice. Tang Yuan chuckled, declaring that nothing is impossible. No sooner had his words left his lips than he moved with remarkable agility, employing the unchanging pursuit step to instantaneously appear before the poodle spirit master. In that fleeting moment, the spirit master was taken aback, her vision blurring as she beheld Tang Yuan's strikingly handsome face, which, in the wide-eyed astonishment of her gaze, appeared remarkably menacing. Before she could utter a single word, a sharp pain surged through her waist, causing her to feel a rush of blood reversing within her. In an instant, she succumbed to unconsciousness. After Tang Yuan skillfully kicked the poodle soul master off the stage, he slowly turned around and, amidst the astonished gazes of the audience, departed the arena alongside Shimo. The host was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained composure to announce the victory of the Guiyuan duo. Shimo, however, exhibited little emotion. He had grown accustomed to Tang Shaoqi's decisive and unambiguous approach. Upon returning to the lounge, Tang Yuan encountered Yu Tianhing and Du Guyan, who had just arrived. Yet they found no sign of Yu Lingling. Meanwhile, the tempestuous duo of Yu Feng and Shimo was likely still immersed in their soul battle. Tang Yuan inquired, Where is Lingling? Was she not with you all? Yu Tianheng shrugged and replied, in a 2-on-2 soul battle, one can only partake in a single match per day. Today, it is the dragon and serpent duo with Yin Yin. Tomorrow, I will join Lingling for the 2-on-2 soul contest. She has no pressing matters, so she has returned to her cultivation. Tang Yuan nodded, realizing that Yu Lingling was indeed making the most of every precious moment in her cultivation. Yu Tianheng inquired further, how about you all? Tang Yuandao remarked. Not bad. I encountered a soul master of the enchanting control type, but it was swiftly resolved. Yu Tianheng playfully patted Tang Yuan's shoulder and chuckled, impressive, young lad. You managed to avoid falling into their trap at such a tender age, when your vitality is at its peak. Tang Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth and cast a glance at Shimo. Shimo, aware of his performance on the field, felt an overwhelming sense of shame, prompting him to turn his head away and aimlessly survey his surroundings. Upon observing his demeanor, Tang Yuan responded to Yu Tianheng with a smile, saying, "They are not to my taste." Yu Tianheng was taken aback, exchanging a glance with Dugu Yin, both discerning an unspoken understanding in each other's eyes that conveyed a sense of realization. Yu Tianheng softly inquired, could it be that? Tang Yuan's expression darkened as he exclaimed, certainly not. Yu Tianheng chuckled heartily. I know it's not, haha. What do you think we are contemplating? Tang Yuan cast a glance, secretly pondering what chaotic thoughts were cluttering their minds. Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin exchanged an awkward smile. Tang Yuan inquired, what about you? How does the situation stand in the 2 versus 2? Yu Tianheng replied with a smug smile, naturally, we emerged victorious without much of a challenge. One was a controller, and the other a powerhouse. Yin Yin incapacitated them with a blue poison, rendering them helpless, and together we cast them aside. Tang Yuan nodded, finding it unsurprising that Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin, both of whom were at the formidable soul sovereign level, one at rank 39 and the other at 37, possessed exceptional talent and combat awareness. Generally, even the peak soul sovereigns would struggle to match their prowess. Participating in the Grand Soul Arena, they undoubtedly enjoyed a distinct advantage, as their opponents were invariably of the same soul sovereign caliber, rendering them virtually unmatched. Hence, their victories came with remarkable ease. Before long, Yufeng and Shi Mo returned. Upon inquiry from Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan, they recounted their inaugural experience in the exhilarating 2-on-2 soul duel format. They faced a formidable attack-type soul master at rank 38 and a support-type soul master at rank 32. While the battle was not entirely balanced, it resulted in a 50-50 standoff. After a lengthy engagement, Yufeng seized an opportunity to eliminate the support-type soul master. Subsequently, in a 2-on-1 scenario, the rank 38 attack-type soul master could not endure for long and, having depleted considerable soul power, ultimately conceded defeat. With a hint of frustration, Yufeng lamented, if only I possessed that extraordinary third soul skill like Shaoqi, I could have concluded the battle much sooner. Tang Yuan chuckled, Yufeng, is it only now that you recall my merits? Yufeng laughed heartily, responding with a flattering tone, what are you saying? I have always cherished your virtues, haven't I? The crowd erupted into laughter. After a while, Qin Ming arrived at the lounge, exchanged a few casual words, and then everyone returned to the residence of Yu Tianheng together. As they approached the entrance of the house, Yufeng weakly lamented, I am so hungry. Qin Ming, with a resigned smile, replied, we are almost there. I expect there will be food waiting for us at home. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, invigorating Yufeng, who exclaimed, do you all smell that? Yu Tianheng nodded, his expression focused, and said, indeed, I can smell it. Tang Yuan nodded in agreement, exclaiming, indeed, the aroma of meat. As soon as the words left his lips, he, along with Yu Tianheng and Yufeng, sprang into action, exerting every ounce of strength to hasten towards the residence. Qin Ming, shaking his head in resignation, followed closely behind with the others. In just a few moments, they arrived back at the house, coinciding perfectly with dinner time. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of the chef from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, who had prepared a sumptuous feast. After a day of intense battles, the group was quite famished, particularly Yufeng, who, disregarding any semblance of aristocratic demeanor, rushed to the table, eagerly inhaling the delightful scents wafting from the food. At that moment, Yi Lingling emerged from her room, offering a friendly greeting to everyone. Without a second thought, Yu Tianheng urged everyone to take their seats and began to indulge heartily in the meal. The more they fought, the more they feasted, and the dishes on the table were swiftly devoured. The chef diligently stood by, noting the dietary preferences of the royal battle team while continuously sending out more dishes from the kitchen. After several rounds of replenishment, The group finally set down their chopsticks. Each person now comfortably stuffed and reclining in their chairs. Yu Feng, with a look of satisfaction, declared, "No more, I can't eat another bite." Yu Tianheng echoed, "I too am done." Burp. At that moment, Qin Ming interjected, "All right, after a day of combat and such a hearty meal, we must take time to digest both our experiences and our food. Now, let us return to our rooms for training. After that, we should retire early, as we need to ensure ample rest over the next 2 months." "Understood, Teacher Qin." The group responded in unison before dispersing to their respective rooms. In the rigorous training of the Great Soul Arena, over a month swiftly passed. On this particular day, Tang Yuan stood on the one-on-one battle platform. Having just sent his opponent flying off the stage with a powerful kick, he steadied himself, the dark fabric of his attire billowing in the wind. His expression beneath the mask remaining calm and unreadable. At that moment, the audience erupted with fervor, their excitement ignited like a spark. Cheers and applause cascading in a continuous wave. The host, equally exhilarated, proclaimed, "This is a moment to witness a miracle. The Death King has once again triumphantly defeated his opponent. Let us cheer for him." The crowd responded with a renewed surge of applause, chanting, "Death King! Death King! I adore you! Death King! You are so handsome! You are my idol! Death King!" Initially, the audience for the one-on-one soul duel was rather sparse. However, following Tang Yuan's consecutive victories, his fame has burgeoned, leading to a significant increase in his fan base. Whenever Tang Yuan participates in a soul duel, be it a one-on-one match, a 2-on-2 contest, or a team battle with the Imperial Duel team, the venue is invariably filled to capacity. While one-on-one and 2-on-2 matches are manageable, the team battles often see a scarcity of spectator tickets, as members of the Imperial Duel team, such as Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, have also garnered a considerable following. Nevertheless, apart from Yu Tianheng, none of the other members have amassed a fan base as extensive as that of Tang Yuan. Although Tang Yuan wore a mask, the contours of his face could not be concealed. Coupled with his graceful form during the soul duel and his decisive victories, he captivated many spectators profoundly. On the other hand, Yu Tianheng, renowned for his formidable power and positioned at the pinnacle of the Soul Master rank, boasted an impeccable record of over 100 victories without a single defeat. His striking appearance and extraordinary demeanor, along with his affiliation with the illustrious Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, endeared him to numerous female admirers. As a consequence, the fans of these 7 individuals congregated in one place, rendering the soul duel arena inadequate to accommodate them. Amidst the protests from many spectators, and with the intervention of Yu Wuran, the Emperor Duel team was promoted to the Copper Soul Duel team, leading to the arrangement of most duels in the Grand Soul Arena. The scale of this event was unparalleled, unmatched by any team except for a few established ones. Over the course of more than a month, Tang Yuan and the other members of the Emperor Duel team underwent countless battles. They participated in one-on-one duels, 2-on-2 duels, and team duels daily, totaling 3 duels each day, which exhausted the Emperor Duel team through relentless, mechanical training. In Chapter 61, the Invitation Tournament of the 5 Element Academies. Under this intense training regimen, each member of the Emperor Duel team experienced significant improvement. To begin with, Tang Yuan elevated his soul power level by 2 ranks in just over a month, reaching level 35. Given his prior accumulation of strength, this progression was both expected and natural. As for the others, there were no noticeable advancements. The Yin-Yang Qi refinement technique remained at the perfected 4th level, incapable of further enhancement until the acquisition of the 4th soul ring. The Judgment Sword had not been touched since the commencement of the 2nd phase of training. Aside from soul power, the only area of improvement was the impermanence pursuit step. However, upon Tang Yuan reaching the pinnacle of the 5th level, it became exceedingly difficult to enhance this technique through external means. During this month, after breaking through to a small realm, he attained the greater mastery of the 5th level and perceived that the heavy armor he donned offered negligible benefit to his growth. Even if he added several hundred or even 1,000 pounds, it would prove of little consequence. From the 5th level of the impermanence realm onward, the influence of external forces became minimal, akin to a drop in the ocean. At this level, one must cultivate an understanding of nature and the essence of the myriad phenomena within it. Tang Yuan has yet to reach such heights. However, during this 2nd phase of training, his practical combat abilities have improved significantly. His battle skills have become second nature, and his adaptability on the battlefield has led him to faintly grasp the threshold of a new realm. With the passage of time, he is poised to enter that world. Over the past month, Tang Yuan has also achieved commendable results in the Grand Soul Arena, boasting a record of 117 victories and 5 defeats. Those 5 losses came against peak Soul Masters at level 39, predominantly skilled in agility and defense. At that time, Tang Yuan was merely at level 33. Facing opponents with considerable combat experience, ultimately exhausting his soul power and conceding defeat. Nevertheless, his adversaries did not fare much better, often depleting their own soul power as well. Had it not been for Qin Ming's prohibition on using the judge's death sword, Tang Yuan, lacking offensive skills, would have undoubtedly showcased his prowess, as his formidable swordsmanship would have rendered him virtually invincible. After his breakthrough to level 34, he has not tasted defeat since, and upon reaching level 35, his strength has become formidable. This impressive tally of 117 victories has earned Tang Yuan a total of 3,985 points, allowing him to complete the second phase of training ahead of schedule and attain the rank of Silver Soul Badge. However, he is not the first to achieve this rank. That honor belongs to Yu Tianheng. With the strength of a level 39 Soul Master and the unparalleled attack-type Beast Martial Soul, Yu Tianheng has swept through the Grand Soul Arena's Soul Master battles without a single loss, effortlessly ascending to the Silver Soul level after 93 victories. Thanks to Yu Tianheng, the Royal Battle Team has also been elevated to the Silver Soul Team status, although the other members have yet to reach the Silver Soul rank. Their abilities have nonetheless improved. The current ranks of the Royal Battle Team are as follows: Captain, Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, level 39 attack-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Du Guyan, Martial Soul, Emerald Serpent, level 38 Control-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo. Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, level 38 Defense-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Black Tortoise, level 37 Defense-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yu Feng, Martial Soul, Wind Chime Bird, level 36 Agility-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yi Lingling. Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia, level 35 Support-type Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Tang Yuan, Martial Soul, Book of Life and Death. Level 35 Control-type Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow and 2 purple. While each individual made strides, the most significant advancement came from practical experience. After the passage of another fortnight, the 2-month intensive training period concluded, and every member of the Royal Battle Team, without exception, earned the Silver Soul Badge. Qin Ming granted everyone a few days of respite, yet Tang Yuan, without uttering a word, vanished early the next morning. His objective was straightforward: to explore every corner of Heaven Do City in search of delectable food. On the first night, Tang Yuan returned, his face flushed from revelry. Well past midnight, as the others slumbered, Yu Tianheng happened to awaken for a midnight respite and spotted Tang Yuan sneaking in, reeking of alcohol. Intrigued, Yu Tianheng stealthily concealed himself in the shadows, then suddenly leaped forth to confront Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer as Yu Tianheng, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Lowering his voice, he said, "Tianheng, you nearly gave me a fright." Yu Tianheng glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was in sight, and then whispered, "What on earth have you been up to?" "You reek of alcohol." Tang Yuan chuckled softly. "I haven't done much. I've merely wandered around, indulging in delightful food and drink, and succumbed to a couple of sips." Yu Tianheng, with a face etched in discontent, responded, "I must say, you are rather inconsiderate." Tang Yuan stuck out his tongue and said, "All right, I will return a bit earlier next time. I was simply enjoying my drink and lost track of time." Yu Tianheng shook his head and replied, "That is not what I meant. You went out for drinks and didn't invite me to join. That is quite inconsiderate." Tang Yuan was momentarily taken aback and then said, "All right. I shall venture out again tomorrow. Will you accompany me?" Yu Tianheng replied, "Of course. How could I possibly decline? However, it will be just the two of us. We shall not invite anyone else. I am aware of a barbecue shop in the northern part of the city that serves delectable soul beast meat." Tang Yuan inquired, "Shall we go, the two of us? What shall we say if they question us?" Yu Tianheng surveyed the surroundings once more before responding. "Let us simply state that we are returning to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect to retrieve some items. The crucial point is to ensure that Yin Yin remains oblivious. Otherwise, I would be in a rather difficult situation. Furthermore, others cannot be trusted. Yu Feng is too loose-lipped. The Shijia brothers are excessively reticent, and Lingling would never accompany us. Thus, it is indeed more prudent for just the two of us to embark on this venture. Tang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Very well. But should this matter come to light, do not implicate me in front of Sister Yin Yin. I cannot withstand her venomous temper. Rest assured." Yu Tianhing playfully punched Tang Yuan, sensing something amiss, and inquired, "Where is your armor? Why are you not wearing it today?" Tang Yuan shrugged and remarked, "I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. This item has lost its significance, so I shall simply remove it and place it within the soul guide." Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement and replied, "Very well, let us return. You reek of alcohol. Ensure they do not discover it, or else it may hinder our plans for tomorrow." Tang Yuan let out a drunken belch and said, "Rest assured." A few days later, every night without fail, two shadowy figures would scale the wall, reeking of alcohol, none other than Tang Yuan and Yu Tianheng. Over the past few days, they had ventured out early in search of delectable treats, only to return in the dead of night. What was initially intended to be a single day's escapade turned into a prolonged revelry as both men found themselves utterly lost in their inebriation. Time swiftly passed, and their nightly drinking sessions became mere interludes in their lives. One morning, as everyone gathered for breakfast, Zhou Kong entered, addressing Yu Tianheng, "Young Master Tianheng, someone is outside with an envelope, claiming it is an invitation." "An invitation?" Yu Tianheng set down his bowl and accepted the envelope from Zhou Kong. All eyes turned to the envelope in his hands. As Yu Tianheng began to open it, he mumbled, "What invitation could this be? Those affluent young lords from Tiando City are unaware of my residence here." Zhou Kong replied, "The individual mentioned they did not find you at the academy and happened to spot you at the welcoming inn last night, following you back." Dugu Yin, puzzled, inquired, "Welcoming inn? What is this welcoming inn?" Yu Tianheng suddenly let out a nervous laugh. Well, haha, Xiaoqi, what were you doing at the welcoming inn yesterday?" Tang Yuani was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his face. He forced a smile and stammered, "Oh, really? I suddenly felt hungry yesterday and bought some food along the way." Dugu Yin glanced at Yu Tianheng, her brows slightly furrowed, and inquired, "Is that so?" Yu Tianheng replied with a solemn demeanor, "Indeed." Upon witnessing the precarious situation, Tang Yuan promptly exclaimed, "Tianheng, what invitation is this? Open it and take a look." Yu Tianheng hurriedly replied, Yes, I shall open it right away." "Ha, who would send an invitation this early in the morning?" After speaking, Yu Tianheng cast a furtive glance at Dugu Yin, relieved to see her focus entirely on the envelope. As he opened the envelope, he retrieved the letter within, which indeed turned out to be an invitation. The words emblazoned upon it in gleaming gold read, "Friendship Invitation Tournament of the Five-Element Academy." The mention of the Five-Element Academy Friendship Tournament left Dugu Yin momentarily taken aback. Tang Yuan suddenly exclaimed, I just remembered. Didn't Feng Xiaotian mention that there would be a Friendship Invitation Tournament from the Five-Element Academy in 2 months? He also wants to challenge us." Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement. "Now that you mention it, I recall as well." "Teacher Qin, what are your thoughts?" Qin Ming replied, "Originally, I intended to take you to another main city for the soul fighting competition. However, with this invitation tournament on the horizon, it would be prudent to complete that first before proceeding." "Participate in a soul fighting competition in another main city?" Yu Feng inquired, puzzled. Qin Ming affirmed, "Indeed. We shall set off in 7 days. The Five-Element Academy Invitation Tournament is just the day after tomorrow, so let us conclude that first. The primary goal of attending the soul fighting competition in another main city is to broaden your horizons and witness the prowess of formidable warriors from the outside world." Yu Feng questioned further, "But Teacher Qin, considering the strength of warriors, shouldn't the Tianshou city possess more powerful individuals than the other main cities? Why venture out to sea?" Qin Ming shook his head. "It is not the same. Beyond the heavens, there are yet more heavens. Beyond man, there are yet more men. Numerous formidable yet uncelebrated warriors remain hidden within smaller cities, unnoticed and unassuming, their presence absent from the imperial capital." Tang Yuan nodded and remarked, "I believe that is a viable plan." Yu Tianheng concurred, "Very well, let us first participate in this so-called Five-Element Invitation Tournament, and then set off. It's quite stifling in Tiando City. A change of scenery would be refreshing." With this statement, the royal fighting team unanimously approved the idea. Chapter 62, Extreme Attributes and Balanced Attributes. 2 days later, Qin Ming led the royal fighting team, fully prepared for their journey. Yu Tianheng inquired, "Teacher Qin, has the academy been notified?" Qin Ming nodded and replied, "Indeed. I reported it to the Education Committee on the day we received the invitation. The chief of the Dream Machinery is also attending today. Yu Tianheng expressed his astonishment. What? Elder Meng is going too? This is merely a minor exchange competition. How could it attract such prominent figures from our academy? Qin Ming chuckled and said, the Five-Element Academy extended an invitation to Elder Meng as well. It's not just him. I also heard that the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire will be attending to observe. You all must perform admirably and uphold the Academy's prestige. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng was even more astonished, exclaiming, the Crown Prince is attending too? The Five-Element Academy certainly holds significant influence. Tang Yuan inquired, Brother Tianheng, what manner of person is the Crown Prince? How is it that I have not heard any news regarding him before? Yu Tianheng replied, you, the fervent cultivator. How many individuals do you truly know? Aside from those present, the only other person you are acquainted with is that Feng Xiaotian. Tang Yuan curled his lips in disdain and retorted, am I not familiar with Old Li, the candy seller, and Zhang, the pastry vendor, and Sun Erlang, the purveyor of roasted meat? Listening to Tang Yuan enumerate a long list of names, one after another, all of whom are engaged in selling various foods, Yu Tianheng sighed, supporting his forehead, and remarked, you, with such a lack of ambition, what else can you possibly do besides indulge in food? Tang Yuan gazed innocently at Yu Tianheng and remarked, cultivation. Yu Tianheng's lips twitched slightly as he turned his head away, choosing to ignore him. Tang Yuan turned to Qin Ming and inquired, Teacher Qin, what is the situation regarding the Crown Prince? Qin Ming replied, the Crown Prince, known as Xue Qinghe, is the eldest prince of the Heavendou Empire. He has taken the esteemed Ningfengji, the leader of one of the three great religions, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as his mentor. His martial spirit is the Swan, which is also a legacy martial spirit of the royal family of the Heavendou Empire. However, this Crown Prince is remarkably low-key and seldom ventures beyond the palace. In recent years, he has not been seen utilizing his martial spirit. It is quite peculiar that he would attend such a minor exchange competition among the Five-Element Academies. Tang Yuan nodded and said, I see. I have been studying at the Tiando Royal Academy for over 5 years, yet I have never heard any information regarding this prince. Yu Tianheng replied, you should really venture out more. Each day you are either cultivating or eating. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan grew anxious and exclaimed, you still dare to criticize me? Just a few days prior, before he could finish his words, Tang Yuan felt a large hand abruptly cover his mouth, rendering him speechless. Yu Tianheng firmly clamped his hand over Tang Yuan's mouth and remarked, in truth, little seven, eating is a beneficial endeavor. You have simply been practicing too diligently. Even I feel a twinge of sympathy for you, haha. As he spoke, Yu Tianheng furtively glanced at Du Guyan, who was preoccupied with her soul-guiding device. And he let out a sigh of relief. Qin Ming observed the interaction between Yu Tianheng and Tang Yuan, shaking his head with a wry smile. All right. Enough of the antics. We are about to arrive. You must remain vigilant. This year's Five-Element Academy is teeming with talent. If all goes as expected, the Shifeng Academy and the Qihua Academy among the Five-Element Academies will likely secure a place in the top 5 of this continent's elite Soul Master competition. We cannot afford to be complacent. Our participation in this invitational tournament is primarily to gain insight into our opponents. Understanding both ourselves and our adversaries will ensure our success in battle. At this moment, Yu Tianheng released his grip on Tang Yuan, disregarding the latter's fierce glare, and inquired, Teacher Qin, is it truly as mysterious as you suggest? I feel that Feng Xiaotian is quite competent. Can anyone else compare to him? Qin Ming replied, there are indeed few who can rival Feng Xiaotian, yet each individual possesses unique strengths. In certain domains of teamwork or individual combat, they may not necessarily be inferior to him. After all, the elite competition among the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies primarily emphasizes team battles. Yu Tianheng nodded thoughtfully in response. Tang Yuan inquired, Teacher Qin, could you enlighten me about the Five-Element Academy? Qin Ming responded with a smile, Tianheng mentioned that you are a fervent practitioner, and it appears there is some truth to that. It seems you are the only one here who remains unaware of what the true Five-Element Academy entails. Tang Yuan nodded awkwardly and said, I don't know much. Qin Ming, feeling helpless, replied, all right, let me explain. Thus, Qin Ming began to narrate. Within the Tiando Empire, 5 prestigious advanced Soul Master Academies stand out: Thunder, Blaze, Gale, Aqua, and Earth Shield. Each of these academies is centered around one of the 5 elemental forces. Thunder Academy is dedicated to lightning, Blaze Academy to fire, Gale Academy to wind, Aqua Academy to Water, and Earth Shield Academy to Earth. These 5 elements support the 5 academies, thus earning them the title of the 5 elemental academies. In earlier times, a theory regarding extreme attributes versus balanced attributes was proposed. Tang Yuan had encountered this treatise in the library of the Tiando Royal Academy. The book expounded upon the significance of both extreme and balanced attributes, effectively elucidating their respective advantages and disadvantages. It recorded that various factions across the continent held differing opinions on the matter. Some advocated that soul masters should devote themselves to honing a single attribute to its utmost potential. The 5 elemental academies are, in fact, representatives of this perspective, with each academy maximizing the potential of its designated element. Conversely, others argued for a balanced cultivation of attributes, contending that this approach would minimize weaknesses. However, many who subscribed to this ideology faced failure, as true talent among them was exceedingly rare. Even prodigies struggled to cultivate all attributes equitably without leaving vulnerabilities, let alone ordinary soul masters. Consequently, the endeavor for balanced attribute cultivation not only failed to reduce weaknesses, but also introduced significant flaws, as each attribute harbored its own weaknesses, leading to complete subjugation by opponents. On the other hand, those who chose to cultivate a single attribute to its zenith, while also possessing their own weaknesses, could rely on their formidable attribute to shield the vulnerabilities of others. Thus, as long as the extreme attribute was sufficiently powerful, it could, to a certain extent, empower one to become a formidable soul master. In addition to these 2 theories, there exists another faction that emphasizes individual excellence while valuing team balance. This faction is represented by the Spirit Hall, and, of course, the Royal Combat Team embodies a similar philosophy today. Upon the conclusion of Qin Ming's exposition, Tang Yuan gained a fundamental understanding of the 5 elemental academies. Soon after, the Royal Combat Team and others arrived at the entrance of the 5 elemental academies. Tang Yuan gazed in awe at the grand expanse of architecture before him. "Wow," he exclaimed, "I had no idea that the 5 elemental academies were situated together. I assumed they were far apart. However, I had not previously taken note of such an impressive collection of buildings." At that moment, a figure emerged from the academy's entrance, clad in a dark blue-black attire, with striking silver hair cut short. It was none other than Feng Xiaotian, leaning against a pillar with arms crossed. He observed the arrival of the Dao Emperor battle team. As he approached, a dangerous smile played upon his lips as he remarked, "I thought you all might not dare to show up."